fragmented shards of a divine artifact, accompanied by a soul, ventured into the magical realm we hold dear, albeit somewhat prematurely. Chapter 1. Escaping Misfortune. Tabor, are you ready? It's time for us to depart. I am coming, mother. Tabor, with some effort, scampered down the wooden staircase, his little legs moving swiftly, and leaped into the embrace of the woman waiting below. Oh, my dear Tabor, time is of the essence. Let us set forth without delay, lest your grandparents grow anxious. Tabor, feeling a touch of exasperation at his mother's endearing moniker, obediently grasped her hand, awaiting the adventure that lay ahead. At 3 years old, Tabor Prince had mysteriously arrived in this world 3 years prior as a small infant bearing the surname Prince. Since then, he had resided with his parents in a manor on the outskirts of Paris, France. This world was imbued with magic, boasting Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, a time traveler well-versed in the narrative. Tabor had aspired to join the protagonist's fellowship and leverage the plot's advantages to vanquish Voldemort, ultimately ascending to great heights in life, perhaps even attaining the position of Minister of Magic. However, before any of this could unfold, he discovered that he had arrived in a time just after the First World War. With the Second World War yet to commence, Grindelwald had only recently stirred trouble in America, and Tom Riddle, who would later become Voldemort, had just been abandoned in an orphanage. Even Severus Snape's mother had yet to be born. As a child of the 1990s, he found himself thrust into the era of the 2000s. To compound matters, both the mundane world and the wizarding realm were rather perilous during this period. After much contemplation on how to safeguard himself and his family from the ravages of war, he concluded that England would be their best refuge, at least in the time before Tom Riddle transformed into Voldemort. The magical community in England, under Dumbledore's watch, appeared relatively stable. Mr. Axel Prince, originally from England, had chosen to remain in France after encountering the passionate and romantic Ines during a trip. This decision had estranged him from his father, D.O. Prince, who had vowed to sever ties with his disobedient son and, in a fit of anger, expelled him from the Prince family. When young Tabor expressed his desire to journey to England, Axel and Ines exchanged a knowing glance before agreeing without hesitation. After glancing at the alchemical timer on the table, Axel gauged the time and retrieved an empty crystal potion vial, placing it on the table. Tabor, the moment has come. Place your hand upon the key to the door. This international key shall transport us to England. Curiously, Tabor examined the seemingly ordinary potion bottle, striving to discern its uniqueness from others, but to no avail. Disappointment settled in as he reached toward the unremarkable crystal vial. The instant his fingers made contact, he felt the fabled sensation of being yanked by his navel, an utterly unpleasant experience. The surroundings distorted, inducing a powerful dizziness, as if he might be flung away by the very force itself. Fortunately, the journey through the key was brief, and Tabor soon found himself ejected into a broad, warm embrace. We have arrived. Are you well, Tabor? Gazing at his parents, who had also been cast forth by the key, yet landed gracefully, a flicker of envy stirred within him. Father, please set me down. I believe I'm all right now. After shaking off the lingering dizziness, Tabor adjusted his slightly disheveled black hair and his new robe. Once the trio had composed themselves, Axel pressed the magical doorbell outside the castle. A gentleman, portly with thinning hair and a wand in hand, emerged from the garden, his hurried steps betraying his eagerness. Brother, it is a delight to see you again, Axel exclaimed, embracing the newcomer before introducing. This is my wife, Ines, a graduate of Beauxbatons, and our son, Tabor Prince. I never imagined you would arrive before me. Alan Prince replied with a wry smile, his figure slightly plumper and balding. Tabor astutely detected a subtle sadness in his uncle's eyes and stepped forward. You must be uncle. My father often speaks of you at home. Alan, half smiling, ruffled Tabor's soft black hair. Oh, come now. Dear Tabor, I hardly believe my foolish brother would utter anything complimentary about me. As they strolled into the garden, Tabor beheld an array of plants distinctly different from those outside, many of which swayed incessantly, with numerous little fairies dancing. Among the leaves, a few tree guardians peered curiously from their hidden perches, observing the unfamiliar visitors. Following a narrow gravel path, the four of them reached the castle entrance, where two middle-aged individuals awaited. The man, clad in a somber black wizarding robe, bore a stern expression, while the woman, adorned in a deep green robe, radiated palpable anticipation, as if she would have dashed outside to greet the guests were it not for the man beside her. Tabor's eyes. They appeared to be of a similar age to his uncle Alan. However, through the warm exchanges among the elders, he discerned that these two were indeed his grandparents, the current heads of the Prince family, D.O. Prince and his wife, Livia Prince. Though judging a wizard's age by appearance can be misleading, Tabor had heard of his grandmother at home, primarily due to her maiden name, which he had encountered in his previous lives literature. piquing his curiosity. She hailed from one of the 28 pure-blood families, specifically the Slughorn lineage. The illustrious Professor Horace Slughorn, who had lived for an extensive duration, was her cousin, rumored to be of a similar age to Dumbledore. Upon entering the castle and stepping onto the dark green woolen carpet, Tabor was struck by the astonishing size of the stone edifice's interior. The silver-green decor, coupled with the crackling wood in the fireplace, created an ambience of exceptional warmth and comfort, imbued with a hint of mystery. Tabor and Ines, I believe this is your first visit to the Prince family castle. If you enjoyed here, why not stay for a while longer? With a smile, Tabor clasped his grandmother's hand, genuinely enchanted by the Prince family castle. In his view, it epitomized the quintessential abode of a traditional wizard, starkly contrasting with the alchemical manor brimming with sunlight and artifacts where he had spent the past 3 years. Chapter 2. The Prince Manor. Dio, upon hearing his wife's plea, merely exhaled a dismissive grunt, refraining from voicing any opposition. However, his countenance remained stern as he regarded his second son and the French woman beside him. Mother, Axel and I have acquired a manor in Hogsmeade. We can reside there in the future, Leah announced cheerfully, patting the slightly anxious Ines, seemingly unfazed by her husband's ill temper. Are you planning to settle in Scotland? Axel, in response to his mother's inquiry, appeared notably more relaxed than he did when addressing his father. Not exactly. It seems little Tabor is quite eager to stay here. Upon hearing her son's words, Leah embraced Tabor warmly, asking, does Tabor like it here? Tabor, contemplating the potential troubles that Grindelwald might cause in the future, nodded seriously. As a traveler yet to acquire any significant advantages, he knew his best course of action was to endure, preferably alongside his family. Engaging in reckless endeavors, fully aware of his inability to prevail, was a folly he would never entertain. I like it here. I want to live with Grandma and Grandpa, Tabor declared. Leah smiled gently and addressed a portrait on the wall. Coco prepared 2 bedrooms, one of which is at the far right on the 3rd floor. Tabor discreetly scrutinized the portrait, speculating that perhaps behind the frame resided a house elf named Coco. Axel, upon hearing his mother's command, felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly brought to tears, for the bedroom on the 3rd floor was where he had rested since childhood. With Dio's departure, the atmosphere in the hall softened considerably. Axel, do not hold it against your father. He does not take your disowning lightly. Nevertheless, you are still my son and your father's, so your presence here is entirely justified. I believe that as the next head of the Prince family, Alan would not mind accommodating your family. Alan quickly shook his head in response to his mother's words. For his relationship with his brother was quite amicable, and with their mother's endorsement, he harbored no contrary thoughts. Most of the time, his parents resided in the manor located in Hogsmeade, a perfect replica of their estate on the outskirts of Paris, where the essence of alchemical creations blended seamlessly with French romance. This led Tabor to suspect more than once whether his parents had deliberately left him behind as they sought to enjoy their own private world in that manner. Tabor, focus. Sit up straight and do not slouch like a boneless slug. Tabor rubbed his ears, weary from the incessant noise, and dutifully straightened his posture, striving to keep his back from resting against the chair. Otherwise, his seemingly benevolent grandmother might lecture him incessantly for the entire morning. Although possessing an aristocratic demeanor sounded splendid, it was a quality cultivated only after countless rehearsals of etiquette, a process that Tabor found to be quite torturous. Perhaps it was due to Tabor's stay at Prince's castle that Lia's attention was diverted, liberating the other 2 gentlemen in the household from their perennial nagging. Tabor discerned that his grandfather and uncle were increasingly benevolent towards him. He reaffirmed the knowledge gleaned from a book he had once perused. Severus Snape's mother had yet to be born. As his father, Axel, had been nominally disowned by the family, only his uncle, Alan Prince, stood to inherit the Prince lineage. As for Alan's wife, it was said that she perished in the previous American conflict. Whether she fell victim to the Saints or was merely collateral damage remains an enigma. Alan mourned his wife's demise, and even beauty potions could scarcely mask the traces of sorrow etched upon his visage. Conversely, his grandparents exhibited little sentimentality towards their son's late spouse. Rather, they were preoccupied with devising a means to secure a pure-blooded bride for their eldest son, thereby ensuring the continuation of the Prince legacy. Meanwhile, Tabor, an adult cloaked in the guise of child, found himself regarding the Prince brothers with newfound respect. It was perplexing that, while their grandfather aspired for them to wed a daughter of an ancient pure-blood lineage, both had chosen brides from distant lands, mere witches in the eyes of those antiquated aristocrats. For the sake of love, it seemed the members of the Prince family had begun to embody Gryffindor's bravery and Hufflepuff's tenacity, rendering their actions appear reckless and impetuous. Contemplating this, Tabor suddenly deemed Severus Snape a true descendant of the Prince family. What was young Tabor pondering? Today, his grandmother was to visit Diagon Alley to assess the recent profits of their potion shop. Would he care to accompany her? Laia inquired while casting a beauty charm upon herself. In her eyes, her only grandson was commendable in every aspect, albeit excessively quiet, starkly contrasting with the boisterousness of Alan and Axel in their youth. Perhaps a stroll through Diagon Alley would invigorate him. Upon hearing the mention of Diagon Alley, Tabor's eyes sparkled. Although he had previously visited the magical street in France, it paled in comparison to the significance of Diagon Alley. Despite the excitement bubbling within him, Tabor took half an hour to descend the stairs amidst the praises of his reflection in the dressing mirror. Laia, having prepared herself, scrutinized Tabor from head to toe before satisfiedly leading him to the fireplace. The Prince family's fireplace, utilized for communication with the outside world, was notably pristine. In Tabor's memory, it had never been ignited unless someone was arriving. It seemed solely designated for connecting to the Floo network. Had young Tabor ever traversed the Floo network? He earnestly shook his head. Although he had read about its usage in books, he had yet to experience it firsthand. Who could ascertain if the instructions in the texts were entirely comprehensive? Furthermore, he indeed had never utilized the Floo network. It has been demonstrated that the Floo network, a means of public transportation benefiting countless wizards, does not necessitate intricate operations, even in the event of an unexpected mishap, such as being transported to a different fireplace. The likelihood of encountering significant issues remains minimal. Now, remember to articulate the destination clearly. I believe this task is not overly daunting. Tabor observed his grandmother stepping into the fireplace, engulfed by green flames, and he mimicked her actions, successfully arriving in a disheveled tavern. Chapter 3. The Golden Finger? Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron, young one. Tabor brushed off the soot from his clothes and staggered out of the dilapidated fireplace of the tavern, as a voice echoed in his mind, causing him to overlook the tavern keeper's greeting. Heir of the artifact, congratulations on successfully activating this fragment of my ancient relic. As Tabor surveyed his surroundings, he noted his grandmother smiling at him, while the tavern keeper appeared somewhat obsequious, promoting the beverages available. Seemingly oblivious to the voice in Tabor's head, the tavern was sparsely populated, and its patrons did not seem capable of communicating with him mentally. An artifact? Indeed, artifacts possess a spirit that coexists with the divine, and when the divine falls, the artifact may suffer varying degrees of damage. I am but a remnant of that artifact, on the verge of fading into silence. Tabor's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. The notion of an artifact sounded grand, surely a requisite golden finger for a transmigrator. However, this entity was destined to fade. Did that mean he would be a transmigrated devoid of a golden finger? In his previous life, he was an ordinary individual. Without a golden finger and lacking familiarity with the narrative of the era, how could he possibly distinguish himself among the myriad of exceptionally gifted wizards? Was he to live his life as an unremarkable sorcerer? Though the artifact lay in ruins, it retained one final capability, the absorption of wish power, which the heir could transform into divine strength to enhance their physical form, aligning them closer to the divine. Hearing this from the so-called remnant brought a flicker of joy to Tabor's face. It seemed his golden finger was not entirely defunct. Wish power? What must I do? Indeed, wish power is far more complex than mere faith. Simply put, it embodies the hopes of individuals. While a single person's desire might seem trivial, the collective wishes of countless ordinary people can generate substantial wish power. Unlike pure faith, wish power must fulfill the anticipated desires to be transmuted into divine strength. Tabor silently processed this information. In essence, he must undertake actions to garner wish power, which would then be converted into divine strength to enhance himself. The heir is astute. However, this artifact, now but a fragment, should have vanished entirely through the passage of time. Yet unexpectedly found new wish power in your original world. The yearning of numerous Harry Potter enthusiasts for the magical realm, particularly the anticipation of Hogwarts. Thus, as long as the heir remains in locations mentioned within the book's magical world, they can continuously convert the flowing wish power into divine strength, with hopes of encountering each other once more. As Tabor listened to the voice in his mind fade away, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Could it be that his golden finger had perished just like that? He still had numerous questions he yearned to ask. Tabor, are you all right? His peculiar murmuring and the fluctuating expressions on his face finally drew the attention of those around him. I'm fine, grandmother. It's just that this is my first time traveling via the Floo network, and I'm finding it a bit disconcerting. His final utterance to himself indicated that the voice had not entirely vanished, but had rather succumbed to a state of slumber. What he needed to do was remain in the magical realm mentioned in the book. Among these, Hogwarts was the place where willpower transformed most swiftly. Although the precise utility of divine power remained unclear for the time being, its ability to enhance physical attributes was certainly a favorable trait. Ultimately, whether all of this was a conspiracy, Tabor had grown somewhat apathetic towards speculating. At this moment, Diagon Alley bore little difference compared to how it would appear in 50 or 60 years. In fact, since its establishment, it had not undergone any significant transformations. Approaching a modestly sized potion shop, Leah pushed the door open and led Tabor inside. "Madam, your timing is impeccable. Master Horace is already in the reception room on the second floor," whispered a young brown-haired clerk behind the counter. Leah merely nodded indifferently and ascended the stairs with Tabor, who had yet to take in the details of the potion shop. Unlike the dim ambience of the ground floor, the second floor was bathed in sunlight. With soft woolen carpets underfoot, a coffee table adorned with exquisite delicacies, and a silver teapot emitting white steam in an inviting manner. A portly, bald middle-aged man, resembling a large walrus, sat on a sofa near the fireplace, observing the two newcomers with a cheerful smile. "Ah, my dear cousin, you have finally arrived. And this must be the Tabor you mentioned, Tabor Prince, am I correct?" Leah slightly inclined her head, guiding Tabor to sit beside Slughorn on the sofa before speaking. "This is the child of Ak, who has temporarily come here due to the recent instability in France." Slughorn frowned in discontent. "If you ask me, it would be better if they remained in Scotland. That fool Dion has become quite senile, driving his own son away. At this rate, the Prince family will inevitably be ruined by him." Leah cast a glance at Tabor, who pretended to be oblivious to the conversation and awkwardly redirected the topic. "By the way, you mentioned that you became the head of Slytherin?" Upon speaking of himself, Horace Slughorn nodded with a touch of pride. "Indeed. The former head has retired and recommended me to Albus. He must have taught that subject for decades." "Yes," Slughorn shrugged helplessly. "I suppose the headmaster couldn't find a more experienced professor than him." After a brief exchange, Slughorn produced a bag enhanced with a concealment charm and retrieved several vials of potions, each adorned with a different hue. Among these were some of my own concoctions, alongside the remarkable creations of talented youngsters from my assembled slug club. As Lila inspected the vials, she could not help but voice her discontent. "Once again, there are so many mediocre potions here. You must understand that those demanding patrons truly desire potions crafted by your own skilled hands, master of potions. If you weren't so fond of hosting soirees, the quantity of potions you could present would surely double." Slughorn, however, simply chuckled unperturbed. "Ah, Lila, you must realize that a master of potions never finds himself wanting for gold. Besides, the potions from the Prince family are more than sufficient to satisfy those guests. Are they not?" After examining the potions, Lila tossed a bag brimming with gold galleons to Slughorn, a total of 520 galleons. "Hurry and take them to your banquet." Slughorn secured the pouch and then rose to approach Tabor, offering him a small vial filled with a golden liquid. "A pleasure to meet you, Tabor. Best of luck." With that, he departed. Chapter 4. Potions. Tabor gazed at the vial in his hand, filled with the gleaming liquid. Though he harbored suspicions, he nonetheless turned to his grandmother with a puzzled expression. The elixir of fortune, a challenging high-level potion to brew. Yet, it seems Slughorn possesses considerable expertise in its preparation. Lila remarked nonchalantly. While a single vial of the elixir was indeed valuable, it was not deemed overly precious, either to Slughorn, the master of potions, or to the esteemed Prince family. Realizing this, Tabor felt justified in pocketing the elixir. Today, the golden opportunity he had long anticipated since arriving in this world had finally presented itself. However, according to the lingering memories, remaining within the Prince Manor would not allow him to convert his willpower into divine strength. To acquire divine power, he would need to propose to his grandmother the idea of residing in Hogsmeade, where he might also seize the chance to discreetly visit Hogwarts. After lunch, Tabor, under the reluctant gaze of his uncle, ventured alone into the fireplace, scattering a pinch of flue powder. Axel Manor in Hogsmeade. This was not Tabor's first visit to the quaint estate adjacent to Hogsmeade. Its decor bore a striking resemblance to the manors in France. Many rooms were enchanted with a stretching charm, making them appear far more spacious than they seem from the outside. "My dear Tabor, my little treasure, you have finally arrived. How was lunch? I prepared croissants and chocolate tarts paired with Ceylon tea. Would you care for some?" Tabor shook his head and ascended the stairs, evading Inez's eager gaze, while keenly attuning himself to the changes within. He felt somewhat invigorated. Typically, he would be ready for an afternoon nap by this hour. Yet drowsiness eluded him. Though the bedroom here was not as expansive as those in the Prince Manor, it exuded a cozy warmth. Sunlight streamed through the cream-colored curtains, filling the room and bringing Tabor a sense of tranquility. On the windowsill, several benign magical plants swayed gracefully towards the sunlight. Tabor observed the striving flora, then glanced at his own somewhat tender hands. A faint smile gracing his lips as an epiphany dawned upon him. Even a plant destined to become potion ingredients understands the importance of diligence. So what of himself? Even if his aspirations of dominating the magical realm seemed far-fetched, he could leverage his family's advantages to become a master potion maker instead. With this thought in mind, Tabor turned and descended the stairs, just in time to witness his mother feeding a luscious cream cookie to his father. In that moment, the childlike Tabor felt as though he had received 1,000 blows. Where had that cream cookie come from? "Oh, my little Tabor, would you like some afternoon tea? Your mother's cookies are quite delightful." The enticing aroma of the creamy treat wafted through the air, and Tabor resolutely shook his head. He had no desire to partake in such trivial fare. "Father, I wish to begin learning potion brewing." Axel and Ines immediately halted their playful feeding, exchanging a meaningful glance. "Tabor, your desire to learn is commendable. Nearly every member of the princely family possesses an extraordinary talent for potion making. However, concocting potions is a precise art. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a couple of years." Noticing the flicker of disappointment in his son's eyes, Axel quickly added, "Of course, if you wish. You may peruse some books for now, and you can start identifying the materials in the basement." "All right, I understand." Hearing his father's permission to enter the basement, Tabor responded eagerly and trotted down the stairs. "Axel, have you secured the more hazardous materials? Is it safe for Tabor to go down there?" Ines asked, a hint of worry in her voice. At that moment, Tabor stepped into the basement, astonished by the vastness before him. The space had expanded to the size of a football field, divided into 3 distinct areas. The largest section was filled with shelves brimming with various materials and 2 rows of bookshelves. The other 2 areas housed an array of cauldrons and potion vials, as well as a region teeming with peculiar metals and substances for alchemy. Approaching the rows of bookshelves, Tabor meticulously examined the titles, most of which were notes on alchemical and potion studies, while the remainder appeared to be advanced texts beyond his comprehension. Coco. With a crack, the house elf Coco appeared before Tabor, clutching a large bundle. "What does Master require?" "Very well, Master. I shall fetch it for you." Tabor settled by the window, watching as Coco placed the bundle down and, with another crack, vanished only to return moments later with a stack of books. "Master Tabor, the elder lady has instructed that you may request any book you desire from the library, and she hopes that one day your handwriting will be found among the princely family's tomes." Tabor nodded thoughtfully, gesturing for Kiki to leave before he became somewhat lost in contemplation, gazing at the stack of old textbooks before him. In truth, his father had long been expelled from the Prince family, rendering all the family's possessions, including knowledge and wealth, utterly disconnected from them. His grandmother's intentions were quite clear. He could peruse the various secret treasures of the Prince family, provided he would later contribute some knowledge back to the family. This arrangement was undeniably astute, satisfying his thirst for knowledge while appeasing his uncle, who would soon inherit everything, and also preserving his grandfather's dignity. Moreover, it constituted an investment for the Prince family. With a sigh of realization, Tabor opened the first-grade potion textbook and began to leaf through its pages. Any book that found its way into the family collection, even an old textbook, held its own merits. At least in Tabor's view, the neatly written notes would prove immensely beneficial. Chapter 5. The Banquet. On January 20th, 1935. In the basement of Axel Manor in Hogsmeade, Tabor carefully stirred the cauldron before him, the golden liquid within glowing ever more brilliantly. At that moment, the master of the house, Axel, stood at the staircase with the potion professor from Hogwarts, observing Tabor's meticulous work below. "Axel, I must say, marrying my cousin into the Prince family was indeed a sagacious decision. I have never witnessed a young wizard achieve such a feat before enrollment." Axel nodded in agreement, his tone imbued with a hint of pride. "You're quite right, uncle. Tabor possesses remarkable talent, had he not been without a wand. Unable to engage in more perilous potion crafting, he might have already ascended to the status of a potion master." At the cauldron's side, Tabor completed the final step of potion brewing and exhaled heavily, pouring the potion into a pre-prepared vial. After years of study, Tabor had practiced the conditional brewing of potions several times, and whether it was due to his innate talent or some transformative gift, he had experienced virtually no failures in the process, leaving him with an almost surreal sense of accomplishment. Well done, Tabor. The quality of your Felix Felicis is excellent. However, today marks your 11th birthday, and your mother has prepared a banquet for you. Quickly, go upstairs and change into your attire, Axel said, affectionately ruffling Tabor's slightly greasy black hair. After a refreshing wash, Tabor donned a brand-new formal robe, surveying his 11-year-old self in the mirror. His short black hair softly framed his ears, and his thick brows were shaped into an appealing arc, enhancing the prominence of his eyes, which now held a deeper intensity. A prolonged absence from sunlight had rendered his skin somewhat excessively pale. Clenching his fist, Tabor felt a power within him that belied his outward appearance. Unable to resist a slight smile. The remnants of the artifact still showed no signs of awakening. However, over time, Tabor had begun to sense the divine strength's influence upon him. His memory has been improving remarkably, and his physical strength and agility are developing in all aspects. Even without training, the speed of his thoughts is also gradually accelerating. God is omnipotent and all-knowing. Tabor is unaware of how distant he remains from divinity. Yet at the very least, he stands out as exceptionally gifted among humanity. This evening marks Tabor's 11th birthday celebration. Although the Prince family is not one of the Sacred 28, they are nonetheless a family of considerable lineage, further enhanced by their previous alliance with the Slughorn family. Consequently, this gathering has attracted numerous pure-blood aristocrats whom Tabor has heard of, including the Black family, the Malfoy family, the Lestrange family, the Greengrass family, and even the Weasley family. The Potter family and Dumbledore, all invited by Slughorn. As Tabor gazed at the hall, which seemed to have expanded exponentially, filled with guests, he could not help but swallow nervously. Ah, it seems our protagonist for the evening has arrived. Slughorn was the first to spot Tabor standing by the stairs and immediately pulled him beside him. With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed a group that had been engaged in conversation. This is my cousin's grandson who is married into the Prince family. He will be entering Hogwarts this year. After making this introduction, Slughorn turned to Tabor and said, "This is Albus Dumbledore, the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. I believe you may have seen him in the newspapers." Tabor endeavored to maintain a polite smile as he greeted the still middle-aged Professor Dumbledore, his heart fluttering with excitement. This is the future mastermind capable of defeating the Dark Lord. Even aside from that, the ability to discover 12 uses of dragon's blood, to be protected by a phoenix, and to become the greatest white wizard is not something just anyone can achieve, whether by fortune or other means, for decades to come. Dumbledore will undoubtedly be a towering figure of his era. This was not Dumbledore's first encounter with Tabor, as Hogsmeade is not particularly large. However, he had always seen Tabor quietly engrossed in his books. Perhaps this descendant of Slughorn might be a Ravenclaw. Dumbledore mused, suddenly struck by a bold thought. Could this child, with a little persuasion, be transformed into a Gryffindor? Observing the child's bright, starry eyes, Dumbledore felt a compelling possibility that the right turn might indeed be substantial. Slughorn seemed to sense something, promptly guiding Tabor toward a young man who was only slightly older than him. "Tabor, this is Abraxas Malfoy, who just entered last year. He is a member of my Slug Club, and the only first year in it. You two should engage in meaningful conversation." With that, Slughorn departed, leaving Tabor and Abraxas Malfoy staring at each other in silence. "Are you the one from the Prince bloodline who was cast out from the family?" Abraxas Malfoy raised his head high, yet spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Tabor, feeling somewhat exasperated, could not help but grimace. The demeanor and tone of the Malfoy family were indeed quite vexing. So what if it was? Abraxas Malfoy scrutinized Tabor, mentally assessing him as someone of less than stellar lineage, but still a pure blood, thus just barely worthy of association. He continued, "I simply did not anticipate that for the sake of your Prince family and Professor Slughorn, connections would be leveraged to host this gathering. You ought to feel honored." Tabor, suppressing an internal expletive, maintained a smiling facade and replied, "Of course, it is truly my honor to have such esteemed guests in attendance." Noticing Tabor's perceptiveness, Abraxas's demeanor softened slightly. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they parted ways. Tabor, though not particularly fond of such gatherings, could not simply vanish as the nominal guest of honor. He could only endure the proceedings patiently while edging toward a corner of the event. "Leah, you are far too lenient with that disobedient child. If my offspring dared to behave in such a manner, I would certainly never allow him to re-enter the Black family, let alone squander our resources to assist his son." Chapter 6, Darkness. At this moment, Tabor was not far from the lounge adjacent to the banquet hall, and with his enhanced hearing, he easily caught the sharp voice of a woman. "Belvina, although AK has erred, Tabor is truly a commendable young man. And the Prince family is hardly on par with the Box or the Blacks, is it?" Leah explained somewhat distressedly to her childhood friend from the Black family. Belvina proudly replied, "Indeed, the Black family is the most ancient and noble of pure-blood aristocrats." Just as Tabor wished to eavesdrop further, Dumbledore arrived with a group of people. How can the guest of honor be left to languish alone in a corner? Dumbledore playfully winked at Tabor, then began to introduce those accompanying him. These individuals were primarily members of the pure-blood Gryffindor family, their words laced with praise for Gryffindor and affection for Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster. While Tabor found them somewhat noisy, at least none among them would mock him with references to his father's expulsion from the family. Thus, the group managed to engage in amiable conversation. The banquet did not last overly long. As guests began to depart one by one, the grand hall was left with only the Prince family. Even Slughorn excused himself first, citing an early potion class the next day. In an instant, the previously bustling hall fell into an unsettling silence, interrupted only by the faint sounds of house elves tidying up. "Tabor, first and foremost, I wish you a happy birthday. Additionally, I believe I saw Dumbledore hand you the Hogwarts acceptance letter earlier, did I not?" The highest-ranking member of the Prince family, Leah, inquired first. Tabor sat upon a solitary armchair, nodding in response to his grandmother's inquiry, before retrieving the envelope that Dumbledore had entrusted to him prior to his departure. Dumbledore had deemed it unnecessary to trouble an owl for its delivery. "Very well. Do you still intend to enroll Hogwarts?" Perhaps due to their family's previous residence in France, the admission letter from Beauxbatons had already arrived a few days earlier. In this household, aside from Tabor's mother, who had graduated from Beauxbatons, the others were undoubtedly more eager for him to attend Hogwarts. "Of course, I shall go to Hogwarts," Tabor said, casting an apologetic glance at Inez, yet speaking with unwavering conviction. Witnessing Tabor's resolute demeanor, Leon nodded in satisfaction. "Your aunt has been discovered to be carrying the bloodline of the Prince family, which is why she could not attend this evening's gathering. However, her gift should have already arrived in your room." "Ah, your sister's situation is not particularly promising." Alan's voice carried a hint of resignation. "Brother, Inez and I are currently living quite well, but if the need arises, Tabor would not hesitate to inherit the family legacy." "Umph, you ungrateful wretch. Do you have any notion of the shame your actions have brought upon our family?" Dio's voice brimmed with anger, clearly dissatisfied with Axel's evasion. Axel scoffed. "You did not express such sentiments when you cast me out, old man." "Enough, both of you." Axel's perspective is not without merit, given Tabor's displayed talents. It seems he would have no significant obstacles in inheriting the Prince family. However, our immediate priority must be to ensure the successful birth of Alan's child. After all, that will be the rightful heir to the family. We should be willing to employ even some forbidden potions and pay whatever price is necessary," Leah declared with finality. "Tabor's talents are indeed commendable, but today I observed he seems rather fond of mingling with Gryffindor. Ever since Dumbledore assumed the role of headmaster, that house has become increasingly chaotic." Dio paused, then continued, "If Tabor cannot enter Slytherin or Ravenclaw, I would rather forego this heir altogether." "Enough, Dio. Today we agreed to inquire with Axel if there is any method to preserve Alan's bloodline." After a prolonged silence, Axel hesitantly spoke. "During my time in France, I encountered a potion that could accelerate a child's gestation. The cost would be the mother's magic and some uncertain essence, which I suspect may be the soul. Let us prepare a portion of it." Leah's voice was chillingly indifferent. Tabor inhaled deeply, quietly closing the door to the room and, without removing his shoes, collapsed onto the soft bed. He had never anticipated that his typically composed and elegant grandmother would so coldly compel his father to concoct a forbidden potion, an insidious elixir with the effect of preserving the child while sacrificing the mother. Perhaps influenced by his past life, despite comprehending his grandmother's rationale, Tabor found himself struggling to accept the reality of it all. Tabor, the second wife of his uncle, had only been seen twice. She was a remarkably gentle woman. Despite her pure bloodline, her family background was rather humble, as her parents had perished early due to a magical experiment. Within the Prince family, her sole purpose seemed to be the continuation of the bloodline. Reflecting on this, Tabor felt a sense of gratitude for being born into the magical realm, benefiting from the resources and connections of the Prince family. Compared to those who ventured into the magical world without any foundation, he considered himself exceedingly fortunate. It seemed unlikely that he would be sorted into Gryffindor. Although he enjoyed the vibrant atmosphere there, he recognized his own temperament as rather cautious, perhaps even overly so. If he could simply bide his time until achieving greatness, he would have little desire to engage in unnecessary antics. Unbeknownst to him, Tabor drifted off to sleep. As a member of a wizarding family, he did not require a teacher to escort him to Diagon Alley for shopping. In fact, he had already acquired all the essentials mentioned in the letter from Hogwarts. aside from a wand. Mother, I wish to go to Diagon Alley today to purchase my wand. I can hardly contain my excitement at the thought of casting spells. Tabor exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident as he finished the last spoonful of porridge. Ines hesitated for a moment, but seeing Tabor's eager expression, she found it difficult to refuse. Tabor, your father needs to brew an important potion today, and I must assist him. If you're truly looking forward to it, perhaps Coco could accompany you to Diagon Alley? Upon hearing his mother's suggestion, Tabor recalled the words he had overheard the previous night, and his expression shifted slightly. Ines, misunderstanding his reaction, assumed he was disappointed about his parents not being able to accompany him to select his first wand, and she continued, shall we perhaps go tomorrow instead? Chapter 7. The Wand. Having lived in the magical world for 11 years, Tabor, though not particularly fond of venturing out, was quite familiar with the largest shopping street of the British wizarding community. Ollivander's Wand Shop, the only establishment of its kind in Diagon Alley, was renowned across Europe. However, the shop was small and dilapidated, with a solitary wand displayed on a faded purple cushion in the window. The gold sign above the door had worn away, bearing the inscription, Ollivander, established 382 B.C., purveyor of fine wands. Leaving Coco, who had been faithfully following at his side, outside, Tabor stepped into the wand shop. The interior was cramped, containing nothing but a long bench and thousands of slender boxes containing wands, stacked nearly to the ceiling. The middle-aged Mr. Ollivander appeared somewhat surprised to see a young wizard visiting alone at this hour. Ah, another little wizard from a magical family, I presume. You see, children from Muggle families do not usually arrive here so early. With your black hair and eyes, are you a child of the Potters or the Princes? Prince, sir, Tabor replied. He had initially thought such inquiries were exclusive to the Chosen One, only to discover that Mr. Ollivander had been engaging customers in this manner for over 50 years. Wait a moment, 50 years. It dawned on him that even his son or grandson might have heard their wand information from this very Ollivander. Ah, indeed, the esteemed Prince family. Your ancestors must have been received by my father. Each wand is unique. The Ollivander family has always favored the use of unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings as cores, all of which are powerful magical components. However, I yearn to innovate, and it appears that the Prince family is particularly well suited for wands crafted from serpent nerve. Tabor remained silent, allowing the measuring tape to flutter about, assessing the dimensions of his arm length, forearm, height, and head circumference. Come now, give it a try. Elder and serpent nerve. Elder is undoubtedly a material of great power, while serpent nerve is sensitive and delicate, ideal for intricate maneuvers. In fact, I have crafted numerous wands from materials akin to Elder in recent years, yet they have struggled to find suitable owners. Tabor gazed at the wand before him, which bore a striking resemblance to the Elder wand, instinctively inclined to refuse it. After all, he would be attending Hogwarts, and should Dumbledore catch sight of a wand made from the same wood as that wielded by Grindelwald, who could predict the ill-fated thoughts that might arise? Do not hesitate, try it out. If it does not suit you, I shall provide you with another wand. Reluctantly, Tabor grasped the Elder wand before him, instantly feeling his magic uncontrollably flow into it, as the wand became an extension of his arm, easily manipulated. Concurrently, Tabor sensed a pure, white energy distinct from his own magic, emanating from within him and infusing the wand, enhancing the pre-existing whiteness of the Elder wood to a lustrous sheen akin to jade. In that moment, Tabor realized that the wand was indeed harmonized with him, or rather, Elder truly deserved its reputation as the wood chosen by Death for wand-making, exhibiting a remarkable affinity for divine power, for one with a hint of divine essence like himself. This Elder wand was destined never to betray him. Marvelous, truly marvelous. 13 inches, Elder and serpent nerve. The thought I was on the verge of abandoning has materialized. The total is 9 galleons. After tossing down the requisite galleons, Tabor hastily exited Ollivander's wand shop, clutching his newly acquired wand. He harbored grave doubts that this wand would find many brothers left unsold, unless a band of time travelers arrived in the wizarding world for a sightseeing adventure. Otherwise, Ollivander would never have exhibited such a joyful countenance. With a snap, Tabor and Coco vanished from the streets of Diagon Alley, while the surrounding patrons continued their daily endeavors with accustomed ease. The couple, still in the midst of their breakfast, silently observed their son's sudden appearance in the hall before he dashed upstairs in a hurry. My dear, I suddenly feel compelled to accompany young Tabor to procure his wand. Axel swallowed the porridge his wife had prepared for him, nodding in agreement. I wonder if he unwrapped those birthday gifts last night. I painstakingly crafted a wand sheath that provides armor and counteracts your weapon. I wonder if it will suit his wand. Pray tell, what size did you create? Axel inquired with curiosity. It accommodates lengths ranging from 9 inches to 15 inches. Axelton couldn't help but cough, inwardly lamenting his wife's undue worries. After all, aside from giants and dwarfs, was it not true that the wands of ordinary individuals generally fell within this range? He reassured himself that all would certainly be well. Tabor was unaware of his parents' curiosity regarding his wand. In fact, he himself was equally intrigued. Prior to acquiring his wand, Tabor had perceived wands merely as tools, varying in their compatibility. A wand with high compatibility could assist its master in wielding magic more adeptly and even enhance certain types of spells. However, it seemed that his wand was more than just a mere implement. Perhaps the wand connected not only to the magical essence within the body, but also to the user's soul. This could elucidate the origin of that flicker of white energy. The shard of the artifact might have been concealed within his soul all along, continuously transforming divine power. Moreover, the elder tree, chosen by Death for wand crafting, possessed certain peculiarities that were hardly surprising. Tabor withdrew his wand, gazing at its pristine, jade-like surface, feeling as if the divine power had completely melded with the elder wood and the serpentine essence within. The legendary elder wand seemed to favor victors. Any who could vanquish or slay its current owner could claim the title of the next master. Tabor murmured the contents of his book. Might my elder wand share this characteristic? It appeared as though the wand trembled slightly in response to Tabor's musings. In an instant, he comprehended that his wand would not betray him, and the reason lay in the divine power that had been wholly absorbed. Divine power, he pondered, sparked a bold thought within him. Could it be that the elder wand betrayed its master because it lacked a true owner, and that for the elder wood? Only one imbued with divine power could legitimately assume the mantle of master. Chapter 8. Spell Practice. Tabor shook his head in resignation. Divine power felt so distant from him. Had he not borrowed the windfall of the wand, he wouldn't have sensed anything, let alone harnessed it. As for the elder wand, it was not something he could attain at present. Perhaps in the future, once he became familiar with Dumbledore, he could investigate it further. Coco, do you require anything? Young master, you have unwrapped the birthday gifts received last night, haven't you? Bring them over so I can see what you have. Very well, young master. Tabor watched as Coco snapped his fingers and a plethora of opened gift boxes materialized on the woolen carpet. Young master, aside from a few prank items, there is nothing particularly hazardous among these gifts. I have examined them thoroughly. Tabor nodded, beginning to sort through the heap of presents. The prank items that Coco had set aside were instantly recognizable as gifts from the Gryffindors. He retrieved the one from Dumbledore and pulled out a large bag filled with cockroaches. Could this truly be classified as a prank item? Tabor gazed at the writhing mass of cockroaches within the bag, a sight that would undoubtedly leave a psychological scar for those afflicted with entomophobia. With a reflexive motion, he plucked one from the heap and, before his brain could fully register the action, tossed it into his mouth, instinctively chewing twice. As he savored the creamy, smooth burst of flavor mingled with the crisp sweetness of the chocolate shell, Tabor began to comprehend Dumbledore's peculiar fondness for these seemingly repulsive confections. The gifts, meticulously categorized by Coco, were easily organized. Books found their place upon the empty shelves, while snacks were stored in an expanded storage cabinet. Items for immediate use, such as his wand casing, were promptly attended to. Tabor slid his elder wand into its sheath and hung it in a readily accessible spot. Once all the gifts were neatly arranged, he took a copy of Basic Charms and descended into the basement. At that moment, Axel was engrossed in brewing a complex potion, with Ines assisting him, their teamwork exuding an impressive synchronicity. Tabor refrained from interrupting them, and instead proceeded into the area designated for magical experimentation. This space was fortified with numerous protective spells, ensuring that even a magical explosion would not affect the exterior. Opening the well-memorized Basic Charms, Tabor began to review the material once more. In this quiet study of the text, he could distinctly perceive the evident differences between the wizarding world of his time and that depicted in the book, set over 50 years in the future. Miranda Goshawk, who would later grace the Chocolate Frog cards, was born in 1921 and had yet to graduate from Hogwarts. Thus, the Charms curriculum could not possibly align with the standard spell series of the future. Meanwhile, Mr. Scamander was still entangled in his tumultuous relationship with Grindelwald, preoccupied with jealousy and rivalry, leaving him no time to compile fantastic beasts and where to find them. It was during such moments that Tabor realized the magical realm was not static. While Muggles advanced in technology, wizards too were engaged in various forms of research. However, the minuscule population of wizards diminished the likelihood of genius emerging, and since researchers typically worked in solitude, their advancements appear to lag far behind Muggle technological progress. Clearing his mind of cluttered thoughts, Tabor drew forth his wand and recited the simplest illumination charm from basic charms. The tip of the wand flickered to life, emitting a bright white light, albeit somewhat blinding. He closed his eyes, feeling the magic within him gradually flow toward the wand, consciously slowing the flow of power. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the orb of light had dimmed considerably, now suitable for illumination. Suddenly, a black notebook came flying toward him. Just as Tabor completed the charm and waved his wand as instructed in the book, the notebook struck him sharply in the face with a resounding thud. Oof! The unexpected blow sent a rush of discomfort surging through him, tears mixing with blood from his nose, flowing uncontrollably. The Axel couple, having just completed their potion and curious about Tabor's activities, were taken aback. "Tabor, are you all right?" Dazed from the impact, Tabor gazed at his parents' worried expressions and quickly nodded, assuring them, "I'm fine. I merely didn't expect the levitation charm to possess such formidable power." Axel glanced at the open copy of Basic Charms sprawled on the floor and, with uncertainty, inquired, "You can already cast a levitation charm?" Upon hearing Axel's question, even the previously anxious Ines appeared taken aback. Though she had graduated from Beau's Batons, she was not well versed in Hogwarts curriculum and materials. However, she was aware that the levitation charm was not typically mastered by young witches and wizards in their first or second years. She recalled that she had learned it around the 3rd or 4th grade. "Indeed, I can perform this charm, albeit not with complete proficiency," Tabor replied, retrieving the notebook he had dropped, which contained his musings on divine powers, something he preferred to keep private. Axel, as if he had stumbled upon a fascinating new toy, eagerly sat beside Tabor. This Basic Charms book, a staple for 5th-year students and below at Hogwarts, encompasses nearly all commonly used spells. Of course, advanced spells like Apparition can only be found in the Advanced Charms curriculum for 6th and 7th years. Tabor nodded slightly at the thick volume of Basic Charms before him, signifying his understanding. "During our school days, we often criticize the thickness of this book, and you will notice that most professors at Hogwarts do not adhere strictly to the textbook during lessons. The authors often wrote from their own perspective, occasionally placing more complex concepts at the forefront to exhibit their erudition." Recalling the page where the levitation charm and the exploding charm were presented together, Tabor nodded in agreement. The current Hogwarts textbooks indeed exhibited several shortcomings, lacking a sense of progression. A typical student relying solely on self-study would likely encounter severe consequences. After experiencing such unreliable materials, it was no wonder that Miranda Goshawk aspired to compile a standardized series of spellbooks. "Tabor, your father acknowledges your intelligence, but practicing new magic alone can be perilous. So it is advisable that you practice under our supervision. If that is unfeasible, you should at least have Coco by your side." "All right, Dad." Tabor readily agreed without a second thought. At present, he merely wished to familiarize himself with the textbook's contents, harboring nothing that required secrecy. Although the likelihood of mishaps was minimal, an additional layer of protection was certainly welcome. Satisfied with Tabor's compliance, the princes departed the basement, bearing the freshly brewed potion. Tabor knew their destination, yet chose to remain unconcerned. Even if he desired to interject, as an 11-year-old child, he had little influence over the family's decisions. Thus, time slipped by unnoticed over the ensuing months. In May, Tabor's great-aunt gave birth to a frail girl within the ancient castle's walls. At the very moment the child entered the world, the woman's blood seemed to drain away, leaving her pale and lifeless. Tabor witnessed this rather horrifying scene, only to be pulled from the room by his distraught parents. Naturally, the subsequent events were beyond Tabor's concern. He merely learned that the Prince family had welcomed a new member named Eileen Prince, while her mother became just another unfortunate woman who perished due to complications during childbirth. Eileen Prince marked the last generation of the family, and as a pure-blood lineage renowned for its expertise in potions. The family legacy came to an abrupt end when Eileen married a Muggle. Thus, the surname Prince vanished from the annals of the wizarding world in Britain. Had the Axel branch not been reborn, they might never have left France, even if descendants existed. Those expelled from the family would have no legitimate claim to continue the lineage. The Ministry of Magic would have relished the prospect of the Prince family having no heirs, thus seizing their estate. Stretching his limbs, Tabor stepped outside and arrived at the entrance of Honeyduke's. Although it was the weekend, it was not a Hogsmeade day for Hogwarts, so the streets were not particularly crowded. "Young Mr. Prince, what a surprise to encounter you here." Tabor looked up to see none other than Dumbledore, who had just exited the sweet shop with a large bag of candies, beaming at him. "Professor Dumbledore, it is a pleasure to see you," Tabor replied, stepping aside graciously. "If you do not mind, perhaps we could share a drink at the Three Broomsticks?" Upon arriving at the tavern, Tabor followed Dumbledore, observing as he greeted nearly half the patrons before settling at a wooden table by the window. Professor Dumbledore, I did not anticipate you would be here with young Prince. Butterbeer, I presume? Inquired the elderly woman behind the bar. Indeed, and what about you, Tabor? Cherry juice, please, he responded. Tabor blinked. Is something amiss, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore gazed at the child before him, who seemed more mature than his peers. Not at all. However, I must admit I prefer the title of Professor over Sir. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. Tabor acquiesced, taking a sip of the cherry juice that had mysteriously materialized before him. Dumbledore scrutinized Tabor's expressions and gestures with his keen blue eyes, gently swirling his butterbeer, which was generously infused with honey. I often hear Slughorn speak highly of you. He is quite optimistic about your talents. Is that so? Tabor recalled the ever-smiling professor and instantly understood why Dumbledore had taken notice of him. Indeed, several of us professors have heard him mention you more than once. Tabor could not suppress a slight twitch of his lips, realizing that his affairs had become a topic of conversation among the Hogwarts faculty, and he pondered what his uncle had divulged. Upon reflection, it is evident that the purpose was merely to boast about the exceptional talents of one's juniors, highlighting the vast knowledge they possess even before commencing their education. The fact that Dumbledore sought him out might indicate an admiration for this talent, or perhaps a recollection of someone significant. Having unraveled this line of thought, Tarba felt an immediate sense of relief. After taking 2 hearty sips of cherry juice, he lifted his gaze and inquired, Professor Dumbledore, how do you find working at Hogwarts? Tarba regarded Dumbledore with sincerity, expressing, I believe working at Hogwarts is splendid. At least it is close to home, and there are holidays each year. Observing Tarba, Dumbledore recalled the information he had gathered, an increasing desire to welcome him into Gryffindor and nurture his potential under his watchful eye. As Tarba matured, whether to assist Newt in vanquishing Grindelwald or to step in personally when necessary, securing a position at Hogwarts would prove invaluable. It was indeed a commendable notion. Yet to attain professorship, academic excellence was merely one aspect. A deeper understanding in certain subjects was also required. Should you encounter challenges with transfiguration or defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance, he added. Tarba nodded, secretly elated. After all, Dumbledore was poised to be the next headmaster. If he could secure a teaching position at Hogwarts, it would ensure his continued presence there. He vividly recalled his sole interaction with the artifact fragment, which had emphasized the significance of Hogwarts. Over the years, Tarba had truly experienced the advantages of divine power, and the swifter conversion of that power at Hogwarts was something he eagerly anticipated. As the transformation of divine energy was a long-term endeavor, remaining at Hogwarts as a professor was undoubtedly the most desirable option. Chapter 10, School. Tarba nodded, casually remarking, he treated me to a cup of cherry juice and shared some insights about Hogwarts. The princes exchanged glances momentarily before Axel ventured to ask, when did you become so familiar with Professor Dumbledore? Tarba discerned the concern in his father's tone and tilted his head in curiosity, asking, is there something wrong with Dumbledore? I only met him once at my birthday party and occasionally catch sight of him in Hogsmeade. Axel, reassured after hearing this, thoughtfully remarked, when I attended Hogwarts, Dumbledore was the defense against the dark arts professor. He is indeed a witty and knowledgeable individual. However, there are whispers regarding his connection with Grindelwald, so, understood. I merely conversed with my future professor. I shall be cautious moving forward, Tarba replied, noting that his son was aware of the situation. Axel felt a slight sense of relief. He did not wish for his son to associate with someone as perilous as Grindelwald. Everything was yet to unfold, and many aspects could still be altered. On September 1st, Tarba was roused early by his parents, who insisted he don a magically enhanced backpack, and he was swiftly transported to Platform 9. In mere seconds, they vanished with a disapparition. Tarba pondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? After standing for a full 10 minutes, Tabor finally regained his senses. Today, he was set to take the train to Hogsmeade Station, followed by the school administrator to Hogwarts. The previous day, Tabor had spent a grueling 3 hours attempting to persuade his parents to forego the train ride and instead head directly to Hogsmeade before dinner, awaiting the arrival of the Hogwarts Express. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Having never attempted the art of apparition, Tabor was left with no choice but to shoulder his small bag and board the Hogwarts Express, where he randomly selected an empty compartment to catch up on sleep. However, he had barely dozed off when he was awakened by the sounds echoing in the corridor outside. Resigned, Tabor sat up and retrieved a book on transfiguration from his bag. Excuse me, is there a seat available? A girl's voice called from outside the compartment. Yes, please, come in, Tabor replied, lifting his gaze to behold the girl. She had a cascade of silky black hair, gentle hazel eyes, and a complexion that appeared slightly unnaturally pale. "Hello, I'm Phi Potter, a first-year student," she introduced herself. Upon hearing her surname, Tabor's eyebrows involuntarily arched. "Tabor Prince, also a first year," he responded. "Are you reading?" Phi inquired. Tabor nodded. "Transfiguration. My brother claims it is the most challenging subject of all, though he excels at transforming objects. Last time, he even turned my nose into a dog's snout." Phi spoke with an air of excitement. Tabor continued to nod politely, internally labeling this girl as verbose and somewhat peculiar. For he could not fathom why transforming one's nose into a canine's would be a source of joy. "I must tell you, my brother, Fremont Potter, is quite remarkable. He is the head boy of Gryffindor and top of his year. If you encounter any difficulties at school, you can seek his assistance," she continued eagerly. Tabor could not help but rub his temples, harboring a suspicion that this girl had been deliberately placed there by Dumbledore, aiming for him to choose Gryffindor out of camaraderie when it came time for sorting. "Well, my family is predominantly Slytherin." "What?" Phi exclaimed, staring at Tabor in disbelief. Upon realizing he was not jesting, she quickly urged, "Why don't you join Gryffindor? My brother says Slytherin is the most cunning house. What if you get bullied there?" Tabor rolled his eyes, thinking how the sorting hat did not allow one to choose their house based on desire. Moreover, given his current abilities, it was improbable that he would be bullied anywhere. "However, my great-uncle is the head of Slytherin," he stated innocently, observing the girl's face redden with frustration. You humph. "I'm going to find my brother," she declared before hastily exiting the compartment. As Tabor relished the newfound tranquility, he chuckled softly and resumed his diligent perusal of the book before him. Ultimately, he felt indifferent about which house he would belong to. Slytherin revered strength, and, as a bona fide pureblood, coupled with his well-known familial ties to the head of the house, he believed it unlikely that he would face any form of bullying. Knowing that Dumbledore would eventually become the headmaster and wishing to remain comfortably at Hogwarts, joining Gryffindor seemed a fine choice. After all, it was Dumbledore's rejection that led Tom Riddle to leave the school. As for Ravenclaw, the cozy little library in the common room could provide Tabor with an opportunity to immerse himself in the study of magic, and neither the Prince family nor Dumbledore would turn away a Ravenclaw. Lastly, given Dumbledore's favorable disposition towards Newt, Hufflepuff could also earn his goodwill, while the relatively low profile of Hufflepuff made it an ideal place for a discreet development of talents. Let nature take its course. As darkness enveloped the sky, the train gradually slowed to a halt. Chapter 11. Sorting. Tabor disembarked alone, only to hear a somewhat hoarse voice call out, "First-year students, gather over here. Hurry up. Anyone who dares to lag behind will find themselves locked in the dungeon." Following the voice, Tabor quickly approached a fierce-looking elder, who held a lantern in one hand and a wand in the other, checking the number of new students against a floating parchment. Once he confirmed that all the newcomers had arrived, he tucked away the parchment. "Keep up. What lies ahead is a tradition of Hogwarts that has endured for millennia. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance, I assure you, I will submit the most severe punishment request to the headmaster." Tabor followed the crowd along a relatively dry path, grateful that it had not rained in the past couple of days. As they crossed the Black Lake, he spotted Phyllis, but before he could greet her, she turned away, leaving him with the silhouette of her figure blending into the night. At last, all the new students arrived before the castle's grand entrance, where Dumbledore awaited them. "Angus, thank you for your efforts. I shall take over from here," Dumbledore said in a calm, even somewhat indifferent tone. Angus, too, seemed disheartened, silently carrying the lantern as he entered the castle hall. "Well done, children. You have all worked hard today. The gentleman you just met is Hogwarts caretaker, Angus Harper. I am Albus Dumbledore, the deputy headmaster and your future transfiguration professor. The Great Hall requires a bit more time for preparations. In the meantime, I am available to answer a couple of your questions." Instantly, the first years began to chatter excitedly, and one bold child shouted, "Professor Dumbledore, can you tell us how the sorting works? My father said we need to defeat a troll to pass the test." At this question, the little wizards fell silent, as if they had all heard tales of the terrifying sorting process from those around them. Dumbledore surveyed the young faces before him, his gaze pausing momentarily on Tabor, who alone exhibited no signs of anxiety, before he said, "I noticed that some of you are not nervous at all. Mr. Prince, what are your thoughts on the sorting process?" Tabor couldn't help but roll his eyes, tempted to respond with a simple, "Just stand there and watch." Although I am uncertain about the sorting process, to my knowledge, there are no recorded incidents of injuries or expulsions during the entrance of new students at Hogwarts. Furthermore, I am confident in my ability to confront any challenge. The first-year students, upon hearing Tabor's analysis, seemed to ease their initial tension, eagerly discussing other inquiries related to Hogwarts. Tabor chose not to engage, instead quietly experiencing the changes within himself. The sensation was reminiscent of the first day arriving at Diagon Alley or the initial arrival in Hogsmeade. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Tabor swiftly retrieved his notebook and jotted down his hypothesis regarding the doubling rate of Hogwarts magical energy conversion. All right, children, I believe the sorting ceremony is ready. I wish you all the best in finding your desired house, Tabor said as he tucked his notebook into his bag, leisurely following the crowd into the Great Hall. Just as he settled in, the Sorting Hat's song began. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more intelligent than I shall gladly devour myself. You may polish your bowlers to a shine or ensure your top hats are impeccably stiff, but I'm a sorting hat of Hogwarts, inherently superior to your mere hats. Any thoughts concealed within your minds will not escape my keen perception. Wear me, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. The Sorting Hat's melody did not last long. Perhaps the flames of war had not reached Hogwarts, for this ancient hat, having served for over a millennium, simply introduced the four houses in a conventional manner before commencing its duties. Felicity Potter. Upon hearing Dumbledore call out this familiar name, Tabor immediately looked up at the podium. At that moment, Felicity was perched upon a high stool, the brim of the Sorting Hat obscuring her gaze entirely. Tabor could only see the girl's mouth moving as if she were debating with the hat. Gryffindor. Dumbledore lifted the Sorting Hat, and Felicity cast a triumphant glance in Tabor's direction before dashing toward the Gryffindor table. Galacticus Bach. A somewhat hunched and slender boy hurried forward, and, as the Sorting Hat barely touched his hair, it promptly declared, Slytherin. The Bach boy took his seat at the Slytherin table, though he appeared to be somewhat shunned by most of its members, who regarded him with a distinct lack of interest. Tabor Prince. Upon hearing his name, Tabor quickly ascended to the high stool. A member of the Prince family, I see. It seems your kin have predominantly chosen Slytherin or Ravenclaw. However, Headmaster Dumbledore hopes you will be placed in Gryffindor, as does that young girl, who wishes to share the same house with you, even if it means joining Slytherin together. Tabor was not surprised that Dumbledore could communicate with the Sorting Hat. He mistakenly believed that Phyllis was angry with him and resolved to be merely an ordinary alumnus, not expecting that she would request to be sorted into the same house as him. Which house would the Sorting Hat deem most suitable for me? To my mind, all four houses would offer significant advantages, yet I yearn to belong to the one that is the most fitting. Truth be told, among the colors of the four houses at Hogwarts, I have a particular fondness for blue, deep, expansive, elegant, and understated, unlike the flamboyant gold and crimson. Tabor was in no hurry to be sorted. He casually engaged in conversation with the Sorting Hat. After all, the wide brim of the hat shielded his eyes. As long as he felt no embarrassment, it was others who would feel awkward. What an amusing little fellow. Your talents render you not lacking in wisdom, and your appreciation for knowledge is sufficient to qualify you for Ravenclaw. However, your pursuit of knowledge is driven by a strong sense of purpose. Thus I believe Ravenclaw may not suit you. Tabor silently nodded to himself. He indeed had little interest in seemingly trivial knowledge. Perhaps he would indulge his curiosity in his leisure time, but he would never squander time delving into it. Chapter 12. Slytherin. In crucial moments, you do not lack courage, and those who yearn to be brave may join Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat continued its murmurs in Tabor's ear, pleased to have a new student willing to converse. Tabor pressed his lips together, sensing that the Sorting Hat had reached a decision, and he felt an unusual twinge of anxiety. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat was taken away by Dumbledore, and the bright candlelight in the hall was somewhat blinding, prompting Tabor to squint before making his way to the Slytherin long table. The applause there was quite enthusiastic, and even Abraxas Malfoy stood to extend a handshake, welcoming Tabor to their ranks. Once seated beside Malfoy, Tabor noticed Phyllis glaring at him furiously from the Gryffindor table. Welcome to Slytherin. I am Anna Hall, the head girl of Slytherin and a member of the Slug Club. You must be Prince. If you encounter any issues at school, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Looking at the beautiful upperclassman with brown hair seated across from him, Tabor smiled politely. It is my honor to join Slytherin. I will certainly not hesitate to reach out if needed. Anna Hall nodded in satisfaction and resumed her conversation with Sylvia Greengrass, who had just been sorted into Slytherin. Hello, Prince. I am Zane Flint, a tall boy who had just been sorted into Slytherin, said in a neutral tone, sitting beside Tabor. Tabor was surprised to find that he seemed to be quite well known among the students. However, considering the precarious number of pure-blood wizards in the magical world, it was not surprising they recognized one another. Tabor Prince, it is a pleasure to become your classmate. Flint nodded and turned to engage enthusiastically with the Slytherin upperclassmen. Eric Greengrass. Noting that no one had approached him, Tabor began to observe his fellow Slytherins seated around him. At this moment, Slytherin, though not yet transformed into a reserve for the Death Eaters by the Dark Lord, distinctly exhibited a hierarchy. This was evident even among the first-year students. The pure-blooded few were invariably surrounded by older students, while the half-bloods huddled together, largely ignored. Among the pure-bloods, the so-called Sacred 28 appeared to be particularly esteemed. Yet Bork was an exception. The family's enterprises were predominantly situated in Nocturne Alley, a locale frequented by dark wizards, leading to a general wariness of the Bork family. Even though young Galacticus Bork was merely 11 years old, Tabor then turned his thoughts inward. In a Slytherin that valued lineage, many regarded the prince name, though not part of the Sacred 28, it still carried considerable wealth and skill, with a semblance of cordiality. Whether genuine friendships existed among them would be a matter revealed only by the test of time. Now, I trust you have all found yourselves in your desired houses. I hope in the days to come, you will dedicate yourselves to your studies and bring honor to your house. The feast begins, declared Professor Armando Dippet in a resonant voice. Tabor lifted his gaze towards the staff table, where a tall, thin, elderly man occupied the center. His meticulously groomed white beard contrasted sharply with the amiable demeanor of Dumbledore, who sat beside him, and the ever-smiling Professor Slughorn. This headmaster, without a doubt, projected a more serious aura. "Prince, do you require an introduction to the professors?" Malfoy inquired, noticing Tabor's keen scrutiny of the faculty. As a senior Slytherin, he felt it was his duty to enlighten the younger student, thereby averting any unnecessary point deductions. "My apologies for the trouble," Tabor replied, turning his head and casually grasping a cup of pumpkin juice, awaiting his senior's elucidation. Seated in the middle is Headmaster Dippet. There is little to say about him. Although rather austere, he is likely to retire soon, having spent the past few years grooming his successor, Professor Dumbledore. "Despite being a Gryffindor, one cannot deny his intellect," Malfoy remarked, casting a somewhat disdainful glance at Professor Slughorn. "Professor Slughorn is our house head, and you should be quite familiar with him. However, do take heed of Professor Kettleburn beside him. He often carries dangerous magical creatures with him," Malfoy continued, his tone shifting to one of seriousness, tinged with a hint of apprehension. "And what about the Hogwarts caretaker?" Tabor could not restrain his curiosity regarding the individual bold enough to defy the middle-aged version of Dumbledore. Malfoy hesitated, carefully choosing his words. "In short, if you make a mistake and are caught by the headmaster, it is imperative that you do not fall into his grasp. Last semester, a Gryffindor student was confined in the dungeons for 3 days, and none could fathom the torment he endured. According to the upperclassmen, numerous students each term find themselves punished into the hospital wing." Tabor was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated such occurrences within Hogwarts. Do the professors not intervene? Malfoy cast a peculiar glance at Tabor. Then his thoughts drifted to his parents and the praise he had received from Professor Slughorn, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Was it not entirely normal for professors to discipline students? Each of the 4 house heads possessed the authority to reprimand their charges, typically enacted by the caretaker. Hesitating for a moment, Malfoy leaned closer to Tabor and whispered, "That fellow is a weirdo. Getting caught by him would be quite unfortunate." Tabor squinted, recalling the era in which he found himself, and could not help but let out a bitter chuckle. There were no protections for minors in place now, and even if such laws existed, they would hardly reach Hogwarts. Malfoy seemed to lose interest in their conversation, silently mashing his potatoes. Tabor chose not to disturb him, pondering instead the caretaker, Mr. Filch, who would occupy this position over 50 years hence. That caretaker appeared to frequently scrub chains and handcuffs. Had he ever had to use them? Nevertheless, regardless of how one contemplated it, a mute caretaker would undoubtedly be far easier to handle than the current magic-wielding one. After a prolonged period of introspection, Tabor found himself unable to recall when the caretaker's tenure had changed, ultimately resigning himself to the futility of his musings. Chapter 13. The Dormitory. Once the food had vanished from the table and everyone had satisfied their hunger, Headmaster Dippet stood up from the teacher's long table, waved his wand, and his voice resonated throughout the entire hall. Tabor followed closely behind Anna Hall, encircled by a group of upperclassmen as they wound their way towards the depths of Hogwarts Castle. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake. Anna halted before an unremarkable stone wall and spoke the password, "Pureblood." As the incantation was uttered, a stone door slowly materialized on the wall. The password changed every fortnight, duly posted on the notice board in the common room to inform all. One by one, the little serpents of Slytherin entered through the stone door. The common room was illuminated by numerous oil lamps, and the wood burning in the fireplace occasionally crackled with a delightful sound. despite being submerged beneath the lake. There was no hint of dampness or chill in the air. Stepping onto the silver-green adorned wool carpet, Tabor and all the first-year students gathered in this space. The male prefect surveyed the 6 assembled newcomers with pride and declared, "First and foremost, welcome to Slytherin. I am your male prefect, Eric Greengrass. And beside me is your female prefect, Anna Hall. We are delighted to have you join Slytherin House. Our emblem is the serpent, the most intelligent creature." After a lengthy, welcoming speech, Eric addressed the 3 boys. There are not many students in Slytherin, and the dormitories consist of double rooms. 2 of you will share a room, while the other may opt for a single room or reside with an upperclassman if the dormitory is not fully occupied. Tabor glanced at the slender, hunchbacked Caractacus Bach and the burly, robust Zane Flint, refraining from making the first choice. He had always preferred to view matters objectively. While the privacy of a single room was appealing, prolonged immersion in magical studies could lead to its own set of challenges. Without a moment's hesitation, Flint declared, "I wish to share a dormitory with Prince." Eric cast an inquiring glance toward Tabor. "What does Mr. Prince think?" Tabor nonchalantly nodded, being unfamiliar with the freshman. He saw no reason to decline a roommate who willingly offered companionship. Under Eric's guidance, they traversed the corridor until they reached the door adorned with the names Tabor, Prince, and Zane Flint. Upon entering, Tabor observed that the dormitory featured 2 4-poster beds draped with green curtains, flanked by 2 wooden nightstands. A bookshelf desk and chairs completed the furnishings, while a deep green wool carpet covered the floor, and the walls, made of somewhat rugged stone, displayed silver-green tapestries. Quite splendid, environmentally friendly, and visually pleasing. "You are Tabor, correct? You may call me Zane. My mother frequently visits your family's potion shop," Zane remarked, removing his robe to reveal his muscular arms. Smiling as he added, "If anyone seeks to challenge you, feel free to call on me." Tabor felt as though he were gazing at a majestic creature amidst the grasslands. "Very well, Zane." As the hour was not yet late, and both were somewhat acquainted with each other's backgrounds, they exchanged a few casual words before retiring to their respective beds, each marked with their names. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The following morning, as Tabor awakened to the call of his magical alarm clock, Zane was simultaneously emerging from the warmth of his blanket. "Good morning, Zane. Shall we head to the Great Hall together?" Tabor inquired of his roommate. He had already discerned one advantage of residing in the basement. The stone staircase leading to it remained steadfast, though occasionally a mysterious corridor or an unknown stone door might unexpectedly manifest along the walls. Nevertheless, the route from the common room to the Great Hall remained consistent, and with Tabor's current memory, recalling the path was quite effortless. "Of course," Zane replied, his voice still slightly groggy from sleep. Once they had dressed, they entered the common room, only to find Malfoy and the 2 Greengrass siblings seated by the fireplace. "Good morning, Mr. Greengrass, Mr. Malfoy, and Miss Greengrass," the pair greeted with smiles as they approached the trio. Tabor and Zane exchanged a glance. Though uncertain of the upperclassmen's intentions, they decided to occupy 2 armchairs nearby, as the hour was still early. "Tabor and Zane, you may simply call me by my name. To be frank, I prefer not to be addressed as Miss Greengrass when I am with my brother," Sylvia said softly, stepping away from her brother. "Very well, Sylvia," both Tabor and Zane agreed without further contemplation. "By the way, Sylvia, are we still waiting for anyone else?" Tabor asked curiously. Sylvia blinked her cerulean eyes and scrutinized Tabor for a moment before realizing he was not jesting. "Has Professor Slughorn never informed you about Slytherin?" she inquired. In accordance with the traditions of Slytherin, freshmen are guided by upperclassmen during the first week of school to prevent any unfortunate loss of points due to getting lost. However, I remain uncertain of my sorting. In truth, Professor Slughorn has always believed that I would be placed in Ravenclaw. Tabor insisted. "Anyone who sees the books you carry would undoubtedly perceive you as a Ravenclaw nerd." Zane could not help but interject, recalling the feeling of seeing his roommate retrieve one hefty tome after another from his bag just the previous night. Tabor cast a somewhat resentful glance at Zane, inwardly lamenting the backwardness of the magical community. How could a mere 100,000 words be compiled into such volumes, complete with illustrations, so effortlessly? Based on his reading speed, he could memorize an entire book in less than 2 hours. In such moments, Tabor fondly reminisced about the days of computers and smartphones, where one could casually store hundreds of novels. Chapter 14, Tradition. Sylvia, curious about the events that transpired in their dormitory the previous night, kindly explained, as I mentioned earlier, Slytherin has upperclassmen to help familiarize newcomers with Hogwarts. This should have been mentioned at yesterday's feast, but my brother and Senior Malfoy likely assumed you were already aware. Tabor nodded, continuing to gaze at Sylvia, eager to learn more. Generally speaking, the number of new Slytherin students is modest, allowing for 2 prefects to guide several dormitories. However, Mr. Malfoy volunteered to assist. Therefore, my brother suggested that once Senior Hall arrives, she will lead the other 2 girls. Before long, Senior Hall arrived, accompanied by 2 first-year girls. After exchanging greetings with everyone, they all departed from the Slytherin common room together. "How are you feeling, Prince Flint?" Malfoy slowed his pace, walking alongside Tabor and Zane. "Quite well. Very good." Upon entering the Great Hall, Tabor noticed that the Slytherins had already gathered neatly at their house table, with Caractacus seated beside a rather sullen upperclassman. "Have all the first-year students arrived? How did you rest last night?" Slughorn gracefully navigated through the crowd, approaching the first-year students with a warm inquiry. "Here are your schedules for the academic year, and on the reverse side of the first-year timetable, you'll find gifts left by the upperclassmen. Please note that these gifts are only valid for the week preceding the star classes." As Tabor sipped his pumpkin juice, he carefully examined the parchment before him. The handwriting appeared fresh, likely prepared just last night or this morning. Unable to resist, Tabor glanced towards the Gryffindor table and easily spotted the dark-haired girl amidst the crowd. She was currently surrounded by a group, playfully tussling with an older dark-haired boy. "Tabor, have you discovered anything?" Zane initially intended to inquire with his senior, but after facing a merciless rejection, he could only impatiently tug at the parchment and direct his question towards Tabor. Tabor immediately noticed Zane's gesture and, in response, gently tore a corner of the parchment. Sensing that something was amiss, this parchment seemed rather too resilient. Tabor contemplated the methods that could render the parchment so stiff. The most straightforward would be the incorporation of other magical materials or crafting it through alchemy to resemble parchment. Applying a special potion could also enhance the toughness of ordinary parchment. However, considering this was merely a gift for first-year students, the likelihood of a spell being cast upon the parchment seemed far greater. With this thought in mind, Tabor promptly drew his Elder Wand from its sheath, an action that instantly captured the attention of all Slytherins and several professors at the faculty table. Upon seeing the wand in Tabor's hand, which bore resemblance to the Elder Wand, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It had been years since he witnessed a child so eager to experiment. "Slughorn, how long do you think it will take for him to succeed?" Dumbledore nodded inwardly. Had he not observed the vast disparity in character between Tabor and Grindelwald, he might have genuinely considered Tabor as a potential future Dark Lord. Both possessed extraordinary talent, destined to wield unmatched power in the future. Yet, Tabor remained oblivious to his standing in Dumbledore's mind, and even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with it. Setting aside the fact that in 2 years the true heir of the Dark Lord would attract attention, even if he were momentarily regarded as the future Dark Lord, Tabor was confident that he could make a certain longing old man realize the fundamental distinctions between himself and that figure. Reveal. The tip of the wand shimmered with a faint light, yet the parchment remained unchanged. Undeterred by his initial failure, which he had fully anticipated, Tabor declared, "Take shape." This time, after a flash of white light, the blank side of the parchment began to be inscribed, as if by an ethereal quill, depicting various locations: the Great Hall, corridors, classrooms, professors' offices, common rooms, kitchens, and the headmaster's office. Was this a map of Hogwarts? Tabor was genuinely surprised that Slytherin possessed such a thing and had so readily made it available for the new students. Although mastering a spell in the first week of school was no simple feat, seeking assistance from others seemed entirely feasible. "Congratulations, Tabor. I can't believe you succeeded so quickly," exclaimed one of the seniors. As Tabor observed the excited expressions on the faces of the upperclassmen, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. It was merely a revealing charm. Surely everyone could perform it. The older Slytherins recalled their own struggles during their freshman year, their expressions shifting between hope and disappointment. Ultimately, Eric elucidated that it is not as straightforward as one might presume. It is essential to recognize that even pure-blooded young wizards do not acquire their wands until they reach the age of 11, which results in a limited understanding of spells. Even if they become aware of the necessity for the conjuration charm through various means, time is still required for experimentation. At this moment, Tabor astutely observed that the Slytherin serpents seemed to exhibit heightened enthusiasm towards him. In fact, there was even a glimmer of respect in the eyes of some. Tabor raised an eyebrow, deepening his comprehension of Slytherin's reverence for power. As Tabor departed, the first-year students gradually followed suit, all heading to the same classroom, rendering further separation unnecessary. "Tabor, you are truly remarkable. By the way, my brother mentioned that there's more on that parchment aside from the map. You should take a closer look," said a golden-haired little girl, who rushed to his side with an adoring expression. Unable to resist a smile, Tabor responded, Thank you, Sylphia. I shall certainly examine it closely. Do you require my assistance in dispelling the charm on the parchment? Sylphia shook her head, her flowing golden curls dancing in the air, exuding a sweet, milky fragrance. No, I will certainly master the conjuration char within a week. However, Tabor, may I seek your guidance if I encounter any difficulties? Gazing into her azure eyes, Tabor felt no illicit desires but acknowledged her beauty, which captivated him. In a moment of distraction, he acquiesced to all her requests. Upon hearing Sylphia mention the library, a desire to explore it ignited within him. Retrieving his Transfiguration textbook, the first-year Slytherins, under Eric's guidance, made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. Inside, only a few Gryffindor students occupied the room, while Dumbledore leaned against the lectern, quietly observing the influx of Slytherins. Tabor was the first to enter, taking a seat in the front row on the right. Sylphia naturally sat beside him, while Zane, displaying reluctance, took a seat behind them alongside Bach. The last row was reserved for the only two half-blood girls in Slytherin this year, Tybessa and Afra. Until they could showcase their true abilities, their bloodlines rendered them somewhat inferior within Slytherin. However, Tabor was indifferent to such matters. As the sorting hat had stated, the division relies heavily on 1's inner choices. Who among those entering Slytherin truly lacks ambition and a yearning for power? As the students assembled, Dumbledore ascended to the podium, casting a glance over the gathering. Very well, before we commence the lesson, let us take attendance. Grasping the so-called roll call, he merely glanced at the students to confirm their presence, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he read aloud. Feely Porter. Present. Sylphia Gringlass. Present. Tybessa Snow. Present. Afra Cooper. Present. Dear students, Transfiguration is undoubtedly one of the most profound and intricate subjects you will encounter at Hogwarts. Of course, if your sole aim in studying this subject is to merely pass the ordinary wizarding level examinations after your 5th year, then as long as you pay attention in class, achieving a passing grade should not pose much of a challenge. However, the true potential of Transfiguration far exceeds what can be measured by grades. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the wooden desk into a magnificent crimson-golden bird, which gracefully soared around the classroom, occasionally emitting melodious chirps. Tabor watched the bird's lively eyes, feeling a surge of excitement within him. No sooner had he finished speaking than a round button appeared in front of everyone. You may refer to the key points on the blackboard and attempt the exercise. With a sudden pop, Phyllis anxiously watched as the button she had propelled flew out and struck Dumbledore squarely in the eye. Dumbledore's reaction was swift. Upon realizing what had transpired, he waved his wand to heal his eye. The efficacy of healing magic on physical injuries is remarkable, and within mere seconds, Dumbledore's eye was completely restored, showing no visible signs of harm beyond the residual traces of blood below his eye. Wow, how impressive! Is the professor truly all right? Should we take him to the hospital wing? Phyllis exclaimed. How bold of you, Phyllis, to dare to strike a professor. Truly a Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Tabor remained silent, as the Slytherins felt little concern and quietly observed the spectacle. However, the Gryffindor students did not hold back, each voicing their opinions. Enough, please, Dumbledore stated, wiping the blood from his face before addressing the raucous Gryffindors. Miss Potter, your inattentiveness in class cost Gryffindor 2 points. Now let us continue. For Tabor, the entirety of the first-year curriculum posed little challenge, Transfiguration included. Without even uttering the incantation, he casually waved his wand, transforming the button into a slender embroidery needle, earning Slytherin 2 points from an elated Dumbledore. Chapter 16. A Duel? After receiving the points, Tabor remained engaged, patiently explaining the nuances of Transfiguration to Miss Greengrass, ultimately guiding her to transform the button into an ordinary silver needle just before class concluded. Tabor, you were remarkable. You achieved the transformation so effortlessly. She complimented. Oomph. The third person, who had been overlooked by the two, scoffed before exiting the classroom. Tabor observed Phyllis's retreating figure with a slight frown of exasperation. Currently, the relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor, while not as antagonistic as during Voldemort's rise, was far from harmonious. As the saying goes, 1's position often dictates 1's mindset. Tabor believed that one must act in accordance with their standing. Having entered the pure-blood esteemed Slytherin house, it was only right to uphold the status of purebloods, as it also served to protect one's own interests. To distance oneself from a pure Gryffindor can also serve as a form of protection for her. As a member of Gryffindor, Phyllis ought to be surrounded by friends akin to the renowned trio. However, engaging too closely with a Slytherin may inevitably lead to complications for both parties involved. Tabor, who has a distinct aversion to trouble, was acutely aware of this. Without an absolute power capable of shattering all constraints, true freedom remains an elusive concept. Tabor, what are you gazing at? That Miss Potter has already wandered off, Sylvia remarked, her tone laced with a playful mockery despite not fully comprehending Tabor's murmured words. Nothing of consequence. Aren't you headed to the library? Let's go together, Tabor replied. Though he had remained single for many years, he understood the decorum of not mentioning another lady in the presence of one, unless she happened to be one's mother. In Tabor's mind, his acquaintance with Phyllis Potter was trivial at best. They had merely exchanged pleasantries on the train, and whenever she encountered him thereafter, she appeared inexplicably vexed. Yes, my brother should be arriving shortly, Sylvia remarked, clutching her textbooks as she intended to peer out of the classroom door. Tabor followed closely behind her, clearing away his errant thoughts and redirecting his contemplation toward the distinction between transfiguring inanimate objects into living beings and the actual creation of life. In myths of yore, the goddess Nuwa fashioned humanity from the clay of the heavens, perhaps in the eyes of a wizard. This was merely an application of profound transfiguration, molding earth into permanence and bestowing it with life. Could transfiguration truly endow objects with vitality? Until today, Tabor would have resolutely deemed such a notion impossible. However, the vivacity he discerned in the eyes of the magnificent bird conjured by Dumbledore had instilled within him a flicker of uncertainty. You cunning Slytherin, dare to bully my sister? I shall duel you. And you are? Sylvia inquired, observing the dark-haired boy before her, alongside the recently returned Phyllis. A vague suspicion of this audacious young man's identity began to form in her mind. Tabor hastened a few steps, positioning himself in front of Sylvia. A Gryffindor? Pray tell. What year are you in, upperclassman? Fleamont Potter, 5th year Gryffindor, he replied. Tabor shook his head in exasperation, saying, I believe the brave Gryffindors were above issuing dual challenges to first years. Fleamont felt a twinge of unease at Tabor's words. Yet upon seeing the remnants of tears on his sister's face, all remnants of rationality dissipated. I solely represent myself as an elder brother, challenging those who would dare to bully my sister. As he spoke, Fleamont withdrew his wand from his robe and uttered a spell. All petrified, prepared for such an encounter, Tabor swiftly drew upon his ample magical reserves, silently casting a large protective shield that enveloped both himself and Sylvia. Yet, the petrification spell never reached the magical barrier formed by his protective incantation. Instead, it was deflected by a spell that came soaring from the side. The two spells collided perfectly, landing on Phyllis, who was standing nearby, watching her brother confront the Slytherin. Porter, it is truly surprising to see your success. Eric squeezed through the crowd that had gathered around the Hogwarts administrator, accompanied by Harper, the caretaker. Look, it's another little cub from Gryffindor, he remarked. On the very first day of school, casting spells in the corridors, Dumbledore would find it difficult to justify this instance. Without acknowledging Tabor and Sylvia standing in the Transfiguration classroom, Administrator Harper grasped Fleamont Potter with one hand and held his wand aloft to maintain the levitation charm, guiding the already petrified filly behind him. With no spectacle to behold, most students dispersed, observing his younger sister and the lad from the Prince family. Eric couldn't help but inquire, what did you do to offend that mad dog from the Potter family? Tabor, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and uncertainly replied, it might be because of me. Eric had confidence in his clever sister, believing she would not be outmatched by anyone in her year. Hence he dismissed any concerns regarding Philly Potter. He silently resolved to keep a vigilant eye on Fleamont Potter, lest he take advantage of the situation. Tabor, that filly. Sylvia's eyes sparkled with the light of gossip, yet she hesitated to directly inquire about their relationship. Tabor did not conceal anything, sharing his perspective on the situation with Philly. After listening, Sylvia expressed her indignation. Clearly, Slytherin is the most esteemed house. Tabor, you are inherently different from those mindless lions. Why should she demand you to join Gryffindor? Tabor, initially perplexed by the little girl's sentiments, found Sylvia's argument surprisingly reasonable and nodded in agreement. Eric wholeheartedly supported Tabor's decision to maintain distance from the Potter family. Fleamont Potter was Eric's peer, and both excelled in various aspects. One hailed from the traditional Gryffindor lineage, while the other descended from a Slytherin heritage. They had been competing for over 5 years without a clear victor, each well aware of the other's capabilities. Chapter 17, Ensnare by Learning. Fleamont Potter is no pushover. Having faced a setback this time, he will certainly not let you off easily in the future. However, while he possesses formidable dueling skills, he is prone to impulsiveness and is generally manageable. As long as you do not initiate the spell casting or step into an adjacent empty classroom while casting, Mr. Harper, the administrator, will not interfere. Eric imparted his wisdom as they walked. In fact, I often choose to confront Potter in the corridors deliberately. That way, Mr. Harper will quickly arrive to apprehend that foolish lion and give him a proper lesson. Upon gazing at the library's extensive collection, Tabor's eyes welled with tears of longing, wishing he could instantly absorb all that knowledge. Oh my, the Hogwarts library is far grander than I ever imagined, he exclaimed. Sylvia, with a grimace, lamented that even if she graduated, she would never manage to read even a tenth of its volumes. Tabor remained silent, quickening his pace into the library, grabbing an unfamiliar book and leaning against a shelf to peruse it eagerly. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Tabor heard Sylvia's voice calling him for dinner. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, he barely lifted his head, muttering vaguely, "You go ahead," before returning to his book. Once Sylvia departed, no one else disturbed him until the oil lamps in the library flickered to life. It was only then, as an undeniable hunger surged within him, that he emerged from his intellectual reverie. In his previous life, Tabor had not been particularly fond of reading, save for novels. His aversion stemmed largely from his inability to comprehend or retain information. Finishing a book often left him feeling empty-headed, making it difficult to appreciate the joy of reading. Now, however, everything had changed. His mind, enhanced by divine power, granted him remarkable memory and comprehension skills. The sense of achievement derived from acquiring knowledge was intoxicating, particularly since the subject matter, magic, had been a long-held passion since his previous existence. Glancing at the darkening sky outside the castle, Tabor furrowed his brow in mild frustration. He wondered if there was still food available in the Hogwarts Great Hall. If not, would he have to seek out the kitchen on his very first day of school? Taking out his class schedule, Tabor located the library on the map and made his way downstairs according to its directions. Tabor, stop! He heard a voice call. Looking up, he saw Philly emerging from the infirmary, her already pale complexion appearing rather eerie in the dim light of the oil lamps. Philly, is something the matter? Tabor inquired, striving for a tone of calmness. I clearly arranged with the sorting hat to be placed in the same house as you. Why did you not agree? And are you deliberately ignoring me? Is it because of Miss Greengrass? This corridor, adjacent to the infirmary, typically saw little foot traffic, and now, perhaps due to the late hour, it was just the two of them. Listening to the girl's sob-laden questions, Tabor sighed, feeling an unwarranted twinge of guilt rise within him. The sorting hat undoubtedly deemed Slytherin a more fitting choice for him. Greengrass was indeed a friend, yet he had not intentionally ignored her. You should engage more with your housemates and cultivate new friendships. Wouldn't you agree? He suggested gently. Upon hearing Tabor's explanation, Philly wiped her tears but showed no inclination to relent. But you truly have ignored me. Not once since the sorting. Tabor rubbed his stomach, which was persistently reminding him of its emptiness, although he felt a tinge of impatience. He could not bring himself to bully a child, especially one who had just emerged from the infirmary, appearing somewhat frail. Philly, you hail from a distinguished Gryffindor family, with an older brother, so you must be well acquainted with Hogwarts. They have surely spoken ill of Slytherin. Haven't they? If I, as a Slytherin, were to develop a close relationship with you, how would your family perceive that? And would your classmates? Would they perceive you as a traitor and choose not to associate with you? Philia fell silent, contemplating her family's praise for Gryffindor and her brother's vitriol towards the opposing Slytherin. She realized that Tabor was indeed correct. Philia, it is getting late. Have you dined yet? Tabor, sensing the young girl's contemplation, swiftly changed the subject. Philia nodded, as if resolutely making a decision. Tabor, I have made up my mind. We shall remain friends. You are not like the typical Slytherin, and I believe my classmates will accept you. Very well, but in the presence of other Slytherins, we must maintain our distance, all right? Otherwise, if they see me playing with you, they might bully me from behind. You wouldn't want to witness me being tormented, would you? Although Philia felt that something was amiss, her ingrained negative perception of Slytherin led her to believe that her friend could indeed be bullied by them. To protect her friend, enduring a slight inconvenience was not wholly unacceptable. All right, when Slytherins are around, I shall pretend not to know you. The young girl was merely a passing interest for Tabor. He found little fascination in the trivialities of childhood. As for nurturing, he deemed it far more productive to focus on his studies. By the time the young girl blossomed into a mature lady, he would have already achieved success, and the prospect of finding a partner would not be a concern. When Tabor finally arrived at the Great Hall, guided by the map, he timed his entrance perfectly to catch the last wave of post-dinner desserts. He quickly seated himself at the long table and hastily indulged in a couple of cream cookies, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief and engage in conversation with those around him. Chapter 18, Daily Life. Tabor, you didn't spend the entire afternoon in the library, did you? Sylvia inquired, pushing the sandwich she had left earlier towards him. Indeed, I feared that if I didn't eat something soon, I might become the first student in Hogwarts history to faint from hunger in the library on the very first day of term. Tabor chuckled self-deprecatingly as he accepted the still warm sandwich. After a restful night, when he arrived at the Great Hall the next day, everyone was astonished to discover that Gryffindor's hourglass was devoid of even a single ruby. It was understood that at the beginning of the term, the headmaster had placed 50 gems in each hourglass to prevent any house from starting the school year with negative points. Yet Gryffindor had only managed to endure for a single day. At that moment, Dumbledore was absent from the professor's table, while Slughorn, as usual, was merrily sipping sherry, evidently in high spirits. Tabor, did you hear? That Gryffindor girl, with whom you have a bit of a rivalry, has encountered misfortune, Anna Hall said, elegantly seated beside Tabor, a mysterious expression adorning her face. Tabor knew precisely whom the half-blood prefect was referring to. However, he could hardly fathom what nefarious deed the frail girl he had seen the previous night could have committed. Miss Potter, then? So, her actions have indeed resulted in Gryffindor losing points? Bingo! You are correct, Anna replied, seemingly delighted, as she playfully tossed her meticulously styled hair. Yesterday, Mr. Potter astonishingly forgot to wait for his sister in the frigid castle, prompting Miss Potter's roommate to embark on an impromptu nocturnal adventure to find her. Tabor nodded knowingly. A solitary night excursion merited a deduction of 10 points, and this was hardly surprising. It appeared that this year, Slytherin would lack a formidable competitor for the House Cup. Speaking of night wanderings, Tabor harbored little interest. Why must one explore the castle under the cover of darkness? There were no explicitly forbidden areas within Hogwarts Castle. Even the restricted section could be accessed through proper channels. Slytherin thrived in harmony, with only occasional whispers of amusement when friends recounted the Gryffindor night escapade that led to point deductions. Gryffindor, however, was far from tranquil. As the sister of the Gryffindor prefect, and alongside her dormitory's first years, she had been caught roaming the castle on the very first day of term. A debacle stemming from the prefect's oversight. This incited dissatisfaction among many Gryffindors, particularly among several fifth-year boys who felt unjustly overlooked for the position of prefect themselves. They believed themselves no less worthy than that arrogant Potter fellow, and now, thanks to the newly appointed prefect, Gryffindor had lost a significant number of points, leading to their resentment towards the culprit. Some even speculated that Fleamont Potter had become prefect solely due to Dumbledore's favoritism towards the Potter family. Having just rescued his sister from the dim dungeon, Fleamont Potter entered the Great Hall to be met with various murmurs of doubt regarding his competency. Furthermore, after hearing his sister's account of her encounter with that Slytherin serpent, he was even more incensed, feeling that his sister had been deceived. Deep down, he believed that all of this was the fault of Slytherin. Had it not been for Prince's tears, none of this would have transpired, and Gryffindor would not have suffered such losses. Fleamont led Phyllis to a corner of the Gryffindor table, carelessly stuffing some food into his mouth. While a sudden realization struck him, it seemed that all of this was indeed a Slytherin conspiracy. That Prince fellow surely did not genuinely wish to befriend his sister. Yes, it must be so. How could the cunning Slytherins ever truly be friends with the brave Gryffindors? Professor Slughorn did not call out names, but instead promoted his slug club before explaining the preparation of scabious potions. Once Professor Slughorn concluded his lecture and Tabor was about to begin brewing, he was halted by the professor. Tabor, are you still adjusting well to life at Hogwarts? Tabor gazed at Slughorn's signature expression and nodded slightly. I'm quite well at Hogwarts. Of course, who wouldn't enjoy it here? Slughorn mused, lowering his voice upon realizing that class was still in session. This Saturday, at 8 o'clock, the Slug Club will hold its first gathering of the term in my office. You will attend, won't you, Tabor? Tabor reflected on his rather unpleasant birthday banquet, although he was not particularly fond of social soirees. The presence of the organizer beside him compelled him to feign enthusiasm and acquiesce. Slughorn, delighted to welcome fresh blood into his club, couldn't resist giving Tabor a hearty pat on the shoulder and advised him to dress well before waddling towards the podium. In truth, when Sylvia and others learned that Tabor had received an invitation from Slughorn to attend the club's soiree, they cast envious glances his way. It was noteworthy that even Malfoy, who was widely acknowledged as a future leader, had not managed to gain entry into the club upon his arrival. Much less could be said for others who, perhaps by the time of graduation, would still remain undiscovered by this professor who reveled in associating with prodigies. Saturday arrived swiftly, and during the preceding days, Tabor had memorized all the usual routes. With the guidance of his upperclassmen, the Gryffindor Cubs dared not cause any trouble. As for the first-year courses and assignments, they were effortlessly manageable. Everything proceeded seamlessly. Even the formal attire he was to wear had been sent by his parents. who had learned of his impending attendance at the soiree through Owlpost. After donning his outfit, Tabor cast a few grooming charms on his hair to achieve a sleeker appearance. Satisfied with his reflection in the mirror, he stepped out of his dormitory. Just as he was about to traverse the common room, he was unexpectedly halted by Anna Hall. At that moment, it was evident that Anna had taken great care in her appearance. Her softly curled hair was elegantly pinned up, leaving a few tendrils framing her cheeks. Despite not yet being 18, the serene and intelligent aura she exuded, combined with her somewhat mature evening gown, rendered her anything but juvenile. "Tabor, shall we go to the banquet together?" Anna proposed. Tabor paused momentarily, uncertain whether she intended to be his companion or merely wished to walk together to the event. Is it necessary to bring a date to the soiree?" he asked, feigning nonchalance. Anna stepped closer, her nearly adult height imposing a significant presence. The well-developed figure left Tabor swallowing hard. "Professor Slughorn certainly welcomes club members to bring a date. Are you perhaps considering bringing Miss Greengrass?" Looking into Anna's eyes, Tabor realized that time was of the essence and shook his head. "No need for that. It will be too late to inform Sylvia now. Let us proceed. Doesn't T. Hall want to bring a male companion along?" Anna queried naturally as she entwined her arm with Tabor's. Although her height made the gesture somewhat comical, she held on tightly, even brushing against his arm with a hint of softness from her bosom. "Very well, let us hurry along. And remember to call me Anna." The warm breath at his ear and the gentle words made it abundantly clear to Tabor, even in his naivete, that this woman, 5 years his senior, had ulterior motives. "Then let's be off, Anna." Slughorn's office was also located in the cellar, not far from the Slytherin common room. At this moment, Slughorn, clad in a brand new robe, stood at the entrance awaiting the arrival of club members. Upon seeing Tabor and Anna approach together, his expression momentarily stiffened before he broke into a beaming smile, greeting them with, "Anna, Tabor, I did not expect you two to come together." For the first time in many years, Tabor found himself being so closely held by someone other than a female elder, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Were it not for Senior Anna, I would have been unaware that the club dinner permitted bringing a female companion, he mused. Slughorn continued with a cheerful demeanor, Of course, even geniuses require friends, do they not? Anna, you may enter first. This is Tabor's inaugural gathering, and I must introduce him." Although Anna felt a twinge of reluctance, she obediently released her arm and proceeded into the office, which had been expanded countless times to effortlessly accommodate hundreds of guests. "Tabor, do you know why I kept you back?" Slughorn inquired softly, pulling Tabor aside. Tabor shook his head obediently, suspecting it was somehow related to Anna. Miss Hall was a half-blood, though her Muggle father had passed away when she was very young, and she had grown up within a pure-blood family. In that instant, Tabor comprehended Anna's situation. A week in Slytherin had sufficed to reveal to him the fervent attitudes of pure-blood families towards half-bloods. "Miss Hall is perhaps the most astute girl I have ever encountered. It seems she has possessed a clear objective since her enrollment at the age of 11, Slughorn remarked, hesitating slightly, as if discussing a girl's private matters was not particularly gentlemanly. Yet, glancing at Tabor, he continued, "She has always aspired to marry into a pure-blood family." Tabor could not help but frown, perplexed as to why Anna would suddenly take an interest in him, a mere child 5 years her junior. Although he certainly considered himself a prodigy, enhanced by his magically altered physique, he was still just a boy, in the realm of wizards, where lifespans could stretch indefinitely. A 5-year age gap seemed trivial. He pondered Anna's mature and alluring figure and sighed involuntarily. While he indeed had an affinity for beautiful older women, he felt his current youth was a hindrance. Moreover, influenced by his past life, he was entirely dismissive of bloodline theories. Marrying a staunch believer in such notions could lead to considerable discomfort in the future. "Professor, I believe I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I have no intention of seeking a girlfriend at this moment," Tabor replied, unable to suppress a smirk. In his previous life, such a scenario would have undoubtedly been labeled as early romance, warranting a summons to the headmaster's office for a reprimand. "Uncle, very well, it is settled then. The attendees have gathered sufficiently. We may proceed inside." After Tabor and Slughorn had greeted all the club members, Tabor finally distanced himself from his head of house. "Tabor, would you prefer some pumpkin juice or butterbeer?" Anna inquired, approaching him with 2 drinks in hand. "Butterbeer, please." "Thank you," he replied. Upon receiving the beverage handed to him by Anna, Tabor took 2 vigorous sips, finally feeling as though he had liberated himself from the myriad of faces surrounding him, his mind becoming strikingly clear. "Did Professor Slughorn speak to you just now?" Tabor initially intended to dodge the question, yet his lips, betraying his honesty, recounted the conversation with the professor. "Wait, what exactly did you give me to drink?" Tabor's voice trembled slightly as he inquired. Deep down, he had harbored suspicions, but found it hard to believe that a girl with almost no background would dare to drug him at a club soiree. Anna smiled sweetly. Didn't you already know? Well, I thought as a prodigy from a family of potion masters, you would be aware. Indeed, he replied. So, do you harbor any feelings for my sister? You are, after all, my favorite among all the boys in Slytherin, Anna remarked, gazing at Tabor's youthful face which, though not yet fully matured, hinted at a future handsomeness that compelled her to reach out and touch it. Why choose me? You must know that Malfoy is no less impressive, and the eldest son of the Black family is also in Slytherin. You should be somewhat familiar with our circumstances. Tabor queried, a question imbued with the effects of the truth serum, as well as his genuine confusion. Anna, amused by Tabor's inquiry while under the influence of the potion, couldn't help but giggle softly. Chapter 20. Departure. Tabor, feeling a surge of anger, realized that his image of Anna as a gentle senior had completely shattered. Observing the clarity returning to Tabor's gaze, Anna furrowed her brow. The truth serum she had brewed should not have worn off so quickly. Could it be that the Prince family possesses an antidote? Or was it possible that Tabor hadn't ingested the truth serum at all? Speak. What do you intend to do with me now that I am aware of your scheme? Anna eyed the wand in Tabor's grasp, feeling quite cornered. According to her plan, the truth serum was meant to lose its efficacy as the soiree drew to a close, after which Tabor would succumb to slumber, allowing her to whisk him away from prying eyes and cast a forgetting charm, erasing his memory of her administering the potion. Unbeknownst to Tabor, Anna's intentions were veiled. Yet while under the potion's control, he sensed its effects being gradually dismantled by his enhanced physique. Soon, the majority of it had dissipated, and the remaining trace was so minuscule that it had lost its initial potency. I understand you desire a better life, but I am not inclined to engage in matters of affection at present. Therefore, if you refrain from disturbing me in the future, today's events shall remain our secret. Do you comprehend? Tabor coldly uttered before attempting to depart. Wait, Tabor. Anna reached out to grasp his arm. Will you truly not consider being with me in the future? Tabor looked at Anna, who gazed at him with a pitiful expression, though a part of him felt a stir of unrest. The memory of the colorless and tasteless truth serum in his drink solidified his resolve to shake his head firmly. A faint smirk of derision lingered on her face. Sister Hall, do you know? Before today's banquet, I might have harbored a fleeting sentiment. After all, an attractive visage, combined with exemplary achievements, can indeed render one exceptional among the multitude of Slytherin girls. Tarba paused, observing Anna's somewhat ingratiating smile, and continued, however, your behavior today has led me to believe that even as a lover, I would constantly worry whether you might one day take my life, let alone consider you as a wife. Kindly keep your distance from me, Anna Hall. With a darkened expression, Tarba exited the banquet hall. Having recently endured the ordeal of being drugged, he found it impossible to maintain a facade of cheerfulness while engaging in trivial conversations with acquaintances. As a potioneer on the brink of becoming a master of potions, it was profoundly unsettling for him to have fallen victim to a truth serum. With over an hour remaining until curfew, he sought solitude to regain his composure and ascended the winding staircase aimlessly, reflecting on the vigilance that had inexplicably waned within him over time. Sighing heavily, Tarba suddenly realized he had unwittingly reached the rooftop of the astronomy classroom, where another figure stood, gazing quietly at Hogwarts. As if sensing his approach, the individual turned, and in the dim light of the moon, recognized Tarba. Tarba, I did not expect to find you here. In that instant, upon seeing Dumbledore, Tarba felt a multitude of realizations dawn upon him. Having read that series of books in his past life, and lived through 2 lifetimes, he possessed experiences of resurrection that few had encountered. Coupled with the enhancement of his powers, he began to harbor a certain disdain for those who might falter into obscurity in the future, unaware that without caution, he too could become one of the many. Tarba, have you encountered some trouble? I am well, merely coming to understand certain matters. Tarba took a few steps to the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the forbidding darkness of the Forbidden Forest. With the moonlight casting a shimmering glow on the black lake, his lingering frustration dissipating significantly. By the light of the moon, he observed a hint of gravity on Dumbledore's face, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could Grindelwald have committed another grave act? Although curiosity stirred within him, Tarba recognized that he lacked the standing to interfere in the matters between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore turned to regard the childlike figure beside him, noting that although he was unaware of the events that had transpired today, the boy appeared distinctly changed. Tarba hastened his pace to follow Dumbledore as they approached a corner. Remember, the 6th brick in this wall. Tap it 3 times with your wand. As long as you strike the same spot, A secret passage leading directly to the corridor outside the Great Hall will reveal itself. Tarba gazed in astonishment at Dumbledore's back, surprised that he would lead him through a hidden passage and openly share its means of access. Certainly, Tabor took a few swift steps and entered the secret passage. However, I did not anticipate that you, Professor, would divulge the secrets of this place to me. Dumbledore shook his head, stating that it was not truly a secret. Rather, it was simply that most individuals had not discerned it. Furthermore, he expressed indifference regarding the revelation of Hogwarts secrets, provided that no harm would come to the institution as a result. Tabor chuckled softly, suddenly realizing that he too should take the time to explore the hidden passages within Hogwarts. If he could uncover a few, it would certainly save him a considerable amount of time otherwise spent waiting for the stairs to move. Did the professor know of any other secret passages? Perhaps one leading from the cellar to the vicinity of the library? Dumbledore did not outright decline, but calmly inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to why?" Chapter 21, The Agreement. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully and then tentatively probed, "Do you not wish to visit the restricted section?" His regard for Tabor increased further. "By the way, if my memory serves me correctly, today should be the gathering of Slughorn's Club. Did you not attend?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Tabor recalled the earlier events of the soiree. "I did attend, though I have not even changed out of my formal attire. However, I'm not particularly fond of such gatherings, and due to certain occurrences at the event, I left early." It was only then that Tabor recognized that departing directly from the soiree seemed rather impolite. Dumbledore squinted slightly, continuing to walk forward without pause. "I mentioned before the start of the term that should you have any questions, you are welcome to seek me out. It is my duty as a professor to assist students, regardless of their house." Tabor refrained from mentioning the soiree, for he truly did not wish for anyone to know that he had been unguarded enough to be drugged. He also did not want the head of Gryffindor to learn that the female prefect of Slytherin would resort to administering truth serum to fellow students. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback by Tabor's inquiry, although there was a palpable awkwardness in his attempt to shift the topic. It was evident that he genuinely sought the answer to the question. "I regret to inform you, Tabor, that with my current abilities, I cannot bestow life upon inanimate objects, and thus I cannot provide you with a definitive answer to that question. The art of transfiguration merely creates the illusion of life in objects, contingent upon the desires of the one casting the spell." Dumbledore then seemed to have a sudden thought and added, "In fact, in comparison to transfiguration, advanced Patronus charms and alchemy can yield similar or even superior results. If wizards could indeed create life through some means, alchemy might be the closest to achieving that success." Though Tabor had not studied alchemy, he held a certain respect for it, given that his mother had a profound enthusiasm for the subject. "Professor, to my knowledge, Beauxbatons has consistently offered alchemy courses, while Hogwarts does not." "Ah, yes. In fact, during my own schooling, there was indeed an elective course on alchemy. However, the material was exceedingly extensive and complex, which deterred many from choosing it. Moreover, individuals capable of serving as professors of alchemy are quite scarce, coupled with the fact that alchemical materials are generally quite expensive." Dumbledore shook his head ruefully, acknowledging that Beauxbatons has persevered thanks to Nicodemus and his pupils. Tabor nodded in understanding. With Nicodemus's support, Beauxbatons need not fret over the costs of alchemical materials, and the students, inspired by his accomplishments, foster a greater admiration for the art of alchemy. Tabor was aware that Dumbledore was a friend of Mr. Nicodemus and possessed commendable alchemical skills himself. Yet he personally harbored no immediate desire to delve into the study of alchemy. Sensing Tabor's lack of interest, Dumbledore refrained from further discourse and silently escorted Tabor to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. "Very well, after lunch tomorrow. Do drop by my office if you have time. This is not a detention. However, I should be able to uncover a secret passage from the cellar to the library by then." With that, Dumbledore turned and strode away. Tabor, somewhat resigned, pursed his lips and uttered the password before entering the common room. It was noticeably quieter than usual. The festivities of the Slug Club seemed to be ongoing, as most Slytherin students, save for the first years, were likely still reveling in the office. Tabor rubbed his somewhat empty abdomen, cursing his miscalculation. Had he known, he would have taken the opportunity to visit the dining hall for a snack. Now that the curfew had passed, not only was he uncertain of his ability to find the kitchen at night, but he also dreaded the risk of being caught by the caretaker should he venture out of the common room. "Tabor?" Sylvia, clutching several books, rose from the sofa by the entrance of the common room and turned to see her friend entering. Tabor approached Sylvia, carefully scrutinizing her expression, and upon noticing her natural demeanor, he quietly sighed in relief. "Sylvia, Why aren't you with your brother? Tabor inquired, noting her concerned countenance, which prompted a slight smirk. Well, I've never been particularly fond of parties. Do you have anything to eat? Sylvia smiled and nodded. I thought Senior Hall would take good care of you. Accepting the small biscuit she offered, Tabor suddenly froze at the mention of Anna Hall, pausing momentarily before feigning nonchalance. Our interactions have not been particularly pleasant. In fact, I was unaware that one could bring a companion to the club soiree, had I known he deliberately left his statement unfinished. Casting a furtive glance at Sylvia to gauge her reaction. What would have happened had he known? Observing the glimmer of curiosity in Sylvia's eyes, Tabor became certain of her fondness for him. Chapter 22. The Early Maturation of Youth. Regardless of whether this fondness stemmed from a genuine friendship or was an early manifestation of familial influences, Tabor found no aversion to it. Sylvia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Tabor's words, although a flicker of joy danced within her. Naturally, I have some delightful little cakes in my dorm. If you're still peckish, I could fetch some for you. Tabor shook his head, swallowing the last morsel of his biscuit, and replied somewhat indistinctly, perhaps not. It's getting late. And indulging too much at night is not good for one's health. How about we have breakfast together in the hall tomorrow morning? Certainly. I shall await your arrival here around 8. Sylvia responded before turning and striding into the corridor of the girls' dormitory. Tabor, observing Zane's rather lewd grin, couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the precocity of wizards before furrowing his brow. Who informed you that I attended the banquet with Senior Anna? Zane's expression was one of amusement. Don't feign ignorance. Quite a few saw you and Senior Anna intertwined arm in arm as you passed through the corridor into the banquet hall. Moreover, as far as I know, you invited her long ago. I truly have no recollection of inviting a half-blood who is 5 years my senior. Tabor mimicked the Malfoy family's airs, grumbling disdainfully. Zane, however, nodded knowingly. Brother, I am certain you would never stoop to such a level, considering your looks and academic prowess. You are quite favored among pureblood girls. Please do not despair. Oh, you so readily believe that I did not invite Senior Hall? Zane cast Tabor a look akin to that of one observing a peculiar creature before continuing. In fact, you are not the first prey targeted. Last year's Malfoy, along with Granger, who was in the same year as Senior Hall, both had rumors swirling around them regarding Miss Anna. I had thought that upon my admission this year, it would be my turn. Alas, it appears she has a preference for your type. Sensing the tinge of envy and jealousy in Zane's tone, Tabor shrugged, expressing his resignation. I have no desire to become her quarry. Of course, you have far better options. For instance, the little princess of the Greengrass family. And it seems the ailing scion of the Potter family has taken quite a liking to you. Tabor rolled his eyes. While he indeed held some affection for Sylvia, he thought pairing up for life would only be a decent choice if things went well. However, what was up with that little lowly from the Potter family? He certainly had no intention of nurturing a lowly. Even with Sylvia, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would merely serve as a shield until 5th grade. As for whether they would end up together after graduation, who could say? With no desire to expend energy on such ethereal matters, Tabor took out his class schedule, perusing the densely packed tiny print on the back, which detailed the location of the Hogwarts kitchen. Behind a painting adorned with numerous fruits, simply scratch the pair. An entry would be granted. Praise be to the illustrious Slytherin. If you could coax your pet snake to utter certain phrases, you might discover some extraordinary locales within the snake house. The 8th floor of the castle housed a wondrous room. In the 3rd cubicle of the boys' lavatory on the 3rd floor lies a secret passageway leading to Hogsmeade. Indeed, every floor harbors hidden corridors that connect to the outside world, though most have succumbed to neglect and may one day be lost to the sands of time. During the 2nd week of the term, a flying lesson will take place, and those unacquainted with broomsticks should familiarize themselves with the levitation charm. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. The astute Slytherins, even if unable to soar, must descend gracefully. After meticulously reviewing the fine print on the map to ensure nothing was overlooked, Tabor tossed the parchment onto his desk. He glanced at Zane, who was performing sit-ups on the bed beside him. Have you seen the class schedule? Of course not. Zane quipped, a rare jest escaping him before he continued somewhat absently. Isn't that what you're here for? Besides, from what I've gathered, that gift isn't particularly precious. Most of it consists of upperclassmen offering tidbits about Hogwarts. Rather than simply receiving answers, I yearn to explore this castle brimming with secrets myself. Tabor scrutinized his roommate for a moment, noting the excitement and longing in his expression, confirming that Zane's desire to explore the castle was sincere. You truly ought to consider joining Gryffindor. You're not the first to suggest that. The following day, while Zane remained lost in dreams, Tabor quietly donned his robes and made his way to the deserted common room. He vowed that his improved health required little sleep to restore his vitality. and it certainly was not the thrill of breakfasting with a girl for the first time that kept him awake. Tabor, I didn't expect you to be up this early. Sylvia, clad in a pristine robe and rubbing her eyes, entered the common room, gazing incredulously at Tabor, who sat by the fireplace. I just got up too. I didn't eat much last night. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we check the kitchen? Of course. After we have breakfast, could you accompany me for a stroll by the Forbidden Forest? Tabor nodded and walked out of the Slytherin common room alongside Sylvia. On a weekend morning, most people opt for a leisurely sleep-in, resulting in an unusually quiet corridor. Tabor, would you like to be with me always? Like my brother and Miss Black. Sylvia's voice was soft, as if afraid of being overheard. Tabor felt that had it not been for his keen hearing, he might have missed her words entirely. I have 2 siblings. My brother has been designated as the next heir since birth. As for me, I must marry into another pure-blood family. In truth, these 7 years at Hogwarts represent the only freedom granted to me by my family. If I cannot find a suitable match within this time, I will be betrothed to someone I may never have met. Chapter 23, The Prophecy. Tabor refrained from expressing any opinions on the matter. Although he held a disdain for arranged marriages, he recognized that most pure-blood families in Slytherin adhered to this practice. Viewed from a different perspective, since one benefits from the family's resources, it seems only natural to sacrifice for the family in return. Don't you think we're still too young? Tabor suddenly inquired, observing Sylvia's tightly pressed lips. Are you absolutely certain that we won't develop feelings for others in the future? Tabor shook his head in mild exasperation, having gained a clearer understanding of the precociousness exhibited by these children. I promise you, I won't associate with any other girls until after 5th grade. We should focus on our studies for now. Just imagine if you were to achieve notable success in certain magical studies. Surely, your family would regard you with greater esteem. Sylvia nodded in agreement. Indeed, if I could accomplish something extraordinary, I would naturally be able to dictate my own path. However, I don't possess any particular talents. Tabor chuckled at the evident disappointment on the young girl's face, finding it somewhat unkind yet amusing. Suddenly, the notion of securing a future bride for himself appeared rather appealing. All right, I'll concede to your request. If you haven't found someone else to marry by the time you graduate, I shall wed you. That's a promise. You mustn't go back on your word, Sylvia exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Tabor's hand and dashed toward the direction of the hall. After sharing a breakfast together, the two spent a leisurely morning traversing the campus, personally exploring several secret passages chronicled by the older students. It was only after lunch that Tabor made his way to Dumbledore's office alone. Knock, knock. Tabor gently tapped on the wooden door of Dumbledore's office, which was located on the same level as the Transfiguration classroom and not far away. Come in. Upon seeing Tabor enter, Dumbledore appeared quite pleased. Tabor, I trust one have not interrupted your enjoyable weekend with friends. Tabor shook his head. Not all, Professor. Dumbledore, with his piercing blue eyes that seemed to see into one's soul, scrutinized the boy before him. In truth, Tabor was not the only student under his watchful gaze. Most gifted students fell within his purview. Yet, he sensed that Tabor was exceptionally unique among them. From their initial meeting, the boy's admiration, along with the occasional flicker of pity and caution in his eyes, intrigued Dumbledore, as if Tabor were privy to many matters concerning himself. Would you care for something to drink? Tea, pumpkin juice, or perhaps I have cherry juice as well? Dumbledore suggested, gesturing for Tabor to take a seat opposite him. Cherry juice, please, Tabor replied, surprised that Dumbledore remembered his preference, considering cherry juice was far less common than pumpkin juice. Dumbledore first poured the juice into a cup before clearing away the parchment cluttering the table to make room for a plate of snacks. The middle-aged version of Dumbledore, while undeniably talented and immensely powerful, exhibits a certain impatience compared to his future self 50 years hence, still embodying the distinctive vigor of Gryffindor. To claim he can perceive the future, or at least a potential aspect of it, would not be entirely inaccurate. Yet, this stems from the fact that he was never truly of this world, his understanding of prophetic ability vastly different from that of wizards. However, should the notion arise that he cannot foresee, Tabor harbored no confidence in deceiving Dumbledore's keen perception. It is crucial to note that within the narratives known to Tabor, Dumbledore, despite being an extraordinarily great wizard and leader, did not lead a particularly happy life. Many perceive him as a master of manipulation, nurturing Harry into a savior, yet failing to adequately protect his loyal subordinates. Nevertheless, Dumbledore is merely human, now past 50, his body inevitably beginning its descent into frailty. As a leader, the ability to guide his people to victory against their adversaries suffices to deem him competent. I have indeed glimpsed certain possibilities, Tabor cautiously continued. Dumbledore assumed a posture of attentive listening. Professor, I wish to pose a question to you. Dumbledore nodded, taking a bite of cake before responding, "Please proceed. If you were aware of the future, would you endeavor to alter it?" Dumbledore paused, his dessert momentarily forgotten, realizing that Tabor had acknowledged his knowledge of the future. Now, deliberating whether to share his visions. Tabor nodded, yet he was acutely aware that what he had witnessed was merely a narrative, a world devoid of his own presence, serving only as a reference, fundamentally distinct from genuine prophecy. "Professor, there are indeed matters that, even without your inquiry, I would eventually feel compelled to divulge, perhaps to share a glimpse of a possible future." Subsequently, Tabor recounted the tale of the second Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, deliberately omitting details concerning the contemporaries and subsequent generations, focusing instead on the intertwined destinies of Dumbledore and the two Dark Lords. Upon concluding, Dumbledore pondered silently, recognizing a striking resemblance between the actions of the Dumbledore described by Tabor and his own conduct. Does this imply that England will also be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed in the future? Tabor quickly shook his head. "Professor, none of this has yet come to pass. Moreover, what I have perceived is but one of many possibilities. Knowing these events inevitably alters the future." Dumbledore nodded, his fingers absently tapping on the table. The third stone tile from the bottom of the corridor corner outside the library. If struck 5 times with a wand at the same spot, a hidden passage to the cellar will reveal itself, with its exit near the office of the Slytherin head. With the revelation of this new, secret passage, Tabor felt his earlier apprehension regarding the future dissipate. The events yet to unfold were best left for his future self to grapple with. Tabor longed to dash to the library and ascertain how long it would take to traverse the secret passage to the Slytherin common room. "How about a stroll?" Dumbledore inquired kindly, his demeanor betraying none of the inner turmoil he had recently endured. "Where to?" Tabor asked with curiosity, speculating whether Dumbledore intended to introduce him to an old acquaintance. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him shift, and he found himself in a dimly lit corner. How convenient. Tabor gazed enviously at the magnificent golden-red bird perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder. Among the various modes of magical transportation he had experienced, he deemed the phoenix the most comfortable and swift. Dumbledore drew his wand and lightly tapped both himself and Tabor, transforming their peculiar-looking robes into sharply tailored suits. "This will suffice," he declared, stepping out from the shadowy corner onto a somewhat dilapidated street. Uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions and unfamiliar with their location, Tabor silently followed, scanning his surroundings in hopes of discovering some traces of magic. "The Woosley Orphanage?" he mused, realizing Dumbledore sought to glimpse the future Dark Wizard, the current Tom Riddle. "Professor, what are your plans?" Tabor's curiosity piqued, pondering whether Dumbledore would take decisive action against Tom before he could fully realize his potential. Yet, if that were indeed his intention, why involve Tabor at all, when he could proceed stealthily? "Let us refrain from action for now. You mentioned that those were matters of the future, did you not?" Dumbledore replied, entering the orphanage through the open door. The passers-by seemed oblivious to his presence, their eyes reflecting a certain numbness towards life. Observing the crumbling structure and the ragged children, Tabor couldn't help but sigh, feeling grateful that he had never found himself in such dire straits. "That must be Tom," he noted, following Dumbledore's gaze to see a boy sitting amidst the grass, murmuring strangely to himself, while the surrounding children and even adults made a conscious effort to steer clear of him. "Is he speaking to a snake? Parseltongue?" Dumbledore glanced at Tabor, a hint of puzzlement crossing his features. After all, it was Tabor who had informed him about Tom's identity. Tabor rubbed his arms, covered in goosebumps, and said uneasily, "This is the first time I've heard Parseltongue. Though it is rather unsettling, I must admit, speaking in snake language is truly frightening." Dumbledore refrained from elaborating on the matter, instead quietly observing Tom's every move as he deftly used simple levitation to feed a piece of meat from the kitchen to a small snake, framing another child from the orphanage for the theft, all while watching him intimidate the younger ones. "Tabor, what sort of child do you perceive him to be?" Dumbledore inquired, glancing at Tabor. To him, whether it was Tabor, Grindelwald, or to the boy Tom Riddle before them, each possessed extraordinary talents that made them shine like luminaries against the dark tapestry of night, appearing distinctly out of place. "You seem to hold him in high regard. Will you then become one of his Death Eaters in the future?" Dumbledore's expression bore a hint of intrigue, as if he were jesting, yet genuinely seeking an answer. Tabor couldn't help but roll his eyes. Had he not acquired the fragment of a relic as his fortunate boon, he might have had to rely solely on his Slytherin heritage, investing early in a faction, ingratiating himself with Dark Lords, and playing the double agent. However, endowed with divine power that enhanced both body and mind, Tabor was confident that while his talents may not rival those of the Dark Lords, they would certainly not fall far behind. Moreover, as long as he remained at Hogwarts, when the time came for the progeny of darkness to rise, he might even be able to vanquish the young Dark Lord with a mere flick of his wrist. I certainly have no intention of becoming a Death Eater. The name itself sounds rather undignified. Moreover, I do not believe I will ever be inferior to Tom. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, then simply turned and walked away from the orphanage. Tabor was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Dumbledore to depart so abruptly. Tabor, I recall you expressing a desire to remain at Hogwarts as a professor. As Tabor caught up, Dumbledore suddenly broached a topic unrelated to the Dark Lord. Yes, I did say that, Tabor replied. Do you still feel the same way? Dumbledore inquired. Tabor nodded, until he discovered a superior method of harnessing his divine powers. He was determined to remain at Hogwarts. Students could stay for 7 years, while professors, barring unforeseen circumstances, enjoyed a lifetime tenure. Excellent. As a senior and future professor, it wouldn't be unreasonable to spend some time caring for the younger students, would it? Chapter 25, Translocation. Tabor gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. In his recollection, Dumbledore had always been skeptical of Tom Riddle's behavior, likely keeping a close watch on him. Now, was he entrusting this formidable task to Tabor? Professor, this doesn't seem appropriate. After all, I am merely a student, and Tom. Dumbledore shook his head, his tone remarkably relaxed. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Barring any unforeseen events, you will have the opportunity to guide him for several years. Tabor couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet he understood that agreeing to keep an eye on Tom would almost guarantee his continued presence at the school, though he felt somewhat like a mere tool. Tabor ultimately acquiesced for the sake of ensuring his own potential would be properly utilized in the future. After all, Dumbledore had not specified how to proceed with the care. They could navigate the situation as it unfolded. Aside from the two of them and a bird, no one was aware that someone had departed Hogwarts for half a day over the weekend. Tom has slipped away unnoticed. Tabor, would you care to share a meal? Tabor had not anticipated that he and Dumbledore had brazenly observed Tom for an entire afternoon. Should he hasten to the Great Hall now, he would likely arrive just in time for dessert. Apologies for the interruption. Tabor resumed his previous seat, gazing curiously at Dumbledore. At that moment, he was quite eager to discover how the professors at Hogwarts fared in their dining experiences. Dumbledore regarded the seated Tabor and snapped his fingers. 2 dinners, along with large cups of honeyed water. Tabor, would you like anything extra? Tabor shook his head. Dumbledore approached his own chair, where the table had been tidied, revealing ample space for the food. Esteemed Professor Dumbledore, here is your dinner with a young gentleman. A house elf adorned with a Hogwarts insignia tablecloth presented a large tray upon the table. Very well, Mito, I shall call for you if needed. The house elf named Mito bowed and with a sharp pop, vanished from sight. The elf's magic is quite convenient, is it not? Tabor nodded and glanced at the phoenix perched on its stand. The abilities of magical creatures are indeed formidable. Dumbledore took a sip of the sweet honeyed water. Indeed, but our strength lies in our capacity for continuous learning. Tabor took a ham sandwich, somewhat distracted as he took a bite. His mind was preoccupied with images of house elves and phoenixes effortlessly teleporting beyond magical constraints. Hearing Dumbledore's words, he suddenly became aware. With this thought, Tabor recalled a spell he had long hesitated to practice alone, apparition. Though it was prohibited within Hogwarts, its effects were astonishing. The question now was, whom should he enlist to assist him in mastering this magic? Although Dumbledore had repeatedly invited him to seek help with any queries, he was, after all, the deputy headmaster and also the head of Gryffindor House and the Transfiguration Professor. It felt somewhat inappropriate for a Slytherin to seek extra tutoring from him. As for Professor Mellis of Defense against the Dark Arts and Professor Will of Charms, Tabor felt they had not yet developed the camaraderie necessary for him to request guidance on a spell far beyond their current curriculum. Lastly, there was Professor Slughorn. If Tabor were to approach him, he was certain he would assist. However, this professor had a penchant for boasting, and should Tabor truly master apparition, it would likely be common knowledge among the entire faculty by the following day. Tabor, is the food not to your liking? Dumbledore inquired. I was merely contemplating the intricacies of magic. Dumbledore ladled a spoonful of ketchup over his fried fish. What? Is there still a spell you find insurmountable? I have heard Slughorn speak of your remarkable talents more than once. Tabor couldn't help but chuckle wryly, acknowledging that although he was endowed with divine powers that granted him formidable magic, exceptional memory, and quick reflexes, he was not omniscient. There were still things he needed to learn through experience. Why did it seem as if Dumbledore implied he was born with inherent knowledge? A sudden curiosity to attempt apparition arose within him. However, he was aware of the risks of splinching, which made him hesitant to try. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing about this magic, sensing he had perhaps underestimated the child before him. Although the current textbooks were somewhat lacking in rigor, most advanced spells required a certain emotional resonance to be cast effectively, with some spells being particularly challenging. Emotions? Tabor had always studied independently, and this was the first time he heard someone elucidate the intricacies of advanced spells, immediately seizing upon the crux of Dumbledore's words. Indeed, most spells categorized as advanced, and even some dark magic, necessitated the infusion of strong emotions during their execution, Dumbledore stated gravely. However, Tabor remained oblivious to Dumbledore's peculiar demeanor, preoccupied instead with the three principles of apparition: target, determination, and composure. To him, this meant resolutely advancing towards the objective while maintaining a calm demeanor in action. If you wish to give it a try, we can head to the edge of the Forbidden Forest shortly. Of course, this is contingent upon your understanding of the apparition spell, Dumbledore remarked. Having nearly finished his meal, Dumbledore sipped on his honeyed water while directing a quill to dance across a floating parchment. Tabor instantly recognized it as a paper submitted by a student, likely an assignment for older years due to its length. There are only 2 hours until curfew, and I have already taken up quite a bit of your time today, he noted. Nevertheless, Dumbledore was eager to witness Tabor's aptitude for this advanced spell, so he summoned the Phoenix, which promptly transported the freshly cleaned Tabor to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 26. The Order of the Phoenix. The Phoenix, having deposited the two individuals at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, flapped its wings and perched upon a tall tree, tilting its head in mild disdain at the two humans below. After carrying them halfway across England, it found it quite excessive for its master to demand yet more of it at such a late hour. Tabor was also taken aback, not expecting Dumbledore to be so decisive at that moment. All right, draw your wand, Tabor. With Dumbledore's enthusiasm, Tabor had no choice but to comply, drawing his wand while silently praying that if he were to splinch, it wouldn't involve his intestines. Otherwise, the meal he had just consumed would be in vain. Do not be anxious. Remember the incantation method and precautions for apparition, Dumbledore instructed, illuminating the surroundings with his wand and drawing a conspicuous circle on the ground. Tabor drew forth his elderberry wand and took a deep breath, aware that both his magical prowess and physical capabilities met the requirements for performing apparition. Yet, he found himself struggling with the emotional aspect that Dumbledore had mentioned. A voice within urged him to trust that, even if a mishap occurred, Dumbledore would be there to ensure he would not suffer any grievous harm. However, another voice countered that, while he might escape unscathed, the dislocation would be quite uncomfortable. Why not wait until he felt more assured before attempting such a spell? Standing still, Tabor focused on the luminous circle a short distance away, envisioning the successful scenes from films, and he endeavored to cultivate the emotions necessary to achieve his goal. When he felt sufficiently prepared, he turned in place and, with a swish, vanished from sight, only to reappear in an instant at the edge of the glowing circle. Bravo! Dumbledore exclaimed after a meticulous inspection. Though your first attempt was slightly off target, the spell has indeed been successfully cast. Hearing Dumbledore's words instilled a sense of relief in Tabor, but he meticulously checked his own limbs before gingerly moving his somewhat numb feet. Having succeeded the first time, he resolved to try again. He recalled that true masters of magic could instinctively perform this spell and wield it in combat. Gazing at the newly drawn white circle, now further from him than the last, he felt emboldened by his prior success. Everything seemed more attainable. Come now, Tabor. Focus on your objective, and do not hesitate, Dumbledore encouraged. As soon as the words left his lips, Tabor vanished once more and appeared right in the center of the second circle. Perfect. I believe you're now ready to pursue your Ministry of Magic certification, Dumbledore remarked, his robes fluttering with delight. Elated by his mastery of apparition, Tabor felt a surge of joy. At least when his parents dropped him off at Platform 9 next term, he could apparate to the vicinity of Hogsmeade Station. Regardless of Dumbledore's true intentions or how he might wish to utilize Tabor, the young wizard was unconcerned. He had played a significant role in the recent practice. Dumbledore shook his head gently, saying, "Do not say that, Tabor. In truth, teaching students is a fundamental duty of a professor. And you, though gifted with the ability to glimpse the future, are overly influenced by it." Tabor smiled wryly, acknowledging that he indeed viewed characters from the narrative with a different lens, especially figures like Dumbledore, who could be considered a protagonist of an entire era. As you said, the future is not fixed, thus I hope you will cherish the present, Dumbledore added before glancing at Fawkes, who remained perched in the tree, reluctant to descend. With that, he began to walk slowly toward the castle alongside Tabor. The sky had completely darkened, and the edge of the forbidden forest lay shrouded in utter blackness, devoid of any light. To Tabor's surprise, he discovered that despite the darkness, his eyes seemed to possess a certain degree of night vision. A flicker of luminescence emerged. The tip of his elderberry wand glowed with a soft, milky orb, illuminating the uneven ground below, riddled with holes burrowed by small creatures. Tabor, what do you think of my idea to establish the Order of the Phoenix in advance? Suddenly, he heard Dumbledore pose this question, catching him off guard. He stumbled slightly, but fortunately, his quick reflexes prevented him from falling flat. Well, as long as you're happy, he replied. Dumbledore seemed oblivious to Tabor's momentary lapse and continued. You mentioned that my future self will form the order to combat Tom's Death Eaters, but that is a matter for the future. The wizarding world may currently require another force to counterbalance and protect those in need. Tabor understood that Dumbledore, having gleaned glimpses of the future, wished to take proactive measures. However, he pondered the implications of establishing the order now. Might it lead to Grindelwald's incarceration in Nurmengard being expedited? Then again, it appeared that Dumbledore was reluctant to confront Grindelwald directly, suggesting that the order served primarily as a symbolic shield. This thought ignited Tabor's curiosity. Professor, is it true that, as rumored, you still maintain a connection with Grindelwald, which is why you hesitate to confront him directly? Dumbledore did not disclose to Tabor that Grindelwald had been diligently pursuing the objectives they once set together, which also contributed to his reluctance to face him. After contemplating this, Tabor suddenly perceived that forming the Order of the Phoenix might not be an unfavorable endeavor. The only distinction would be that Harry and Ron's generation would transition from the second to the third generation of the Order. Even if Tom were to continue down the path of Voldemort, facing an Order with a more robust foundation would likely prove challenging for him. Establishing the Order was not the issue. Rather, the Saints had not caused any disturbances in Britain, leading most British wizards to refrain from opposing them. Perhaps, Professor, you could leverage your reputation to attract some students, but there would still be a significant lack of core support, Tabor analyzed calmly. Chapter 27. Joining. Dumbledore paused before responding. This is not an insurmountable issue. The order you envision cannot be expected to materialize instantly in its final form. Tabor thoughtfully considered Dumbledore's current advantages. Undoubtedly, compared to the Order's formation decades later, the present Dumbledore was in the prime of his life, both physically and in terms of magical prowess. While his reputation might not yet rival that of the Dumbledore who defeated Grindelwald, the Gryffindors held their headmaster in the highest esteem. If Dumbledore sought to build a faction, they would undoubtedly rally to his support. In fact, even years hence, the majority of members in Dumbledore's order would likely hail from Gryffindor. You are correct, Professor. Given your esteemed reputation within Gryffindor, many would surely wish to join. Dumbledore suddenly slowed his pace. And what about you, Tabor? Would you be willing to become the first member of the Order of the Phoenix? Tabor was taken aback by Dumbledore's question. Engaging in the struggles against either the Saints or the Death Eaters was not something he wished to partake in. Even his attempts to cultivate a friendship with Dumbledore were motivated by the latter's impending position as headmaster. To be honest, Professor, I have no desire to battle anyone. I find greater fulfillment in brewing potions and studying spells than in conflict. Dumbledore nodded slightly, aware of his limited influence over Slytherin. The majority of those inclined to join the Order would likely hail from Gryffindor. Nonetheless, the other houses represented a formidable force. Otherwise, Voldemort could not have risen to power solely with a handful of pure blood families from Slytherin. In truth, this does not contradict itself. The Order will certainly require a master of potions. Sensing the gravity in Dumbledore's tone, Tabor deliberated for a moment before responding. I would consider joining the Order, but I hope to remain at Hogwarts. Moreover, it is foreseeable that most members will be from Gryffindor, so I request that my membership remain confidential. Above all, I wish for my time as a student to be as tranquil as possible. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. He was not surprised by Tabor's stipulations, as most Slytherins were far less naive than Gryffindors. Of course, these are merely my thoughts. I do not wish for you children to confront enemies. He then pushed open the already closed oak door and continued. Hogwarts truly requires exceptional talent. Professor Slughorn is still adequate, but Professors Merithot and Wilkes are not exactly youthful. Additionally, elective courses in divination and alchemy have been discontinued. Tabor silently acknowledged this in his heart. The wizarding world was indeed sparse, and specialized talents were exceedingly rare. This scarcity had resulted in many elective courses at Hogwarts not being consistently offered. Just as Sybil Trelawney successfully prophesied the Dark Lord's rise, she remained at Hogwarts thereafter. Perhaps he could one day succeed in teaching the subject of spells. Herbology could also be a rewarding pursuit. However, he harbored concerns about defense against the dark arts. He dreaded the day Tom might accidentally sever his soul and cast a curse on the course, leaving him to bear the brunt of it. Who do we have here? Dumbledore, out past curfew with a student in the castle, was met with a somewhat smug caretaker. The man, emerging seemingly from nowhere, looked at Dumbledore and his companion, Tabor. Upon noticing Tabor's silver-green accessory, he paused momentarily before bursting into a more boisterous laughter. Look here, little snake. Dumbledore, I trust you won't meddle too much. And you, instead of being in your bed during curfew, you'll have to come with me, regardless of the reason. If you do not wish to sleep in the warmth of your dormitory, perhaps the cold dungeons will serve as a lesson. Having said this, caretaker Harper approached to grab Tabor, but was thwarted by Dumbledore's swift intervention. Harper gazed at Dumbledore with palpable disdain, his expression akin to that of a man observing an insufferable meddler. Dumbledore tightened his grip on his wand, contemplating whether to render the administrator before him unconscious, accompanied by a memory charm. Meanwhile, another voice echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Angus, what is the matter? Hearing this voice, Angus Harper's countenance relaxed, even revealing a hint of a smile. Headmaster Slughorn, you're still awake at this late hour? As Slughorn approached, he noticed Tabor standing beside Dumbledore, prompting him to furrow his brow in mild frustration. Indeed. Tabor, what brings you here? I have been searching for you. Tabor glanced at Dumbledore, weighing his words before responding. I was consulting Professor Dumbledore about some spells. Silently, Tabor followed Slughorn towards the dungeons. Your parents must have advised you to steer clear of Dumbledore, correct? Slughorn shook his head. I do not concern myself with your interactions with Dumbledore, but I shall inform your grandmother of your behavior at school. Slughorn cast a knowing glance at Tabor, feeling quite satisfied with his sister S standing within the Prince family. We shall see how you conduct yourself in the future. Oh, by the way, I have been looking for you since dinner to inquire why you departed from the banquet without a word yesterday. Chapter 28. Inspiration. Tabor had anticipated that Slughorn might pose this question, so he responded vaguely, I had a slight disagreement with Senior Hall. I apologize, Professor. Next time there is a banquet, I will be sure to invite Sylvia. At the mention of Miss Granger, Slughorn's interest piqued, and he smiled broadly. It seems you are getting along well with your friends. This is splendid. The two proceeded to the dungeons, arriving at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Slughorn patted Tabor on the shoulder. You are welcome to visit my office if you ever need anything. Now go on in. Tabor nodded obediently and, after bidding farewell to his professor, recited the password to enter the Slytherin lounge. Upon entering, Tabor noticed Sylvia waiting for him, unable to suppress a smile. It's nothing. I just had a brief meeting with the professor. Although Sylvia was curious about Tabor's unexplained absence throughout the afternoon and his decision to forego dinner in the Great Hall, she discerned his reluctance to elaborate and wisely refrained from probing further. At that moment, Zane sat at his desk, scratching his head as he scribbled on parchment. Upon seeing Tabor enter, his eyes lit up with excitement. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Sylvia, Tabor was startled by Zane's intense gaze. Let us speak plainly. I'm male, attracted to females, and I prefer to remain steadfast, even in the face of adversity. Zane's expression shifted immediately as he inquired, Tabor, have you completed your homework? May I borrow your paper for a moment? Tabor approached his desk, opened the drawer, and retrieved several sheets of parchment. The potion assignment is unnecessary for me to complete. Everything else is right here. As Zane received the parchment, he felt a twinge of disappointment at missing one subject. However, for him, it was ample time saved. All right, I'll show you, but don't ever look at me with that gaze again, understood? Tabor paid little heed to Zane's attitude and simply settled at his desk. To his astonishment, he discovered that the sandwich inside the paper bag was still warm. Someone had cast a temperature-preserving charm on the bag, making the food inside indistinguishable from that which had just been served at the dinner table. Although Tabor had already dined with Dumbledore, he found no harm in indulging further. By the time Tabor had finished devouring all the food Sylvia had sent, Zane was still fervently scribbling at the table. Tabor leaned back against the bed and began to examine a piece of parchment that Dumbledore had slipped him before departing. This parchment appeared to have been torn from a book, though it was also plausible that Dumbledore had employed a duplication charm to replicate a certain page. It contained only one spell and detailed notes about it, seemingly penned by Dumbledore himself. The Patronus charm, a spell invoked with feelings of joy, was said to be the most effective means of warding off Dementors, and it was rumored that dark wizards were incapable of casting it. Tabor contemplated the implications of Dumbledore bestowing this spell upon him. White magic, black magic, Tabor murmured. Though black and white were not entirely antithetical to a novice in the magical arts, They appear to be in stark opposition. What's the matter, Tabor? Are you contemplating casting dark magic on someone? Zane queried with a mischievous grin as he returned Tabor's assignment. Tabor shook his head. I merely stumbled upon an intriguing spell and wished to experiment. All right, Zane replied somewhat sullenly. I recently acquired a family heirloom of dark magic and was hoping to find someone to test its efficacy. Tabor's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly perceived that his roommate was not as he seemed on the surface. It was no wonder he had been sorted into Slytherin. Clearly, the sorting hat, which had operated for over a millennium, had not erred. What magic do you wish to learn? Tabor shook the parchment in his hand. The Patronus charm. I am quite curious about what my Patronus will be. The Patronus charm? I believe I've heard my parents mention it. It is supposed to be effective against Dementors and seems rather complex. Tabor nodded, reflecting on the profound heritage of magical families before continuing. This spell falls under the category of advanced magic, yet compared to other perilous spells, it is relatively benign. The incantation summons a guardian in animal form, which can convey messages and repel Dementors. As Tabor spoke, Zane's expression gradually turned to stone. He had initially assumed that Tabor would pursue a minor curse imbued with dark magic. Those lesser spells not found in textbooks were highly esteemed among the lower years of Slytherin. Not only is the casting of spells straightforward, but their effects surpass those of ordinary incantations significantly, unlike true dark magic, which can inflict lasting wounds on individuals. The outcome is akin to advanced magic. Is this truly the curriculum suitable for a first-year student? Tabor observed the somewhat hasty retreat of his roommate and couldn't help but smile wryly before extinguishing the lamp with a wave of his wand and retreating into the warmth of his blankets. The second Monday at school was remarkably tranquil. Tabor continued to excel in class, as usual. In truth, for someone with a magical intellect on par with an adult, it was quite challenging to remain at the same level as the surrounding children. Dumbledore had not sought out Tabor again, as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. As for whether Dumbledore had begun gathering personnel to establish the Order of the Phoenix, Tabor chose not to concern himself with such matters. Chapter 29. Girlfriend? Sylvia remained in her usual spot near the fireplace, awaiting Tabor's return, just as she had the day prior. Tabor naturally accepted the food, suddenly feeling that this action was oddly familiar. Perhaps he and the girl before him had indeed forged a friendship. Wait a moment, if friend is modified by the term female, does that not imply girlfriend? With this thought, Tabor felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Thank you, Sylvia. A chuckle escaped Sylvia at Tabor's discomfort, instantly dispelling any lingering shyness she had previously felt. Hearing her laughter, Tabor quickly cast aside his chaotic thoughts. He was a man destined for greatness, and he couldn't afford to waste time on such trivialities. However, as he felt the gentle warmth emanating from the paper bag in his hands, he found it difficult to suppress his inner sentiments. No sooner had he entered the corridor of the boys' dormitory than he was confronted. Looking up, he recognized it was Eric Greengrass, the Slytherin prefect. Mr. Prince, I have noticed that my sister has been bringing food from the Great Hall for 2 consecutive days, Eric remarked, casting a glance at the paper bag in Tabor's hand. Moreover, she sought my advice last night on how to use the warming charm. Tabor mechanically nodded, a hint of apprehension creeping into his heart. As for what my sister wishes to do, I will not interfere. However, I do not wish to hear any unfavorable rumors about her before she graduates. Furrowing his brow, Tabor sensed that the prefect might have misconstrued something. Yet he dismissed it and stepped into his dormitory without further ado. Tabor simply acknowledged with a soft grunt, indicating his understanding, then took a seat at his desk and began to eat the food from the bag. Strangely, perhaps due to the adaptation his body had undergone after last time's hunger, he felt that even if he were to go an entire day without food, his body would remain unharmed. After finishing his belated dinner, Tabor belatedly realized that his roommate had mentioned flying lessons earlier. During this period, flying lessons at Hogwarts were conducted collectively for all 4 houses, perhaps due to the stringent disciplinary measures in place. And, as the sole magical institution in the United Kingdom, students guilty of grave misdeeds faced expulsion. Even the most mischievous of students tended to exhibit decorum during class time. Although a competitive spirit existed among the houses, there was a general sense of harmony. Thus, flying lessons were not taught separately by house, and over the years, serious accidents had been rare. Tabor had previously ridden a toy broom that could fly at low altitudes. Though it was somewhat slower and lower, he had indeed experienced flight, which tempered his anticipation for the flying lessons. The next day, seated at the Slytherin long table, Tabor overheard the surrounding first-year students discussing their upcoming flying lessons. The children from wizarding families had, to varying degrees, all played with toy brooms, and many were bragging about their flying prowess, recounting daring feats performed while riding. Tabor chose not to engage, quietly listening with his keen hearing. Yet internally he couldn't help but scoff. This year's students seemed lacking. Could they truly fabricate such absurd experiences? And what was with those nearby, gazing at the braggart with admiration? Did they genuinely believe his tall tales? Ah, but he was from Gryffindor. That explained it. Tabor, the fruit tart is quite delightful today. Would you care for a piece? Sylvia had pushed a slice of the tart toward him, and without hesitation, he took a bite. It was indeed exquisite. How is your flying, Sylvia? Are you confident for this afternoon's lesson? Sylvia's cheeks flushed slightly at the memory of a comment written by her brother on parchment, and she stammered, "Well, I suppose it's all right." In the distance, Mr. Greengrass and Miss Black sat together, observing Sylvia. "It seems your dear sister has taken a liking to that prince fellow." Eric nodded slowly, then shook his head. "There's a hint of that, but they are only first years. Too many uncertainties abound. The prince family is quite respectable. My second cousin and the matriarch of the prince family were childhood friends. However, this branch has been disowned. Do you truly think your family would approve of him?" Alan Black inquired casually. Eric shook his head. "I do not know. However, if he genuinely wishes to court Sylvia, his chances are still considerable. Though he may not rival Malfoy, he stands as the most distinguished among this year's Slytherins." Alan chuckled lightly. "Speaking of which, had I not been engaged to you, I might have been smitten with that prince lad myself. His performance has indeed been remarkable. Even our female prefect could not resist his charm." Upon hearing his girlfriend suddenly mention Anna Hall, a flicker of annoyance crossed Eric's face. Enough about that restless woman. I remain somewhat concerned for Sylvia's flying lesson. Merlin forbid. I hope Prince notices my words scrawled on the back of the first-year schedule, ready to catch her should she fall. Tabor had long sensed two pairs of eyes occasionally glancing in his direction. However, upon realizing that the gazes belonged to Eric and his fiancée, who was seated beside him, he chose to divert his attention elsewhere. After all, with Sylvia present, it seemed rather commonplace for her brother and sister-in-law to observe their sister. More than being concerned about Sylvia's brother, Tabor felt it prudent to pay closer attention to Sylvia's demeanor. She appeared to have only just recalled the afternoon's flying lesson, her complexion suddenly paling as if she had been startled. Chapter 30. An incident. "Sylvia, are you all right? You seem a bit unwell. Would you like me to escort you to the infirmary?" Tabor inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine," Sylvia abruptly responded, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, springing to her feet. "I'm full. Please eat at your leisure." With that, she dashed out of the hall. Feeling that he had eaten sufficiently, Tabor rose and made his way outside. However, Sylvia's figure had already vanished from sight. After a moment's hesitation, he exited the castle and, as anticipated, spotted her near the edge of the grass where they would soon partake in their flying lesson. Sylvia's spirits seemed to have lifted somewhat. Upon noticing Tabor approaching, she waved at him. "Are you all right, Sylvia?" Tabor asked, his concern for his friend palpable. Sylvia shook her head before explaining, "I'm fine. It's just that when I was little, I secretly rode my brother's flying broom and fell from the sky." Though Sylvia spoke of the incident nonchalantly, her expression betrayed the profound impact it had left on her. "Rest assured, my proficiency with the levitation charm is quite high. Should you fall, I will certainly catch you," Tabor assured her. At his seemingly comforting words, Sylvia could not help but roll her eyes before awkwardly retreating to a further distance. Tabor dismissed her behavior as mere childishness and settled on the grass, leisurely observing the gathering classmates around him. Before long, Professor Podork, the flying instructor, arrived at the center of the clearing, a large wooden chest floating behind him. As he opened the chest, a series of brooms emerged and gently landed on the grass. "All right, everyone gather around." In truth, the professor's call was hardly necessary. Most students flocked to the brooms the moment they leapt from the chest. "Many of you may not know me, but those who followed the Quidditch World Cup in previous years might recognize me," Podork said with a hint of pride. "I once served as the goalkeeper for the England team and participated in numerous international matches. However, I have since retired." Noticing the eager expressions on the students' faces, Podork decided against prolonging his self-introduction. "Very well, since you are all so eager to experience the thrill of soaring through the sky, let us begin. Stand by the brooms." Tabor selected a broomstick opposite to Sylvia, preparing to catch her with a levitation charm when she inevitably fell. Sylvia's state remained precarious, her grip on the broom trembling slightly. Tabor kept a vigilant eye on her, and when the whistle blew, he refrained from taking off immediately. He observed as Sylvia wobbled and ascended higher, her wizarding robe billowing in the wind. Tabor's keen eyesight captured every detail, including the pallor of Sylvia's face. "Miss Gringlass, you are flying a bit too high. Now lower the broom and lean forward," he called out. "Mr. Prince, stop merely watching others and take action promptly." Miss Potter, slow down, slow down. Although your flying is commendable, safety must be prioritized. This is not the Quidditch pitch. Tabor mounted his broom and hovered 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Feigning diligent practice, mastery of the flying broom was not a challenge for him. He possessed robust physical attributes and ample magical reserves, and he harbored no fear of heights. His psyche untouched by any aversion to flight. Hey Tabor, why are you just lazily floating here? Want to have a competition? Exclaimed the exuberant, flushed-faced Feely Potter as she flew beside him. Tabor shook his head in resignation. No need, the professor is still present. He then shifted his gaze back to Sylvia. Tabor, you were just deceiving me that day, weren't you? My brother said you have no desire to befriend me. A Slytherin would never be friends with a Gryffindor. That Gringlass is your true friend. Your gaze always follows her. Tabor managed a wry smile, feeling somewhat conflicted about how to respond. Feely, I admit I regard Sylvia as a friend, but friends need not be limited to one. Have you not noticed Sylvia's distress? I worry for her safety. I wouldn't want to see a classmate harmed in a lesson you cherish. Feely glanced at Tabor's sincere expression and then at Sylvia's clumsy flying, her innate kindness prevailing. All right, you make a fair point, but flying is undeniably enjoyable. Feely decided against flying, opting to hover beside Tabor, watching Sylvia's broom tremble in the air as if it might lose control at any moment. Eventually, as the broom's shaking intensified, Sylvia completely lost her grip. The uncontrollable broom soared like a wild stallion, darting erratically through the sky. Those classmates nearby were caught in the chaos. One unsuspecting Hufflepuff boy was even knocked off his broom. Tabor swiftly drew his wand, casting a levitation charm to catch the unfortunate student, gently placing him back on the grass. As he prepared to cast a spell at Sylvia, he realized she was being propelled straight towards the Forbidden Forest. Tabor adjusted his position, urging his broom to chase after Sylvia. Feely followed Tabor and swiftly pursued Sylvia, her speed surpassing his. Yet, despite Feely's agility, she was unable to intercept Sylvia at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The two girls vanished into the dense foliage without a trace. Without hesitation, Tabor plunged into the forest as soon as he reached its boundary. The commotion stirred by Sylvia had already captured the attention of the flying class professor, and curious heads peeked from the castle windows to gaze in that direction. Suddenly, the thought of a little childhood companion seemed rather appealing. Although any substantial progress before graduation appeared unlikely. To foster a harmonious society, one could simply drive. Why not take a high-speed train afterward? Yes, just like that. Chapter 31, Guardian Spirit. This was his inaugural lesson with the students, and he had not anticipated such an incident. If anything had truly happened to the 3 students who had just flown out, his career as a professor would be irrevocably ruined. In truth, Hogwarts had not hired a formal professor for flying lessons in quite some time, as such classes were only offered to first-year students. The workload was light enough for a professional Quidditch player to manage part-time. With Potter retired, it was challenging for someone solely skilled in flying to find a position as respectable as that of a Hogwarts professor. Tabor was oblivious to the events outside the Forbidden Forest, wandering aimlessly within its depths. Towering trees surrounded him, and as soon as Sylvia and Feely entered the forest, they vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Tabor flew low among the trunks, hoping to locate the 2 girls. However, the dense vegetation made it exceedingly difficult to find them, especially since they had entered on broomsticks. The thought of terrifying creatures like werewolves lurking in the Forbidden Forest filled Tabor with a growing sense of anxiety. He silently berated himself. He had anticipated that Sylvia might face trouble while flying, yet he had not closely followed her. He had only considered the possibility of her falling from her broom, neglecting to think that in moments of danger or intense stress, one instinctively clutches tightly to everything in hand, including a wildly careening broomstick. As for Feely, although this matter was not significantly related to her, she had immediately followed Sylvia and even charged into the perilous Forbidden Forest. Tabor was not far from the forest's edge, and with his keen senses, he could feel Professor Podork racing toward him at great speed. Tabor raised his wand and shot a green spark into the sky, not only to indicate the direction to the approaching professor, but also hoping that Sylvia and Feely would see the signal and move toward him. Before long, Podork's figure appeared behind Tabor. Professor, Sylvia's broom has gone out of control, and Feely has pursued her deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Surely, you have a way to find them, don't you? Tabor gazed at the suddenly impassioned Professor Podork, sensing an air of unreliability about him. He found himself a loss for any means to locate the 2 young girls within the dense jungle. It was rumored that the Forbidden Forest harbored many fearsome creatures. Thus urgency was paramount in finding his friends. Tabor also believed it prudent to summon the professor for assistance, particularly given the presence of Professor Dumbledore's phoenix. However, the journey from their current location to the castle would consume precious time, and the additional minutes spent locating the professor and explaining their predicament left Tabor deeply concerned about the potential dangers Sylvie and her companion might encounter. With hopeful eyes, Tabor looked toward Professor Podork, who shook his head in resignation. Had it not been for his poor academic performance during his school years, he mused, he might not have struggled to secure a respectable job after retirement. Regardless of his sentiments, Tabor found boundless joy in the moment. As he concentrated on cultivating his happiness, the tip of his elder wand began to emit tendrils of silvery mist, which gradually coalesced into a vague silhouette. "Wow, how splendid!" Professor Podork exclaimed, astonished that a first-year student could conjure a spell he himself had yet to master. After uttering his incantation, Tabor directed his Patronus to race toward the castle, then turned to continue searching in the direction where Sylvie and Phily had vanished. Having witnessed Tabor's magical prowess, Professor Podork abandoned any thoughts of letting the boy venture off alone, and together they cautiously ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. The vegetation here was thick, rendering it impossible to navigate on a broomstick. Yet, there were no traces of Sylvie and Phily's passage. "Professor, have you ever entered the forbidden forest before?" Tabor inquired, attempting to spark conversation with the suddenly reticent Podork, while also seeking insight into the potential dangers that lay ahead. "I did enter during my time at Hogwarts," Podork replied, "but only ventured along the outskirts before being caught by the caretaker. Had it not been for Dumbledore, I might have faced expulsion." Tabor felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, as he gleaned nothing useful from his words. "Wait, you mentioned the caretaker. Could he truly detect your presence in the forbidden forest? Was he aware of your exact location?" Podork shook his head. "That was the previous caretaker, and he must have been trailing me long before that incident." Chapter 32. Peril. Tabor had entirely lost faith in his flying instructor. Continuing his solitary trek into the depths of the forbidden forest, he could sense that his Patronus had delivered the message to Dumbledore, and surely the professor would arrive shortly. "They merely enter before us. Here lie remnants of a broomstick. At least one must be grounded," he murmured to himself, striving to remain composed and not envision the dire scenarios that might befall the girls within the forest. "Oh dear, this is truly dreadful." Professor Podork watched the splintered broomsticks scattered among the trees, rushing towards them with an almost frenzied determination to piece together the completely wrecked implements. Meanwhile, Tabor was far more concerned about the precarious situation of Sylvia and her companion than the shattered remnants of the brooms. It was uncertain whose brooms they were, now so thoroughly damaged. One could only wonder if the riders had sustained injuries or worse. Following the trail marked by the crushed foliage, Tabor quickened his pace, jogging onward. The trees grew denser here, their canopies nearly obscuring the sky, allowing only faint glimmers of dim light to seep through. Was the thicket so thick that it had concealed the signal he had sent earlier? Tabor sensed that the protective aura around him had dissipated, and he felt a slight easing of tension in his heart. Wandering through the forbidden forest, even in daylight, was certainly no trifling matter. The professors would surely arrive shortly. Even if danger were to present itself, Tabor believed he could endure until help arrived. Suddenly, two piercing screams shattered the stillness, jolting Tabor to attention. Without a moment's hesitation for Professor Podork, who was still trailing behind, he sprinted towards the source of the cries. "Phily, Phily, are you all right?" he called out. Recognizing the urgency in their voices, Tabor leaped onto his broom, hovering half a meter above the ground, skillfully navigating around the towering trees until he finally spotted the two girls along with several wild griffins. Yet, even as he laid eyes on them, relief was quickly replaced with dread as he took in their dire condition. This scene was unlike anything Tabor had ever witnessed in both his lifetimes. Sylvia appeared somewhat better off, though one arm hung limply by her side, as if the bones within had been shattered. In stark contrast, Phily bore a grievous wound, a deep gash that exposed bone, stretching from her shoulder and oozing blood from the torn fabric of her clothing. Her wand, which should have been in her grasp, lay abandoned at her feet, and whether from fear or pain, she trembled as she sat upon the ground littered with decaying leaves and twigs. Tabor's gaze fell upon the largest of the griffins, which raised its claw once more. Ignoring his own precarious position on the broom, he drew his wand and unleashed a powerful thunderous explosion aimed directly at the creature's head. "Sylvia, Phily, are you both all right?" he asked urgently, though the question felt foolish given their evident distress. "Tabor, thank goodness you're here. I collided with a tree earlier, and when Phily came rushing after me, we heard commotion over here and decided to investigate. We never anticipated encountering so many griffins. My arm is broken, and I can't find my wand, Sylvia explained, her voice trembling. So, Philly tried to help me fend off these beasts. As Tabor stood guard against the looming threat of the griffin-like beasts, he listened intently to Sylvia's explanation. Meanwhile, Philly lay unconscious on the ground, oblivious to her surroundings. Sylvia, I believe you have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the griffins. These wild creatures are notoriously ferocious carnivores, so you should check on Philly's condition first. I have already notified the professor, so they should arrive shortly, Tabor stated calmly, though his heart raced with trepidation. Despite possessing physical prowess and magical abilities far beyond his peers, he was still a novice in combat. Having never engaged in a fight in 2 lifetimes, facing several ferocious beasts seemed utterly impossible. May Merlin protect us, he murmured, before tearing off the pendant from his necklace and draining the golden liquid contained within. In an instant, the colossal creatures before him appeared much more manageable, and his mind, previously clouded by uncertainty regarding which spell to employ against the griffins, began to clear. Flames raging, armor of protection, whirlwinds of sand and stone, exploding fireworks. After executing a flurry of vigorous spells, a charred clearing materialized in the dense, forbidden forest with searing flames that spread outward. The griffins had long since vanished. Whether frightened away or driven off by the smoke from the burning woods remained a mystery, as Tabor prepared to cast the water charm to extinguish the fire. Professors Dumbledore and Slughorn, along with the long-absent headmaster Dippet, appeared on the scene. It appeared they had received word of the situation and, upon seeing the smoke rising from the forbidden forest, had deduced the whereabouts of Tabor and the others. Water flows like a spring. Water flows like a spring. Water flows like a spring. After managing the raging inferno, the 3 professors finally laid eyes on Tabor, who stood resolute, Sylvia kneeling beside Philly, and Philly herself lying motionless on the ground. I believe I require an explanation, Mr. Prince, Headmaster Dippet said, his voice laced with fury. He had been with Dumbledore when he learned of students venturing into the Forbidden Forest, and upon arrival, he was appalled to witness someone setting fire within its confines. Headmaster, I will certainly provide an explanation, but first, we must take Sylvia and Philly to the hospital wing. They are both injured, Tabor replied, as Dumbledore and Slughorn hurried to examine their respective students. Chapter 33. Side Effects. Slughorn merely glanced at Sylvia's arm, visibly relieved. She was unharmed, merely suffering from a physical bruise. After a dose of bone regeneration potion and some rest, she would recover. However, Dumbledore scrutinized Philly's wounds, repeatedly examining her injuries, even raising his wand to recite complex incantations over the torn flesh. Tabor, has she been injured by a magical creature? Yes, Professor, it was the griffin-like beast. A glimmer flashed in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Headmaster, Miss Potter's condition is grave. I must take her to the infirmary at once. A visit to St. Mungo's may also be necessary. Dippet, sensing the gravity in Dumbledore's tone, nodded earnestly and gestured for Slughorn to escort Sylvia to the infirmary as well. He then led Tabor and the recently arrived Professor Poddock to his office. This marked Tabor's first entrance into the headmaster's chamber, which Dippet had meticulously arranged, the sparse furnishings lending an air of spaciousness to the modest room. Please, both of you take a seat. I need to understand the entirety of the situation, he instructed. Tabor, feeling somewhat affronted by Dippet's questioning tone, believed he had committed no wrongdoing. Even if he had incinerated the entire Forbidden Forest, he felt justified in his actions. The matter unfolded as follows, Poddock narrated, recounting the events he had witnessed. Tabor sat silently, suppressing a wave of unsettling emotions. So, you failed to intercept the students before they entered the Forbidden Forest, and your performance within it was even less effective than that of a student? Dippet's tone dripped with subtle mockery. Indeed, Headmaster, Poddock replied, his head hanging low, reluctantly acknowledging the bitter truth. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Dippet waved his hand dismissively, withholding any immediate judgment regarding Poddock, as he sought further insights from the other party involved and awaited reports on the 2 students' injuries. As Tabor watched Poddock exit, he felt the full weight of Dippet's gaze upon him. Even the portraits of former headmasters seemed to turn their attention in his direction. Now, Mr. Prince, can you elucidate why you felt compelled to trespass into the Forbidden Forest and wreak havoc upon its flora? No sooner had Dippet's question left his lips than the door to the office swung open. Slughorn and Dumbledore entered together, evidently having overheard the headmaster's inquiry. Naturally. It was to save my friend. Had I not arrived in time, she would surely have fallen prey to the hippogriff, Tabor declared defiantly. As for seeking a professor, I did, but if it weren't for Poddock's unreliability, I would not have taken such drastic measures. At that moment, Tabor acutely sensed a dissonance within himself. His usual humility had given way to an overwhelming sense of superiority. Tabor, you, Slughorn, being a master of potions, immediately discerned Tabor's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Have you consumed Felix Felicis?" Tabor nodded, producing a necklace from around his neck, upon which dangled a diminutive vial that once contained the potion, now reduced to mere remnants. Slughorn, examining the tiny vial like a pendant, took a cautious whiff before shaking his head in resignation. His expression darkened as he regarded the clearly overconfident Tabor. Now under the influence of the potion's side effects. "Tabor Prince, what is the prescribed dosage for Felix Felicis?" Tabor rubbed his slightly dizzy head, striving to resist the allure of this omnipotent state. It seemed as though his body had sensed his determination and began to accelerate the breakdown of the potion within him. The professor was merely a tad anxious at that moment. After all, I saw no harm in a touch of luck during a critical juncture. Upon realizing his words, Tabor immediately shut his mouth tightly, making an effort to dispel the notion that those around him were inferior. Slughorn's already prominent eyes appeared to bulge even more as he stared at Tabor, a hint of danger glimmering in his gaze. "Professor, this is merely my first encounter with a wild magical creature." Witnessing Tabor's condition seemingly returning to normal, Slughorn expressed mild surprise, but still smiled and remarked, "Very well. You can elaborate on these matters later. I believe the headmaster is far more concerned about the Forbidden Forest and what his students have been up to." "Yes," Tabor replied somewhat listlessly and began to recount the incident that had transpired during the flying lesson with objective clarity. After listening to both accounts of the events, Dippet fell into a brief silence before stating, "It is quite common for students to fall from the sky during flying lessons each year. I find it rather normal. However, the fact that 3 students ventured into the clearly prohibited Forbidden Forest in front of their peers and faced danger therein is certainly worthy of contemplation." Both Dumbledore and Slughorn nodded in agreement, as they wished to avoid any issues within the school. "From now on, you two shall oversee the flying lessons for the remainder of this term. I will ensure that a qualified professor is found for the next academic year," Headmaster Dippet declared decisively. As for Mr. Prince, Dippet hesitated. Ostensibly, he acted solely to rescue his fellow students, which was a commendable motive. However, entering the Forbidden Forest in front of nearly the entire school, and even setting fire within it warranted some form of punishment, lest mischievous students emulate his actions. Headmaster Dippet. Both Slughorn and Dumbledore spoke simultaneously. After exchanging a glance, Slughorn continued, "Mr. Prince is a student of Slytherin. Perhaps he could serve a period of labor under my guidance. As for the duration, I believe a full term would be appropriate." Chapter 34, The Hospital Wing. Upon hearing Professor Slughorn's suggestion, Headmaster Dippet nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Dumbledore could only shrug in resignation. Tabor was a Slytherin student, and it was the Slytherin head's prerogative to determine the form of punishment, leaving Dumbledore, the Gryffindor head, without grounds to oppose. Dippet. Miss Potter is not in any life-threatening danger. However, the injuries caused by magical creatures are difficult to heal. I suggest notifying the parents and then sending Miss Potter to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore stated with a serious expression. Magical healing of physical injuries is a relatively straightforward endeavor. However, wounds inflicted by magical creatures present a far more intricate challenge. If the lacerations are minor and located in inconsequential areas, one might manage. Yet, the extensive gashes marring Phyllis's face and shoulder pose a significant risk. Improper healing could result in unsightly scars. As long as her life is not in jeopardy, I shall entrust the remaining matters to you, for you are the head of Gryffindor, and I have every confidence in your ability to handle the situation adeptly. After Principal Dippet hastily departed from the headmaster's office, it was as if an urgent matter had suddenly arisen, demanding his immediate attention. Dumbledore, Slughorn, and Tabor stood at the entrance, observing the headmaster's figure hastily vanish around the corridor's bend, rendered momentarily speechless. "Tabor, please come to my office after dinner each evening," Slughorn instructed, his demeanor grave, before departing first. He needed to contemplate how best to convey today's events to the Greengrass family and his cousin, ensuring his own advantage. Tabor and Dumbledore then made their way together to the Hogwarts infirmary. Dumbledore was to address the aftermath of Miss Potter's injury, while Tabor wished to ascertain the condition of his two friends. "Professor, is Phyllis's situation truly grave?" Dumbledore nodded helplessly, handing a freshly penned letter to Fawkes, the Phoenix, who had mysteriously appeared. "Tabor, you must understand that every magical creature possesses its own unique qualities. The claws of a griffin, although non-venomous, cannot be mended with a mere incantation." Tabor nodded, his concern for Phyllis intensifying. Upon entering the infirmary, Tabor beheld two girls lying side by side on separate beds, likely recovering from a perilous adventure, both deeply asleep. Sylvia's arm and a significant portion of Phyllis's body were swathed in white bandages. When can they be discharged? Before Dumbledore could respond, the doors of the infirmary were forcefully flung open. The door slammed against the wall, producing a resounding crash. Tabor instinctively drew his wand, bracing himself for a possible attack on Hogwarts. Dumbledore, how is my daughter? Professor, what of my sister? How is my little darling? Three individuals rushed in, their expressions fraught with urgency, directing their inquiries at Dumbledore without acknowledging Tabor, who felt somewhat awkward retracting his wand. Among the trio, two adult wizards were unfamiliar to him, yet he surmised, from the earlier commotion surrounding Phyllis's bedside, that they were none other than Mr. and Mrs. Potter, who had just arrived at Hogwarts. The abrupt entrance startled the two young ladies awake. They gazed at the figures beside their beds with a mix of confusion. Miss Ramsay, the nurse of the infirmary, glared at the intruding trio, visibly irate at their raucous entrance, yet, considering Miss Potter's condition, refrained from expelling them outright. "All right, gentlemen and lady, may I request you to remain calm?" Dumbledore spoke in a tranquil tone. His words seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly quieting the Potters, who turned their gazes toward him, eager for a detailed account of the events and Philly's condition. After Dumbledore elucidated the matter, the Potter family exchanged complex glances with Tabor and Sylvia present. Gryffindor has always encouraged acts of bravery, though Philly's actions this time appeared somewhat reckless. Nevertheless, the Potters felt it inappropriate to blame anyone at that moment and exchanged worried looks. "Since you, Professor Dumbledore, suggest we take Philly to St. Mungo's, we shall proceed there now." In Flement's view, his sister's injury was undoubtedly the fault of that Slytherin. Even Professor Dumbledore had likely been deceived by the cunning little serpent. After receiving a glare, Tabor shook his head helplessly. The initial impression he left was unfavorable, and henceforth, anything he did might be perceived as malicious intent. Philly was taken to St. Mungo's, leaving Sylvia as the sole patient in the infirmary. She had been roused from her slumber by the commotion caused by the Potter family. Yet her injuries were not severe for a wizard, and her spirits remained relatively high. Dumbledore cast a glance at Tabor, who was wholly focused on Sylvia, and quietly exited the infirmary, discreetly repairing the slightly loose door in the process. "Sylvia, are you all right? I'm truly sorry I couldn't rescue you in time," Tabor expressed with a hint of frustration. He felt that he needed to reflect on today's events. Despite possessing magical abilities on par with adult wizards and having reached psychological maturity, he had panicked during the unexpected situation, even resorting to a double dose of the calming potion. Upon reflection, he realized that he had learned numerous advanced spells. While defeating a harpy might be challenging, scaring it away should not be insurmountable. As for that Hufflepuff who had fallen from his broom, had he not attempted to save him, perhaps he could have kept pace with the out-of-control broom that Sylvia was riding, ensuring that no one would have needed to enter St. Mungo's today. "Tapa, Tapa." Sylvia gently tapped him with her uninjured hand, pulling him from his reverie. It dawned on him that he was still in the infirmary, with Sylvia gazing at him. "What did you just say, Sylvia?" he inquired. "I said, I don't blame you. It was because of you that Philly came in time to rescue me," Sylvia stated earnestly. Chapter 35. Grandmother Arrives. Tabor nodded silently, feeling a mix of guilt for Philly's injuries, which he believed were a result of his warning that prompted her to rush into the Forbidden Forest. Yet, there was also a sense of relief. Had Philly not pursued Sylvia, she would have encountered the harpy alone in the Forbidden Forest, and he might have seen nothing but her broken body. "Well, I find myself somewhat anxious regarding your and Phyllis Tabor's nonchalant explanations." Sylvia lapsed into silence, as today's experiences had undeniably instilled a profound sense of fear within her, especially for an 11-year-old girl. "Miss Porter will be all right, won't she?" Sylvia gazed pensively out of the window of the infirmary, her thoughts adrift. The day's events had indeed illuminated the extent of her current abilities. Although she possessed a fair amount of magic, it was all rather perfunctory, and in combat, she might not even land a blow on an adversary. At that moment, the door to the infirmary swung open, revealing Professor Slughorn. Most of the students were still attending classes, leaving the corridors eerily quiet, with not a soul in the common room. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the spells inscribed above, and his extraordinary memory retained all that he had learned, complemented by an ample reserve of magical energy that could support Tabor in wielding nearly any spell within reach. What he lacked, perhaps, was experience and a formidable inner strength. Without sufficient practice, how could an ordinary, somewhat timid individual suddenly transform into a powerful wizard? At this thought, Tabor couldn't help but break into a smile. After all, he was merely 11 years old. As long as he diligently worked on his weaknesses, the future held promise. It seemed wise to carve out some time to locate the room of requirement, as practicing spells there would be exceedingly convenient. Tabor leapt off his bed and made his way to the desk, retrieving his notebook and inscribing a prominent statement on the title page. Magic is meant to be wielded. Mere study does not confer strength. After securing his notebook, Tabor exited the common room, intending to visit the kitchen for a bite to eat before heading to Professor Slughorn's office to seek advice on practicing dueling techniques. Although the professor's somewhat portly figure made Tabor question his dueling prowess, one could surmise that being the head of Hogwarts implied a certain level of competence. Look over there, that's Prince. I heard he's going to slay 2 girls in the Forbidden Forest. How absurd. It was those 2 girls who intended to enter the forest. He merely followed them. I heard they were attacked by a beast, and Prince killed it. Come now, he's just a first year. How could he possibly stand against the creatures of the Forbidden Forest? Indeed, I've heard he was even put in detention. He must have done something wrong to deserve such punishment. Tabor paid no heed to the gossip that reached his ears, resolutely advancing towards his goal. He understood well that some matters could not be clarified through mere words, rather than engaging in futile debates. It was far more prudent to contemplate how to enhance his abilities. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Tabor pushed the door open and instinctively turned to close it behind him. Just as the door clicked shut, he heard someone remarking that he had indeed been confined. Turning around, Tabor was taken aback by the scene before him. It was not the solitary Professor Slughorn preparing for dinner or brewing potions as he had envisioned. The current office resembles a cozy reception room. A few individuals are seated on a circular arrangement of sofas. Among them is a familiar face, Tabor. Tabor, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Have you dined yet? Slughorn inquired with a cheerful tone, his demeanor seemingly quite pleasant. Tabor nodded. I have dined. The culinary skills of the Hogwarts house elves are quite commendable. Very well, Slughorn, we shall take our leave now. I hope you will continue to look after young Hill, remarked a man and woman as they rose almost simultaneously from the sofa, proceeding towards the fireplace and departing through the flue network. Tabor distinctly heard them mention the name of Gringotts Manor. Look, Tabor, that is Sylvie's parents. Feeling the disapproving gaze of his grandmother, Tabor instinctively recoiled like a quail. Grandmother, he stammered. Last weekend, I heard Horace say you performed admirably. Yet today, you dared to enter the Forbidden Forest before everyone, and even set a fire therein. Most importantly, as a scion of the Prince family, are you unable to discern the correct dosage of potions? Listening to his grandmother's admonishment, Tabor could not help but feel his cheeks flush. After all, for someone who had studied potions from a young age, not understanding the appropriate dosage seemed rather implausible. All right. Yeah, I believe Tabor has realized his mistake. Hasn't he, Tabor? Slughorn interjected with a warm smile, coming to Tabor's rescue. Tabor nodded vigorously and, taking his grandmother's hand, earnestly declared, I assure you, there will not be a next time. In fact, I came early today to ask the professor if there are any methods to enhance my dueling skills, as well as to learn how to effectively employ spells in combat. Observing Leah's expression soften, Tabor continued, somewhat apprehensively, Grandmother, when I saw the hippogriff launch its attack, my mind went blank. The Forbidden Forest is truly perilous. Leah then recalled that Tabor was merely 11 years old. It seemed quite normal for even the most gifted children to occasionally err. Chapter 36, The Chamber. Tabor, promise your grandmother you will refrain from engaging in such dangerous activities, all right? Even if Miss Gringotts or Miss Potter were to perish, I would not want you to suffer even the slightest harm. Embracing the warmth surrounding him, Tabor mumbled a subdued agreement. Leah quickly composed herself, waving her wand to smooth the newly creased fabric of her robe, restoring her elegant and dignified appearance. Subsequently, Leah did not linger at Hogwarts for long, offering a few more words of caution to Tabor before making her way to the fireplace connected to the flue network in the office. Tabor gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the green flames rising in the fireplace, yearning to rush over and inquire further about the Gringotts' family matters with his grandmother. However, considering Professor Slughorn's presence nearby, he turned to his headmaster with a questioning look. Slughorn felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. He had always held a fondness for Tabor and Sylvia, even expressing clear support for their budding friendship. However, today, Leah's words conjured a long-forgotten legend in his mind, a tale concerning the curse entwined within the bloodline of the Greengrass family. I surmise that Leah must be referring to the young lady of the Greengrass lineage, whose blood is said to harbor an unknown curse. The cursed girl is unable to bear offspring. Should she attempt to do so, her life may be at great risk, Slughorn remarked in a somber tone. I had always believed this to be mere folklore, yet now that Leah has brought it to light, it appears there may be truth to it. Tabor observed Slughorn's worried expression, nodding impassively, though his heart remained unperturbed. Very well. You mentioned a desire to learn dueling or how to face dangerous creatures, correct? Noticing that Tabor seemed reluctant to delve into the matter of Miss Greengrass, Slughorn tactfully shifted the conversation. A spark of excitement ignited in Tabor's eyes as he looked eagerly at Professor Slughorn. Regrettably, I'm not adept in combat. You must understand that brewing potions is a time-consuming endeavor. In comparison to your exceptional talents, my achievements are solely the result of prolonged and diligent practice, Slughorn explained. Tabor shifted awkwardly, feeling as though Slughorn regarded him as a perfect collectible. However, I can certainly offer some assistance with the fundamentals, Slughorn continued, as he waved his wand around the room. The various trinkets in his office began to move as if they possessed legs, returning to their accustomed places. The room gradually transformed, taking on the familiar appearance of a conventional office. The silver-green tapestry by the fireplace twisted and coiled like a serpent, revealing a doorway beneath it. Slughorn pushed open the slightly aged wooden door. Welcome to the exclusive practice chamber of the Slytherin headmaster. Tabor gazed in astonishment at his surroundings, the rugged stone floor and walls, with a row of immense bookshelves lining the sides. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Slughorn spoke with a hint of pride. This space is a legacy of Slytherin, far superior to the headmaster's office. Tabor nodded, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the shelves, laden with tomes that clearly belonged to the realm of ancient, forbidden knowledge. Hogwarts Castle was originally the stronghold of the Slytherin family. Thus, Slytherin students and professors naturally enjoy certain privileges. As Slughorn spoke, he waved his wand again, causing the once seamless stone wall to crack open, revealing an animated suit of armor emerging from within. At first glance, this armor resembled the immobile suits found in the corridors, and Tabor suspected they might even share a common design. This, it is said, is the handiwork of Slytherin himself, the alchemical automaton, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. You are welcome to practice various spells on it. You may come here for your nightly labor service to hone your skills. Tabor suddenly comprehended Professor Slughorn's intention. Goodness! It was as if he was directly assigning himself a shield-like participant as a target. With daily practice, his proficiency in spells would surely ascend rapidly. Very well, Professor. I shall endeavor to excel. Brimming with enthusiasm, Tabor drew his wand, prepared to unleash every spell he had mastered upon the puppet. As he lay on his bed, lost in thought, he recalled the practice room behind the Slytherin headmaster's office, which he felt could almost be dubbed Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. As for the one that Tom Riddle later opened, it might merely be a pet chamber of Slytherin. Moreover, the animated suit of armor seemed identical to those in the corridor. Could it be that the armors there were also unactivated alchemical puppets? With his mind swirling with thoughts, Tabor was unaware of when slumber overtook him. The following day, as Tabor and his roommate made their way to the great hall for breakfast, they chanced upon Sylvia, who had just emerged from the infirmary, trailing behind her brother. She appeared rather despondent. Upon seeing Tabor, she merely managed a slight, forced smile and did not approach to greet him. Unsure of Sylvia's predicament, Tabor sensed the unfriendly glare from Eric and prudently refrained from inquiring further. Even during classes, she would enter last, taking a seat at the farthest distance from Tabor. Each day, Tabor found himself engrossed in the library, and in the evenings, he would practice spells in Slughorn's office, busy as a whirlwind. Whenever he encountered Sylvia, she would evade him, and gradually, he began to overlook her, opting instead to dine daily with his roommate in the Great Hall. Chapter 37, Halloween. Immersed in the study of magic, Tabor seemed somewhat detached from the passage of time and the happenings around him. Seated at the Slytherin long table, flanked by Zane and Clarkatus, he noticed that Sylvia sat beside her brother Eric, surrounded by fifth-year Slytherins. It then dawned on Tabor that as the only pure-blood girl in her first year at Slytherin, Sylvia had no peers among her classmates. Aside from accompanying her brother, she often found herself alone. Hey, Tabor, your gaze is practically glued to Sylvia, Zane teased with a playful tone. Tabor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is the hippogriff truly that impressive? Even St. Mungo's couldn't fully heal her? Zane, accustomed to his roommate's obliviousness to the world beyond, swallowed his food before elucidating. It is said that the Potter girl was already in frail health and was further startled. By the way, Tabor, it's been a while since that day in the Forbidden Forest, yet you've never shared what transpired. Tabor, noticing the curious eyes upon him, queried. You all are unaware? Sylvia hasn't he informed you? Zane and Clarkatus shook their heads in unison. Since Sylvia recovered from her injury, she seems to have transformed into an entirely different person. I previously suspected that a disagreement between you two was the reason for her indifference towards me. Zane remarked nonchalantly. Pulling apart a golden brown pie, Tabor contemplated for a moment and recounted the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest, omitting the fact that he had consumed the Felix Felicis potion and attributing the expulsion of the griffin solely to the professors who arrived afterward. As for the reason behind his detention, Tabor explained it was due to his nervousness while casting spells, nearly leading to a conflagration in the Forbidden Forest. Overall, his narrative was somewhat ambiguous, and Tabor believed that after hearing his version, no one would take notice of him, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful academic life. However, Tabor had underestimated the situation. Upon hearing his account, Zane immediately inquired with excitement. Did you really set the Forbidden Forest on fire? Was the area extensive? Did you encounter any other magical creatures besides the griffin? Tabor gazed expressionlessly at the exuberant boy before him, struggling to comprehend why the near destruction of public property warranted such enthusiasm. Alas, Tabor, it was unwise to share your experiences in the Forbidden Forest with Zane. Undoubtedly. By tomorrow, you would hear a plethora of embellished versions circulating throughout the campus, Clark Tarkus remarked, wiping the corner of his mouth in good spirits. Tabor could only shake his head in resigned amusement, resuming his solitary indulgence in his meal. He paused in his relentless consumption and turned to Zane, signaling him to cease the suspense. This evening, Professor Catterburn was scheduled to perform a play, and it was rumored that the headmaster had already granted his approval. Observing the unscathed and spirited Professor Catterburn, Tabor found it difficult to envision the future when he would retire with only one arm and half a leg. Now, please enjoy the performance of the Well of Fortune. The Well of Fortune was situated atop a lofty hill within a magical garden. Tabor watched intently as Professor Catterburn poured his heart into the performance, and the audience, consisting of both young wizards and professors, wore smiles while watching, which suddenly filled him with an ominous foreboding. Yet, who could ascertain how many times Professor Catterburn had performed in the past? Zane, Professor Catterburn is truly remarkable. Has he acted in plays before? Tabor asked. Zane pondered for a moment before replying. I haven't heard any upperclassmen mention it. In fact, many were quite astonished to discover that the professor could act. Tabor's sense of foreboding intensified. He was uncertain whether his apprehension stemmed from knowing too much or if he had genuinely awakened a legendary sixth sense, a prophetic gift of sorts. When a massive white worm slithered into view between the two long tables, Tabor's unease reached its zenith. Zane, Clark Tarkus, I can't shake this dreadful feeling. It would be wise for you to leave the hall immediately. Zane, who had been thoroughly engrossed in the performance, was momentarily perturbed by Tabor's interruption, his expression darkening. Caractacus observed Tabor's solemn demeanor, hesitatingly inquired, Tabor, the Prince family does not seem to possess the bloodline of a seer. Could it be inherited from your mother? However, it appears that there are no renowned families associated with divination in France. Tabor couldn't help but roll his eyes. He himself was not entirely convinced of his intuition, but he felt it prudent to be cautious. After all, if an incident were to occur this time, the entire hall could ignite, and the first-year students, particularly those of lesser magical prowess, would be the most vulnerable. Yet Caractacus took little time to ponder, rising to exit the hall while dragging the melancholic Zane along with him. In Chapter 38, A Fiery Affair, Tabor could still faintly hear Caractacus explaining something to Zane. Perhaps Tabor did possess some prophetic talent, as he had just predicted that Professor Kettleburn would perform the Fountain of Good Fortune. Watching the two depart hand in hand, he found it peculiar. Zane, who had avoided Caractacus at the beginning of the term, now seemed to be enjoying a harmonious relationship. However, Tabor could not afford to dwell on that for long. After seeing off the two first-year Slytherins, he shifted his focus to Sylphia, who had been sitting beside her brother. Tabor felt a sense of security. After all, the current defense against the dark arts professor had yet to be cursed by Voldemort. Following Dumbledore's transition to teaching Transfiguration, the successor was a responsible elder professor. Although the lessons were somewhat traditional, they were indeed structured enough to impart valuable knowledge. Tabor then turned his gaze toward the staff table, uncertain whether to disclose his suspicions to the professors. His concern was not for their safety, but rather that if they became aware beforehand that the enormous white worm was a transformation of the Ashwinder, perhaps the fate of the hall could be averted. He scrutinized the colossal white worm, still unsure if it truly was an Ashwinder in disguise. Not hesitating for long, Tabor seized a moment when everyone's attention was captivated by Professor Kettleburn's theatrical performance, quietly rising to slip behind the faculty table. Professor, Tabor hesitated, refraining from directly voicing his concerns, and instead curiously inquired, can you discern what that worm has transformed into? Dumbledore stared at the large worm for a considerable time, solemnly shaking his head. His transfiguration is indeed quite successful, yet I can still sense that the worm is a living creature. I can only wonder what extraordinary beast Kettleburn has managed to procure. Slughorn, who held great respect for Dumbledore's expertise in transfiguration, immediately grew more serious upon hearing his assessment. They all understood Kettleburn's penchant for perilous magical creatures. Yet, neither Professor Dumbledore nor Professor Slughorn, nor even the headmaster beside them, seemed inclined to halt the theatrical performance. Tabor, momentarily dazed, nodded and took a few steps back, only then realizing that he had intended to alert the professors to the potential trouble posed by the worm. As a consequence, was this perceived as a mischievous trick-or-treater? A somewhat relieved Tabor unwrapped the confection bestowed upon him by Dumbledore, eagerly tossing it into his mouth to savor its sweetness. It must be said that although Dumbledore's penchant for sugary delights rendered his selections rather saccharine, the treats he endorsed were indeed quite delectable. However, unbeknownst to Tabor, faint sparks began to flicker from the shadowy corners beneath the long tables and behind the tapestries in the hall, igniting the edges of several students' robes. At that moment, everyone was engrossed in Professor Kettleburn's performance. Even the two heads of houses, who had been alerted by Tabor's warning, were solely focused on the transformed, unidentified magical creature. A mere flicker of flame, after all, could be conjured with a simple wave of a wand. It was surely just students indulging in mischief. As the flames rapidly spread, the enormous worm ignited in a blazing inferno, its transformation spell gradually unraveling. Its massive form shrank and then erupted, scattering in fragmented pieces, radiating an intense heat. Many students, caught unawares, shrieked in agony as they were burned. From his elevated position, Tabor watched in dismay as the fire spread through the hall at an unimaginable pace. It was only then that he recalled that the Ashwinder would not ignite structures. The true threat to Hogwarts' Great Hall lay in the eggs it laid. Those Ashwinder eggs, unnoticed and frozen, could ignite homes within mere minutes, and the Ashwinder itself had a brief lifespan, laying several eggs in the shadows during its fleeting existence. In a typical household, those radiant, fiery red Ashwinder eggs would be easily spotted. However, on this particular day, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was ablaze with light, food, and engaging theatrics, rendering the dim corners largely overlooked. The professors reacted swiftly, drawing their wands and uttering incantations, directing streams of water towards the ascending flames. Although no flames leapt from Tabor's vicinity, he too drew his wand and emulated the professors, casting several water-making charms at the nearest cluster of fire. The first-year Slytherins, witnessing this scene, hurried to Tabor's side, seeking refuge from the flames. Meanwhile, the more astute upperclassmen began employing spells against the fire in an effort to extinguish it. Water like a spring, water like a spring, water like a spring. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, Tabor noticed that Professor Kettleburn, closest to the Ashwinder, was clutching his arm in distress. He had borne the brunt of the explosion, and that area was where the flames raged most fiercely. Students, please pay attention. Now, upperclassmen, lead the younger students slowly towards the exit of the hall. Heads of houses, please ensure the safety of your students. Principal Dippet's commanding voice resonated through the clamor. Chapter 39, Rescue. The once chaotic crowd gradually transformed into an orderly assembly. Tabor escorted the two young ladies beside him to the headmaster, only to suddenly realize that Professor Caterburn was still ensnared in the flames, unlike the other professors who had drawn their wands to extinguish the fire. The gaze of the Hogwarts faculty was fixated on the students, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Professor Caterburn was trapped by the inferno. Observing that the Slytherin students were evacuating the hall in an orderly fashion, Tabor turned and dashed towards Professor Caterburn, his magical energy surging dramatically as he cast his spells. With an almost unrestrained release, magic erupted from the tip of his elder wand, forming a colossal jet of water that doused a patch of flickering flames. As he continued to cast spells, he jogged towards the center of the hall. The fire, ignited by the ash snake eggs, spread with alarming speed as if it possessed a life of its own, making it no easy task to extinguish. When Tabor finally reached Professor Caterburn, he appeared to be utterly unconscious, collapsed amidst the dancing flames. Without hesitation, Tabor seized one of Caterburn's arms and dragged him toward the exit of the hall. Although the fire within the hall had been largely contained, extinguishing this magically distinct fire would still require some time. "Oh dear, could you not use a levitation charm?" Caterburn complained, having just bumped his head heavily against the charred leg of a half-burned bench, abruptly regaining consciousness. Tabor cast a stoic glance at the professor who had caused all this turmoil, silently resolving never to enroll in his course. He then resumed casting the water charm, extinguishing the small flames that had reignited. "Hey, If you can't levitate me without a wand, I can manage on my own, Caterburn shouted. Amidst the crackling of the flames, Tabor heard the professor's call, and with a flick of his wrist, he unceremoniously dropped him onto the charred floor of the hall. Ouch! Caterburn yelped, evidently having landed on the spot that had previously been burned. Tabor, harboring little fondness for those who caused trouble, continued to cast spells around him and moved forward silently. Caterburn limped along behind, curiously asking, "What year are you in? I feel like I've never seen you before, but you certainly possess great strength." Noticing that Tabor was solely focused on his incantations and disregarding him, Caterburn continued, unperturbed. "What misfortune!" Just when the explosion occurred, the flames happened to scorch my wand sheath. If only my wand were still intact. Finally unable to contain his curiosity, Tabor inquired, "So, do you have any idea why that worm suddenly exploded?" Caterburn hesitated, his words faltering as he responded, "Perhaps it was due to transfiguration. You know, casting transfiguration on living beings can easily go awry. Indeed, particularly when it comes to casting transfiguration spells on magical creatures, which inherently possess a certain degree of magical essence. Should this essence interact with the magic of transfiguration, it may yield unpredictable consequences. Kettleburn, as a professor who has faced probation on multiple occasions, you ought to comprehend the potential dangers that could threaten our students and Hogwarts itself." Dumbledore stood at the entrance of the Great Hall, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Kettleburn, his voice laced with barely concealed ire. "Are you aware that the number of injured students this time is unprecedented, nearly filling the entire infirmary?" Dumbledore questioned, his wand swiftly casting an array of probing charms and healing spells. "Fortuitously, you were rescued in time. Had you lingered in the flames, you would have lost that arm." After uttering these words, Dumbledore patted Tabor on the shoulder. "I believe that due to your act of saving a professor, I could certainly award Slytherin an additional 20 points. However, the remainder shall be left to us professors." Tabor quietly followed Professor Slughorn, feeling an inexplicable oddity about the events of the day. Alas, that cunning Dumbledore must have sensed my proximity. He preemptively offered the points. Had it been my decision, I would have granted Slytherin 50 points. Slughorn shook his head in resignation. He was of similar age to Dumbledore, whose talent truly astounded him, and their relationship was relatively amicable. Tabor nodded, convinced that Dumbledore was indeed capable of such a maneuver. "However, Tabor, I recall your grandmother admonished you to steer clear of danger, did she not?" Professor Slughorn's tone was light, tinged with a hint of jest. In truth, upon noticing that although the number of Slytherin students was few, they had congregated outside the Great Hall without a single injury, his spirits lifted considerably. While the distance of the Slytherin table played a role, it did little to overshadow the exemplary performance of the young serpents. "Professor, I believe the flames of the fire-scorched serpent pose little danger to a prepared wizard, do they not? Moreover, after days of practice, you should be quite assured of my proficiency." Slughorn nodded slightly. "Tabor, I concede you are the most gifted young wizard I have encountered. However, you must also remember that regardless of how formidable your magic may be, one should always exercise caution. Kettleburn is no less competent than you. He possesses considerable expertise in dealing with magical creatures, yet he still sustained significant injuries today." Tabor contemplated Kettleburn's condition decades hence upon retirement, promptly nodding in agreement. "Professor, I shall certainly remain vigilant. However, I trust this incident need not be disclosed to my grandmother." It was rare to see Tabor in such a demeanor, and Slughorn, with a smile, ruffled his hair before responding in a peculiar tone. "I shan't specifically inform Lia, but—" Slughorn shook his head. "It's nothing. You shall learn the details tomorrow." Chapter 40, Fame. The following day, upon seeing his name in the Daily Prophet, Tabor immediately discerned the unspoken meaning behind Professor Slughorn's words. A sense of foreboding arose within him. "Look here, Tabor. A significant incident has occurred at Hogwarts, resulting in injuries to several students, among whom emerged a valiant hero who, undaunted by peril, rescued a professor. He, Tabor Prince, is the shining star of Slytherin." As he listened to Zane reading his name from the Daily Prophet, accompanied by extravagant accolades, Tabor cast a skeptical glance at the staff table. The extensive coverage of his actions overshadowed the negligence of Hogwarts professors in safeguarding their students, as well as the incident caused by Kettleburn's transformation of a magical creature within the Great Hall. Tabor suspected that this was orchestrated by someone. Yet, he was uncertain whether it was Dumbledore or Headmaster Dippet acting in the interest of Hogwarts, or if it was Slughorn's desire to elevate either himself or the Prince family that led to such a prominent portrayal of him in the article. Shaking his head, Tabor continued to push around the mashed potatoes in his bowl, striving to ignore the various gazes of his classmates and professors. After swiftly finishing his breakfast, he did not wait for the other little snakes, but instead made his way alone to the History of Magic classroom. Arriving early, he found the classroom empty of students. However, Professor Binns, who had been teaching History of Magic at Hogwarts for an indeterminate time, floated at the lectern, his gaze vacantly fixed outside the window. Tabor felt a twinge of curiosity, which promptly quelled the tumult of other thoughts. The earlier contemplation of how to explain this to his family dissipated, replaced entirely by inquiries regarding Professor Binns. For instance, was he aware of his current state? If he were aware, did he truly relish teaching and wish to continue in this role? Or was he merely a specter clinging to remnants of obsession, destined to teach in order to exist in some spectral form? Furthermore, while most ghosts are unable to interact with objects, except for nearly headless Nick, might Professor Binns be an exception? As the sole ghostly professor at Hogwarts and the oldest among them, he must possess qualities that set him apart from ordinary spirits, evident in his ability to grade assignments and exams. Perhaps Tabor's gaze was too intense, for Professor Binns lifted his head to survey the still empty classroom before gliding through the blackboard and vanishing. With his subject of observation gone, Tabor felt a twinge of disappointment and dismissed the notion of studying ghosts. Most of Hogwarts spirits had held notable positions in life and were well known after their transformation. Capturing a ghost for research might indeed incite unrest among the entire ghostly community. Setting aside his suddenly piqued curiosity, Tabor returned to contemplating his own affairs. Having practiced magical techniques for over a month, Tabor felt a significant enhancement in his control over spells, despite not yet having participated in a formal duel. Initially, he struggled even to hit a stationary target, but now his spells consistently found their mark on the alchemical puppet. Moreover, he had gained complete mastery over the magical output of commonly used spells, and this progress was almost visibly apparent. Professor Slughorn, lacking expertise in dueling, could offer little guidance. However, Tabor believed that his extensive exposure to literary works from his previous life could provide some inspiration. With his control nearly perfected, he felt ready to practice spell-casting stability while in motion. Additionally, improving his casting speed was essential, as swiftly casting the shield charm was a necessity. As he pondered these thoughts, he diligently recorded them in his notebook. At that moment, a few students had entered the classroom, though the number was quite limited. Following the fire incident the previous night, most first-year students, except those from Slytherin, had been sent to the infirmary and had not yet emerged. Consequently, a significant portion of the class was destined to be absent. Tabor paid little heed to the attendance and quietly perused the magical tome he had borrowed from the library. As for the History of Magic course, with his nearly photographic memory, he was confident that memorizing all the materials before the exam would secure him commendable results. The Slytherin students had grown accustomed to the atmosphere of Professor Binns' lectures, with many resting their heads on their desks until the bell rang. After the morning classes concluded, Tabor and Zane made their way to the Great Hall. Throughout the journey, Zane regarded Tabor with the eyes of one who treasures rare creatures, which made Tabor feel exceedingly uncomfortable. He couldn't help but think that his roommate might have been cursed by Caractacus. Just say what you mean. I recall stating at the beginning of the term not to look at me that way. To Tabor's exasperated remark, Zane merely chuckled, draping an arm over Tabor's shoulder with an air of mock sympathy, saying, "Brother, you have truly become famous. After you left the hall, just now, several girls rushed out wanting to speak with you." Tabor frowned. Since seeing his name in the Daily Prophet that morning, the feeling of impending trouble had intensified. "Zane, you know I'm not fond of that. We should focus on studying diligently and practicing magic. In the future, I doubt I will need to worry about attracting beautiful witches," Tabor casually remarked. Zane shrugged and sighed melodramatically, "Of course, but in this castle, brimming with secrets and vitality, your life seems exceedingly dull. We still have several years before we need to fret about the wizarding level exams." Tabor shook his head in resignation, understanding that in the relatively stable environment of England, within the esteemed halls of Hogwarts replete with exceptional professors, students like Zane epitomized the ideal demeanor of youth. During lunch in the Great Hall, Tabor distinctly sensed that the number of whispers concerning him had increased since the morning. However, no one approached to disturb his meal. Chapter 41. The Response to the Howling Letter. It was not until the owl from his grandmother's home landed before Tabor, dropping a crimson letter from its talons, that he comprehended the source of his burgeoning sense of impending crisis. With a slightly stiff expression, he tore open the envelope, and just as the letter was about to leap from his grasp, he deftly swatted it into the bowl of soup before him. The unfortunate howling letter, upon opening its mouth, began to burble and fizz, sinking to the bottom of the bowl. Tabor observed with keen interest the howling letter, which trembled silently in the soup. Pondering the principles behind its creation, he harbored a bold hypothesis that a wizard's magical essence could influence the surrounding objects, even imbuing a mundane letter with consciousness and emotional attributes, endowing it with some semblance of life. Could prolonged exposure to such magic yield a being akin to a spirit? Such contemplation led him to consider the possibility of divine power, perhaps even capable of creating worlds. Tabor, you truly are something else. I never imagined a howling letter could be dealt with in such a manner, remarked Galacticus, seated across from him. As he dabbed the soup splatters from his face with a napkin, Tabor apologetically offered him a tissue, saying it was merely a stroke of luck. Many had witnessed Tabor's audacious act of swatting the howling letter into his soup, leaving them utterly astonished. Who would have thought that the infamous letter, deemed unsolvable by students, would have an affinity for soup? Oblivious to the thoughts swirling around him, Tabor, fortunately, seemed to be gradually acclimating to the scrutiny of others, focusing instead on his own meal. Upon finishing his lunch, Tabor, with no classes in the afternoon, departed the Great Hall alone, intending to spend the entire afternoon in the library, completing several essays. However, his plans were thwarted shortly after his arrival at the library when he heard someone calling his name. Tabor, there you are. Professor Slughorn has asked for you to come to him. Setting down the book he held, Tabor turned to see that it was Anna Hall, who appeared to be experiencing some turbulence in her life lately. Indeed, within this year's first-year cohort, Zane's loose tongue had spread rumors about her predilection for older boys, and discussions had arisen within Slytherin about potentially replacing her as head girl. Yet, Hogwarts had never witnessed a change in head girl, and with no standout figures among the girls in her year, the matter eventually fizzled out. Disregarding Anna Hall's pleading gaze, Tabor walked past her, heading toward the dungeons. Only the sound of footsteps behind him alerted Tabor to the presence of Miss Hall trailing closely. Tabor, it's all my fault. Please don't be upset, she implored. Although Tabor maintained a stoic expression, his heart remained utterly unmoved. Enveloped in a world of magic, he had indeed overlooked certain individuals and matters. However, he could never erase the memories of what Hall had done to him. In fact, many of the rumors circulating in Slytherin about her were, intentionally or unintentionally, disseminated by him through Zane. Tabor had contemplated the notion of returning the favor, perhaps even adding a potion of his own concoction to her pumpkin juice. Yet, he soon concluded that the time and effort invested in brewing such a potion would be better spent selling it in Diagon Alley, where he could at least earn a few galleons. Seeing that Tabor was ignoring her, Hall's gentle smile faltered slightly, yet she quickened her pace. Upon reaching the door of Professor Slughorn's office, Tabor noticed that the wooden door was ajar, and Professor Slughorn was standing by the door, organizing potion ingredients in a large cabinet. Spotting Tabor, Slughorn waved cheerfully at him. "Professor, what brings you such joy?" Tabor inquired casually, aware that although Slughorn often wore a beaming expression, today's smile seemed particularly sincere. "Ah, our shining star of Slytherin. This recent incident has left many students injured, and the potions in the hospital wing are running low. Consequently, the headmaster and the board of governors have made several concessions," Slughorn explained. Only then, noticing Miss Hall accompanying Tabor, although puzzled by her presence, he nodded respectfully to her, saying, "Miss Hall, I greatly appreciate your bringing Tabor here." "It was my duty, Professor. Is there anything else you require my assistance with?" Anna Hall inquired, seemingly oblivious to the urgency in Slughorn's tone. Slughorn shook his head. "No, that's all. Tabor, please come inside." Once Tabor entered the office, he realized that it had expanded significantly beyond its usual dimensions, with the central space cluttered with various potion ingredients. Slughorn closed the door behind them and approached, saying, "I know you have no classes this afternoon. We need to prepare soothing potions, wound cleansers, and burn ointments. Of course, each potion can earn you 1 to 3 galleons. Additionally, if you contribute to Hogwarts potion reserves, I believe it is only fair to award some points to Slytherin." Noticing the 2 cauldrons on the floor, Tabor understood that Slughorn was determined to have him assist, and he resignedly walked over to begin sorting the potion materials. "Professor, why not call a few upperclassmen to help? I just saw Hall looking quite eager to stay," he suggested. Slughorn moved to another cauldron, replying, "Their skills are only adequate for fooling ordinary wizards in Diagon Alley. After all, those who truly require high-quality potions would not patronize Diagon Alley. However, the school invested a considerable sum in this batch of potions, and the quality must, at the very least, reach an exemplary or perfect standard." Tabor nodded. Generally speaking, a potion can be deemed acceptable if it lacks any obvious side effects that fall outside the realm of potion making itself. An exceptional potion, in both appearance and efficacy, should mirror the descriptions found in textbooks. As for perfection, it builds upon excellence, enhancing the potion's effectiveness. Master potion makers often imbue their creations with distinctive characteristics, as each possesses their own area of expertise. At Tabor's current level, he could only methodically produce potions of superior quality, while the achievement of perfection remained a matter of fortune. Chapter 42. The Ruthless Potion-Making Machine. As Slughorn concocted his potions, he took the liberty of observing Tabor's brewing process. "Tabor," he remarked, "after you finally chop and add the sneeze word, allow a brief pause. The resulting potion will yield enhanced effects. Adding it later will not impair the potion's efficacy. In fact, a pinch of powdered peppermint added just before extinguishing the flame will significantly improve the potion's flavor and help alleviate any discomfort during recovery." Slughorn was in high spirits today. While Tabor brewed, he shared every conceivable method of refining 3 different potions, even demonstrating one himself. This proved immensely beneficial for Tabor, akin to unlocking the door to a new world. Previously, Tabor had relied on textbook methods or the time-honored notes of the Prince family for his potion making, dedicating more attention to learning new recipes rather than delving into the underlying principles. He had always believed that investing extensive time in understanding potion theory was less advantageous than mastering additional recipes, as potions of commendable quality were sufficiently effective. No one would reject them based on quality when sold. Yet today, although Slughorn had only discussed 3 potions, Tabor realized that potion recipes were not immutable, and the refinement of potions was not as daunting as he had imagined. In the afternoon, Slughorn had a 5th-year class to attend. Shortly after imparting his brewing techniques, he departed for the adjacent potion classroom, leaving Tabor alone with 2 boiling cauldrons, emitting tendrils of steam. As Tabor focused intently on the cauldrons, a sudden knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," he instinctively replied, his gaze never wavering from the bubbling vessels. Draco Malfoy entered the office, brandishing a brand-new broom. Upon witnessing the scene, he paused momentarily in surprise. "Tabor, are you assisting the infirmary with potion making?" Malfoy inquired, glancing around and quickly discerning the various ingredients strewn about. Tabor nodded, continuing to skillfully drip the extracted juices into the cauldron. Malfoy arrogantly lifted his chin, expressing his surprise that Professor Slughorn had summoned you to brew potions. "My father and several other board members have invested heavily in preserving the reputation of Hogwarts, and their demands are exceptionally high." Tabor, while not witnessing the pride and smugness on Malfoy's face, could discern a hint of it in his tone. "Indeed, the professor informed me that only potions of excellent quality would be deemed acceptable." Following Slughorn's earlier instructions, Tabor completed the final step and removed the cauldron from the fire. The potion cooled rapidly, transforming into a gentle shade of blue that appeared remarkably soothing. As he poured the concoction into a vial, Tabor raised his eyes and inquired, "Do you consider this acceptable, Master Malfoy?" After a moment of contemplation, Malfoy nodded slightly. He was, of course, familiar with the appearance of a calming draught. For the cunning Malfoy, understanding the value of goods was a lesson learned from a young age, as it was essential for acquiring wealth. The potion before him was evidently a success. "Excellent. I trust everyone will be quite pleased. You may address me by my name, and should you desire, you will earn the everlasting friendship of the Malfoy family." Tabor was tempted to ask if Malfoy's friendship was something one could consume. "It is my honor, though I apologize for my rudeness." After speaking, Tabor resumed setting up the cauldron, embarking on a new round of brewing. Malfoy did not feel slighted. As a member of the Malfoy lineage, he was sufficiently tolerant of those who could bring benefits to himself and his family. "Have there been any injuries?" Tabor expressed his surprise, sensing that the sole surviving Slytherin team might be targeted by other houses. "Indeed, those fools are truly the heroes of Slytherin. This semester, I shall lead Slytherin to victory." Malfoy chuckled with pride before continuing, "I've heard you excel at flying, so as captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, I invite you to join." "Captain? Aren't you in your 2nd year? And I'm merely a 1st year. How could I possibly join the Quidditch team?" Malfoy settled onto the sofa. "Year does not matter. This year, my father donated 7 of the latest Nimbus 2000 brooms to the Slytherin team, which are used in professional competitions. It is said that the Irish team ordered a batch just last year. They are significantly faster than the previously popular Comet 179. As Tabor diligently processed the herbs required for this batch of potion, he couldn't suppress a smirk. He was curious to ask Malfoy whether the Slytherin Quidditch team's brooms would always be donated by the Malfoy family. Malfoy radiated excitement when discussing the brooms, but restrained his desire to continue speaking at length. Though the school prohibits 1st years from bringing brooms, it does not state that they cannot join the Quidditch team. In fact, Many members of the Slytherin team begin participating as substitutes from their first year, training alongside the team without playing in matches. This way, when the official selection occurs in the second year, they will have a distinct advantage over others. Tabor hesitated for a moment before declining the invitation to join, instead recommending his roommate, Zane, to Malfoy. Compared to Quidditch, the study of magic captivated Tabor far more. Malfoy had no intention of coercing Tabor into the team, and just as the bell rang for the end of class, he rose from the office to seek out Professor Slughorn in an adjacent classroom. Tabor continued to brew potions, unrelenting, until the house elf arrived with a dinner for two, prompting him to finally pause his work. After a hasty dinner share between Slughorn and Tabor, they resumed their potion-making endeavors. By the time they had exhausted the materials strewn about them, the hour had long surpassed curfew. As Tabor relaxed, he sensed a slight tremor in his hands, and upon rising from the floor, his bones crackled audibly. Chapter 43. The Plan. Slughorn remained in high spirits, radiating vitality as he inspected vials of potion, carefully placing them into a designated box. Quite splendid. Aside from the initial few, the rest are flawless. I had anticipated it would take us 2 or 3 days to complete this. 2 or 3 days. Tabor was taken aback, believing they needed to finish everything today. Indeed. However, it is advantageous to complete them earlier. Once Slughorn had organized the potions, he approached his desk and retrieved a small pouch from a drawer, the sound of clinking coins emanating from within. Most of today's potions were crafted by you, so these galleons are yours, he declared, tossing the pouch to Tabor. Furthermore, due to Mr. Prince's assistance in replenishing the school's potion supplies, Slytherin earns an additional 30 points. Upon receiving the pouch, Tabor did not bother to count it. There was little to spend on at Hogwarts, and having saved a substantial amount of pocket money, he did not place great value on the galleons. Given Slughorn's character, he certainly would not withhold such a small sum. As Tabor pushed open the door to his dormitory, he was unexpectedly enveloped in a bear hug by his roommate, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Zane, let go. We can talk properly, he exclaimed. Once released, Zane excitedly pulled him over to his bed, where an open box revealed a brand new broomstick. It's a Nimbus series broom, just arrived from my mother this afternoon. Tabor, thank you for recommending me to Malfoy. Witnessing Zane's exuberance, Tabor was surprised that his offhand remark earlier in the day had brought such joy to his roommate, whose family had supported him by sending a rather expensive broomstick. Congratulations, Zane. You truly fly remarkably well. And among all the first years, you are undoubtedly the strongest. As long as Malfoy isn't blind, he will surely recruit you. After saying this, Tabor couldn't help but yawn. After spending the better part of the day concocting potions, Tabor felt no physical strain, yet a hint of mental fatigue lingered. He poured the galleons he had earned from his potion making into the drawer where he kept his wealth, then washed up briefly before lying down and gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, as Tabor and Zane ventured to the dining hall for their meal, they noticed that the hall was considerably more populated than it had been in recent days. Tabor, I heard from Senior Hall that you were helping Professor Slughorn with potion making yesterday. Is that true? Karatakus inquired affirmatively from across the table. Tabor was unaware of what Miss Hall had overheard outside Slughorn's office, yet he was not particularly concerned. Suddenly, Karatakus leaned in closer to Tabor and Zane, whispering, I discovered a secret passage yesterday that leads to Hogsmeade. Would you like to explore it this weekend? Tabor contemplated his unused galleons and thought that an outing might not be a bad idea. Ever since his parents had dropped him off at platform 9 3/4, he had not seen them again, nor had he received any letters. Perhaps their idyllic life together had rendered them somewhat forgetful of him. They would surely be astonished if he were to appear at home unexpectedly this weekend. When shall we go? Tabor asked, and both Zane and Karatakus turned to him, their expressions tinged with surprise. Tabor, you wish to join us? Indeed, I assumed you would spend the entire day in the library. Tabor couldn't help but twitch his lips. It seemed Karatakus had only been inquiring about Zane. So, were you referring solely to Zane? Tabor casually asked while sipping his pumpkin juice. Karatakus shook his head, of course not. In fact, Zane is always keen on weekend adventures. We have ventured to Hogsmeade more than once. As for you, if the library didn't close at night, I believe you would reside there permanently. Tabor understood Karatakus' implication. It seemed he need have asked if it was merely a solo endeavor. Having recently received a considerable sum of pocket money, he found little to purchase at Hogwarts. But are you both truly resolved to go this weekend? If a professor spots you, they would easily recognize that you're not third years or above. Karatakus chuckled. The Bach family possesses quite an array of magical items. We last went cloaked in invisibility. Once inside the shops, the proprietors pay little heed to your year. Tabor nodded, feeling a flicker of uncertainty about concocting an invisibility potion. However, before he could reach a decision, he was summoned out of the dining hall by Professor Slughorn. Tabor, I apologize for interrupting your meal, but I see you've nearly finished. Haven't you? Tabor nodded, a twinge of guilt washing over him, uncertain if the professor had overheard Kartakus's remarks. Yes, Professor. Tabor recalled his earlier mention of going to Hogsmeade, and Slughorn had clearly laid out his weekend plans. Surely, this could not be intentional. Professor, I am still quite young. There is no need to rush, he protested. Moreover, I have just promised my classmates that we would explore the castle together this weekend. Slughorn glanced around, ensuring that there were no eavesdroppers, neither humans nor portraits, before he addressed Tabor. You possess the capability to consistently brew perfect potions. By singularly developing or refining a potion, you could attain the title of Potions Master. This would be incredibly advantageous for the Prince family. Chapter 44. The Invitation. Tabor nodded silently. Having spent over a decade in the magical realm, he was well aware of the significance of being a potions master. Even in esteemed potion-brewing families like the Prince's, only the family head had officially attained such a title. It could be said that a potions master could uphold an entire family, provided they wished to do so. Your uncle is unlikely to have much hope, and your father is at odds with your grandfather. Should you become a potions master, the position of the next head of the Prince family would undoubtedly be yours. Slughorn paused before continuing. The presence of a potions master is crucial for a family. Dio has hardly taken on any commissions lately. If you succeed, you could immediately take over the portion of orders from your grandfather. Additionally, given the current instability abroad, the demand for high-quality finished potions is steadily increasing. Tabor nodded. Becoming a potions master had been his ambition for several years, a profession that would ensure a lifetime of comfort. Even amidst the onset of war, he would find himself in a relatively secure position. However, he hesitated. But am I not still too young? Slughorn shook his head. If you were merely an ordinary wizard, it would indeed be unusual to attain the title of potions master at such a young age. Most commence their potion studies only around the age of 11. However, you are different. I recall you began your studies at a remarkably young age. Furthermore, being from a family of potion makers with both your grandfather and me supporting you, your youth would not pose a problem. Rather, it would confer greater prestige upon you, attracting a wealth of admirers. Suddenly, Tabor realized that this seemed akin to the adage of making a name for oneself early in the magical world. Moreover, refining a potion independently is no small feat. My assistance will be limited to rectifying the more obvious mistakes. The methodology will require your own experimentation. Very well, Professor, I understand. I will contemplate which potion to improve. Tabor inquired, will you be going to Hogsmeade this weekend? Slughorn, envisioning the elevation of his own reputation following Tabor's ascension to potions master, and the prospect of delegating less lucrative orders to him, found delight in the thought of having ample free time to host gatherings. Indeed, many of my clients await my arrival in Hogsmeade every weekend, Slughorn replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Slughorn hesitated for but a moment before nodding in agreement. It would be opportune for me to introduce you to my clients. You may find future intersections of interest. Very well, Professor, Tabor replied with a beaming smile, suddenly eager to envision the expression on his friend's face upon encountering him in Hogsmeade. The weekend swiftly approached, and most of the third-year students and professors were departing from Hogwarts. Zane had also set off early to the dormitory of Caractacus. After locating Professor Slughorn, Tabor followed him and several other professors as they trailed behind the students, making their way towards Hogsmeade. The professors paid little mind to Tabor, a student clearly not yet in his third year, accompanying Slughorn. After all, no school regulation prohibited professors from taking students off campus during the weekend. Ah, you little rascal. We meet again. Tabor could not help but twitch at the sudden address. Professor Kettleburn, I do have a name. Instinctively, Tabor felt inclined to refuse, as he suspected that Kettleburn's notion of fascinating magical creatures would hardly encompass innocuous beings like fairies. Yet considering his recent studies in potions, he realized that while he could enlist Slughorn's assistance in procuring potion ingredients, some rare materials were nearly impossible to obtain. The Forbidden Forest and magical creatures were akin to treasure troves of potion components. Until the future half-giant gamekeeper took office, Professor Kettleburn was undoubtedly the closest individual to the Forbidden Forest. It is my honor, Slughorn replied. For the hair, a small pair of scissors should suffice, if necessary. A cutting charm could be employed. For the slime and venom, you might prepare several small vials to place in a bag enhanced by the extension charm. It would not be too conspicuous. The thought of acquiring potion ingredients without cost uplifted Tabor's spirits, and he regarded Kettleburn with a softer gaze. As they entered the village of Hogsmeade, Slughorn led Tabor directly to Axel Manor. Tabor felt a twinge of regret at not being able to surprise his parents. "Father, it is a pleasure to see you, but where is Mother?" Axel shrugged with a hint of exasperation. "Ines has been struck by inspiration lately and is busy in the basement. She specifically instructed me not to disturb her, come what may." Tabor nodded in understanding as he stepped into the courtyard. "Tabor, the individual you are about to meet is no ordinary character. Just to be safe, take this potion, and find one of your father's hooded robes to wear." Chapter 45, Bach. Accepting the potion Slughorn offered, Tabor curiously uncapped it and took a whiff. Polyjuice potion? Quite intriguing. Today, this fellow is not a good person. It would be wise to avoid direct contact. Tabor rushed upstairs, familiar with the layout, and upon entering his room, he discovered a robe, evidently intended for an adult, laid across his bed. "Indeed, everything has been arranged with utmost clarity," murmured Tabor, while a warm sensation of being observed lingered within him. Although he was not truly an 11-year-old child, Tabor found no disdain in this feeling. Approaching the mirror, he raised the potion in his hand. "Cheers!" Ugh! Tabor felt as if he were perpetually growing taller, his throat igniting as flames coursed through his body, rendering him as if he were ablaze. The once-fitting school robe began to cling tightly to him, teetering on the verge of bursting. He fought against the overwhelming nausea, tearing off his garments while simultaneously suppressing his body's instinctive resistance to the potion. He certainly did not wish for a potion with sufficient efficacy to be dismantled by his own body, causing it to fail unexpectedly before he was prepared. If the potion were to fail in a public setting like a tavern, it would indeed result in a disastrous spectacle. Fortunately, the transformation induced by the potion did not take long, and soon Tabor felt his vision broaden significantly. The reflection in the mirror revealed an unfamiliar visage. Apart from the striking golden hair of medium length, the features of this individual appeared remarkably understated. In a novel, a mere few words would suffice to encapsulate his entire essence. Tabor ignored the school uniform discarded on the floor and instead donned the robe from his bed. Coco! With a resounding pop, the house elf from the Prince family materialized before Tabor. He sensed that Coco had arrived with unusual swiftness this time. "Young master, you have finally summoned Coco." Coco's large eyes brimmed with tears of excitement as he wiped his somewhat greasy hands on his apron. "Coco, what were you doing earlier?" "I was preparing lunch." "Coco has roasted a delicious duck. Would the young master care to sample it?" Tabor shook his head, uncertain of where Slughorn intended to take him, thus not able to ascertain the timing for lunch. "Coco, didn't you always refer to me as young master?" Tabor inquired, curious if his grandparents had said something that led Coco to alter his address. With eyes as wide as tennis balls, Coco responded excitedly. "The old master and old lady said that if young Master Tabor can become a master of potions, then his name will be added to the family tree. And even the master has agreed. Coco believes young master will certainly succeed." "The family tree?" A smirk of irony crossed Tabor's lips. He and his parents had little regard for such matters. Yet in the eyes of some, being a person not recorded in the family tree may as well equate to being a bastard. "Coco, has anything happened with my grandfather recently?" Tabor asked straightforwardly, unperturbed by the thought of Coco relaying his inquiry to his grandfather. "The old master has not brewed potions for many days now, and furthermore," Tabor observed Coco, mouth agape yet silent, and instantly discerned that it was ensnared by magical constraints, unable to divulge the true state of its grandfather. "How do you feel, Tabor? I specially sought out a muggle to procure a strand of hair. The magical realm ensures your information remains undiscovered." Slughorn, aware of the temporal nature of the polyjuice potion, did not linger further and turned to lead Tabor out of the estate. "Professor, whom are we to meet, and is there anything we should be mindful of?" "The father of Galacticus, the head of the Bach family. Their enterprise is predominantly situated in Nocturne Alley. It is imperative not to touch any items surrounding Mr. Bach, regardless of how innocuous they may appear. However, their connections are indeed extensive, allowing for the acquisition of numerous rare ingredients. Naturally, some less commonly used potions can also be offered to them." A sudden realization struck Tabor. It seemed that Galacticus was destined to become the future Bach. This insight deepened his understanding of their family. In retrospect, the Slytherin's apprehension towards Galacticus must have stemmed from the influence of his esteemed lineage. Contrary to Tabor's expectations, Slughorn did not employ apparition to reach Nocturne Alley, but instead meandered to the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village. "Don your hood." Tabor remained silent, merely drawing up his hood before following Slughorn into a dilapidated and cramped tavern. The dimly lit bar was permeated by a cacophony of pungent alcoholic aromas. Tabor was uncertain if this was indeed the fabled Hog's Head Inn, for he saw no sign of a hog's head and no patrons resembling Dumbledore. Most of the individuals within donned attire akin to Tabor's own, cloaked in voluminous black robes, rendering any identification impossible. Slughorn proceeded without hesitation, settling into a window-side seat where a hooded figure was already seated, idly toying with a ring upon his finger. "You've arrived rather late today." A sinister voice emanated from the cloaked figure. Indeed. But might I inquire, sir, would you care to introduce yourself?" Slughorn shook his head dismissively. "There is no need. He shall not partake in our transaction." "Ah, I see. It appears yet another of your students has been brought forth to gain experience? Though this specimen seems superior to the last, at least he is obedient." The hooded figure, Bach, produced a small pouch and placed it upon the table, gesturing for Slughorn to examine it. His gaze then shifted to the silent Tabor, who remained as still as a statue. Chapter 46, Returning Home. "Young man, you are quite impressive. The last time your professor brought a student, he dared to drink the pumpkin juice I had poured, only to have his nose bitten off by a cursed goblet. Such a curse is irreversible. The afflicted shall never grow a new nose." Tabor remained mute, yet his eyes involuntarily darted toward the cup set before him and Slughorn. He had initially intended to sample the butterbeer at this establishment, but upon noticing that Slughorn showed no inclination to partake, and recalling Slughorn's earlier admonitions, he refrained from touching the cup before him. Observing that Tabby had yet to acknowledge him, Mr. Bach muttered in evident disappointment, "What a tiresome little brat. Well, this time the offerings are commendable." Slughorn retrieved a similarly unremarkable bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Let me see," he said. Mr. Bach glanced at it quickly, likely because the bag contained little of substance. "You really are a miserly fellow. If this continues, our dealings may come to an end." Slughorn, clearly aware of Mr. Bach's dissatisfaction, chose to disregard it. "Come now, do not think I am oblivious. The chaos outside has made it difficult to sell materials, hasn't it? Even those items that are no longer valued elsewhere are not easily transported here, particularly under the current stringent regulations imposed by the ministry's rabid dogs." Slughorn paid no heed to Mr. Bach's grievances. He understood that Mr. Bach merely sought to extract more advantages from him. As for ceasing their transactions, that was an impossibility. "All right, I have no time for idle chatter. I shall return next month," Slughorn declared before preparing to depart. Tabby also rose, following the professor's lead. Once outside the tavern and around a corner, Slughorn finally spoke. That tavern was the site of the recent Goblin Rebellion. Many contraband items can be procured there, but remember to conceal your identity unless you are absolutely certain. And do not converse with strangers. You handled yourself well just now. I merely recalled your warning." Tabby replied nonchalantly, feeling no particular pride in suppressing his curiosity when necessary. "By the way, Professor, what is the name of that tavern?" "The Goblin Tavern. It is said to attract patrons by this name." Slughorn paused and lowered his voice to continue. "The effect is not particularly favorable. Many wizards perceive the Goblin Rebellion as a provocation against wizards, harboring no fondness for this place or its name. Numerous individuals in the department oppose it. Hence the tavern has not even displayed sign." Tabby nodded, quickly realizing that Aberforth had yet to assume ownership of the tavern. "Very well, Professor." Tabby watched as Slughorn vanished around the corner before turning towards Axel Manor. Transactions at the Goblin Tavern predominantly followed a barter system, with the value of items often contingent upon individual needs. Nevertheless, the status of the potion's master is undoubtedly unquestionable, as evidenced by Slughorn's consistent position of relative advantage. Indeed, after all, the time for potions is fleeting. Upon entering the manor, Tabby approached his father and quietly inquired about his grandfather's condition. "Why the sudden question? Are they forcing you to do something again?" Axel exhibited a somewhat unnatural demeanor when speaking to his son, who bore a visage unfamiliar to him. Yet he inquired with an evident urgency. Reclining upon his bed, Tabor removed his robe and awaited the effects of the compound potion to dissipate. It has come to light that his grandfather faced some difficulties, with certain high-level potion orders from the Prince family lacking any successors. For the time being, Professor Slughorn may be assisting in maintaining the operations. Although his uncle is the presumptive heir, it is clear that he lacks the capability to uphold the legacy of a potion-making dynasty. Their original plan might have been for the grandfather to hold on until Eileen matured. By then, even without a master potion maker, the Prince family could still occupy a portion of the ordinary market through long-term management. Perhaps Eileen's decline in the original narrative was not solely due to her departure from home. One must ponder, would a well-off only daughter of a wizard truly forsake everything to what a muggle? While the Prince family does not adhere strictly to blood purity, A sense of superiority among wizards in the presence of muggles undeniably persists. Nevertheless, these are merely my conjectures. It is best to take things one step at a time. After donning his clothes, Tarba descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, Ines displayed unmistakable joy, deftly maneuvering various dishes from the kitchen to the table. Axel sat at the table, quietly popping a cherry tomato in his mouth. Of course, I was aware since yesterday, when your uncle asked me to assist in preparing your clothes. Your grandmother must have learned of it through your summoning of Coco. Tarba nodded. Indeed, I had hoped to surprise you all. Chapter 47, Resolution. As Ines settled beside Tarba, she gently kissed his cheek. Tarba, do you aspire to become the head of the Prince family? In truth, we harbor no doubts regarding your potential to become a master potion maker. Yet, if we were to consider lineage, your uncle's child ought to be the rightful heir. Tarba understood his father's concerns, primarily the fear that he might obstruct Eileen's path, leading to discord within their household. However, he could not disclose to his father that Eileen would ultimately abandon the family to marry a muggle without hesitation. Shaking his head, he cast aside that thought. His family had already relocated from France to England, which had altered their circumstances. How could the future remain immutable? Becoming a master potion maker undoubtedly holds advantages. Thus, I shall not reject any assistance from the Prince family. As for what lies ahead, when Eileen is capable of inheriting the family legacy, I can always choose to depart once more. Axel recognized his son's resolve and refrained from further persuasion. Since you have made your decision, prepare diligently. Do you have any ideas for improving the potion, or are you considering creating an entirely new one? Tarba shook his head. He possessed no inkling of what modifications or innovations to pursue. The Wolfsbane potion, which may emerge in the future, boasts commendable effects. Yet he lacked a werewolf to study for his research. Slughorn initially improved the Felix Felici's potion, a feat of remarkable difficulty that is seldom seen even among masters of potion making. I once entertained the thought of enhancing the elation potion. Observing the contemplative expression on Tabor's face, Axel closed his mouth, refraining from disturbing him. Very well, I believe I need to peruse more literature. Tabor shook his head in mild exasperation. A fleeting idea flickered through his mind, yet it eluded his grasp. Ultimately, it was merely his natural talent, and to truly enhance a potion required a significant investment of time and experimentation. After conversing with his father about life at Hogwarts, Tabor departed from Axel's estate, intending to wander through Hogsmeade. As he approached the exterior of Honeydukes, Tabor spotted Zane and Galacticus jostling amongst the crowd, their arms laden with an assortment of sweets. However, both of their robes were considerably dusty, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Hello, Zane, Galacticus, you truly ventured out? Was everything smooth? Upon hearing his name called, both were visibly startled, but upon recognizing Tabor, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. You said you would spend the weekend with the headmaster. How come you are here? Zane's question, lacking in forethought, was bluntly posed. The professor has also come to Hogsmeade. Galacticus, though more composed, still expressed surprise, inquiring, so, you walked out of Hogwarts without a care? Tabor nodded affirmatively. Of course, I simply followed a group of professors. Zane and Galacticus exchanged glances, reflecting on their own harrowing journey through the dark, narrow passageway, which had been a challenge to navigate, only to discover that their friend had effortlessly arrived at the same destination. Given that Zane and Galacticus had snuck out, they did not linger for long. Each clutching a handful of candies, they hastily departed Hogsmeade. Tabor continued to explore Hogsmeade for a while longer, purchasing some parchment, ink, and a newfound fondness for lemon sherbet, before stepping into the Two Broomsticks. The tavern was bustling with patrons, and for a moment, Tabor failed to spot any available seats. Tabor, over here. Hearing Slughorn's voice, Tabor turned to discover a corner table with a few vacant spots, primarily unoccupied due to the surrounding presence of Hogwarts professors. After greeting each of the professors, Tabor pulled up a stool beside Slughorn. I was just pondering when you would arrive. Have you acquired everything? Slughorn, evidently aware of Tabor's fondness for cherry juice, refrained from further commentary and stood to bid farewell to the surrounding professors before exiting the tavern. I just spoke with your teachers from various subjects, and they have assisted in securing you a long-term leave, Slughorn suddenly announced. Long-term leave? Tabor queried, puzzled, even considering the urgent need for potioneers in the Prince family. Such haste seemed unnecessary. Very well, Professor, I understand. As Professor Slughorn grew increasingly anxious, Tabor's heart became more unsettled, and he found himself eager to learn about his grandfather's condition. Professor, is my grandfather's situation truly dire? Upon hearing Tabor's inquiry, Slughorn nodded, indeed. But that is not something you can address at present. Focus instead on your potion studies. Tabor sensed that neither his father nor Professor Slughorn had explicitly clarified the nature of his grandfather's ailment, as if they were deliberately withholding information. Ultimately, Tabor resolved to abandon his quest for details about his grandfather's condition, believing that perhaps the secrets of his family would reveal themselves once he became a master potion maker. Upon returning to school, Tabor disregarded his roommates' forlorn gaze and began organizing the various potion recipes he had learned, hoping to identify those that were flawed and set a goal for improvement. Chapter 48, Improvement. When Slughorn noticed Tabor preparing to fill out his application for staying at school, he approached and halted his actions. Startled, Tabor glanced at Professor Slughorn and instinctively asked, "Did grandfather agree?" Slughorn smiled and nodded, "Of course. For the prosperity and continuity of the family, personal preferences can be set aside for now." "All right, I understand." Having lived with his parents for over a decade, Tabor could easily guess their thoughts. However, he could not comprehend why they would waste the better part of a day traveling by train when matters could be resolved in an instant. "Mother, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat at home?" Ines, taken aback by her son's sudden display of cuteness, waved her wand and conjured some snacks that had been prepared in advance. Tabor hastily stuffed a couple of bites into his mouth before mumbling, "Father, when do you plan to head to Prince Manor?" Axel, perusing the day's Daily Prophet, hesitated before responding, "I intend to go tomorrow morning." "Very well. I shall use the Floon network to reach Prince Manor shortly. I plan to experiment with the toads behind the manor for my improved bone regrowth potion." Axel set down the newspaper. "Bone regrowth potion? Have you already developed a new formula?" Tabor nodded, pride swelling within him as he shared his recent research findings with his father. "The bone regrowth potion has shown promising effects. It can regenerate lost bones within 8 hours, though the process is accompanied by intense pain that originates from the very marrow, making even soothing agents largely ineffective. Thus, my research aims to alleviate or even eliminate the pain associated with bone growth." "That is an excellent idea. I recall when I was knocked off my broom during a Quidditch match and broke my leg, I drank that potion. The sensation afterward was truly unforgettable." Tabor smiled. His father's approval brought him great joy. The inspiration to improve this potion stemmed from witnessing classmates injured during Quidditch matches and hearing their unsettling cries of anguish. In the magical realm, the commonly used pain-relieving potion is the calming draught, which contains substances that induce a state of slumber. It does not genuinely alleviate pain. Rather, it renders the nerves less sensitive, allowing the individual to overlook bodily sensations. Tabor had attempted to incorporate various components of the calming draught into the bone regrowth potion, but each endeavor ended in failure. He had never witnessed the precise method for creating the anesthetic elixir in his previous life, and thus had no recollection of its specific preparation techniques. However, Tabor was aware that the primary ingredient of the anesthetic elixir was the mandrake root. After scouring nearly every tome in the Hogwarts library that detailed potion ingredients, he finally caught sight of the purple mandrake in a book discussing the preparation of poisons. This particular flower, replete with toxins, was largely overlooked as it served no purpose beyond alleviating the suffering of those poisoned during potion making. Unperturbed by wizards' opinions on mandrakes, Tabor sought out Professor Ketterborn and learned the location of wild mandrakes growing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Surprisingly, this plant, which possessed little magical essence and scarcely qualified as a potion ingredient, blended seamlessly into the bone regrowth potion, delivering notable analgesic effects. The toads Tabor had captured for experimentation remained tranquil in their cages, their broken bones swiftly mending. Just as Tabor believed he had achieved success, he discovered that the toads had slipped into a deeper slumber, ultimately succumbing in their dreams. After hearing Tabor's account, Axel nodded appreciatively, remarking that the mandrake seemed to be rather common, and that Tabor's application of it in potion making would likely suffice to satisfy the Potion Masters Association. Tabor nodded in agreement. Although Axel had not attained the title of Master Potion Maker, Tabor recognized that his expertise was on par with that of the Masters, and he placed great trust in his assessment. Upon arriving at the ancient castle of the Prince family, Tabor first visited his ailing grandfather, only to learn that he had inadvertently knocked over a vial of highly corrosive mutated dragon's blood while struggling to brew a particularly challenging potion. Despite the timely application of an antidote, Dio clearly sensed his condition deteriorating. Although his lifespan was not in jeopardy, he was destined to make no further advancements in the precise art of potion making. As a master potion maker, Dio was acutely aware of his situation. His spirit waned day by day, and recently, he had been unable to leave his bed. Upon seeing Tabor, Dio scrutinized him earnestly and directly inquired, "I heard from Slughorn that your improved potion is nearly ready." Tabor nodded, recounting his recent achievements to his grandfather. Chapter 49, Jealousy. Isn't there a need to conduct a few more trials? Tabor hesitated, not anticipating that he would soon embark on human trials. No longer. You must understand that numerous desperate individuals are willing to serve as test subjects for our potion experiments in exchange for a mere handful of galoons. Tabor, you need to shift your perspective. The time of the master potion maker is exceedingly precious. While those wretches require only a trivial sum of galoons to devote themselves to your cause. Tabor thought of the idle dark wizards in the alley and the severely impoverished werewolves among the wizarding community, realizing that his grandfather's words held considerable truth. Very well. Should any complications arise, I have several contingency plans, all previously tested on toads and ready for modification. Excellent. Go see your sister. Eileen has already learned to crawl. Observing his grandfather's evidently waning vitality, Tabor moved his lips, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word of concern and turned to exit the chamber. As he descended from the upper floor, Alan, who had just entered from outside, greeted him with a forced smile. Uncle, let us go see little Eileen. Alan watched as Tabor disappeared around the corner, the smile on his face gradually fading, jealousy twisting his expression. Tabor sharply sensed the malevolent gaze lingering behind him, and a frown of discontent creased his brow. His uncle was proving to be somewhat of a nuisance. Although Tabor had no intention of vying for the position of family head, his uncle likely perceived his current actions as akin to a contest for power. Furthermore, the fact that he was on the brink of becoming a master potion maker at such a tender age must have left his uncle feeling quite resentful. Upon entering Eileen's room, Tabor beheld the tiny girl nestled in the embrace of a house elf, sucking on a floating bottle, producing a soft, smacking sound. Little master, the elf exclaimed, momentarily stunned at Tabor's arrival before attempting to bow. However, the gesture was clumsy, hindered by the child in its arms. Enough. I command you to forego any formalities and care for Eileen properly, Tabor instructed, stepping closer and meeting a pair of large, glistening black eyes. Eileen, he murmured, gazing at the cherubic face of the infant. Unable to resist, he gently poked her soft cheek with his finger. The delightful sensation prompted him to extend 2 more fingers, playfully pinching her delicate skin, leaving behind tiny red marks. When Tabor realized what he had done, he was met with 2 tear-filled eyes staring back at him. Naughty BB, you made little Eileen blush. Naughty BB must prevent little Master Tabor from causing any more trouble, yet has no authority to stop the masters from doing anything. Listening to the house elf's ramblings, Tabor couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. Enough, BB. I command you to cease. I shall not touch little Eileen again, and your noise will disturb her. Tabor's stern command finally reminded BB of the infant in its arms, causing it to promptly close its mouth, its large eyes gazing up at Tabor with a look of pitiful reproach. Instantly, Tabor felt as though he had committed an egregious offense, and he turned to leave the room. Standing in the corridor, he hesitated for a moment before descending the stairs amid the whispered secrets of the paintings on the walls. Kiki, little master, do you have any commands for me? Please bring me a cup of black tea, and also fetch a light-hearted book from the library to the courtyard. Tabor requested as he strolled towards a section of the castle that had been enchanted with a broad warmth charm. There a small table was set, accompanied by 2 inviting rocking chairs, and overhead, an array of potion ingredients danced about in the garden. Of course, young master, Coco responded promptly, bringing forth steaming Darjeeling tea, an exquisitely crafted cherry cake, and a stack of substantial tomes. As Tabor surveyed the offerings, a vein on his forehead twitched involuntarily. The young master adores cherries, Coco explained, having spotted the cherry cake in the kitchen, so I thought he would be delighted. Hearing Coco's chatter, Tabor shook his head in mild exasperation. Coco, I do appreciate cherry cake, but why on earth do I need so many leisure books? Coco, unsure of the young master's precise reading preferences, mentioned that Quidditch Through the Ages was deemed a light read by the portraits, while the other volumes were those the young master typically enjoyed. The elder master had permitted Coco to bring more books for Tabor. Narrowing his eyes, Tabor gleaned a significant revelation from Coco's words. He now had access to an expanded selection of books in Prince's library. Does the elder master have any further instructions? Coco eagerly nodded, his large ears nearly drooping to the ground. The elder master had also stated that the young master could utilize the potion laboratory one in the basement, and any missing materials could be retrieved from the storeroom by Coco. Was Uncle aware of these directives from Grandfather? Tabor inquired after taking a sip of his tea. He is indeed aware. The elder knows everything, Coco replied. With a shake of his head, Tabor attempted to dismiss the jumbled thoughts swirling in his mind. After all, he was still but a child under 12. Even if he were to be thrust into the responsibilities of inheriting the family legacy, it would have to wait until after his graduation. Perhaps by then, Aaron would have been discovered to possess remarkable talent, and rightfully become the heir of the family. Casting aside Quidditch through the ages, Tabor earnestly delved into the potion books he had yet to explore. Chapter 50. An unpleasant parting. It was not until lunchtime that Coco roused Tabor from his sea of knowledge. Upon entering the dining hall, Tabor noticed that his uncle, grandfather, and grandmother were already seated at the table, with little Aaron being pushed in a cradle by BB, floating nearby. "Tabor, come here and let your grandmother have a good look at you," his grandmother called. Tabor hurriedly took a seat in front of her, locking eyes with Aaron's curious gaze. The little one, evidently with a sharp memory, recalled their earlier encounter and immediately burst into tears with a loud wah. BB quickly scooped up the young mistress, flustered and trying to console her. However, upon noticing that the person who had pinched her was still present and leaning closer, Aaron's cries intensified. Seated at the head of the table, Dio appeared somewhat fatigued, and the sharp cries only exacerbated his impatience. Bibby cast a pitiful glance at Tabor before cradling Aaron and, with the swaying infant crib trailing behind, exited the dining hall. "Let us proceed with our meal," he suggested. Tabor suddenly found himself reminiscing about Hogwarts, where the Great Hall was perpetually alive with noise and the exuberance of youth. Hogsmeade's Axel Manor was also quite delightful, despite having parents who frequently flaunted their affection. Nevertheless, Axel and Ines were both optimists, and they never burdened Tabor with their negative emotions. "Tabor, how have you been faring at Hogwarts of late?" Leah inquired, her smile warm and genuine, clearly pleased with Tabor's swift progress in his studies. However, Tabor noticed that his uncle's expression seemed increasingly somber, yet he remained silent, merely pushing his food around his plate. Following Tabor's gaze, Leah also observed the countenance of her eldest son, and after a frown and a dismissive huff, she spoke directly. "What is it, Alan? Do you have an objection?" "None at all, mother," Alan replied. Dio, observing his son who resembled a quail, set down his utensils with a scoff. "Had you managed to marry a daughter from a pure-blood family, would we need to invest so much effort in your nephew? Consider this. Leah could have secured you a girl from the Black family. Their dowry was substantial, and you could inherit the family fortune immediately. Fellow businessmen would surely extend you a favor simply for being the son-in-law of the Blacks." Hearing his father reminisce about past opportunities, Alan's expression darkened further. Tabor, witnessing this exchange, felt little emotional upheaval. He cherished the notion of love based on freedom, yet he did not harbor strong aversion toward arranged marriages. Enjoying the benefits bestowed by his family, he believed it was only fair to contribute in return. If one were unwilling to sacrifice, they were destined to forfeit something of value. "Tabor, what I mean is, you should be recorded in the family lineage under your uncle's name," Dio began, but was abruptly interrupted by Leah. "I disagree. Alan has both Aaron and little Axel, while Axel has only Tabor. But Axel and Ines are still young," Dio countered. Leah shook her head. "Regardless, Tabor is undoubtedly Axel's child. This fact is indisputable. Wouldn't you agree, Tabor?" Alan cast a conflicted glance at Tabor. Initially, he had been quite fond of this quiet little nephew. However, after continually hearing his father extol Tabor's genius, even suggesting a desire to reclaim the younger branch of the family, Alan began to harbor unfavorable sentiments towards him. Now, witnessing Tabor's apparent disregard for the family he valued above all else, he felt a mix of secret delight and irritation. "Father, Tabor indeed faces considerable challenges at school. For many years, Dio had served as the patriarch, and he effortlessly discerned the subtle intentions of his eldest son. With a sigh of resignation, he felt a pang of regret for having impulsively expelled his younger son from the family. What had once seemed like a display of intelligence from his eldest had now revealed itself to be a narrow-minded perspective. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone further discussion for another time. After finishing his thoughts, Dio slowly departed from the dining hall, his silhouette exuding an air of melancholy. "I shall visit the apothecary in Diagon Alley this afternoon," Alan remarked before hastily making his exit. "Have you had enough to eat? Would you care for some more pastries?" Leah inquired, her gaze softening as she looked at Tabor. "I am quite satisfied, grandmother. I had Coco bring me some refreshments before the meal, and I spent some time reading in the courtyard," Tabor replied. "It's all right, grandmother." Tabor shook his head gently, adding, "In truth, I believe my father is doing quite well in Hogsmeade with my mother. There is no need for you to worry excessively. As for me, I will assist my uncle with any potions he may require, as long as I am capable of brewing them." Leah scrutinized Tabor for a considerable time before letting out a faint sigh. "Very well, it is your choice. However, do you truly harbor no thoughts regarding the family?" Without hesitation, Tabor responded, "I do desire the rare tomes and materials preserved within our family, yet I understand that as a master potion maker, I will eventually possess such treasures." Seeing Tabor's resolute demeanor, Leah couldn't help but sigh again. Indeed, It is one's own strength that cannot be taken away by anyone. Why is it that Alan cannot see this? Tabor found himself at a loss for words, settling into the role of a silent listener. Chapter 51. The House Elf Tabor. Henceforth you are welcome to peruse all the tomes within the manor. Additionally, you may utilize any materials you require. I only hope you will assist your uncle in the future. Is that agreeable? Tabor's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could directly obtain the books he sought, why would he decline? As for future assistance, helping his uncle and the Prince family posed no conflict as long as it did not jeopardize his own interests. I certainly have no objections, but what about my uncle? Do not concern yourself with him. It is settled, Liao affirmed decisively, leading Tabor into further discussions. The afternoon swiftly slipped away. That evening, as Tabor lay in his warm bed, he found himself unusually restless. It was as if the unending nourishment of both body and spirit he had experienced at Hogwarts and Hogsmeade had abruptly ceased. Though he did not feel discomfort, there was an undeniable sense of something missing. Artifact, are you still asleep? Tabor casually inquired, but the echoes of the artifact's remnants did not resonate in his mind. Despite having undergone years of the artifact's influence, he could sense divine energy flowing through him, yet still could not locate the fragment of the artifact within his being. Perhaps, for gods and artifacts, a few years were but a fleeting moment. Tabor turned over in bed and suddenly felt that this was quite agreeable. Although he had the assistance of divine power, all knowledge resided within his own mind. Even if one day this fragment of a magical artifact were to be completely destroyed, he could still sustain his current way of life. Unable to sleep, Tabor decided to sit up, took his wand from the bedside, lit the oil lamp in the room, and summoned a book to pass the time. After all, given his current constitution, staying awake all night posed no issue. In truth, Tabor did not possess an ardent passion for reading. It was simply that, in the realm of magic at present, there seemed to be no other suitable evening entertainment for him. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, the dawn began to break. Tabor stretched his somewhat stiff body, washed his face, and donned a fresh robe before stepping out of his room. Young master, you are awake. May I offer you breakfast? Startled by the sudden appearance of Coco, who nearly received a kick for her abruptness, Tabor could not help but twitch his lips. Very well, please take it to the dining room. By the way, have my grandparents risen yet? Young master, both your grandfather and grandmother are awake, but they are having breakfast in their own rooms. As for your uncle, he left early this morning. Tabor nodded. Though he felt that Coco was unusually attentive today, he dismissed the thought and walked alone to the dining table. Coco arrived with a large tray, from which she served a steaming cup of milk, 2 slices of golden brown toast, a generous plate of potato salad, and 2 sizzling steaks. Young master, all these dishes were specially prepared for you by Coco. If you find it insufficient, the kitchen is well stocked. Coco, is something amiss today? You seem different. Upon hearing Tabor's inquiry, Coco's eyes brimmed with tears. Young master has noticed something unusual about Coco. Oh dear, how can Coco be so fortunate to receive such concern from you? Tabor rubbed his aching forehead, striving to maintain a serious tone. Enough, Coco. I command you to cease this and explain what exactly has transpired. Tabor was somewhat taken aback by his grandfather's sentiments. In the year he first arrived at the Prince Manor with his parents, his grandmother had granted him the power to summon and command Coco. Nevertheless, Coco remained a house elf belonging to the Prince family, with even the titles used being merely vague forms of respect. Suddenly, Tabor recalled a book he had once seen in the Prince library, which discussed house elves. According to the text, these beings did not exist from the outset. Rather, they were life forms nurtured or created by powerful wizards. They depended on their wizards while managing to survive within the estates left behind by them. They possessed formidable magic, but such power did not stem from their diminutive forms. Rather, it was derived from the families to which they were bound. Tabor had stared at Coco for a long time back then, yet he had not discerned any connection between her magic and the Prince Manor. He had merely observed and moved on. Until today, I was suddenly informed that my grandfather intended to give away a house elf, which instantly reminded me of that book. Coco, why has grandfather suddenly decided to part with a house elf? After all, you are quite capable, upholding the good habit of asking when in doubt. And knowing that house elves do not lie, Tabor boldly voiced his curiosity. As he slightly nodded, continuing to enjoy his breakfast, he listened intently to Coco's narrative. When we serve in wizarding families, we gain enhanced magical powers and prolonged lifespans. However, the old master feels there are too many house elves in the household. My sister spent most of her time assisting in the apothecary in Diagon Alley, while Bibi looked after young Mistress Erin. Dodo and I do not wish to become useless house elves. That would be truly dreadful. Tabor struggled to comprehend Coco's meaning. Finally realizing that house elves indeed require a wizard to survive, Axel Manor currently has no house elves, yet accommodates 3 wizards, making it a coveted place for house elves. Upon reflection, if the number of family members decreases, might the number of house elves also gradually diminish? Chapter 52, Shopping. Just like the Black family, after Sirius entered Azkaban, no family members resided at Grimmauld Place, leaving only an elderly house elf behind. Is Dodo your nephew? I don't believe I've ever met him, Tabor inquired. Coco nodded vigorously. Yes, young master. Coco has been an adult elf for quite some time now. Dodo and Bibi have just come of age and are only now learning to proficiently wield various household spells. Tabor, are you interested in house elves? Upon hearing her grandmother's question, Tabor hastily swallowed his food, then awkwardly replied, Not particularly. I merely found Coco's demeanor today rather peculiar, prompting me to ask a few more questions. I have read about house elves before and have always been curious why they so ardently wish to serve wizarding families. Are there no free house elves? Leah chuckled softly. It is not unusual for you to be unaware of these matters. However, among pure-blood aristocrats, it is not considered a secret. House elves rely on wizards for survival, and they can also subsist within a wizard's residence. Free house elves are a fantasy, as without a wizard, they would be like rootless weeds, quickly becoming feeble and ultimately perishing. Perishing? Indeed, Leah affirmed with unwavering certainty. House elves are beings created by wizards, bound by a contract with them. They draw upon the magical essence emanating from wizards and their estates by providing service and obeying commands. Thus, Tabor hesitated to speak further, refraining from directly inquiring about the Prince family. Yes, Leah's expression darkened slightly. That failure dealt a significant blow to your grandfather. His magical powers have begun to wane. But there is still grandmother, uncle, and young Aaron. It shouldn't he have reached that extent, should it? Leah shook her head. Tabor, generally speaking, with the birth of each pure-blood member, there is a possibility of 1 or 2 house elves being born, and even a squib might possess their own elf. Years ago, when your father departed from the family, Coco became the superfluous one. Now, with Duo remaining, it is evident that one of them must eventually fade away, as they are no longer deemed necessary. Does being unnecessary equate to death? Tabor pondered this in his heart, suddenly recalling that in the original narrative, although Dobby cherished freedom, he still worked alongside Shining at Hogwarts, mirroring the words of his grandmother. In truth, your uncle and grandfather wish to bestow Duo upon you primarily because she is younger and has yet to encounter any secrets of the Prince family, making her a source of greater assurance for your uncle than Coco. Tabor nodded. Despite his unacquaintedness with Duo, he held a more favorable disposition toward Coco, who had assisted him on numerous occasions. However, the house elves ultimately belonged to the Prince family, and it was exceedingly generous of his grandfather to offer one as a Christmas gift. How could he possibly be choosy? Do you desire Coco? Tabor inquired, his voice hesitant as he gazed into Lia's sharp and clear eyes. What will happen to Coco if she remains at Prince Manor? While I am here, nothing will happen. Yet once I am rendered into a portrait, her demise will not be far off. Tabor sighed in relief, though he was uncertain of his grandmother's exact age. It was certain she was younger than Dumbledore, and wizards generally enjoyed longer lifespans than muggles. Thus, he assumed that his grandmother could easily live another 50 or 60 years. There was no need to rush regarding Coco. Grandmother, I merely inquire. Since it is a Christmas gift, one should not be selective. However, having a house elf indeed proves quite convenient. Seeing that Tabor seemed genuinely unconcerned, Lia affectionately stroked his soft black hair. Do you have any plans for today? Remembering that he still had a few Christmas gifts to prepare, Tabor expressed his desire to stroll through Diagon Alley. Lia did not deter him, only offering a few more reminders before departing the dining hall. After finishing his breakfast, Tabor took Coco and made his way to Diagon Alley. Upon entering the vicinity of Diagon Alley, Tabor immediately felt a delightful sensation as his body was nourished by divine power. The transition from nothingness to existence rendered his sensitivity to this power exceedingly acute. He momentarily paused, but chose to ignore the peculiarities within his body, instead venturing into various shops to select Christmas gifts for his professors, family, and classmates. Soon, Coco's hands were filled with an array of bags, large and small. As Tabor passed by the entrance of Gringotts, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he spotted Tarkus walking alongside a middle-aged man in a black robe, emerging from the alley adjacent to Gringotts. Tabor, what a surprise to see you here. How has your holiday been? Tabor nodded. Quite well. And you? Tarkus smiled broadly, though there was something unsettling about his grin. Very well indeed. By the way, this is my father. Tarkus then introduced the middle-aged man. Father, this is Tabor. Tabor Prince. He is the most outstanding student in our year. Oh, is that so? "It is a privilege to meet you, Mr. Prince, Mr. Bach said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Tabor feigned unfamiliarity with Mr. Bach and politely greeted him. Mr. Bach, evidently not recognizing Tabor as the young man who had previously followed Slughorn, wore an increasingly distorted expression upon hearing Tabor's surname. "How is your grandfather? I saw your family was searching for test subjects yesterday. Is there a new product about to be launched? My grandfather is certainly well. As for the potions, I believe you will soon discover that," Tabor replied ambiguously, before directly stating his intention to purchase some items and parting ways with the two Mr. Bachs. After hastily walking a few paces, Tabor quietly exhaled in relief. The pressure from Mr. Bach was considerable, as he always felt that magical items were external forces. And although curses and the like were useful, they often came at a price, which deterred him from delving deeper into research. Even so, a mere glance revealed numerous lethal dark magical artifacts on Mr. Bach, who knew what more might lurk in the shadows. Chapter 53. The Potion Shop. Tabor perceived that merely walking alongside someone like Mr. Bach was a perilous endeavor. Naturally, he wished to distance himself as swiftly as possible. Only when he could no longer sense Mr. Bach's threat did he realize he had fortuitously arrived at the entrance of the Prince family's potion shop in Diagon Alley. He had not set foot in this finished potion shop since he accompanied his grandmother there at the tender age of 3. It was likely that his uncle had taken charge of the establishment by now. Peering through the window, Tabor suddenly felt a keen desire to step inside. Although he could concoct several potions, he was rather uninformed about their market prices, and perhaps the shop even offered potions he had crafted himself. As he pushed the door open and entered, Tabor quickly spotted a bottle of Felix Felicis, a creation of Professor Slughorn, prominently displayed on one of the eye-catching shelves. "Ah, what you are looking at is the work of the master potion maker Slughorn. It is not available for sale," a young wizard behind the counter remarked, gazing at Tabor with a hint of pride. "Why is it not for sale? Do you not sell finished potions? Surely, one could purchase it at a high price?" The young clerk, noticing Tabor's fine robe, softened his tone slightly. "You must be a Hogwarts student. That is indeed Felix Felicis, and it was personally brewed by Professor Slughorn. You should be aware of Professor Slughorn. His Felix Felicis is exceedingly rare. Each bottle can sell for over 1,000 galleons, and even if one had sufficient galleons, reservations must be made approximately 6 months in advance." Over 1,000 galleons? Tabor was genuinely taken aback. To his knowledge, the ingredients for a single batch of Felix Felicis would not exceed 100 galleons, and although the brewing process took 6 months, a tenfold return was indeed astonishing. Moreover, Professor Slughorn's exclusive refined version seems to have considerably reduced the brewing time for the Felix Felicis potion, which explains why potion masters seldom find themselves and want a coin. The young clerk keenly observed that although Tabor exhibited a hint of surprise at the price of 1,000 galleons, he appeared not overly perturbed. This led the clerk to conclude that Tabor must indeed be a wealthy patron, dispelling any initial condescension born of his youth. "Young sir, might you consider purchasing some other potions? We are not limited to Professor Slughorn's brews. We also have the works of Master Prince. Aside from these premium potions, we offer a selection crafted by students from the Hogwarts Slug Club, renowned for their potion-making skills. These concoctions are significantly more affordable than the master's creations, and having been vetted by Professor Slughorn, their efficacy is assured to be superior to those found in other apothecaries," the young clerk earnestly recommended. Sensing a recent decline in customers at the potion shop, coupled with the absence of new high-quality brews from his employer, leaving him anxious about the stability of his employment, Tabor regarded the bottle of what could only be deemed a mediocre potion that the clerk had retrieved from the counter, his brow furrowing slightly. He distinctly recalled his grandmother mentioning in a past conversation that this apothecary in Diagon Alley was ideally situated, boasting the highest returns among the Prince family's enterprises, and representing the family's prestige. All the ordinary potions sold here were of excellent quality. Only the rarest potions would contain those of merely acceptable quality. Is this truly just an ordinary quality potion? Such a concoction I could brew myself, Tabor thought, his expression tinged with clear disdain. The young clerk, feeling a surge of indignation, was about to retort when he suddenly recalled that Tabor might be a significant customer. He quickly masked his expression and retrieved 2 bottles of elation potion from a shelf. Though both bottles appeared similar, Tabor could discern that the clerk was particularly cautious with one of them. Among these, one bottle contained an excellent elation potion. If you have perused the advanced potion textbooks, you would recognize it as identical to the description therein. The other, however, housed a flawless potion, lasting longer than the first. Additionally, it was crafted by Master Slughorn himself. Compared to the Felix Felicis, this could be acquired for a mere 60 galleons. Tabor was uncertain whether Professor Slughorn had recently produced an elation potion, But he was confident that amidst his research, he had been invited by Slughorn to showcase the brewing process of the elation potion at the Slug Club gathering, where he had successfully produced a perfect elation potion before an audience. The quality of the elation potion only needed to reach excellence, as the distinction of a perfect potion did not confer any substantial advantages. Tabor did not believe that Professor Slughorn would expend effort to create a potion of minimal practical value. "Young sir, are you satisfied with these potions?" Tabor shook his head, replying, "You needn't concern yourself with me. I will peruse at my leisure." The shop assistant, somewhat reluctant, neatly put away several bottles of potions, casting a disdainful glare at Tabor as she muttered a word of contempt under her breath before returning to her unfinished novel. Tabor paid little heed to the assistant's complaints, meticulously examining the various potions on each shelf. He soon discovered that nearly all the potions were of merely adequate quality, with only a scant few reaching excellence, and not a single vial of perfect elixir in sight. Strangely, the potions on the shelf behind the counter were the finest in the entire store. Has it truly come to this? Tabor couldn't help but sigh, realizing for the first time the profound impact the loss of a potion master could have on a family that had thrived on potion making. At that moment, an unfamiliar wizard entered the store, prompting the assistant to set her book aside and enthusiastically introduce the potions available. Noticing that neither of them had acknowledged his presence, Tabor decided to ascend the staircase behind the potion shelves, recalling that the second floor housed a well-furnished lounge. However, before he could enter the lounge, he overheard the voice of his uncle. "The potions are indeed useful, but can't the Apothecaries Guild be persuaded to reconsider? If my nephew truly becomes a potion master, the old man might very well expel me from the family. Mr. Prince, the old stalwarts of the Apothecaries Guild will not indulge in such matters. Furthermore, with the support of your esteemed grandfather and Slughorn, this is a non-negotiable issue." Chapter 54. Alone in a Foreign Land. Tabor did not recognize the voice, but surmised it belonged to someone from the Apothecaries Guild. While he could understand his uncle's desire to prevent him from becoming a potion master, hearing it firsthand inevitably stirred feelings of disappointment within him. It seemed that he had no choice but to proceed. Thus, he requested additional potions, vowing to master his family's craft as swiftly as possible. He did not catch the rest of the conversation, and upon sensing that the individuals in the lounge were about to rise, he hurried down the stairs, deliberately slowing his pace to feign disappointment as he exited the potion shop. Strolling through the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, Tabor meticulously contemplated the information he had just acquired. The first revelation was his uncle's aversion to his attaining the title of Potion Master. However, with the backing of Slughorn and his grandfather, his uncle's ambitions seemed thwarted. This suggested that his refined potions had likely succeeded, making his rise to Potion Master all but assured. The second piece of information indicated his uncle's eagerness to gain control over the entire Prince family, with frequent references to a certain potion that could expedite his uncle's grasp on the family. Tabor found himself grappling with disbelief regarding his deductions. Young Master Tabor. He glanced down to find Coco, who had appeared at some point, now trailing closely at his heels. "Coco, why have you come here? Did I not instruct you not to accompany me?" Tabor then realized that the sky had brightened significantly. Today was indeed a rare sunny day. The sun hung high in the sky, slightly tilted towards the west, while he had unknowingly walked for the entire morning. "Coco, will grandparents be having lunch at the restaurant today?" After speaking, Tabor disregarded Coco and made his way to Gringotts. After exchanging some pounds at Gringotts, Tabor passed the leaky cauldron and emerged onto the streets of London. He entered a ready-to-wear shop, purchased a rather unremarkable outfit, and, after changing, blended seamlessly into the cheerful crowd. At the subway station, he picked up a map of London and, following it, rode the subway to Chinatown. Choosing a bustling restaurant at random, Tabor ordered 2 signature stir-fries. The owner, a hearty man in his 30s, kindly asked if Tabor was lost upon noticing he was alone, offering to assist and calling for help if needed. The stir-fries did not take long to prepare. While he watched the passers-by outside, his dishes were served, and the owner's wife even provided him with a generous bowl of rice. Tabor skillfully picked up chopsticks and placed some food atop the rice, instantly feeling as if he had transcended time, were it not for the presence of numerous blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners among the crowd outside. He might have thought he was enjoying a meal at a humble street eatery from a past life. It had been a long time since he felt such leisure. After expressing his sentiment, he lowered his head to take a bite. However, the smile on Tabor's face quickly became frozen. The flavor of the stir-fry was vastly different from that of his previous life in his homeland. Nonetheless, hearing the compliments from those around him about the food, he understood that the restaurant's offerings were not lacking. It was merely the absence of the taste he remembered that left him somewhat disheartened. After hastily satisfying his hunger and leaving a sufficient amount of pounds, Tabor stepped out of the small establishment and began to wander the streets. However, he did not roam for long before he keenly sensed that he was being watched. Tabor was uncertain whether it was an ordinary person taking notice of him or a wizard who had discovered his presence, yet he felt no overwhelming fear. Not to mention that his wand was conveniently stowed in an accessible pocket. Even if he encountered a powerful wizard, he could summon Coco to distract the enemy, while he made a swift retreat through apparition. As for Coco, a house elf intent on escape would be nearly impossible for a wizard to capture. Tulbu. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tabor halted, turning to greet Dumbledore, who was approaching him. Professor, I did not expect to encounter you here. Indeed, it is quite unexpected, Dumbledore nodded. Tabor refrained from continuing the conversation, uncertain why he had run into Dumbledore. And he even harbored a suspicion that Dumbledore might have been following him since he left the Leaky Cauldron. There is a delightful snack here called Dragon S beer candy, Dumbledore remarked, producing a recently purchased package of Dragon S beer candy from his satchel and offering it to Tabor. Tabor accepted the candy, neatly wrapped in oiled paper. With a grateful smile, I have yet to encounter anyone selling this. Professor, have you come specifically to purchase sweets? Dumbledore shook his head, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. I am here to see Tom, and I thought I might take a stroll while I was at it. Tabor nodded in understanding. Dumbledore, due to his own circumstances, had taken an early interest in Tom Riddle. It would indeed be peculiar if he showed no concern at all for the boy. Is he well? Tabor hesitated before asking. He seems fine, though his behavior has consistently been rather extreme. Tabor was aware of Dumbledore's unease regarding Tom, yet as a professor, he could not extinguish the budding Voldemort in his infancy. Thus, he could only keep a watchful eye on him, hoping to devise a better solution to the problem. Chapter 55. A Stroll. Enough of that. Tabor, should we not focus on the most important matter at hand, enjoying a delightful holiday? Dumbledore said with a smile. Reflecting on the fruits of his labor over the past few years, Tabor nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat pleased. Of course, Professor. Well then, I wish you a pleasant holiday. Tabor. After Dumbledore spoke, he turned into a nearby deserted alley and vanished with a disillusionment charm, as if he had merely come to exchange pleasantries with Tabor. How marvelous. Did you see that, young one? Was it not a person who suddenly disappeared over there? Tabor looked at the individual who had suddenly appeared beside him, scrutinizing him closely. Upon confirming his expression, he realized this was an ordinary person devoid of magic. It seemed he had inadvertently witnessed Dumbledore's vanishing act. Child, you were just looking at that spot as well. Tell me, did you also see someone suddenly vanish? The man appeared quite agitated. Tabor shook his head expressionlessly. No, sir. You must have misseen. I did not observe anyone disappearing. I was merely daydreaming. How could that be? The man looked incredulous. However, upon seeing Tabor's calm demeanor, he resignedly remarked, Very well, perhaps I was mistaken. Surely, no one could truly vanish into thin air. I must be a bit fatigued and seeing things. I wonder if any young wizards yet to enroll are among these people. Tabor recalled Dumbledore mentioning his visit to see Tom. And considering the current economic state of the Muggle world, the Wooten orphanage must be struggling as well. With that thought, Tabor took a tram and arrived at the entrance of the orphanage. The children at the orphanage were gathered in the open space in front of the square building, and among them was Tom, though the other children kept their distance from him. Perhaps it was Tabor's unabashed scrutiny that caught Tom's attention, for he turned to look in Tabor's direction. Tabor did not conceal his presence with magic. He simply observed the shabby, yet meticulously kept boy before him. Have you just moved nearby? Why do you keep staring at me? Tabor shook his head. My home is not here. I am merely out for a solitary stroll. It seems that it has been quite some time since I've heard anyone speak so calmly and without a hint of disdain. Tom appeared genuinely delighted. Alone? This vicinity is rather perilous. Should you be cornered, you risk losing your fine garments. Oh, it's fine. The average person cannot ensnare me. Tabby heard a hissing sound emanating from Tom, as a snake, as thick as an arm, slithered from the underbrush and ascended the fence dividing Tabby and Tom. The serpent raised its head high, its cold eyes fixed intently upon Tabby. In his past life, Tabby harbored a certain fear of snakes, yet in this life, having daily encountered various serpentine adornments and animated creatures within the Slytherin dungeon, he was certainly not intimidated by a harmless little snake. Are you not afraid? Tom was somewhat astonished that this rather peculiar individual before him displayed no signs of fear. One must consider that in the orphanage, not only the children, but even the adults would be considerably alarmed by the sudden appearance of a snake. Yet, the person before him exhibited neither trepidation nor emotion at the thought of conversing with a serpent, which was indeed unusual. I know it cannot harm me, And besides, you wouldn't unprovokedly hurt a stranger, would you? In that moment, Tom felt as if this person knew everything about him. Yet he did not find the sensation unpleasant. You are correct, provided you do not covet my food and do not regard me with a gaze reserved for monsters. Tabby suddenly laughed, and at that moment, he fully separated Tom from the memory of the deranged Voldemort. The transformation of Voldemort was intrinsically linked to his experiences in the orphanage. The title of monster was sufficient to incite both conscious and unconscious rejection from everyone there. When Tom entered Hogwarts, he faced Dumbledore's suspicions, and the serpents of Slytherin were hardly welcoming toward an unidentified orphan. By the time he successfully fractured his soul, the brutal and mad aspects of his character began to emerge, becoming increasingly distorted. At least until Tom split his first Horcrux, he remained Tom Riddle. So, if I were to covet your food, would you kill me? Tom shook his head. You are quite intriguing. I would not kill you. Tabby observed Tom calmly discussing the topic of murder and felt a shiver run down his spine. A question arose in his mind. Is it possible that Tom has always been Tom, or was his fate already sealed to become Voldemort? You are indeed rather cold-hearted. At this point, the two finally caught the attention of others in the orphanage. Child, are you lost? Do you require assistance? Tabby glanced at the woman who had spoken. He recognized her as Mrs. Cole, the head of the orphanage. I'm not lost. I merely took the opportunity to wander during the holiday. Thank you for your concern. Madam, Mrs. Cole was clearly a woman who cherished children and possessed a kind heart, yet her gaze turned somewhat unnatural upon seeing Tom, mingled with a hint of fear. After Tabor exchanged a few words with Mrs. Cole, he took a few steps closer and retrieved the bag of dragon beer candy that Dumbledore had given him earlier, placing it into Tom's hands. Merry Christmas. Chapter 56. Unexpected Events. Once Tabor cautiously evaded the gazes of those around him, he summoned the house elf, Coco, in a secluded corner. Very well, young master. With a mere snap of Coco's fingers, Tabor found himself alongside the elf in the courtyard of Prince Manor. Upon witnessing his family gathered together, Tabor was suddenly reminded of the words he had overheard, leaving him uncertain about whether he should confide in his grandmother. Tabor, what troubles you? Have you encountered something unpleasant? Shaking his head, Tabor replied, It's nothing, just a bit weary from a day of wandering. Leah nodded slightly and beckoned Tabor to sit beside her on the sofa. Although Tabor smiled, he felt no profound joy within. This is indeed splendid news. Tabor must be the youngest potion master in history, Axel exclaimed excitedly. Of course, there are many in the guild who oppose Tabor's ascension due to his age. Slughorn remarked leisurely as he entered, with Alan trailing behind him, appearing somewhat fatigued. Tabor had little interest in the somewhat tedious conversation, and instead discreetly observed his uncle's every move, attempting to discern any anomalies. However, as he was not well acquainted with Alan, he could not detect anything amiss. Tabor, now that your title as Potion Master is nearly confirmed, you should attend classes normally in the second semester. However, if the Prince family has any orders, feel free to ask me for leave. His uncle was evidently in collusion with the Apothecaries Guild, who seemed to desire something from the Prince family. Conversely, what his uncle needed was an unknown potion, which Tabor suspected was linked to his grandfather's deteriorating health. Dumbledore had yet to exhibit any hostility toward him. In fact, he generally maintained a favorable disposition toward all students, especially when they had not erred. Then there was still Tom, who remained in the orphanage. Tabor felt uncertain about what he would ultimately become. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that seeing Tom in the orphanage stirred a rather absurd sense of pity within Tabor. As he pondered these thoughts, Tabor gradually drifted into slumber, only awakening the following morning. Upon waking, his first thought was the relief that he had instructed Coco to deliver the Christmas gifts the day before. Dressed in a clean robe, Tabor descended the stairs and happened upon his grandfather sitting alone by the beautifully adorned Christmas tree, lost in his own world. Good morning, grandfather. Merry Christmas. Though Dio's expression remained somewhat grim, he managed to pull the corners of his mouth upward, whispering, Merry Christmas, Tabor. Dio shook his head, emitting a resigned chuckle. Aging day by day, it seems. Tabor hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to his grandfather's ear, recounting verbatim the words he had overheard in the potion shop yesterday. After Dio listened quietly, his expression remained unchanged. Tabor, you must refrain from discussing such matters in the future. You simply wandered through Diagon Alley yesterday and did not encounter your uncle or hear anything of significance. Do you understand? Tabor felt somewhat perplexed by Dio's insistence. Yet he merely nodded, indicating his comprehension and that he would selectively forget certain things. Recognizing his grandfather's clear desire for him to refrain from involvement, Tabor fell silent and quietly approached the Christmas tree to inspect the gifts addressed to him. Dumbledore had also sent a substantial bag of durian soft candies. Just as Tabor opened the bag to sample one, he caught a glimpse of his grandfather's disapproving gaze and hastily sealed the bag, discreetly stowing it away in his spatial expansion pouch. Dodo. Upon hearing Tabor's summons, the house elf named Dodo quickly appeared before him. Master, what would you like Dodo to do? Tabor regarded the little creature with glistening eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt as though he were exploiting child labor. Since my grandfather entrusted you to me, I would like you to bring me 2 books each day from the Prince Manor that I have not yet read. Kiki should remember which books I have gone through, so you may inquire with him. Yes, young master, Dodo will strive to fulfill your command. Chapter 57, Sniff. The most fundamental task is to review all first-year textbooks to ensure an excellent performance in the upcoming final examinations. Additionally, it is imperative to delve into as many volumes of the Prince family library as possible, if Alan truly masters the Prince lineage. Tabor doubts he will continue to have access to those books. However, by that time, his uncle is likely to be quite wary of him. As for potions, aside from fulfilling a portion of the orders received by the Prince family, Tabor does not intend to engage in excessive practice. He needs to focus on learning techniques that will expedite his personal growth. Hogwarts, devoid of a savior, truly feels serene, Tabor mused as he lay in bed. However, when he was summoned to Dumbledore's office the following day and encountered a somewhat familiar face, he immediately wished to slap himself. Was it not preferable to maintain tranquility? Must there be an unexpected twist each semester for the school life to be deemed vibrant? Tabor, I presume you have seen this individual in the newspapers. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Scamander. Newt appeared quite astonished upon seeing Tabor. Professor, are you certain? Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. Certainly. If you had been following today's news, you would see that the individual before you is a bona fide master of potions. However, he is still a student, and you once mentioned to me your intention to form a faction to contend with the Saints for self-preservation. Indeed, the proposal regarding the Order of the Phoenix was originally put forth by Tabor. Yet precisely because he is still a student, he will remain at Hogwarts, Dumbledore stated calmly. Tabor raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that Dumbledore's statement could easily lead one to believe they were a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Yet, he had not explicitly stated that he had indeed joined the Order. How cunning of him. Professor, I believe I have no obligation to engage in these extracurricular, time-wasting activities. Tabor deliberately emphasized the word obligation, attempting to remind Dumbledore to keep his membership in the Order a secret and to refrain from provoking Mr. Scamander's imagination. Oh, of course, Dumbledore replied, his azure eyes fixed on Tabor. These are all your choices. I would never compel you to undertake anything. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Newt hurriedly stepped between the two. However, as he moved, a niffler and 2 bowtruckles tumbled from his person. Tabor instinctively caught the somewhat dazed niffler in his hands, while the 2 bowtruckles nimbly grasped the edge of Dumbledore's desk. Niffler? As Tabor regarded the small creature, it seemed to return his gaze. Tilting his head, he locked eyes with the niffler's shiny black orbs. The niffler paused momentarily, then began to slowly tug at the metal chain emerging from Tabor's collar. Upon catching sight of the vial containing the Felix Felicis, it leaped from Tabor's shoulder, making a beeline for the golden potion. Anticipating this move, Tabor swiftly pinched the back of the niffler's neck, instantly rendering it docile. The creature blinked its innocent large eyes at Tabor, silently pleading for release. This little fellow is quite amusing. Do you desire this? Tabor inquired, waving the vial of Felix Felicis before the niffler's gaze. Though still suspended in the air by Tabor, the niffler's eyes were fixed intently on the vial, its pupils swirling comically as it followed the potion's movements. Dumbledore observed the interaction between Tabor and the niffler with a benevolent smile, saying, "It appears you have a fondness for magical creatures, Tabor. I believe you and Newt share common ground in this regard." Tabor couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Come on, Professor, to me. The value of most magical creatures lies in their ability to provide rare potion ingredients. However, I must admit, nifflers are rather adorable. Perhaps I shall seek one out as a pet next semester." Dumbledore merely chuckled, unconcerned by Tabor's attitude. Holding the niffler, Tabor approached Newt, intending to hand it over. Yet, Newt did not reach for it and instead asked earnestly, "Do you truly wish to keep a niffler?" Tabor nodded. The niffler was indeed charming, with soft fur and a small stature, likely requiring minimal sustenance. Moreover, nifflers possess considerable intelligence, capable of understanding simple commands and assisting wizards in treasure hunting. If you can gain the niffler's consent, I would be delighted to gift you one of these little troublemakers. You see, aside from the wild nifflers, this may well be the place in all of Britain with the highest population of them. Newt, with a hint of pride, patted the suitcase resting by his feet. "What do you think? Would you like to give it a try?" Tabor twitched his lips, observing the wriggling creature in his hand. While he found it quite charming, he couldn't shake the feeling that it might lead him into trouble. Let's give it a shot. Newt's suitcase is home to quite a few little beings. Tabor nodded and followed Newt into the confines of his magical suitcase. As soon as Tabor loosened his grip, the Niffler leaped onto the bottle of golding, clutching the glittering vessel tightly, its body swaying like a plush ornament with Tabor's movements. Fortunately, my pendant is reinforced. Otherwise, you might have pilfered it. Tabor detached the chain from around his neck, wrapping it around his wrist several times, and dangled the little Niffler before him. It seems quite fond of you. This one is a female, born in September of this year. Meanwhile, Newt retrieved a large bucket of food from a cupboard, guiding Tabor and Dumbledore out of the tiny room within the suitcase. Chapter 58, The Suitcase. Outside the cramped little room lay an expansive area, teeming with magical creatures. Some wandered alone, lost in their thoughts, while others galloped in herds across the vast plains. This place is remarkable, yet I can't help but feel that this little creature is not enamored with me, but rather with the gleaming golding, Tabor remarked, eyeing the Niffler clinging to him like a stubborn piece of taffy. Spotting a number of Nifflers, both large and small, residing within, he gently placed the one hanging on his golding into their midst. I suddenly feel that Mr. Scamander's place is more suitable for them. Newt filled the feeding trough in the small house with Niffler food. In truth, I want to keep them here indefinitely. Tabor nodded, silently observing Mr. Scamander as he tended to a group of small Nifflers. All right. Pumpkin agrees to let you take her child, and this little one is willing to accompany you, Newt declared, retrieving a small Niffler from its abode and handing it to Tabor. Gazing at the wriggling creature in his palm, Tabor inquired, "Does it have a name?" Newt shook his head. "Not yet, but it is a female." Dumbledore interjected, "Tabor, for wizards, naming one's pet is a form of contract. When you bestow it a new name, it forms a bond with you." Tabor glanced at the pitch-black Niffler, its head adorned with a restless tuft of orange fur. "How about we call you Cherry? A dark red, fully ripened cherry." The Niffler, "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement." Dumbledore suddenly looked perplexed, pondering if the Tabor before him had somehow transformed from a badger under the influence of a polyjuice potion. No, Tabor indeed had a penchant for cherry juice. Could he have caught it from Newt? It seemed necessary to hasten his departure abroad to pursue Grindelwald. "Very well, Tabor. I believe you will have ample time to bond with Cherry in the future." Tabor nodded, placing the cherries into his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he also added the chain from his wrist, along with the potion for luck, into the pocket. "Professor, and you too, Tabor, would you be interested in visiting my collection of creatures?" "Of course, it would be my honor," Dumbledore replied with a smile, nodding. "Tulbif, I believe you must be quite intrigued as well, correct?" "Indeed," Tabor replied calmly, though he felt a pang of regret for not having brought along his set of materials for blood collection and fur trimming that day. Newt led Tabor and Dumbledore deeper into the crates, continuously introducing various magical creatures along the way. "Would you like to feed this nest of bird snakes, Tabor?" Tabor felt a small spoon suddenly pressed into his hand and, after a brief moment of surprise, stepped closer. "How does one do this?" Newt approached him with a bucket. "Just scoop some food and pour it in, but be careful not to spill it on them or the silver eggshells." "All right, understood." Tabor suppressed the urge to touch the feathers of the bird snakes and scooped a spoonful of food into the nest. Instantly, a dozen little bird snakes lunged forward, fiercely competing for the morsel. Among them, one bird snake, noticeably larger than the rest, kept its gaze fixed on Tabor, pushing a silver eggshell to the edge of the nest. "What is this?" Newt was certain that the bird snake intended to offer the eggshell to Tabor. Although he did not fully comprehend the reason behind this gesture, he nonetheless signaled for Tabor to take the eggshell. "I believe this is a gift for you, Tabor." Dumbledore regarded Tabor with curiosity. While he may not possess Newt's extensive knowledge of magical creatures, it was evident to any observant soul that these beings held a unique regard for Tabor, distinct from their usual demeanor towards wizards. At that moment, Tabor's small bag, enchanted with an expansion charm, was already filled with numerous materials, each one offered willingly by the creatures. Initially, Tabor assumed these were Newt's directives, hoping to procure high-quality or difficult-to-brew potions from a master of the craft. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The magical creatures seemed to harbor a mixture of fear and reverence towards him, presenting their offerings akin to how primitive tribes might proffer tributes to deities. Newt was starting to question his understanding of the creatures he had cared for over the years, wondering if the insights he had compiled in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them were truly accurate. It was bewildering that creatures known for their disdain towards human wizards, and who generally abhorred wizardly proximity, would repeatedly present gifts, even offering their young. Dumbledore, though somewhat perplexed, still recalled the purpose of summoning Tabor. "Tulbif, I assure you that my promise remains unchanged. Since you do not wish to join the Order of the Phoenix, I still implore your assistance." Considering the rare materials in his bag, Tabor nodded. "Very well. Do let me know what you require. However, I still have classes to attend and my own study schedule to adhere to. Additionally, the Prime family and Professor Slughorn will be providing me with certain commissions. Thus my time is rather limited." Of course, Dumbledore chuckled. "If necessary, Newt and I shall send you what you need via owl, including the materials." Upon observing the expressions of Dumbledore and Newt, Tabor immediately realized that they had long since concluded he would consent to assist them, and he couldn't help but grumble. "Professor, you certainly know how to exploit others." Dumbledore, noticing Tabor's agreement, appeared quite pleased. "But you are willingly participating, aren't you?" Tabor fell silent. Devoting a bit of time to brew potions would yield precious materials and allow him to hone his skills. This transaction was indeed beneficial. Chapter 59. The Word Spreads. Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling that the two could take their leave. "Very well, Professor." Newt and Tabor exited Dumbledore's office together. "Tabor, the Niffler enjoys consuming small insect eggs, tender leaves, and nuts from plants. They won't refuse those either." Newt, typically reticent, became quite loquacious when discussing magical creatures. He then promptly dove into his box in the empty corridor, retrieving a large glass jar. Inside were termite eggs, the Niffler's favorite delicacy. A half-spoonful is sufficient for one feeding. Tabor cradled the jar. "Very well, Mr. Scamander. I shall take good care of Cherry. Indeed, I can see you are quite fond of it, and it reciprocates your affection. You will get along splendidly. Well then, I shall take my leave. Should the food run out, feel free to owl me." "Understood, sir." Tabor watched as Newt hurriedly departed with his box, then performed a levitation charm on the large jar before extracting Cherry, who was blissfully asleep in his pocket, wrapped in a Flopper-esque feather. "This fellow truly resembles a doting caregiver, wouldn't you say, Cherry?" Cherry responded with a soft, contented snore. "This, the mane of a Kelpie, appears to possess potential as potion ingredients, though its effects remain unknown. I wonder if the library holds any records regarding this." Tabor placed the somewhat disheveled hair, tangled with aquatic plants, into a small pouch for temporary preservation. He also had a unicorn's shed horn, magically imbued with gifted by the Bowtruckle, the hair of an invisibility beast, and the venom of a Hebridean black. Oh, there was even a tail feather from a thestral. Muttering to himself, Tabor's smile grew increasingly genuine. These assorted materials, combined with the pure silver eggshell from the earlier avian snake venture, could be valued at several thousand galleons. This haul far surpassed his previous cautious gathering efforts. After neatly organizing his findings, Tabor retrieved his notebook on divine powers and penned down his hypotheses. If the remnants of the artifact could awaken, he would be sure to inquire about the nature of the deity it referenced. After all, to create a world can be deemed godlike. Some realms surpass ordinary mortals slightly, which may also classify as divine. The ability to traverse time and space, manipulating causality, qualifies as godly, and those who exist by virtue of worship, yet perish without it, can similarly be considered deities. The effects of divine force on the body have become increasingly evident. However, in Tabor's view, this development is progressing in a positive direction, warranting no undue concern. Glancing at his roommate who had just entered, Tabor nodded at him. "How was your holiday?" Zane dropped his bag and plopped onto the bed. "Don't even get me started. I attended countless banquets and met a bunch of young ladies. By the way, I Haven T congratulated you yet on becoming the youngest master of potions." Tabor suddenly felt content with his current situation. Had it not been for his uncle's recent estrangement and reluctance to see him appear in noble circles as a member of the prince's family, his grandmother would undoubtedly have dragged him to social events to broaden his horizons. "So, dear Mr. Tabor Princes, what are your thoughts on becoming the youngest master of potions?" Zane inquired with a hint of excitement. Tabor couldn't help but roll his eyes. He found nothing remarkable about achieving the title of master of potions at his age. The lineage of the prince's family ensured that his innate talent would not be lacking, coupled with the enhancement of divine force on his physical and mental faculties. Years of ample practice and the meticulous guidance of a master of potions. Under such circumstances, his achievements were hardly surprising. However, it seemed he had preemptively claimed the title of the youngest master of potions, which would eventually belong to his future nephew. His circumstances were fundamentally different from those of Severus in the future. Tabor could easily imagine that Severus had little practical opportunity before arriving at Hogwarts, even after reaching Hogwarts. How much rare material could a child using second-hand textbooks possibly acquire? Despite such challenging conditions, he managed to invent new spells and refine potion-making techniques by his 5th year. Had he received familial support at that time, his accomplishments would likely have been boundless. Should I express my gratitude to the prince's family for allowing me to brew potions since the age of 3 without the worry of material shortages? Tabor jested, while inwardly reflecting on how the current generation truly had not encountered genuine talent. All right, Zane. Dinner time is approaching. We should head to the Great Hall soon. Also, I would prefer that no rumors about me escape your lips. Zane shrugged dismissively. You're such a bore. Will you be attending classes with us this semester? Tabor closed his notebook and placed Cherry, his pet, into a cage conjured by transfiguration. Of course, I still need to take the final exams. By the way, Zane, this is my pet. Its name is Cherry. I usually keep it confined when I'm not in the dormitory, but just to be safe, you might want to secure any shiny objects out of its sight. Zane nodded, though he clearly showed little interest in a niffler, merely surprised that his roommate, who had always found pet ownership troublesome, would take a liking to such a creature. As the two made their way to the Great Hall, they found the long tables already filled with students. The moment Tabor entered, all eyes converged upon him, as if they had encountered some rare beast. As soon as he settled into his seat, the Slytherin students seemed to have conspired, gathering in groups to offer their congratulations. Even Sylvia, who had consistently avoided Tabor, stood woodenly beside her brother in that black, congratulating Tabor on becoming a master of potions. After managing to navigate through the unexpectedly enthusiastic classmates, Tabor finally had the opportunity to enjoy his meal. However, before he could take more than a few bites, Professor Slughorn summoned him to the head table. Chapter 60. The delicate stomach of Cherry Headmaster Dipbet cheerfully announced the news that everyone already knew, awarding Slytherin a full 100 points. At that moment, the emeralds in Slytherin's hourglass had far surpassed those of the other houses. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, the fate of this year's House Cup seemed all but certain. The only place where one could find solace was within the confines of their dormitory. With numerous books delivered to him daily by Dodo, Tabor spent the majority of his time outside of classes cocooned in his room, engrossed in reading, brewing potions, and entertaining his pet niffler. Come, Cherry, take another bite. And when you finish, you can play with the Felix Felicis, all right? Yet Cherry remained unimpressed, eyes fixated on the golden vial that was tantalizingly close, yet utterly out of reach. Tabor hesitated for a moment before waving his wand to transfigure his spoon into a dazzling golden hue, placing it before Cherry in hopes of capturing her attention. Cherry regarded the once mundane spoon, now shimmering with allure, and instinctively lunged toward it. However, in her quest for the glittering object, Cherry was prepared to forego food entirely. When Tabor discovered the untouched food in her cage and Cherry's desperate attempts to fit the metal cage in her pocket, he was taken aback. Was this truly what nifflers enjoyed? In a bid to prevent Cherry from starving, Tabor hastily summoned Dodo to craft a newt-style wooden hut for her, relocating Cherry inside. Observing her clutching the spoon and attempting to shove it into her pocket, Tabor did not relent, but instead pointed to the food on the spoon. Cherry, eat. Finish it, and you shall have it. With wide, round eyes, Cherry glanced between Tabor and the golden spoon filled with food. Cherry, eat, Tabor reiterated, mimicking a chewing motion. It seemed Cherry understood her master's intent, as she leaned forward to timidly lick a few bites before glancing at Tabor once more. Encouraged by the closer spoon, Cherry licked the food clean, then turned her gaze back to Tabor. Very well. Unable to resist, Tabor reached out to stroke his niffler, placing the transformed golden spoon before her. Upon witnessing this, Cherry promptly tucked the spoon into her pocket. Tabor, how many spoons is this for you now? Zane, who had observed the entire process, inquired with a teasing tone. Tabor rolled his eyes in exasperation. After all, it was merely a meal that had transformed into a spoon. He couldn't help but wonder what Cherry would feel upon organizing her collection, only to discover that the once resplendent golden spoon was nothing more than an ordinary wooden one. Are you simply too idle? Have you finished your paper? Upon hearing the word paper, Zane hurriedly approached Tabor. Brother, I merely remark how you have shown more patience towards potions than anything else, hence my lament. Tabor nodded, but chose not to respond. Instead, he opened the 2 new books that Dodo had brought today, swiftly leafing through them. He aimed to imprint all the knowledge in his mind, leaving comprehension for another time. Observing Tabor's earnest engagement with his studies, Zane recognized that his earlier jest had not troubled him, and a pitiful expression crept onto his face. Tabor, we have Transfiguration class tomorrow. I beseech you for the homework. Tabor shook his head. Sorry, I haven't written it. Zane furrowed his brow, pondering whether his roommate was truly upset. Tabor, reflecting on the vast amount of potion materials Newt had sent days prior, along with a potion order clearly beyond the capacity of a single individual, couldn't suppress a slight smirk. However, he deemed the tedious assignments a waste of time. Slughorn, well aware of Tabor's capabilities, understood that he needed to assist the Prince family in brewing potions. Hence, Tabor had long been exempt from writing potion essays. After reluctantly agreeing to help Newt and Dumbledore, Tabor had applied for an exemption from assignments. Although Dumbledore believed that students should naturally complete their homework, he consented to allow Tabor to forego the Transfiguration assignment, contingent upon passing a test based on last year's final exam questions, which he must achieve in O grade. As for the remaining subjects, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, no matter how exceptional Tabor was, he still had to diligently write essays. It is worth mentioning that although Tabor spent his birthday amidst classes, he unexpectedly received a plethora of birthday gifts. Who could fathom how these gifts from individuals he had never encountered knew of his birthday? Upon seeing the gifts nearly filling his entire dormitory, Tabor promptly summoned Dodo to transfer all the presents from unknown senders to his room at Axel Manor, where he would categorize them before reviewing them in batches. Chapter 61, The Awakening of Thought. This academic year, Slytherin secured the House Cup, and Tabor undoubtedly achieved the highest grade in his year. Rather than languishing alone at Axel Manor, Tabor felt that venturing out during the holidays would be the better way to relax. I plan to explore the Muggle world. I expect to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a few days. Will you be venturing out during the break? Kalaktakuz shook his head. I suspect I will remain at the shop during the holidays. If you have the courage, you may visit my family store. I cannot venture into the Muggle world. If my father finds out, I may very well spend the entire holiday confined to my bed. However, my parents are quite eager for you to visit our home, Tabor. Well, I shall come to pay a visit when I have the time, Tabor replied with a hint of resignation. After parting ways with his friends at the train station, Tabor promptly summoned Dodo and instructed her to escort him to the Leaky Cauldron. For Tabor, who was not lacking in funds, the rooms at the Leaky Cauldron appeared somewhat antiquated. However, their convenient location made them appealing, as one could easily access various destinations. Once he settled in, Tabor donned the outfit he had purchased during his last excursion to the Muggle world, albeit it had become a tad snug. Yet, it still seemed more presentable compared to the patched garments worn by many children on the streets. Cherry, do you wish to venture outside? Or would you prefer to remain here and sleep? I can have Dodo look after you, Tabor inquired. Understanding his words, Cherry leaped onto Tabor's shoulder. A satisfied smile graced Tabor's lips. After months of communication and training, he had finally succeeded in conveying his intentions to Cherry, managing to exert some control over her behavior. We can go out, but we must ensure that no ordinary folk see you. Therefore, you need to drink some invisibility potion. Tabor swiftly rummaged through his bag and retrieved the potion he had long prepared, then expertly dripped 2 drops into Cherry's mouth. It seems no different from administering medicine to those little toads, Tabor murmured. As Cherry's form gradually became transparent without any unusual effects, Tabor felt relieved and placed a galleon, tethered with a resilient thread, into his hand. Once he sensed the galleon nestled within Cherry's pocket, he threaded the other end of the line through a ring and secured it around his finger, allowing him to carry the invisible Cherry on his shoulder. With this connection, he felt reassured that she would not wander off, even without a collar or similar device. After exiting the Leaky Cauldron, Tabor randomly chose a path, and, before he knew it, found himself by the banks of the River Thames. Cherry, would you like to play in the water? Cherry wiggled on Tabor's shoulder, but did not descend. How about we watch a movie instead? Tabor mused aloud, not expecting his little companion to grasp the concept of cinema. Observing an old cinema with a large sign announcing a screening of Chaplin's Modern Times, Tabor realized he had never seen the film in his past life, though he had heard of it. Suddenly confronted with such a promotional display, an audacious thought sparked within him. Could it be possible that he was still in his original world, merely transported to an earlier time? Perhaps the fragment of the artifact had insufficient energy to truly transport him to another time and space, or perhaps it was simply making judgments based on his memories. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary Muggle, and it would not be surprising if he remained unaware of the existence of wizards. Hey, young lad, do you want to catch a movie? A middle-aged man with a bushy beard emerged from the cinema and inquired of Tabor. Certainly, please provide me with a movie ticket, Tabor requested, producing a pound note from his pocket and extending it towards the man. Ah, very well. However, I must inform you that we do not offer refunds here. The man replied, leading Tabor into the sole screening room, which was devoid of any audience. Sir, is there truly no one here to watch films anymore? As the man operated the projection equipment, he remarked, those who can afford leisure have all flocked to the talkies. We are left with only silent films. Tabor nodded in understanding. Indeed, the advent of sound films in 1927 had rendered silent cinema somewhat antiquated. The fact that this cinema had managed to survive until now was, in itself, a remarkable feat. Then, sir, why not follow suit and begin screening sound films like everyone else? The man cast a sympathetic glance at Tabor and replied, "The true essence of cinematic art lies in body language, not in those tedious and ostentatious dialogues." Well, very well, Tabor thought. As someone from the 1990s experiencing cinema for the first time in his life, he struggled to grasp the nuances of this silent art form. The film was not particularly lengthy, yet by the time Tabor exited the theater, twilight had begun to set in. The invisible potion he had consumed from the cherry bottle had worn off, compelling him to stow it away in his pocket. Observing the increasingly desolate streets, a profound sense of solitude washed over him. Never mind, there is little to occupy my time in London. I might as well consider this a journey. Resolute in his decision, Tabor checked out of the Broken Flask Tavern the following day and instructed Dodo to inform his parents of his whereabouts only when they inquired. He then set off for the docks, carrying with him the largest package enhanced with a spatial expansion charm. Chapter 62, Crossing Over. The only option available was to utilize the potions in which Tabor excelled. After consuming a dose of the invisibility potion, he trailed behind a group of well-dressed individuals and boarded a ship bound for the east. The ship's cabins were not entirely occupied, and after the vessel set sail, Tabor found an uninhabited cabin where he hung a tent he had brought along at the door. This magical tent was a commendable enchanted artifact, equipped with basic spatial magic, a permanent banishment charm, and a moderately powerful protective spell. On this vessel filled with ordinary people, it rendered the room, originally meant to be vacant, entirely overlooked. Thus Tabor, like a specter, spent the initial days aboard the ship in anonymity. Ah, how monotonous this endless blue is. Staring at it for too long truly induces a sense of tedium, Tabor lamented, sprawled on his bed. Having never experienced a long voyage, he soon realized that traveling from Felixstowe Harbor would take over a month to reach his destination. This implied that he would spend the majority of his holiday aboard the vessel. After much deliberation, Tabor ultimately decided against having Dodo accompany him off the ship. Instead, he instructed it to procure a second-hand wand devoid of any markings and left his own wand at Axel Manor. Thus, Tabor was able to unleash his magic without restraint aboard the ship. Feeling rather bored in the cabin, he cast an invisibility spell and stepped out of the room. Dodo appeared before him after nearly a minute, looking somewhat fatigued. Tabor understood that Dodo's exhaustion stemmed from the considerable distance traveled and the immense energy expended. "Dodo, I won't summon you from such a far distance again. You need not bring me books or food. Master, Dodo is capable and will fulfill any command you give." With a nod, Dodo vanished with a pop. Without the influx of new knowledge, the need to brew potions, or any unfinished summer assignments, Tabor found himself enjoying an unusual period of leisure. Each day, he would visit the buffet for food and occasionally retreat to a quiet corner on deck to listen to the lively discussions among the passengers. Meanwhile, in the Axel Manor, Ines and Axel sat solemnly on the sofa, gazing at the house elf Dodo. "Are you saying that Tabor did not go to the prince's castle, but instead boarded a ship alone?" Axel suppressed his unease, thinking, "This rascal, could it be that he ran away because we didn't inform him about our trip to France?" Ines shook her head. "It is said that the Land of Flowers is not a place one can visit freely. Our European magical community seems to have had little contact with them for quite some time." They exchanged glances, and Axel hesitated before speaking. "Shall we first visit Prince Manor? My father may know something." At that moment, Tabor had disembarked from the ship and stood firmly on the soil of the Land of Flowers. "Young sir, have you lost your adults?" Upon turning, Tabor saw a blonde girl with blue eyes and quickly shook his head, indicating in English that he had not lost his family. "Well, your spoken English is quite good. You must be from London," she remarked. Tabor nodded and turned to leave. Not wishing to engage with someone of uncertain identity before fully understanding the situation, he evaded her gaze and sought a place to stay, only to discover that he could not comprehend the local dialect. After a series of gestures and guesses, Tabor finally found an inn. Although the proprietor found it peculiar that such a young boy would check in alone, he nonetheless accommodated Tabor in the best room available, motivated by the promise of pounds. Once inside, Tabor released his sniffing creature from his pocket, then drew his wand and attempted to cast a spell. In truth, the moment he set foot on this land, he sensed a peculiar anomaly within his magical energy. It felt as if an immense pressure from the outside was preventing his magic from flowing outward. With the wand in hand, the sensation intensified. Despite possessing a magical capacity comparable to that of an adult wizard, he found himself unable to unleash it. Even when exerting all his strength to cast a light spell, the resulting illumination was barely discernible. It appeared that this place exerted a significant suppression on magic. No wonder there are not any of the 11 schools in this place. However, the creature Newt encountered in France, the Zou, indeed appears to be a magical beast in the eyes of wizards. Tabor couldn't help but think of the systems of cultivation in Eastern mythology. For some unknown reason, magic here seems heavily restricted. Does this imply that there are no wizards in this land, but rather an alternative technique of cultivation is in practice? The legendary Taoist mountains along the way might be worth a visit. Who knows what insights one might gain? This inexplicable oppression truly piqued Tabor's curiosity. The following day, after checking out his room, Tabor joined the bustling crowd and exited the grand city, flying northwest on his broomstick. A week passed, and Tabor found himself in a daze, gazing at the towering snow-capped mountains before him. During this week, aside from setting up camp at night and occasionally exploring the renowned peaks, he had spent nearly all his time aloft on his broom, losing track of the correct path. Instead of heading to the new province, he had inadvertently arrived at the foot of the world's highest peak. What a blunder! Had he known, he would have brought a compass along. Tabor muttered under his breath, contemplating the majestic snow mountain before him. He hesitated for a moment, but then donned his thick cloak and soared toward the summit. Chapter 63. Kamartaj. In Tabor's view, traversing the highest mountain was not a daunting task for one riding a broom and clad in a warming charm cloak. He would neither become ensnared in the snow nor slip into icy crevices. As for altitude sickness, if he were susceptible to such affliction, he would not have managed to reach this place only to realize he had taken a wrong turn. Soaring above, Tabor swiftly reached the mountain's peak, guiding his broom to land on the snow-covered summit. He took out his camera and snapped a selfie with his shivering companion, Cherry, before stowing it away. Mounting his broom, he descended from the summit, instantly feeling a surge of vitality within him. The pervasive oppression that had loomed over him for the past week dissipated in an instant. Tabor sensed his magical energy, for the first time, radiating a hint of joy. Truly, this land is exceptional. Time, however, was too constrained. Although he could not uncover the mysteries of this place, being able to gaze upon his homeland once more was a blessing. Tabor smiled at the breathtaking landscapes captured in his camera. Farewell, until we meet again. With that, Tabor abruptly yanked on his broom and flew down the mountain. Suddenly, a fierce wind, laden with snowflakes, surged toward him. Tabor lowered his body, trying to cling to his broom to avoid being swept away. Yet, this unexpected tempest was beyond the capacity of any magical broom to withstand, and Tabor soon lost control, tumbling with the broom in the tumultuous winds. Soaring erratically through the sky, struggling to open his eyes against the gusts, he aimed to steady his broom toward the ground. Just as he felt the wind begin to subside and gradually managed to open his eyes, he spotted a rock hurtling towards him. His stiffened arm could not react in time for an effective evasion. With no opportunity to retrieve his wand, Tabor could only gather his magical energy and shout the incantation. Armor protection. Tabor distinctly felt that his armor spell had been successfully cast. However, the hastily uttered incantation could not entirely shield him from the impact of inertia. He felt as if the stone, momentarily halted by the magic, subsequently struck him forcefully upon the head. When Tabor opened his eyes once more, he discovered that he had departed from the vast, snowy mountains and was now reclining in a spacious room. "You are awake," he heard a voice say. Turning towards the source, he felt a sudden surge of unease. The bald woman appeared somewhat familiar. Could it be that he had been transported through time by the stone's blow? Hello, did you save me?" he inquired. The woman smiled, her serene gaze suggesting that nothing in the world could escape her calm scrutiny. Tabor noticed his broom and tattered cloak resting by the bedside, and, upon retrieving Cherry from his pocket and finding it still lively and unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Is this Nepal?" he asked. "Your expression reveals that you already know the answer. However, as your host, I shall say, welcome, distant traveler. You are in Kathmandu, Nepal, at Kamartaj. I am the Ancient One." Well, Tabor mused, feeling increasingly bewildered by the world around him. Initially believing he had crossed into the realm of Harry Potter, he began to wonder if he might still be in his original world, simply unaware of the existence of wizards as a muggle. The oppressive aura enveloping the land of the Flower family seemed to affirm its extraordinary nature, leading Tabor to contemplate whether such suppression had transformed the mysterious into mere legend. Upon leaving the Flower family, he encountered the Ancient One. Was it possible that, aside from the magical community in New York, there also existed a sanctum? Did beings like Iron Man and Asgard truly exist? Are you feeling lost? Tabor grimaced slightly. The discomfort of being scrutinized by someone capable of perceiving secrets was palpable. Indeed, what does the sorceress believe this world to be? How many unknowns exist on Earth? The Ancient One calmly poured herself a cup of tea. Approximately 10 years ago, a wizard also arrived here, but he came seeking the future, so he sought us out. A wizard? Saw the future? Tabor could not help but think of Grindelwald. Indeed, that is the person you are contemplating. He believed that we, as wizards, should unite. Tabor felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that he had not been transported, but rather had stumbled upon a place, Camartage, that was not covered in the original narrative. Surely you declined? Tabor swallowed hard. Compared to the prophecies seen by wizards, the insights gleaned from the eye of Agamotto appeared to be far more extensive. Well, it seems you are not particularly interested in that, gentleman, the ancient one remarked. Tabor nodded silently. He was far more intrigued by the sudden appearance of Camartage than by Grindelwald, the infamous dark wizard. Are you also a wizard? I mean, what is the distinction between a wizard and a sorcerer? It is not so. The so-called wizards among you possess magic within their bodies, whereas the sorcerers of Camartage cultivate their mental fortitude, drawing strength from external sources. Tabor rose, taking a couple of steps, and discovering that he was devoid of any pain. May I audaciously inquire if the Ministry of Magic is aware of your existence? Not at all, replied Master Gu-E, gently shaking his teacup. Though we have a sanctum in London, it is concealed within what you refer to as the Muggle world. Tabor swiftly compared the two magical systems in his mind. The primary advantage of wizards lies in the fact that their magical power originates from within themselves, negating the need to borrow strength from others. However, the magical capacity within an average human is limited. Not everyone can ascend to the level of the Dark Lord or the White Lord. Conversely, sorcerers need not possess inherent magic. In terms of spatial magic, they excel beyond wizards. Yet, they may be susceptible to the allure of power, potentially becoming acolytes of others. To Tabor, possessing divine power to gradually transform oneself presented a high ceiling, rendering the risk of provoking unknown entities unnecessary. Chapter 64. Homeward Bound. Master Gu-E paused in his tea serving, then swiftly traced a circle with his other hand. Suddenly, a hollow ring of fire appeared beneath Tabor's feet. Goodness! Ouch! Tabor fell heavily into the courtyard of the Axel Manor, his body, already sore from prolonged time spent on a broom, feeling as if it might shatter from the fall. Couldn't you have given me a heads-up to allow me time to mount my broom? Hearing the commotion in the yard, the door of the house swung open from within. Oh heavens! Tabor, what have you done? Tabor found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of his parents, akin to that of observing a rare animal, and couldn't he help but break into a sheepish grin. Hey, Tabor, come inside. Immediately, rising to his feet, Tabor limped into the house and obediently settled onto the single sofa opposite his parents. Now, tell us, why have you been away for so long? Despite facing the two closest individuals in his life, Tabor found it impossible to disclose his identity as a traveler from another realm. I merely wish to explore. So what did you see? Axel inquired with keen interest, noticing that his mother's expression was somewhat grave, yet she offered no verbal reprimand. Tabor eagerly recounted his experiences along the way. You mean to say that country restricts magical abilities? It makes sense why the family only cautioned the younger generations against venturing there. Regarding the presence of a wizarding enclave in Nepal, it was hardly surprising. Indeed, aside from the 11 magical schools worldwide, numerous wizarding villages exist. Unique forms of magic are found in various locales, Axel remarked with growing excitement. Though Tabor perceived Camartage as special, without a true understanding of the narrative, it likely resembled any ordinary wizarding congregation. Enough, Tabor Prince. Mother, I was wrong. I promise I won't venture out alone again before graduating from Hogwarts, Tabor said, casting a pitiful glance at Ines. Observing her son, who evidently bore the marks of hardship, Ines could only sigh in resignation. Very well, go and freshen up, then take a proper rest. Let Dodo prepare your lunch. And remember to write a letter to your grandmother, or perhaps pay a visit to the Prince family. All right, mother. Ines cast a disapproving glance at her husband. You might want to consider how to address matters over there. Also, have you completed this month's potion orders? She playfully bumped her husband's chin with her forehead. Did you not notice how much thinner Tabor has become? And he has grown so much darker. After running such a long distance, he must be exhausted. Why not allow him some respite? Very well. As long as the beautiful Miss Ines is by my side, I am willing to do anything. Tabor, however, paid no heed to the affection between his parents, perceiving them merely as accidental guardians. After days of relentless travel, claiming to be unwearied was patently false. Dodo. Yes, master. Dodo gazed at Tabor with tear-filled eyes. Very well, master. Relaxing in a bathtub filled with warm water, Tabor stretched contentedly. He decided to temporarily set aside the secrets of the flower-growing family and the mysteries of Camathai Tower. His primary objective remained to enhance his spellcasting abilities. Possessing undeniable strength would ensure his safety in exploring the unknown. After lunch, Tabor donned the freshly laundered robe prepared by Dodo and stepped through the fireplace to the prince's estate. Upon emerging, he spotted his grandparents seated on a sofa across from the fireplace, an array of exquisite pastries and fragrant red tea gracing the coffee table. Grandfather, grandmother, Tabor greeted with a cheerful smile. Oomph. Dio scoffed, irked by his grandson's decision to abandon the family's orders and sneak away. Grandfather, you seem to be in much better spirits lately. Tabor blinked innocently, hoping to evade scrutiny. However, Dio's expression darkened, as if recalling something troubling. Tabor Prince, I hope you understand your responsibilities. Your grandfather has informed me of your uncle's actions. If all goes as planned, your uncle will be heading to America to expand the family business. America? Does uncle agree to this? Tabor was taken aback, feeling certain that his uncle would not accept such an arrangement, which felt akin to exile. Given his actions, he had no choice but to acquiesce, Dio retorted curtly. Tabor keenly observed that while his grandfather appeared much improved, he still bore the weight of age more profoundly than before, indicating a deep-seated wound. Understood, grandfather. During his time away, Tabor encountered a broader spectrum of the world and resolved not to leave England for the subsequent years. Seeing Tabor's agreeable demeanor, Dio refrained from further pursuing the matter. Did you encounter any trouble during your visit to the flower-growing family? The family's records regarding that place are rather scarce, and the portraits of our ancestors are shrouded in secrecy, Leah inquired with concern. Nothing of note. I did not meet a single wizard in that country. That is good to hear. The remaining holiday time is limited. I advise you to spend the rest of your break at the estate, immersing yourself in books. Tabor gazed at Leah's anxious expression, nodded, and reassured her once more. Grandmother, rest assured, I shall not go anywhere during these holiday days. Chapter 65. Finally tasting the fulling potion. Satisfied, Leah nodded, considering the matter settled. Immersed in the world of books, Tabor soon received his second-grade reading list. Compared to the previous year, the required textbooks showed no significant changes. It seemed that this year, aside from some necessary potion ingredients, there was no need to purchase any new books. Tabor, feeling somewhat disinterested, casually tucked the list into his book. He had no qualms about using second-hand books, so he promptly decided to cancel his trip to Diagon Alley. After instructing Dodo to prepare a list of items needed for school, Tabor cast the matter aside completely. Upon finishing another book, he looked up to see Cherry clutching her bottle of fulling potion, desperately trying to extract the golden liquid within. Haven't you tired of playing with that yet? Tabor chuckled. Cherry merely glanced at her master before resuming her fiddling with the potion bottle, which had been enchanted with a protective charm. The fulling potion, if only the Niffler were to consume it. Sensing Tabor's intense gaze, Cherry wiggled her slightly plump body, turning her back to him while clutching the potion tightly with her little paws, attempting to shield it completely. Cherry, would you like to taste the fulling potion? Cherry turned her head, her dark, round eyes warily assessing Tabor, before continuing to manipulate the potion bottle. Tabor reached out, gripping the nape of Cherry's neck, while his other hand forcibly retrieved the potion from her tiny paws. Let me think. Based on what wizards likely drink, a small sip should suffice. And perhaps a drop for a Niffler would be just right. A touch of arrogance suggests it might have no adverse effects. After a moment's hesitation, Tabor opened the bottle of fulling potion, his wrist trembling slightly as he poured approximately half a drop into a wooden spoon designated for feeding Cherry. Cherry gazed at the shimmering liquid in the spoon, unable to resist the urge to reach out with her tiny paw. Eat, Cherry. Having spent several months with Tabor, Cherry understood his words well. Obediently, she consumed the enticing fulling potion entirely. Observing Cherry after she had ingested the potion, Tabor felt she appeared no different than usual, causing him to question whether he had fed her too little. Could it be that the fulling potion was a brew solely for wizards, ineffective on magical creatures? With a sigh, Tabor capped the potion bottle, recasting the protective charm before hanging it around his neck. Convinced that the potion might indeed have no effect on Nifflers, he chose to disregard Cherry's actions. After all, within the prince family's castle, diligent house elves would always find and care for their master's pets. However, before Tabor could finish the book in his hands, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the hallway outside. Tabor gently pushed open the door and peeked outside, only to be met with a furry face belonging to a creature named Cherry, which left him thoroughly bemused. After prying Cherry off his face, Tabor lifted it into his hands and weighed it. You've gained quite a bit of weight. Have you been pilfering items for your own collection? He inquired. Just as he was about to mimic Newt's technique and extract treasure from his sniffing pouch, he lost his grip and Cherry escaped from his hold. Tabor, quickly catch your sniffing creature. It has taken something of great importance. Seeing his uncle's anxious expression, Tabor could only manage a wry smile and shook his head. turning to chase after Cherry as it dashed down the stairs. However, it seemed that the seemingly ineffective welling potion was indeed quite potent. For even 2 wizards and a few house elves were unable to capture Cherry, which instead scurried into the yard and vanished among the lush herb garden. Uncle, did Cherry take something truly important? If not, perhaps I could retrieve your belongings when it grows hungry? Alan cast a dark glance at Tabor, his mind racing with speculation. Was it the sniffing creature's own volition, or was his nephew somehow orchestrating this mischief? After all, with a vast array of items belonging to the Prince family, why would it specifically pilfer from him? Noting his uncle's prolonged silence, Tabor turned to the tearful house elves. Did Cherry take something from you? A slightly older house elf timidly stepped forward and stuttered. Master, your pet has taken all the golden utensils from the kitchen. Very well, master. The house elves scurried upstairs, riding the portraits and meticulously dusting each frame. Tabor, what are you all doing? Tabor felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regardless of whether it was the welling potion at play, the trouble was ultimately caused by his own pet. Laya, while not entirely surprised by the use of her son's pet for potion testing, couldn't he help but feel concerned at the sight of his uncle's grim demeanor. Sensing that something significant had indeed been taken. Alan, has something important been taken from you? Alan, suddenly put on the spot, involuntarily revealed a hint of panic in his expression. Nothing of consequence, just some ordinary gold jewelry. Tabor, you should prepare for school tomorrow. Consider my belongings as a back-to-school gift. Although Tabor sensed that his uncle was concealing something from him and his grandmother, he obediently nodded. Thank you, uncle. After taking a moment to steady his emotions, Alan retrieved a double-sided mirror from his inner pocket, tapping it gently with his wand 3 times. A grim-faced, middle-aged man appeared in the reflection. Are you contacting me now, due to some unforeseen mishap? Alan struggled to articulate. Yes, something has been taken. Do you have a spare? Spare? Do you truly believe that something undetectable, even by a master potion maker, and possessing a time-sensitive nature, would be as freely available as a reed? Though Alan's countenance was far from pleasant, he felt compelled to continue. It is indeed my fault. What conditions must I meet to procure another potion? The middle-aged man sighed with a hint of resignation, feigning difficulty as he spoke. In order to prevent my prior investment from going to waste, I can provide you with another potion in a month's time. However, upon your ascension as the head of the family, you will not only need to compensate me for the previously agreed materials and orders, but you must also hand over the family's collection of books to me. Oh, and don't forget about that charming apothecary from last time. Unable to contain himself, Alan sprang to his feet. Impossible. You greedy scoundrel. That is simply out of the question. Oomph. The middle-aged man scoffed derisively. Surely you comprehend your current predicament. Should you choose not to cooperate, I can readily inform your family's elder of your actions, and I would incur no loss whatsoever. That is out of the question. Everything else is negotiable, but the shop in Diagon Alley is absolutely non-negotiable. The man's face twisted into a smirk. Non-negotiable? It is merely a shop on the brink of closure. Even if you retain it, do you truly believe you can keep it afloat? Alan replied stubbornly. Why can't it thrive? Remember, I have a nephew who can supply the apothecary with finished potions. The mockery on the man's face deepened. Your nephew? If I'm not mistaken, the items you took from me today also include his share. Do you think he would return your favor if he knew what you had done? Alan recognized the truth in the man's words. Yet the thought of losing the family's source of income gnawed at him, even if he were to assume the title of head of the family. A life of luxury would be unattainable. What then would be the point? The middle-aged man seemed to sense the delicate balance. How about this? You can relinquish all the shops of the Prince family to me. I will only require 20 years, during which I will provide you with a sum of galleons each year. After 20 years, the shops will still belong to you. If you doubt my word, we can formalize this with a contract. Tabor, oblivious to his uncle's scheming, believed his grandfather was preparing to send his uncle to America, and thus anticipated no further complications. Perhaps it was the potency of the fainting fancies that worked wonders on Sniff Sniff. Regardless, due to the slightly excessive half-drop dosage, he was unable to capture the cherry and retrieve its collection by the time he was ready for bed that night. Early the next morning, Tabor departed from the Prince family castle and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Reuniting with classmates after the holiday, excitement filled the air. Tabor effortlessly located the compartment where Zane and Galacticus were seated. To his surprise, one of the half-blood girls who had been rather inconspicuous in the previous school year was also present in the compartment. Hello, Tabor. I am Afra Cooper. Tabor cast a questioning glance at the 2 others in the compartment, curious if this Miss Cooper was to be their future companion. Tabor Prince. Although I believe I need no introduction, you should be familiar with me, Tabor remarked as he took a seat next to Galacticus. Of course. Who doesn't he know of you, the celebrity? Tabor shrugged with a hint of exasperation. All right, perhaps you were right. Why hasn't Miss Snow, who was always with you last semester, come today? After asking, Tarba noticed Zane across from him rolling his eyes. He quickly diverted the subject. Sensing Tarba's curiosity, Zane perked up. Let me tell you, the past 2 months in Germany have been quite eventful. That Newt Scamander, expelled from Hufflepuff a few years ago, has once again thwarted Grindelwald and the Saints' plans. However, that gentleman is indeed formidable. It is said that many here aspire to follow him. I wonder if that is true. Tarba nodded, finding it unsurprising that some families wish to curry favor with the rising Saints. Although Grindelwald's ideology of wizard supremacy slightly diverged from the pure-blood aristocratic beliefs, his immense power and ability to stir the hearts of many certainly inspired a desire to follow him. What do you think of that gentleman? Kalaktakus suddenly inquired. I think it's splendid. Wizards should govern muggles, and the laws of magic should ensure that wizards can live openly under the sun, Afra replied almost without hesitation. Tarba shook his head. I prefer not to dwell on him. After all, he has no intention of coming to Britain. Moreover, I advise you all to refrain from discussing him at Hogwarts to avoid any trouble. All right, Kalaktakus said, somewhat disappointed. I met with him during the holidays with my father and made a trade. I genuinely find that gentleman very, very charismatic. If he were to establish himself here, our family would certainly offer some assistance, and I hope you all would do the same. Tarba glanced at the 3 individuals in the carriage, each displaying various expressions, and couldn't help but sigh internally. It was a pity that Grindelwald would be defeated by Dumbledore and imprisoned in Nurmengard. Otherwise, should he truly enter Britain, most wizards would likely join his ranks, and even those who did not would probably maintain amicable relations. If he were to achieve victory, would wizards truly be able to dominate muggles? Even in failure, wouldn't it be a grand spectacle? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Tarba reminded himself that whether in the narrative of his past life or the future glimpsed by Ancient One, it was evident that Grindelwald had a significant chance of failure. Why should he concern himself with the fate of a loser? It was sufficient to stand on the side of the victors and savor the tranquility that follows the conflict. Chapter 67, Returning to School. The Prince family isn't mine to command just yet, but if that gentleman truly comes here to develop, I wouldn't mind observing, Tarba said with a smile. Kalaktakas clearly understood the situation of the Prince family. You underestimate your own worth. Becoming a master of potions at your age is an extraordinary achievement. In his eyes, you are far more valuable than the Prince family at this moment. Observing Kalaktakas' earnest demeanor, Tarba suddenly asked, You speak with such certainty. Has that gentleman mentioned me? Indeed, that gentleman also reads the Prophet, so he naturally knows of you. In fact, many who have not joined the Saints still occasionally provide them with information. Your affairs are hardly a secret, are they? In truth, if one seeks to possess a family, assistance will be forthcoming. Tabor nodded, yet his conviction deepened that he must refrain from venturing abroad for the next few years. Unless Grindelwald truly incited trouble within the territory of his old acquaintance, he would likely remain untroubled. As Tabor entered Hogwarts and took his place at the Slytherin table, he soon realized that discussions regarding Grindelwald and the Saints were far from scarce, although it appeared that Newt and his companions had thwarted their schemes on multiple occasions. The influence of the Saints continued to expand unabated. Tabor had reason to suspect that Dumbledore's intervention in 1945 might have been prompted by the rapid development of their adversaries, compelling him to act. Observing Dumbledore leading a group of new students into the Great Hall, Tabor was struck by the realization that it had already been a year since he first set foot in this hall. In the span of that year, he had indeed reaped considerable benefits. With the final new students sorted into Ravenclaw, this year's sorting ceremony came to a close. Slytherin still boasted fewer than 10 students, with 2 prefects seated beside the newcomers, introducing them to the school and some of Slytherin's traditions. Suddenly, Tabor recalled Tom, who remained in the orphanage by age. He would not arrive at Hogwarts until 1938. At that time, the prefect would be Malfoy, and he himself would be in his 4th year. A sense of melancholy washed over him as he gazed at the flickering candles on the ceiling, evoking a feeling akin to the calm before a storm. Shaking his head, he glanced at Tarkus, who was discussing the Saints with his classmates, and realized that the storm had always been present, merely concealed behind a wall named Dumbledore. Noticing Abraxas Malfoy's seemingly concerned expression, Tabor offered a sheepish smile. I apologize. I was abroad for over a month during the holidays, and spent the remainder of my time at Prince Manor. Malfoy, upon hearing Tabor's explanation, did not press the matter further, but instead shifted topics abruptly. It seems your uncle is not managing the Prince family very well. In fact, many pureblood families have taken note of your family situation. Should you require assistance, I believe the Malfoy family would be willing to lend a hand. Tabor was uncertain whether the help Abraxas referred to was as he envisioned. However, these pureblood families, having not yet encountered Voldemort's wrath, possessed both depth and wealth. If genuine communication could be established, it would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. Abraxas, I believe we are already friends, are we not? If I find myself in need, I shall certainly reach out. Hearing Tabor address him in such a manner, Abraxas's feigned smile became slightly more genuine. Of course, you must attend the next soiree. I have several commendable friends whom I can introduce you to. Certainly. The two exchanged smiles, each reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Just as they were about to delve deeper into conversation, Zane burst through the door, visibly excited, exclaiming, "Tabor, did you know?" Tabor tilted his head in confusion, remaining silent as he awaited Zane's revelation. Unable to contain himself, Zane promptly divulged the news he had just learned. His former girlfriend from Gryffindor, the girl from the Potter family, has withdrawn from school. However, there are rumors that her parents took her abroad for respite, only to encounter saints and meet a tragic end. Tabor couldn't help but furrow his brows. Girlfriend? She is certainly not my girlfriend. Among the few times you've inquired about girls, she was mentioned, so do you expect me to believe there is no connection between you two? Tabor sighed in resignation. In truth, he often perceived the students of Hogwarts much like adults observing children. Naturally, within such an environment, one's mindset inevitably becomes youthful and behaviors may appear juvenile. However, certain intrinsic qualities are not easily altered. As for Phyllis, Tabor felt more inclined to treat her like a little girl. Yet the memory of her bravely charging into the forbidden forest after Sylvia and then shielding herself against the hippogriff has lingered in his heart. I suppose I feel a tinge of guilt. Had it not been for my mention of Sylvia during flying class, she would not have ventured into the forbidden forest and ended up in St. Mungo's, ultimately leading to her withdrawal. Zane cast a worried glance at his roommate. Well, I only heard rumors. Besides, it's not your fault. You're merely a student. Tabor nodded, acknowledging that time has a way of healing all wounds. He was simply reflecting on the news regarding Phyllis. I'm fine. Zane nodded and adeptly shifted the topic. It seems Aphra is now with Galacticus. By the way, what is the situation between you and Sylvia? If you're not serious, I may need to intervene. Are you serious? Zane affirmed with a nod. Of course. The little princess of the Greengrass family is not someone to be trifled with. Isn't it a bit too early for that? We're only 12. Tabor recalled Slughorn's words about curses and Sylvia's attitude towards him, realizing that his grandmother likely intervened to prevent a union with the Greengrass family. Or perhaps she had spoken on his behalf in front of Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass. Chapter 68, The Portrait. Reflecting on what he had said in the corridor that morning, Tabor glanced at Zane, who had grown even taller since last year. If you want, go ahead and pursue her. Do girls have anything more captivating than books? Or magical fragrances? Tabor shook his head, as he indeed held no romantic interest in younger girls, which is why he had made a pact with Sylvia after their 5th year. What had been his thoughts then? It seemed a mix of playful teasing and a hint of expectation, perhaps envisioning her blossoming into a stunningly beautiful woman in the future. He wondered if she took it seriously. However, if she were to be with Zane, that might not be too bad. Tabor murmured to himself, as if in quiet contemplation. Taking out his 2 magic books for the day, he cleared his mind of distractions, while internally musing that women would merely affect the speed of his incantations. Nevertheless, perhaps in the future, he could experiment with alchemy to create a doll, which would be both practical and devoid of complications. Various figurine maidens began to flicker through Tabor's mind, causing his breath to quicken. The clear water flowed like spring. Awakened abruptly, Cherry gazed up at her master, bewildered by the sudden incantation that struck her forehead, which startled her into a shiver. A flurry of thoughts raced through Cherry's little head. What should I do? Has my master lost his mind? If he has, will he toss me into the crucible? Perhaps I should offer him a piece of my collection to entice him into a different line of thought. Tabor observed a small golden bottle, crafted from gold, being tossed out from Cherry's cozy nook. He glanced at Cherry, who was desperately attempting to diminish her presence, curling into a tiny ball, and could not help but chuckle. After wiping the water stains from his face, Tabor finally quelled the uncontainable frustration within him and focused his attention on the small bottle. He was certain that this bottle did not belong to him. It bore no resemblance to the spice containers in the kitchen, leaving only the possibility that it was something of his uncle's. It would be wise to refrain from opening such an unknown item. What if it contained some volatile poison? That would indeed be perilous. Seeing the little sniffler curled up, Tabor unceremoniously pulled her close for inspection. Still quite heavy. It seems the contents remain intact. Today, Cherry, the little maiden, was devoid of her usual fortune, unable to escape the clutches of fate. and could only watch tearfully as the items from her pocket cascaded to the ground, forming a glittering mound of gold. Impressive. Tabor, your sniffler is truly remarkable. Perhaps I should acquire one to assist me in treasure hunting. Once Duo had taken away the golden kitchenware and a few gilded picture frames. Tabor set Cherry down on the ground. Cherry gazed skeptically at the small pile of wooden spoons beside her. Tabor stifled a chuckle and turned to resume his reading, only to realize he had forgotten to ask Duo to take the golden bottle he had placed on the table. Oh well, he could give it to him tomorrow when he came to deliver books. This semester's courses were not much different from last, with even the professors being familiar faces. Tabor had settled into a regular academic routine, but the demand for potions from the Prince family was gradually diminishing. He was uncertain whether his uncle was reluctant to place orders with him, or if the family business had truly deteriorated to such an extent. After completing the orders for Newt and Dumbledore during potion class, Tabor discovered he still had ample free time. He decided to venture to the 8th floor, locating the Room of Requirement. Although the Room of Requirement was indeed marvelous, Tabor felt that its utility for him was currently limited. When it came to practicing magic and brewing potions, he could easily visit the Slytherin head's office, which was considerably closer. The Room of Requirement, while capable of becoming quite comfortable, was situated on the 8th floor, making it far too distant from the Slytherin common room. Tabor, Malfoy asked me to inquire if you would like to join the Quidditch team. The implication was clear. If you wish to join, a spot would be reserved for you, with your status as either a regular player or a substitute depending on your skill. Tabor gazed at Zane, who entered the room wielding a broom. Have you not yet selected the team members? Other teams must have begun their selections by now. Apart from my early joining, you seem uncertain. But Malfoy has inquired about the others. It's just that you often vanish after class, which is why Malfoy asked me to convey this message. Furthermore, we still have a month before the first match, so there is ample time. After a moment's hesitation, Tabor reflected on his relatively unbusy schedule lately and acknowledged that a bit of exercise would be beneficial. Thus, he consented to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Splendid. We shall train tomorrow, and you will accompany me. There is no need for you to bring your own broom. You can try flying first. And if you make the main roster, you will receive the latest model. Observing Zane's excitement, Tabor merely smiled and nodded. However, before Tabor could step out of the common room with Zane the following day, Professor Slughorn hurriedly whisked him away from Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the Prince family estate via the fireplace, Tabor was greeted by two portraits positioned side by side in the hall. Axel and Ines, who had arrived before Tabor and Slughorn, looked toward Alan, who had been present in this place, confused about the unfolding events. My father's illness has recurred, and it is quite severe. As for my mother, I found her this morning in my father's embrace. Alan spoke, his voice choked with emotion. In despair, he covered his face. I never anticipated it would happen so suddenly. The timing is far too abrupt. They have lost their memories from life. Slughorn glanced at his two nephews, along with Tabor and Eileen, and heaved a sigh. Alan, as the head of the family, you must organize a funeral. Axel, you need not involve yourself in this matter. Very well, Uncle, Axel replied solemnly. Chapter 69. Helplessness. It is all too sudden. Indeed, far too sudden, Axel murmured, choked with emotion. Ines embraced her husband, softly comforting the young man who had just lost his parents. I cannot believe this. Tabor sat beside his parents, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the day's events. I cannot believe it either. Axel ceased his tears, turning to join Ines in observing the grave expression on Tabor's face. Tabor, do you know something? Axel and Ines both understood that such an inexplicable passing was anything but ordinary. Yet they did not reside regularly in the Prince Castle and were unaware of the underlying truths. Grandfather had previously decided to send Uncle to America, but for reasons unknown. It fell through, Tabor remarked. Axel and Ines instantly grasped the implication of his words. Tabor bowed his head in silence. His mind flooded with memories of the past few years spent with his grandmother, and his heart ached profoundly. Why must they depart so inexplicably? Even their portraits had been stripped of their memories from life. Tabor, do not be disheartened. Your father is right. If your suspicions hold any truth, it is best not to voice them. After all, Alan is their son, the only legitimate adult heir of the Prince family. If I am not mistaken, Alan must have had a premeditated plan, and his father should be aware of it. Compared to life, his father prioritizes the family. Axel gazed at Tabor and said, Very well, I shall refrain from making hasty remarks. But what of Professor Slughorn? Does he know? Reflecting on his uncle's recent obvious attempts to divert his family's attention. Axel nodded. Even if he is not fully informed, he must have his suspicions. Yet he chose to let us leave. This speaks volumes of his stance. He suddenly recalled the diminishing number of the Prince family members, which would inevitably lead to a decrease in house elves. Is Coco all right? Tabor attempted to summon, but after several minutes, the little figure did not appear. Dodo. Master, what do you require? Tabor leaned against the headboard. Please check on Coco for me. Certainly, Master. It was not long before Dodo reappeared before Tabor. Master, Dodo was unable to enter the prince's estate. They denied Dodo's entry. Tabor shut his eyes, convinced that the deaths of his grandparents were connected to his uncle, and that the hasty exclusion of his house elf was motivated by fear of coveting the prince family's possessions. Without evidence, even if there were proof, little could be done. Tabor understood well that if the Ministry of Magic deemed the rightful heir of the prince family a criminal, everything belonging to the family would fall under the ministry's custody, to be handed to Eileen in the future. As for how much would remain by then, that was an unknown. Tabor did not care for the family. He had already perused the majority of the rare tomes, and what remained could easily be found in the library. As for materials and wealth, they never truly belonged to him. Tabor was confident that through his own efforts, he could acquire more. Thus, even if he uncovered the truth, it would merely benefit the ministry. Little Eileen was barely 2 years old. Having her father around would surely be better for her. Contemplating his parents' attitudes, Tabor resolved to cease his pursuit of the truth and to limit his interactions with the family henceforth. Looking down, Tabor suddenly noticed Dodo, still in the room, watching him with concern. It's nothing. I'll be dining at home today. Dodo, please prepare. Of course, Master. He then caught sight of two figures on the sofa, embracing and kissing one another. Tabor, my spirit has endured a tremendous blow. Tabor, you've come down. Are you feeling better? I was just comforting your father, they said. Tabor responded with a scoff. Observing Tabor standing motionless at the staircase, Ines shyly released her husband. Father, Dodo is no longer permitted to enter the prince's estate. Upon hearing this, Axel paused for a moment, then could not help but sigh. Well, we are no longer considered members of the prince family. Why should we humiliate ourselves further? You should refrain from sending Dodo to retrieve anything in the future, lest your uncle overthinks. Tabor nodded, recognizing that Axel was the most affected by this situation, the one who cared the most about the family. Father, rest assured, those were gifts from grandmother. If my uncle is unwilling to give, I remain indifferent. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Tabby's life had not changed much. The prince family had ceased to send potion orders. It seemed that Alan was deliberately distancing himself from his brother's family. Tabby, Malfoy has asked me to inform you to meet him at the Quidditch pitch after class. He will be waiting there. Tabby paused, his pen suspended in midair. Without lifting his gaze, replied, I understand. He wants to be waiting for me at the pitch indefinitely. Will he? Sensing that the professor on stage had taken note of him, Tabby fell silent. After class, as Tabby walked to the Quidditch pitch with Zane, he discovered that nearly all the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team had already arrived. Tabby, it's not easy to get you to join, is it? Zane, why are you still standing there? Zane shrugged helplessly at Tabby, mounted his broom, and soared into the air above the pitch. How have you been lately? Tabby found Malfoy's sudden concern rather perplexing. Of course, I'm doing well. Is that so? Yet, it appears your uncle is not faring as well. The Prince family's assets have been largely sold off, and high-quality potion orders have been declined. Tabby's expression remained stoic, though he felt a slight surprise within. Despite his uncle's lack of business acumen, how would they sustain themselves without the family's assets, and how would the lineage continue? I proposed to my father that we transfer the orders originally intended for the Prince family to you. He agreed. What do you think, Tabby? Moreover, my family has a shop in Diagon Alley. If you need, I could rent it to you, or we could collaborate on a store. Tabby looked at Malfoy, whose demeanor radiated affluence, and couldn't he help but chuckle. You know, I still have classes to attend, and now Quidditch training, so I don't have much time. Malfoy nodded. Of course, you needn't worry. The orders originally assigned to the Prince family were minimal, but they must be of the highest quality. Prior to your becoming a master potion maker, it was likely your grandfather who handled them. Each month, 3 vials of beauty potion are required, with an additional 2 to 3 vials being uncertain. I will prepare double the materials for you each month, and you shall receive 300 galleons for each vial of potion. Furthermore, if you can still produce perfect potions, the Malfoy family is willing to purchase the additional materials at market price, which ranges from 7 to 800 galleons. Noticing that Tabby did not immediately acquiesce, Malfoy continued. Our family will not require you to brew potions like Felix Felicis, which necessitate prolonged brewing times. I will consult you in advance should such needs arise. Very well. I shall accept the Malfoy family's orders. However, your family is truly affluent, Tabby remarked. Abraxas Malfoy, pleased with Tabby's agreement, replied, Indeed, the Malfoys deserve the very best. When you find time in the future, we could open a potion shop together. We would surely earn a substantial sum for our pocket money. Tabor could not help but roll his eyes. The purchasing power of galleons was indeed formidable, over 1,000 galleons a month. It seemed that the professors at Hogwarts did not earn nearly that much, so he would never have to worry about finances in the future. Why then would he even consider establishing a potion shop? Now let us discuss Quidditch. Do you possess your own broom? Tabor nodded and retrieved his broom from his small bag. Ah, it appears you frequently use it for flying. Though it has not been well maintained, Malfoy remarked disapprovingly at Tabor. Well, yes, its primary function in my hands has been as a means of transportation. Tabor reminisced about his flying trips during the holidays, where he would pitch a tent upon landing, leaving the broom carelessly discarded by the bedside, thoroughly neglecting its upkeep. This simply will not do. During a Quidditch match, it is imperative to maintain the broom in optimal condition, Malfoy stated, pulling out a complete set of broom care supplies from his backpack, and then summoned his house elf. Watching the little elf skillfully attend to the broom, Tabor suddenly thought that he could allow Dodo a chance to try it next time. Malfoy soon handed Tabor the well-maintained broom. Give it a try. It should feel more manageable than before. Tabor accepted without hesitation, mounting the broom and soaring swiftly above the pitch. It felt quite splendid. Is there any position still available on the team? Malfoy flew alongside him. It depends on which position you desire. As long as you can defeat the current starter, you may take their place. The loser will become a substitute. Ultimately, Tabor chose to become a beater for Slytherin. Compared to the Seekers who merely dodged around in search of the golden snitch, the beater, stationed by the goalposts and tasked with fending off the opposing chasers, wielded a bat to strike the bludgers, serving as the primary offensive force on the pitch. Malfoy said nothing further, but called upon Zane and another teammate who were training. You three give it a try. The rule is simple. Whoever is knocked off first will become the substitute. Tabor was surprised to discover that Zane was also a beater, but the two merely exchanged glances before darting toward the two bludgers on the field, simultaneously aiming at another Slytherin boy. Caught between the two, the unfortunate lad had no choice but to concede and become a substitute for the Slytherin team. As he was already a seventh-year student, if he did not challenge the players in other positions, he would likely never have another chance to play Quidditch at school again. Having successfully secured his place as an official member of the Slytherin team, Tabor trained every afternoon alongside Zane. Fortunately, his enhanced abilities were comprehensive. Although Tabor was not particularly large, his strength surpassed that of the taller Zane. In early November, Tabor experienced his first Quidditch match, with Slytherin facing off against Ravenclaw. It was during this match that Tabor was astonished to discover that the Ravenclaw Seeker was none other than Phileas Flitwick. This future diminutive professor was currently a sixth-year student in Ravenclaw. Tabor had little knowledge of this classmate, who was rumored to possess goblin blood. In his recollection, there was not an abundance of information about him. All he knew was that he would eventually become the champion of dueling and would serve as a professor at Hogwarts before the year 1970. As Zane observed Tabor attentively watching the opposing Seeker, he cooperatively directed the quaffle towards that direction. Flitwick's target was inherently diminutive. A mere shift of his body allowed the quaffle to skim past his robes. Noticing this, Tabor quickly lowered himself on his broom, valiantly sending another quaffle hurtling towards Flitwick's broom. Oh, look at that. Both new players from the Slytherin team are now pursuing the Ravenclaw Seeker. Taking advantage of the moment, Ravenclaw managed to score, bringing the score to 10 o'clock. Goodness, Mr. Prince has astonishingly interrupted the Ravenclaw Seeker's broom with a quaffle. Poor Flitwick, his arm appears to have sustained an injury. If my memory serves me correctly, this might be the fastest recorded injury in the history of the game. Indeed, that was quite a fierce blow. Tabor himself was astonished at the extent of his own strength. Witnessing Flitwick's contorted arm, he realized it must have been broken. Brother, tell me, do you harbor any grudge against Flitwick? Zane, having quietly approached him during the game's suspension, looked at Tabor, who could only shake his head in exasperation. No, this is the first time I've even noticed someone from Ravenclaw. Chapter 71, Apology. Zane appeared somewhat incredulous. You were fixated on him the moment you entered the field, and you directly interrupted his broom. Just look at the way those Ravenclaws are glaring at you now. Tabor, noticing the fearful and accusatory gazes of the little eagles around him, bashfully scratched his nose. I merely observed that his physique was quite agile, and I felt that, under normal circumstances, the quaffle would not reach him, which is why I targeted his broom. Zane offered a glance that suggested he was willing to believe him. Soon, the Ravenclaw substitute entered the game, and the match resumed. However, following the earlier incident, the morale of the Ravenclaw players was evidently shaken by Tabor's ferocity, allowing Slytherin to secure an effortless victory. Ultimately, when Slytherin Seeker caught the golden snitch, the score stood at 30-210. Once on the ground, Tabor exchanged a few words with Zane, stowed away his broom, and headed towards the hospital wing. Phileas Flitwick was destined to be a professor at Hogwarts, and for Tabor, who aspired to join the ranks of Hogwarts faculty, It was likely that Flitwick would one day be his colleague. Tabor hoped to avoid leaving any unfavorable impressions in the eyes of a future coworker. Mr. Prince? Miss Lamb, how may I assist you? Tabor inquired politely of the current queen of the hospital wing. Ah, well, I'm also a member of the Potion Masteress Guild, although I have not yet attained the title of Master Potion Maker. I have heard that you have improved the formula for bone replenishing potion, yet I encountered some issues during its preparation. Might you be able to assist me with a few queries? Of course, it would be my honor. However, I am here to visit Mr. Flitwick. Ah, that diminutive Ravenclaw. He is indeed quite injured, having just clutched his broom with a heavy heart. Miss Lamb exaggeratedly donned a sorrowful expression, remarking that every Quidditch match inevitably sends someone to the infirmary, at least in her 3 years here. Oh, is that so? Tabor replied, his countenance slightly awkward, hoping he hadn't inflicted any psychological trauma. Observing Tabor's expression, Lamb suddenly seemed to grasp something. In recalling today's match, Ravenclaw versus Slytherin, the injury to Mr. Fleavy's arm could not possibly be attributed to him. I shall go check on him. By the way, did you administer any bone regrowth potion? I have a modified vial here. Perhaps you could evaluate its effects? Upon entering the infirmary, Tabor found it unusually serene. Has no one from Ravenclaw come to see their seeker? He inquired. No, they have already departed, Miss Lamb replied, languidly leaning against the wooden doorframe, gesturing for Tabor to enter alone. Before long, Tabor spotted Fleavy in a segregated bed, seated with his broken broom lying before him. Upon noticing a visitor, he appeared quite startled. Miss Lamb, oh, it is you? Tabor offered what he deemed a friendly smile. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tabor Prince. I sincerely apologize for damaging your broom, as well as your arm. Fleavy was genuinely surprised that Tabor had come see him. May I ask if I have somehow offended you? Tabor blinked, observing the somewhat cautious Fleavy before resolutely shaking his head. Not at all. My actions during the match were solely motivated by the competition. However, I did not anticipate my strength would manifest so dramatically. Upon hearing Tabor's explanation, Fleavy seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his demeanor relaxing considerably. In an effort to express my contrition and to amend the harm I have caused you, Tabor retrieved his own broom and a vial of modified bone regrowth potion from his satchel, placing them upon the bedside table. Oh, my heavens! Is this your modified bone regrowth potion? And a newly released broom from last year. This is far superior to mine, Fleavy exclaimed, excitedly waving his functional arm, his face alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, I believe consuming this potion will surely heal your arm. Would you care to try it now? Tabor shook his head. It's quite all right. It's merely a broom. In truth, as a key player for Slytherin, I possess another broom. Yours, however, appears to be entirely beyond repair. The reason Tabor had decided to offer his broom was due to observing Fleavy's despondent gaze upon the broken one as he entered. After all, the Slytherin team still had brooms donated by Malfoy to utilize. Nay, I am currently studying the magical runes within brooms. This broken section will provide me with a clearer view. What an excellent opportunity this is. Moreover, without a usable broom, I can forego participating in future matches and training, thereby freeing up time for reading or researching spells. Gazing into the pure thirst for knowledge reflected in Flitwick's eyes, Tabor suddenly recalled that he was indeed in the presence of a remarkable individual, one who ultimately chose the path of wisdom and enlightenment. Do you enjoy reading? He inquired, for he too held a profound affection for books. What genres do you prefer? Could you possibly recommend a few titles? Upon hearing Tabor express his interest in literature, Flitwick's delight was palpable. Oh my, is that a bag enchanted with a space-expanding spell? It can accommodate a broomstick. Its capacity is truly impressive. Tabor offered a polite smile, recognizing that such magical artifacts capable of stable space expansion were not excessively rare, though they were not commonplace among most Slytherins either. It was then that he realized, for the first time, that his bag was not a typical possession among all the students at Hogwarts. Chapter 72, Celebration. Flitwick nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed. The first spell I learned was the levitation charm. A proficient application of it allows one to carry books exceeding 1's height while swiftly traversing the corridors. The atmosphere between them was congenial and harmonious until Miss Lamb entered to urge them along, prompting Tabor to reluctantly depart from the hospital wing. All right, I understand, Tabor replied casually, taking a seat at his desk to scrutinize the book list Flitwick had provided him. Most of the titles focused on spells and dueling techniques, which explained why Flitwick would later become a champion in dueling. As for the other heads of houses 50 years hence, while each possessed their own merits, those yet to be born were merely playing in the mud at home. Ah, how tranquil Hogwarts is at present, Tabor mused, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Tabor, the feast is about to commence. Abraxas has even sent the house elf to procure a considerable amount of butterbeer, Zane announced as he rushed into the room, hastily closing the door behind him and darting towards the common room. After tidying up the books on his desk, Tabor adjusted his robe before stepping out of the dormitory. In the Slytherin common room, nearly all the Slytherins had congregated. Tabor even spotted Slughorn's somewhat portly figure deftly navigating through the sea of students clad in robes. "Hey, Tabor, come over here." Following the sound, Tabor discovered that the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team had gathered, seated on the sofas closest to the fireplace. "Is everyone here? I hope I'm not the last to arrive," Tabor said as he settled next to Zane, casting an uncertain glance at Abraxas. While the Quidditch players were present, a few others had yet to arrive. Perhaps they are engrossed in their studies, just as you were last year. Malfoy, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, appeared exceedingly pleased with the team's triumph. "It seems I missed quite a bit last year. What a pity," Tabor remarked as he poured himself a cup of butterbeer. "Ah, our esteemed champions are all here," Slughorn proclaimed as he approached the gathering of players, brandishing a bottle of sherry. "Malfoy, congratulations on your successful debut this year." "Ah, Tabor, it is quite rare to encounter you at such gatherings. It seems you have also begun to relish the festivities, have you not? And Mr. Flint, behold this robust physique. In any case, gentlemen, you are truly remarkable." As everyone raised their glasses, the lounge transformed into a veritable sea of joy. Tabor sat quietly in a corner, listening to Zane and his classmates recount an array of curious tales, while discreetly indulging in the snacks laid out on the table. By the time Tabor had satiated his hunger, he noticed that many had already collapsed in various positions on the sofas and carpets, succumbing to inebriation. "Tabor, come try this. It is the liquor I secretly procured from Hogsmeade this afternoon, not the childish butterbeer." Tabor glanced helplessly at the bottle in Zane's hand, which bore the label, Moscow Vodka. While the magic of wizards is indeed wondrous, it appears to lack the ability to neutralize alcohol, and most young wizards possess little resistance to its effects. One can only hope that no mishaps will occur. Tabor hastily finished the food on his plate and patiently awaited the arrival of the owl. Today marked the first Sunday of November, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should receive the payment for his potion order from the previous month, along with the materials and deposit for potion brewing from the Malfoy family. "Tabor, may I have a word with you?" Slughorn said in a neutral tone. "Certainly, Professor." Tabor followed Slughorn to a secluded corner outside the Great Hall. "Tabor, have you taken over the high-end potions for the Malfoy family?" Slughorn inquired, casting a glance at the large bundle of mail Tabor had just received. Tabor nodded. "Yes, Professor, Abraxas mentioned this to me." "Is there a problem?" Slughorn's tone turned serious. "Are you aware of who their previous supplier was?" "The Prince family, Abraxas informed me," Tabor replied calmly, feeling no concern over the matter. After all, it was Malfoy who had voluntarily entrusted the order to him, rather than him seizing it. "You see, to Alan, your actions appear as though you were usurping from the Prince family. Regardless, you bear the surname Prince, and their blood flows through your veins," Slughorn sighed. "Professor, our branch is not truly part of the Prince family anymore, and did you not also consent to this decision?" Malfoy approached me, which merely indicates that the current Prince family lacks a potioneer who meets his requirements, does it not? As for my uncle, Slughorn rubbed his forehead. "Even if you are not of the same household, Alan remains your uncle, and your cousin Eileen as well." Tabor shook his head and asked directly, "Then, Professor, what do you wish for me to do? Decline the order from the Malfoy family?" "In truth, the Prince family still holds some significance, and I hope you can maintain a cordial relationship with your uncle. Your grandmother provided you with considerable support during her lifetime, did she not?" Chapter 73, Schemes. Tabor nodded, acknowledging the professor's words. "However, my uncle seems to wish for no connection between the Prince family and myself. In truth, I would not mind accepting those orders in the name of the family, but since the passing of my grandparents, I have not received any potion orders from the Prince family. Even my house elf, Dodo, can no longer enter the Prince family castle." Slughorn regarded Tabor for a moment, and seeing no signs of deceit in his demeanor, he could not help but sigh. "Well, I suppose I'm ultimately an outsider. You may not be aware at Hogwarts, but your father and the others should have heard. The reputation of the Prince family is rather tarnished at present." Tabor was aware of the close relationship between Slughorn and Livia, and thus, he took a keen interest in matters concerning the Prince family. "Professor, are you aware of what my uncle has done? And what are the portraits of my grandparents?" "The portraits remain devoid of memory. As for Alan, he is the head of the Prince family, representing both the family and the continuation of Livia's bloodline. Before Aaron matures, regardless of his shortcomings, I would support him. But what if he conspired against the former head?" "What did you say?" Slughorn's expression turned to one of astonishment. Before Tabor could utter another word, Slughorn grasped his sleeve and strode toward his office. Bang! The door to the office slammed shut, and Slughorn sank onto the sofa, fixating on Tabor's dark eyes. His tone stern as he demanded, "What do you know? Professor, did you not suspect anything when we left?" Tabor's tone held a hint of sarcasm. He found it hard to believe that Slughorn had not harbored any suspicions. Slughorn's eyes dimmed with disbelief, struggling to accept his own conjecture. Why? They are his parents. After a prolonged silence, a knock sounded at the office door. Slughorn composed his expression and replied in a flat voice, "Come in." A Slytherin boy entered, stating, "Professor, class has already begun. We came to check on you, since you had not arrived." "Very well, Professor," the boy said, displaying discernment as he exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Listening to the receding footsteps, Slughorn suddenly inquired, "Do you have any evidence of what you just mentioned?" Tabor shook his head. "My grandfather knew some things, and even mentioned sending him to America, to have become the head of Slytherin and to navigate the forthcoming turmoil with relative ease." Slughorn was certainly no fool. Yet, compared to Gryffindor, he possessed a measure of caution, tempered by shrewdness. "Tabor, you may choose how to deal with him in the future, and I shall not intervene. However, one thing is certain. Alan must not perish before Aaron graduates from Hogwarts." Tabor nodded. Faced with an elder who valued familial legacy above life itself, what could he, a frail and helpless child, possibly do? "Indeed, Professor," Tabor remarked, "Malfoy previously informed me that my uncle has sold off the entire estate of the Prince family." Slughorn shook his head. "Not at all. He merely leased it out to others. I wonder who spread such insidious rumors." Tabor was taken aback to discover that Professor Slughorn was aware of this matter. It dawned on him that he, too, had a class scheduled for that morning. "Professor, I must take my leave as I have a class this morning." "You may go," Slughorn replied darkly, waving his hand dismissively. Upon exiting the office and closing the door, a smirk crept onto Tabor's lips. The seeds had been sown, and it seemed he wouldn't even have to lift a finger in the future. Tabor navigated through the secret passage to the Transfiguration classroom and entered quietly, taking a seat at the edge by the door. Dumbledore merely cast a fleeting glance at Tabor before continuing his lecture. As class time drew to a close, Tabor remained motionless in his seat, waiting until all the students had departed before Dumbledore approached and seated himself in the row before Tabor. "You appear somewhat discontented," he observed. Tabor shook his head. "No, I am quite pleased, exceedingly so." "Is it regarding the Prince family?" Dumbledore inquired. Tabor could not help but roll his eyes. "Professor, has no one informed you that prying into others' thoughts so casually is rather bothersome?" Very well. When dealing with Slytherins, one should certainly grasp the importance of respecting their privacy, correct?" Dumbledore, now in his 50s yet still possessing the charm of a handsome middle-aged man, made Tabor feel somewhat like an unruly child confronting an elder. Tabor remained silent, staring at Dumbledore's dark beard, contemplating whether to unleash a fiery retort. Sensing Tabor's thoughts, Dumbledore shook his head in mild exasperation. "All right, since you prefer not to discuss that, let us turn our attention to other matters." A large parcel soared through the air, landing gracefully on the desk before Tabor. "This is from Newt, delivered yesterday. Just proceed with it as you see fit." Upon seeing Newt's package, Tabor's spirits lifted considerably. The sizable parcel contained only about half potion ingredients, while the rest comprised materials from magical creatures, which were, in fact, Newt's compensation for his services. "Professor, is everything going smoothly with Mr. Scamander? It seems I've overheard numerous classmates discussing Grindelwald this term," Tabor inquired casually. "Quite well, actually. Speaking of which, Tabor, what is your perspective on Grindelwald?" Dumbledore asked. Tabor recognized this as another attempt by Dumbledore to gauge his stance. "Professor, I choose only to align myself with the victors. Regardless of how captivating Grindelwald's theories may be, my resolve remains unshaken." Dumbledore remained silent, while he sensed that Tabor held a certain fondness for him. He also understood that he had yet to earn the young man's unwavering loyalty. Tabor merely stood on the side of future triumph, while Dumbledore appeared to him as the embodiment of that victorious camp. Chapter 74, Whispers of Thought. Indeed, although Grindelwald harbors no intention of entering this place, a palpable sense of unrest has recently permeated the school, Dumbledore lamented. Tabor, however, adopted an indifferent demeanor, reasoning that Grindelwald would not be making an appearance at Hogwarts. His rhetoric possesses an undeniable allure for wizards. "By the way, Professor, are you truly resolved to leave Tom in the orphanage indefinitely? I believe such a place is ill-suited for a young wizard." Dumbledore, somewhat exasperated, reflected on the stark contrast between his current self and the greatest white wizard, who would stand alongside the Order of the Phoenix 50 years hence. Despite his formidable magical prowess and the affection he commanded from students at Hogwarts, He lacked steadfast supporters at present. I am at a loss regarding an appropriate arrangement for the boy. While I have acquaintances and elders capable of adopting Tom, would that truly be for the best? Tabor discerned the coldness in Dumbledore's words, uncertain if it stemmed from an awareness of the future he had glimpsed, compelling him to adhere to this trajectory to secure his own advantageous position. Do you believe that, given Tom's prodigious talent, an early exposure to magic would hasten his ascent as the second Dark Lord? Dumbledore met Tabor's gaze earnestly, stating, "Fate invariably treads its own path. My erstwhile friend has long battled against it, yet I have diverged from his course. Are you merely to observe him in silence, allowing him to gradually evolve into the Dark Lord?" Tabor interjected, suddenly reminded that future Harry Potter had also been sent to live with his aunt, under Dumbledore's watchful yet hands-off approach for a decade. "I have observed him for quite some time," Tabor began, but he did not wait for Dumbledore to finish. Rising from his seat, "Very well, how you choose to handle him is your prerogative. I shall attend to potion-making now." Upon exiting the Transfiguration classroom, a gust of wind swept through the corridor, clearing his mind somewhat. It was undeniable that Tabor held a favorable view of Dumbledore. Yet this admiration was largely predicated on Dumbledore's consistent victories and their collaboration, which promised a secure future at Hogwarts. As a principled white wizard, he naturally evoked a more favorable sentiment compared to the cruel black wizards. "Gellert Grindelwald," Tabor muttered. It was undeniable that he harbored a profound curiosity about this revolutionary, frequently featured in the newspapers. At that moment, a leaf materialized before Tabor, inscribed in black ink with the words, "Do you wish to see me? If so, recite these words." Instinctively, he uttered, "For the greater good." Instantly, Tabor felt the tug of a portkey, unable to suppress the urge to bite his tongue. If he were not immobilized, he would have given himself a resounding slap. His impulsiveness had led him astray. "Welcome, my young guest." Tabor found himself landing gracefully on a plush armchair, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a handsome gentleman seated across from him. "Welcome to Nurmengard." Tabor gazed at the steaming cup of red tea resting upon the coffee table before him, acutely aware that his presence was anticipated. A name-based enchantment, coupled with a long-distance illicit key. He pinched the leaf still clenched in his hand. "Indeed, Mr. Prince, I have heard much about you." Thus, when I uttered your name, you felt a resonance, did you not? Grindelwald's expression radiated warmth. "Certainly, I take great interest in individuals of your remarkable talent. Now, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Grindelwald twirled his wand thoughtfully. "No, it is you who sought to meet me, and I happen to find you somewhat intriguing." Tabor reflected on his actions prior to arriving at Nurmengard, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had believed Hogwarts to be a sanctuary, a place of safety under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Yet here he was, spirited away without a trace. It seemed likely that the school remained oblivious to his absence. "Well, I had thought that with Dumbledore's presence, you would refrain from involvement." Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. "You appear to possess considerable knowledge. Perhaps I can be more straightforward. Do you wish to join us?" Tabor pondered briefly before asking, "You have visited Kamar Taj, have you not?" Grindelwald's brow furrowed instantly, his gaze turning cold as he scrutinized the young man opposite him, attempting to exert psychological pressure. Undeterred, Tabor continued, "I have been there as well, and the Ancient One spoke of you and the future." Grindelwald remained silent, listening intently. "In truth, I find myself largely in agreement with your perspectives. However, rather than merely being right, I aspire to align myself with the victors. A commendable ambition. So, you believe I shall fail?" Tabor shook his head. "Until the final moment. Who can truly foretell what the future holds? Nevertheless, the sorceress provided me with a specific date, 1945. I still have much to learn, but if you remain committed to your cause in 9 years and desire my allegiance, I shall undoubtedly offer you my loyalty. You are quite impressive. Should you reconsider, you may use this to contact me." Grindelwald produced a small mirror from his pocket and extended it towards Tabor. As Tabor accepted the mirror, Grindelwald added, "Remember the password. All for the greater good." Chapter 75, Staying at School. Before Tabor had the opportunity to examine the mirror closely, he suddenly felt the leaf in his other hand grow slightly warm, the disconcerting sensation of weightlessness enveloping him once more. Upon finally escaping this discomfort and finding his feet firmly planted on the ground, he realized he was still standing in the corridor of Hogwarts, as if the preceding events had never transpired. The leaf in one hand had vanished, while in the other he clutched the silver mirror. Upon glimpsing the saintly emblem on its reverse, Tabor comprehended that everything that had just occurred was indeed real, not a mere figment of his imagination. Indeed, Tabor, somewhat resigned, retrieved a wooden box, typically used for collecting herbs, and placed the double-sided mirror within. After experiencing such an unexpected journey, he found himself devoid of the motivation to visit the library. Instead, he approached the room of requirement, envisioning a suite adorned with a comfortable bathtub and a plush bed. Upon entering, he shed his slightly damp garments, resembling a boneless water slug as he slid into the warm embrace of the tub, languidly resting against its edge. "Dodo, my dear servant, is there something you require of me? Please fetch me a set of clean clothes, and kindly wash this attire before placing it back in my dormitory." "Of course, master." However, Tabor pondered the attention he had garnered solely from a newspaper article during his brief tenure as a potion master, feeling it somewhat unrealistic. After all, extracting someone from under old Dumbledore's watchful gaze undoubtedly carried certain risks. A sudden recollection of Galacticus' remarks on the train surfaced in his mind, seemingly alluding to family ties. Could it be that his uncle had some connection to the Saints? The mysterious and abrupt demise of his grandparents led Tabor to suspect that it might not be surprising if the Saints had a hand in it. Though he had only interacted with Grindelwald for less than 10 minutes, it felt as if an eternity had passed. He needed to remain attuned to the other's emotions, meticulously choosing his words to avoid being incinerated by a burst of blue flame. After resting for another 15 minutes, Tabor finally steadied his mind. He tidied his attire before exiting the room of requirement. "Hey, Tabor." Upon hearing his name called, Tabor turned to see a few Ravenclaws emerging from classroom. "Hi there." Spotting a diminutive figure squeezing out from behind two Ravenclaws, he couldn't help but smile and greet. "Phileas, how are you?" "Tabor, I'm heading to the library to return some books and borrow a couple more, and then I plan to finish my paper there. Would you care to join me?" "Very well, I shall accompany you." The two remained in the library until just before dinner. Time flew by. Tabor dedicated nearly all his free moments, aside from attending classes and brewing potions, to studying spells and practicing dueling. The room of requirement had often been transformed into a dueling arena, with his opponents being Dodo and Flitwick. Yes, Tabor had finally encountered a bottleneck in his practice with the alchemical puppets, leading him to a careful decision to bring Flitwick to the room of requirement for his first real duel. The spells that had been unfailingly effective against the puppets proved ineffectual against Flitwick's agile form and perfectly timed shield charm. Tabor marveled at Flitwick's innate talent for dueling. Despite his magical prowess not being overwhelmingly strong, his understanding of spells and timing was always remarkably precise. "Tabor, I truly envy your gift." Freelev lay on the mat in the room of requirement, panting as he spoke. Although Tabor felt somewhat better, the lingering sensation of having expended a significant amount of magical energy still weighed heavily on him, though this feeling was swiftly dissipating. Freelev could not help but roll his eyes, remarking, "You are far too modest. One must recognize that talent is intrinsically a part of one's strength. You possess ample potential for growth in your magical abilities, and by the time you graduate, you might very well wield the power of an Auror." Tabor twitched his lips. He had always aspired to the level of power exemplified by Dumbledore and had scarcely given Aurors a second thought. He observed Professor Slughorn, who had just affixed a notice to the bulletin board, and nodded dutifully. "I've spoken with my father, and I would like to attend the Hogwarts Christmas dinner." "Well, it appears that this Christmas holiday, only the two of us from Slytherin will remain at Hogwarts," Professor Slughorn replied with a cheerful smile. Tabor, however, wasted no time in declining the professor's invitation, thinking it far more productive to spend the time immersed in a couple of good books. "In that case, I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance," Slughorn said, before waddling out of the Slytherin common room, his figure noticeably rounder than before. The following day, Tabor lingered in bed until noon. Zane had already packed his belongings early and departed from Hogwarts. Chapter 76, A Gift of Children. Tabor, feeling too lethargic to venture to the Great Hall for a meal, summoned Dodo to fetch some food for him in the dormitory. Once his hunger was satiated, he took the now considerably larger cherry from its nest, placing it upon his shoulder, and slowly made his way out of the Slytherin common room. He traversed the deserted corridors until he arrived at the Ollery atop the tower. The floor was thickly strewn with hay, and the diligent house elves had apparently cleaned it not long ago, for there were no signs of owl droppings. The cold wind, mingled with snowflakes, streamed through the window, while hundreds of owls of various breeds crowded upon the perches, tilting their heads curiously at the sudden appearance of a human. "I require a few owls to assist me in delivering some Christmas gifts." As soon as he spoke, most of the owls swooped down and formed a circle around him, their intense gazes fixed upon him, having sensed a peculiar affinity for magical creatures during his previous encounter with Newt's case. Tabor was not particularly surprised by the scene before him. It was hardly strange that owls trained as messengers shared common traits with other magical beings. Casually selecting a few robust-looking little creatures from the flock, Tabor entrusted them with his prepared Christmas gifts. He then took out a bag of owl feed, opened it, and prepared to depart the Olary. The chilly atmosphere of the room was rather biting for Tabor, who was clad only in a somewhat flimsy school robe. Who poop? Feeling a peculiar tug at the hem of his trousers, Tabor turned around to discover the very owl he had just selected, its claws grasping his pant leg, while emitting a series of incomprehensible squawks. Was it dissatisfied with the meager reward? Tabor pondered, reaching into his pocket to brandish a golden galleon before the creature. However, the owl paid no heed to the shimmering coin. Instead, upon realizing Tabor's attention, it released its grip and leapt into a nearby haystack, revealing a fluffy little head nestled within. With no hesitation, the robust owl used its talons to excavate the chick from the hay, delivering it at Tabor's feet. So, you wish to entrust your offspring to me? Tabor inquired tentatively, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the cherry-colored creature intently fixated on the galleon in his hand. With a definitive nod, the owl affirmed its intent. But Tabor found himself in a quandary. This was a public owl of the school, and he already had Cherry to care for. Surely, he was not to take on the role of a foster parent to yet another chick. The strong owl maintained a perplexed expression, seemingly oblivious to his concerns, as it once again presented the little owl, which rolled across the bare stone floor and settled at Tabor's feet. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Witnessing the now irate little owl, Tabor's lips twitched in disbelief, questioning whether this feisty creature was indeed the offspring of a larger bird. Are you here to deliver Christmas gifts as well, Tabor? Tabor turned to see Dumbledore entering the shed, nodding in affirmation. Yes, Professor. A small pile of wrapped gifts floated behind Dumbledore, and upon reaching Tabor, his gaze fell upon the still squawking owl. This must be Milan's offspring, he remarked. A few days ago, the house elf who tidied the shed mentioned a new life had arrived here. So Milan was the name of this owl? And Professor, I assumed you would enlist Fox to help with the gifts. Tabor indicated the owl, still perched atop his shoe. Ah, this is indeed Milan. As for Fox, he may be nearing his rebirth and is currently sulking with me, Dumbledore replied, deftly placing the floating gifts before several owls. He then knelt to examine Milan and the incessantly screeching chick. Is this akin to Newt's magical creatures, wishing to bestow its young upon you? Frankly, Tabor, your talent is quite extraordinary. You might consider delving deeper into the study of magical creatures. The care of magical creatures class would suit you well. Tabor contemplated Dumbledore's words, finding them to hold merit. Engaging with an array of magical creatures would provide him access to rare materials, ultimately leading to an increase in galleons. Though he was not particularly in want of money, who could ever truly have too much? Shaking his head, Tabor dismissed the notion. Being privy to the unfolding narrative, he knew that Professor Kettleburn would not retire for another 50 years. Professor Kettleburn is still quite young for this course. Moreover, it seems rather premature to discuss such matters at this juncture. Tabor recalled the grand hall ablaze with flames and the lingering scent of char that had persisted for months. Nodding in understanding, Newt certainly possessed a remarkable talent for handling magical creatures, coupled with a diligent caution. After all, he had managed to care for a menagerie of magical beasts and live to a ripe old age, even welcoming a grandchild. In stark contrast, Kettleburn had endured numerous reprimands and, by the time Dumbledore became headmaster, was left with but one arm and a half leg. Oh, Tabor, I am at a loss. I cannot speak owl, he remarked. Yet it seemed that Milan had resolutely made up its mind. Tabor discerned the unmistakable mirth concealed within Dumbledore's words and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Professor, should you not safeguard the school's public property as the vice principal? Chapter 77, Christmas Gifts. Although Tabor felt as though he had invited trouble upon himself, who could resist the sheer adorableness of young creatures? Raising a Scottish fold would certainly provide a delightful source of sustenance in the future. Glancing once more at the owl named Milan, he noted its robust physique. It was indeed the largest among all the owls in the shed. One could surmise that when its offspring matured, a small cauldron would hardly suffice. At the very least, a medium-sized pure copper pot would be required to prepare the whole bird, and once cooked, serve it in a hot pot with a savory broth, garnished with scallions, chili peppers, and sesame sauce. As if sensing Tabor's thoughts, Milan seized a gift box from the ground as if to flee and soared out of the window. Tabor, do you have any plans for the holidays? Dumbledore suddenly inquired, causing alarm bells to ring in Tabor's mind, as he sensed potential trouble brewing. I still have some potions to finish. I intend to spend the remainder of my time in the library reading. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Very well. Have you been in contact with your uncle recently? Tabor shook his head, perplexed by Dumbledore's sudden interest in his rather unremarkable uncle. Professor, Is there something amiss? As for names, it would be prudent to wait until it survived the winter before bestowing one. For the remainder of the day, Tabor, as he had informed Dumbledore, remained ensconced in the common room, brewing potions. The following morning, after finishing breakfast alone in the hall, Tabor exited the castle and made his way toward Professor Kettleburn's cottage at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. However, upon nearing, he discovered that Professor Kettleburn was not at home, and the door was securely locked. Crunching through the snow beneath his feet, Tabor hesitated only briefly before retrieving his spare wand from his satchel and cast a disillusionment charm, appearing on the streets of London. Glancing at the sign of the Woos orphanage across the street, Tabor let out a resigned chuckle. Initially, he had intended to visit Diagon Alley or perhaps indulge in a steaming hot pot in Chinatown. Yet, how had he ended up near the orphanage? Tabor was uncertain whether his impulsive appearance before Tom was appropriate, wondering if it might disrupt Dumbledore's plans or attract the attention of a madman. However, he held an unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of humanity, contemplating the intricate relationship between one's character and the experiences of their childhood. He pondered whether altering Tom's formative years might transform him into a true genius, as the line between brilliance and madness is often perilously thin. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he resolved to visit Tom since he had already arrived at the orphanage. With a flick of his spare wand, he transformed his attire and retrieved the Christmas gift he had prepared, making his way to the entrance of the Wooten orphanage. The children inside were much as he remembered. Yet today they adorned themselves with numerous red decorations, gathering in the courtyard to sing Christmas carols in unison. Among the crowd, Tabor quickly spotted Tom, whose sullen demeanor starkly contrasted with the innocence of the other children. He made no effort to conceal himself, boldly pushing open the door as he entered the orphanage. "Good sir, how may I assist you?" inquired Mrs. Cole, her voice tinged with hesitation as she struggled to reconcile the well-dressed gentleman before her with the peculiar boy from her orphanage. "I am here to see Mr. Tom Riddle. May I speak with him in his room?" Tabor requested. "May I inquire what transpired between you two?" Mrs. Cole asked, her concern evident. "Oh, please do not misunderstand. He is merely a bit peculiar, and I worry he might cause you harm." Tabor furrowed his brow, responding earnestly, "Madam, Tom has not harmed me, and I trust he will not. May I converse with him privately?" "Very well," she relented, though her eyes still reflected her apprehension, clearly having overheard the exchange. Tom turned and headed toward his room. "You are not from around here, so what brings you?" he queried, his curiosity piqued by the older boy who seemed to possess knowledge beyond his own, unlike the timid children of the orphanage, who would readily divulge their secrets under duress. "I came to see you and to wish you a Merry Christmas," Tabor replied, extending the box in his hands toward Tom. However, Tom hesitated, eyeing the silver-green gift warily. "You haven't put dead flies or spiders in there, have you? Rest assured, this is a genuine Christmas gift. I cannot imagine you being frightened by such trivial creatures," Tabor assured him with sincerity. Sensing the earnestness in Tabor's demeanor, Tom slowly untied the ribbon adorning the gift box, revealing golden-brown frosted cookies, a chocolate cottage, and red and white striped candy, canes resembling Santa Claus. Tom swallowed hard. These were treats he had only seen in shop windows. And for an orphan who often struggled to find enough to eat, such indulgences seemed a distant dream. Thank you," he finally managed to say. Tabor, though somewhat taken aback by Tom's unexpected expression of gratitude, did not dwell on it. As he exited Tom's room, he spotted Dumbledore standing quietly in the corner. Chapter 78, Hot Pot. Once outside the orphanage and feeling the absence of ordinary people's scrutiny, Tabor turned to Dumbledore, who was accompanying him, and smiled. "Professor, what a coincidence. Are you here to see Tom as well?" Dumbledore's expression was inscrutable. "I am rather surprised that you would meet him so openly." Tabor fell into a brief silence. In truth, given his typically cautious nature, he would have avoided Tom entirely, regardless of whether the latter would ultimately become the Dark Lord. Even the slightest possibility of such an outcome would have prompted him to maintain his distance. After all, when he was 3 years old, he had desperately yearned to come to England solely to evade any contact with Grindelwald. He was merely a child, one who had done nothing, and Tom would one day be his junior. He felt no need to disguise their encounter. With firm resolve, Tabor gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, and in that moment, he comprehended the shift in his mindset. It was rooted in his growing strength. Although he was currently at a disadvantage against Grindelwald, the title of Master of Potions was enough to pique Grindelwald's interest, preventing him from being easily dispatched by a mere incendio spell. In contrast, when facing Tom, Tabor's current power was decidedly more formidable. While he still harbored some trepidation regarding Voldemort's potential future cruelty, he was confident that he would possess even greater strength when the time came, enabling him to protect himself and his loved ones from harm. Dumbledore remained silent, quietly observing the increasingly resolute glimmer in Tabor's eyes, while an unbidden flicker of concern crossed his mind. "Professor, I am heading to Chinatown for Hot Pot. Would you care to join me?" Tabor glanced at the taciturn Dumbledore, not particularly inclined to delve into the thoughts of this transformed old lion. "Chinatown, you say? Their desserts are quite distinctive. I would be delighted to accompany you," Dumbledore replied, extending a hand to rest on Tabor's shoulder. And together, they disapparated to a corner of Chinatown. Tabor led Dumbledore into a bustling hot pot restaurant, expertly ordering a spicy broth and requesting the staff to provide 2 pairs of long chopsticks. "Professor, let me tell you, hot pot is meant to be enjoyed with spice, especially during winter. After indulging, you won't need warming charms all winter long. And these chopsticks are specially designed for retrieving food from the pot without scalding your hands." As Tabor spoke, he deftly picked up the freshly served duck blood and tripe, placing it into the bubbling, crimson broth. Dumbledore gazed at the fragrant, pungent concoction before him, as well as the chopsticks that resembled wands, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Professor, this tripe is the 3rd stomach of a cow, crisp and rich in protein. It only needs to be dipped for about 10 seconds before it is ready to eat," Tabor explained, lifting a piece of tripe and placing it in front of Dumbledore. Then, lost in his own thoughts, he picked up a pair of chopsticks, dipped them into the soul sauce, and promptly swallowed the morsel while it was still hot. Dumbledore observed the tripe before him and glanced at Tabor's deft movements, suddenly inquiring, "Tabor, if I recall correctly, you are of pure blood. Yet you seem quite familiar with Muggle delicacies?" Dumbledore nodded slightly, sensing that Tabor was concealing something from him, yet he felt no deception. Taking up the chopsticks, Dumbledore imitated Tabor's technique, attempting to grasp the tripe. However, the slippery piece stubbornly slid to the edge of the plate. Tabor chuckled at Dumbledore's somewhat clumsy attempt, just as he was about to call for the waiter to assist with a fork. Yet, he witnessed Dumbledore making another attempt to pick it up, albeit with a noticeable gap between the chopsticks. The piece of tripe clung tightly to one of the chopsticks as Dumbledore successfully brought it to his mouth. Can a levitation charm be utilized in such a manner? Dumbledore was evidently stimulated by the spicy flavor, but when he heard Tabor's question, he responded somewhat ambiguously. "Of course, hiss. Casting without a wand requires slightly less magic to keep the food suspended between the chopsticks. Hiss." Tabor glanced at the steaming hot pot, precisely targeting a piece of duck blood swirling within, and subtly directed a thread of magic to halt it at the pot's edge before deftly transferring it to his own bowl. No need for a ladle now. Perhaps next time they should reserve a private room, allowing them to cast a small-scale Muggle-repelling charm after the dishes arrive to avoid being seen, enabling all the ingredients in the pot to float directly onto their plates. Tabor shook his head, dismissing his own idea. A hot pot that one does not personally fish from lacks soul. If convenience were the goal, a spicy skewer would suffice. Dumbledore, perhaps truly unaccustomed to spicy fare, soon set down his chopsticks. He said little more, hastily departing from the hot pot restaurant. When Tabor had finished his meal and paid the bill with pounds, he stepped outside to find Dumbledore waiting for him at the door. "Professor, you have not left yet." Dumbledore shrugged with a hint of resignation. "Students are not permitted to use magic off campus. While I know you can circumvent this, as your professor, I cannot encourage such behavior under unnecessary circumstances." Well, Tabor was uncertain of the veracity of Dumbledore's words, but the fleeting feeling of gratitude and guilt that had just arisen dissipated into thin air. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the two of them promptly disapparated to a house. "This is my home. We can access my office directly through the fireplace. This way, we need not traverse from the edge of the forbidden forest to the castle," Dumbledore explained, then reached into a small box by the fireplace to grab a handful of flue powder. Deputy Headmaster's office. Deputy Headmaster's office. As Tabor emerged from the fireplace, he found Dumbledore holding a glass, gulping down nearly half of its contents. "Phew, Muggle food is truly formidable. Dodo, please fetch some yogurt for Dumbledore," he commanded. "Certainly, Master." The Dumbledore family is indeed a pure-blood lineage, although they have historically not shown much disdain for Muggles, compared to his previous life as a genuine Muggle. He finds his understanding of the world of ordinary people woefully inadequate. Tabor finished reading an entire book, leaning back in his chair, attempting to empty his mind as instructed. Time passed slowly until the light streaming through the window began to dim, prompting Tabor to rise in a state of confusion. He was uncertain whether he had genuinely cleared his mind or merely drifted in thought for the afternoon. According to the book, a basic mental occlusion spell merely clears the mind of various complex emotions, rendering one's feelings and thoughts imperceptible to others. Tabor recalled the feeling of being utterly transparent in the presence of Dumbledore. He understood that while a basic mental occlusion spell could not entirely conceal everything within his mind, it was sufficient to prevent being completely seen through. He placed the book he had been holding into his bag and spotted a specially marked wooden box intended for a two-way mirror. One could assume that Dumbledore could not fully discern Grindelwald's thoughts. Otherwise, the two would have long since. A peculiar smile crept on a Tabor's face, as his eager body instinctively moved toward the Great Hall. Yet he hesitated, contemplating whether to seek someone to assist him in experimenting with the effects of the mental occlusion spell. His parents in this life seemed to show no signs of having practiced this magic, but Professor Slughorn's expertise in mental occlusion should prove quite adequate for his practice. As for the formidable duo of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, they were undoubtedly the pinnacle of their era, yet Tabor still wished to survive for a few more years. Although he knew who his best option was, he was reluctant to take that risk. If Slughorn were to discover that he had traversed time, it could lead to considerable complications. Dumbledore and Grindelwald might have developed their skills through mutual practice and research, and in a world of geniuses, conventional wisdom does not apply. Voldemort may have inherited certain legacies from Slytherin or learned much through his intellectual duels with Dumbledore. As for the remaining masters of mental occlusion that Tabor could recall, they likely possessed familial legacies, with the sole exception being Severus Snape. Thus, how did my future grandnephew master the mental occlusion spell? Could it be that the Prince family harbors secrets yet unseen by me? Tabor shook his head, uncertain about what future estranged Erin might leave for her child. But he speculated that Severus would not receive the Prince family's assistance. Seated alone at the Slytherin table, Tabor mechanically spooned mashed potatoes from his bowl. Tabor, you seem rather perplexed. I heard Dumbledore mention you went out today. Tabor nodded. I took a stroll. Professor, do you know how to practice the mental occlusion spell? Professor Slughorn, with a hint of pride upon his visage, settled into his seat across from Tabor and remarked, Indeed. It is a common practice for young wizards from pure-blood families to learn a form of mental occlusion before they are exposed to the true secrets of their lineage, as a safeguard against the unintentional revelation of such family secrets. The methods of practice may vary from one family to another. Yet the most straightforward approach involves clearing one's mind. With perseverance, most individuals can achieve a certain level of success. Noticing the unmistakable disappointment on Tabor's face, Slughorn continued. In fact, the most expedient method involves employing the spell legilimency. However, one must exercise caution, as excessive use of this spell may lead to lasting repercussions. So, one can indeed master this magic merely by adhering to the instructions in the book? Slughorn hesitated before responding. The efficacy of this magic is largely contingent upon one's innate ability. Generally, most Slytherins can easily attain a commendable skill level sufficient to conceal their thoughts. However, successfully hiding specific thoughts or fabricating false memories is a feat accomplished by very few. Tabor nodded silently, resolved to diligently clear his emotions daily, irrespective of his activities. And once he felt adequately prepared, he would seek a partner for formal practice. Slughorn, somewhat astonished, since that Tabor, seated before him, had instantaneously suppressed nearly all his emotions. His expression transformed into an unyielding mask of tranquility. Very well, Professor. Relieved to discover that the practice of mental occlusion did not necessitate the use of legilimency, Tabor felt a sense of ease. A longer time frame was not a significant concern, as the practice of mental occlusion was not burdensome and could be conducted anytime, anywhere. Throughout the following day, Tabor maintained an expressionless demeanor, exuding an air of unapproachability, even during the Christmas feast that evening. As the sole Slytherin student remaining at the school, several seats around him were vacant. Although he could clearly hear the laughter surrounding him, it felt as though an impenetrable barrier separated him from the revelry. Cherry did not come. Tabor stated in a calm tone devoid of any emotion. Oh, what a pity. I just unwrapped a gift that would have been perfect for her. At this moment, the 4 long tables in the Great Hall had been removed, replaced by a single long table that was nearly filled with students from all 4 houses. While Tabor continued to shield his emotions, his eyes remained vigilant, adopting a calm and objective perspective as he observed Dumbledore and Slughorn, both renowned masters of mental occlusion. Chapter 80, Inquisition. In contrast to Tabor, who still required emotional isolation, the 2 professors appeared at ease, not perpetually engaged in the practice of mental occlusion. Yet, Tabor had no doubt that both could instantly ward off any external probing of their memories. Thus, he concluded a sumptuous dinner in a state that starkly contrasted with the surrounding atmosphere of merriment. During the Christmas feast, he had glimpsed into the minds of his fellow students. This marks the first occasion upon which Dumbledore employs the art of legilimency to delve into the concealed secrets of his students. In the past, a mere attunement to their emotions sufficed for him to easily surmise the naive and juvenile thoughts swirling within their youthful minds. Recalling the look that Tabor had cast at him yesterday in front of the Woosley orphanage, Dumbledore, without a hint of hesitation, lifted his gaze to meet Tabor's eyes. Driven by an insatiable desire to uncover hidden truths, Dumbledore beheld Grindelwald, albeit for only a fleeting few minutes. However, to Dumbledore's astonishment, he sensed that Tabor's mind harbored other secrets, veiled even deeper within the recesses of memory. Yet, as he sought to probe further, he was met only with a blinding, irregular mass of white light. Dumbledore was uncertain of its nature, but he could distinctly feel an immense power emanating from it, a power not abundant, yet possessing an extraordinary quality that demanded attention. As Dumbledore lay upon his bed, the dimly lit oil lamp at his bedside flickered gently in response to the breeze wafting through the window, casting shadows that danced and rendered the faces in the photographs somewhat indistinct. You continue to strive for our former ideals, while I have already set my sights on new aspirations, Dumbledore murmured to himself, lost in thought. He had not anticipated that his once dear friend would remain so steadfast, and that his strength would continue to grow. In contrast to Tabor's encounter with Grindelwald, Dumbledore perceived the essence beneath the surface. Grindelwald's power had magnified considerably. He could abscond with an individual from Hogwarts without a whisper, and his influence was steadily surging, enticing others to willingly draw near. After observing Tabor's response to Grindelwald, Dumbledore found himself placing greater trust in Tabor. If all unfolded as expected, at least until 1945, Tabor, residing within the walls of Hogwarts, would remain aligned with him. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Tabor, his past life's memories, along with all recollections concerning the fragments of the artifacts, were enveloped in divine power, rendering even Dumbledore incapable of probing them. Moreover, Dumbledore had no intention of broaching this subject with Tabor. He could hardly disclose that his reservations had led him to sift through Tabor's memories. During their duel, Tabor had indeed sensed the difference post-practice of the mental occlumency. Employing this technique to shield his emotions during combat undoubtedly rendered his spellcasting more efficient and precise. However, spells requiring intense emotions proved challenging to conjure. Even if he forcibly channeled his magical energy, the potency of the spells diminished. Tabor, I shall refrain from continuing this duel, he declared. You must understand, I participated in the underage dueling championship, where I secured third place, yet you exude a prowess that surpasses even the first place holder. That individual was a 7th-year student from Durmstrang. Tabor shook his head, feeling less than satisfied with his abilities. Although his magical power and physical stamina continued to grow at an astonishing rate, he understood that combat was not merely about overwhelming attributes. At present, he could not claim the ability to overpower any adult wizard through sheer strength alone. Indeed, you are remarkably impressive. At your age, I dare say there is no magical academy in the world that surpasses your prowess. Tabor remained contemplative, acutely aware of his formidable magical abilities among his peers. However, surveying the magical realm in which he resided, it was evident that the protagonists of this era were Dumbledore and Grindelwald, perhaps accompanied by Newt. In contrast, he felt insignificantly weak in their presence. As time progressed, it was the age of Voldemort and Dumbledore, where individuals struggled for survival amid the clash between the Dark and Light Lords. In the subsequent era, a span of 50 years separated the child of the world from the great antagonist. Influenced by these realities, Tabor often felt that those he had to confront were perpetually stronger than himself. Although Grindelwald exhibited a degree of madness, he had not led his followers to England. Some speculated it was due to Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts. Even those of Ravenclaw entertained this notion. They might well have been allies, ensuring Hogwarts remained a sanctuary. Flitwick, sitting beside Tabor, spoke with a hint of consolation in his voice. How did you know I was concerned about Grindelwald? Tabor mused, recognizing that his apprehension stemmed not only from facing Grindelwald, but also from the connections he bore with the Second Dark Lord and the White Lord. I have suddenly realized that possessing power allows one to act without excessive concern, to pursue one's desires. Thus, I yearn to grow stronger. Flitwick shrugged, a touch of resignation in his demeanor. Alas, magical prowess can only be cultivated with age. Even within the hallowed halls of Ravenclaw's library, no specific training methods for enhancing magic exist. However, some speculate that the continuous casting of spells may accelerate one's magical growth. Tabor, possessing fragments of divine artifacts that transformed into magical power, was not overly concerned about his magical increase. Yet he felt a lack of experience and formidable spells in combat. Chapter 81, The Truth. It seems I ought to bestow a name upon you. Gazing at the fluffy gray bundle, Tabor hesitated between Little Gray and Gray Gray before ultimately deciding on Little Owl Sesame. After all, fledglings inevitably grow, and adult owls typically bear dark brown spots, much like its mother, Milan. By the way, the sesame sauce at the Hot Pot restaurant in Chinatown is quite excellent. I should inquire if the owner sells it. Tabor delighted in these whimsical thoughts, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, immediately after class, Tabor made his way to Professor Slughorn's office, hoping to obtain a pass for the restricted section. The restricted section, you say? Are you interested in potions or dark magic? Be advised that Hogwarts' restricted section contains many perilous tomes. Even I am not fully aware of the bizarre books and notes left by my predecessors, Slughorn remarked with concern. I wish to peruse the tomes on dark magic, Professor. Do you have any recommendations? Tabor inquired candidly, without a hint of reservation. Slughorn's interest in Tabor's burgeoning fascination with dark magic came as no surprise. While Slytherin does not outright reject dark arts, the potency of most dark spells poses significant danger and inflicts damage that is often irreparable. Tabor, I urge you to exercise caution and refrain from delving into dark magic without sufficient assurance. You must also avoid casting such spells upon your peers. Do you understand? Rest assured, Professor, should I ever practice dark magic, I will ensure that Dodo accompanies me. Ah, of course, you have always been a source of reassurance, Slughorn replied, scribbling a note with his quill and handing it to Tabor. Having acquired what he desired, Tabor felt an eagerness to bid farewell to the professor and hasten to the library in search of the tomes he needed. However, Slughorn called him back. Tabor, did you know? Your uncle has made connections with Grindelwald's disciples. Recently, the Ministry of Magic uncovered numerous families linked to the disciples, including your uncle's. He has transferred all the prince family's assets to a German national, which are now under investigation. What? Are there many families with such connections? Slughorn shook his head. Not really. In fact, most families that have been identified have denied any involvement, asserting they have never even encountered Grindelwald nor been recruited by him. Tabor blinked, hesitating before speaking. So, Professor, do you believe this is not Grindelwald's doing, but rather an initiative taken by the disciples themselves? Slughorn clapped his hands. An astute deduction. It took me a bit more insight to reach the same conclusion. Perhaps Grindelwald, as the rumors suggest, is wary of Dumbledore, hence his reluctance to extend his reach this way. However, his subordinates may not share the same restraint. Recalling his encounter with Grindelwald, Tabor was certain that the latter did not wish to instigate chaos in Britain, yet he was unyielding when it came to undermining others. Professor, how is my uncle and the Prince family faring? Slughorn sighed regretfully. He is unscathed, but the Prince family's assets are under the Ministry's seal, and it seems their financial situation will be quite strained for many years to come. Tabor felt no sympathy for his uncle. Rather, the thought of the barely 2-year-old Eileen stifled his urge to revel in his uncle's misfortune. Regarding your grandparents, I have also uncovered the truth. It was indeed Alan's doing. A long-standing German family provided the potion. They have been shareholders of Durmstrang for generations. The disciples? Professor, what potion did they use? Tabor yearned to concoct an identical potion to deliver to those responsible for his grandmother's suffering. Professor Slughorn spoke with a tinge of sadness. I leveraged my connections to seek justice for Leah, yet they merely consider themselves vendors of potions, believing they have committed no wrongdoing. Nevertheless, I have obtained the formula. Unlike ordinary potions, it must be stored in a pure gold vial to preserve it for a month. Upon encountering the air, it swiftly evaporates, leaving no trace behind. Tabor suddenly recalled the golden vial that Cherry had found after consuming the potion and the furious demeanor of her uncle as he pursued her. It appeared that the potion Cherry had taken was indeed the one he obtained from the saint. One could not help but wonder if the golden cutlery had been smeared with the same potion. Had her uncle succeeded at that moment, would he now, like their grandparents, be suspended on the wall, devoid of any memories? A chill coursed through Tabor at the thought of narrowly escaping death. The very notion sent shivers down his spine. Why did he resort to such measures? Slughorn detected the tremor in Tabor's voice and let out a resigned sigh. To secure the prince's legacy. Your accomplishments led your grandparents to believe that you would be a more suitable heir, which in turn threatened Alan's position as the heir. Moreover, he is envious of your talents. Is that all? Tabor found it hard to comprehend. Did the status of the family heir truly necessitate such a cutthroat rivalry? Moreover, he had never expressed a desire to become the head of the prince family. Many families engage in bloody conflicts over the title of head. However, none of us anticipated that Alan would be so reckless, allowing himself to be so thoroughly manipulated by the saint. Slughorn's expression was one of anger. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely discovery, the entirety of the Prince family's legacy would likely have been transferred to Germany. What exactly did Dumbledore do? Tabor inquired, curious, as he felt there was some connection between Dumbledore's insights and his own experiences. Chapter 82. Action. Tabor pondered whether Dumbledore had gleaned something from his memories, from his recollections of the narratives surrounding him and their interactions over the years. Tabor believed that Dumbledore was not one to indiscriminately invade the memories of his students. However, when the situation demanded it, he would not be overly scrupulous about his boundaries. "Professor, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave for the library," Tabor announced. Slughorn nodded. "Very well, be mindful of the time." As he exited the Slytherin headmaster's office, Tabor's expression gradually darkened. Regardless of whether Dumbledore had indeed gleaned insights from his memories concerning Grindelwald's overt recruitment, he felt powerless to act against him. Moreover, one could argue that Dumbledore had, indirectly, assisted in uncovering the truth behind his grandparents' demise. Previously, he had refrained from action merely to ensure that the family legacy would not be reduced to a hollow shell by the time it reached Aaron's generation. Now, with the majority of the Prince family's possessions seized by the Saint, it seemed unlikely that anything of value remained among those that had been confiscated. It was only lamentable for young Aaron. One could only speculate whether the dismal environment of the Prince family had compelled her to run away and fall in love with a Muggle, a man who knew only to unleash his negative emotions upon his wife and children. Tabor let out a weary sigh. When Tabor arrived at the library through a secret passage, he realized that he had spent too long conversing with Slughorn, as the hour was now perilously close to curfew. "I'm afraid the library is about to close," remarked an unknown librarian. Without hesitation, Tabor produced the note recently penned by Slughorn and presented it to the librarian. "I apologize for arriving so late. This is the professor's authorization." Tabor nodded obediently and followed the librarian into the restricted section. It was indeed a bold move for Slughorn to allow a second-year student to delve into the knowledge of dark magic. "Do not touch anything, understood?" Tabor remained silent, patiently awaiting the librarian to retrieve the tomes he sought. Both a compendium of dark arts and the Dark Ascension are suitable for beginners, albeit with a degree of peril, the librarian explained. "You may peruse them before deciding whether to pursue the study of dark magic further." After handing the two books to Tabor, the librarian impatiently ushered him out of the library and secured the door with a firm lock. Having obtained his desires, Tabor swiftly made his way to the corridor's bend and entered the secret passage that Dumbledore had once mentioned. With the truth regarding his grandparents' demise now confirmed, even Professor Slughorn seemed to have relinquished any desire to protect Alan. It was indeed time for Tabor to take action. "Dodo," he whispered urgently into the house elf's ear, giving a few quiet instructions that caused the elf's eyes to widen in terror before vanishing from the common room. After a fortnight, Dodo finally returned with what Tabor needed, a small lock of Alan's hair. "Dodo, he hasn't noticed, has he?" Despite still being somewhat perplexed by her master's commands. Dodo nodded resolutely. "Yes, master. I took it while Alan was preoccupied with a woman." Tabor felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing he had stumbled upon something significant. "That is well. I command you, this matter must remain a secret. Even if my parents inquire, you must not divulge it." "Understood, master." Dodo will remember. Upon entering the room of requirement, Tabor opened his small bag, which contained dozens of potions he had brewed over the past few weeks. As time passed, Tabor continued his studies until one weekend he stealthily operated from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, leaving Hogwarts behind. He had already scouted the nearest magical creature settlement adjacent to Prince Castle. The moment he arrived, Tabor mounted his broom and began tossing pieces of meat laced with love potions into the air. Howl, roar, woof. After scattering all the meat, Tabor soared to the vicinity of the Prince family's castle, consumed an invisibility potion, and masked all traces of his scent, quietly observing the various magical creatures now within arm's reach. Most of these creatures posed a danger level below XXXX. Yet the prospect of one individual confronting such a multitude of wild beings, even for a seasoned Auror, would surely be fraught with peril. In the bygone days when the family legacy still thrived, the defensive enchantments of Prince Castle were formidable and not easily breached. However, in the present, with most of the family's assets seized by the Saints and the remainder under the control of the Ministry of Magic, the estate's protective spells have become virtually ineffectual. Howling, Tabor gazed at the pack of werewolves racing ahead, slightly astonished to discover a werewolf tribe in proximity to the Prince family estate. Could it be that they were summoned for experimental purposes? Tabor pondered uncertainly, watching the disarray as a throng of frenzied beasts stormed into the manor. Wreaking havoc among the various potion ingredients in the courtyard, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Chapter 83, Alibi. He realized he should have acted while Alan was outside. Once the chaotic creatures had dashed into the castle, Tabor leisurely followed suit. At that moment, Alan was pinned to the floor of the hall by two robust werewolves, his half-naked body marred by numerous lacerations inflicted by their sharp claws, while a red-capped figure reveled in the blood seeping from his wounds. Apart from the enchanted animals in the hall, a disheveled woman cowered in a corner, pale and trembling with fear. Tabor chose to disregard Alan. After all, the enchanted creatures would tend to him affectionately. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic would soon detect the anomaly here and respond accordingly. Attempting to eliminate an adult wizard in this manner seemed rather implausible, especially since the wizard had not brought his wand with him before the animal's intrusion. A swift glance around the hall revealed Alan's wand scattered amidst the clothing beside the sofa. Eileen had just been roused by the commotion below and was fussing irritably, while her house elf flitted anxiously at her side. Strolling along the banks of the Black Lake, Tabor mentally reviewed his actions from earlier that day. Aside from the hare he had asked Dodo to prepare, he had kept his potion brewing and plans entirely to himself and his house elf. Even his infiltration of Prince Castle was concealed by a potion, rendering him undetectable to the frenzied magical creatures. Theoretically, no one should suspect that the events unfolding within the Prince family estate were orchestrated by him. Yet, as it was his first act of retribution, Tabor felt an undeniable restlessness. Oh, is there such a fascinating legend? To be honest, I had not heard of it before. Although I graduated from Hufflepuff, I had always assumed I would be sorted into Gryffindor. Tabor was taken aback, having thought Professor Caterburn was a Gryffindor alum. It appears that many from Hufflepuff possess considerable expertise in the study of magical creatures. So, Professor, what led you to ultimately choose Hufflepuff? Caterburn shrugged with a hint of resignation. There was no choice. Perhaps the Sorting Hat deemed my courage and loyalty were entirely devoted to various magical creatures. Tabor silently concurred with Professor Ketterburn's assertion regarding the enduring loyalty of magical creatures. Ketterburn continued to gaze at the tranquil lake's surface, wishing Tabor good fortune. It's quite peculiar to see you lingering in the common room after such a long absence. Care for a game of wizard's chess? Gobstones would suffice as well, chuckled Calictocris. Tabor, have you completed your thesis? Both Calictocris and Zane hastily tidied the chessboard and proceeded to Tabor and Zane's dormitory. This spell could be undone by the universal counterspell or extinguished only when it burned away all combustible materials in its vicinity. Fiend Fire is notoriously difficult to extinguish. As a trump card, it holds considerable merit. However, if mismanaged, it could indiscriminately consume friend and foe alike. Regrettably, the tome Tabor had borrowed lacked the countercurse for Fiend Fire, making immediate practice impossible. He pondered whether Professor Slughorn possessed knowledge of this spell. Yet even if he did, it was unlikely he would impart such perilous magic to a 12-year-old child. In this era, Gellert Grindelwald was perhaps the most adept practitioner of Fiend Fire. If Tabor wished for him to teach this formidable spell, it might not be beyond the realm of possibility to offer a price. Shaking his head, Tabor cast aside such dangerous thoughts. While the alluring azure flames of Fiend Fire tantalized him, repeatedly placing himself in the path of the Dark Lord was undeniably reckless. Suppressing his yearning for power, Tabor resolved to visit Professor Slughorn's office once more, inquiring if he knew the countercurse for Fiend Fire, and perhaps requesting a signed note as well. Upon reaching the office, Tabor discovered that Professor Slughorn was absent, and thus made his way into the Slytherin Head's practice room. Observing the alchemical automaton, which had withstood countless spells from him, still standing resolute, Tabor unhesitatingly drew his wand and unleashed several low-risk dark spells upon the automaton. Tabor, when did you arrive? Slughorn gazed at Tabor for a moment before speaking. I just returned from Prince's castle. Tabor's expression remained impassive as he coldly inquired. What trouble has my dear uncle stirred up now? Has Prince's castle become a sanctuary for saints in England? Seeing no indication of jest, Slughorn's tone grew grave as he replied, It is Alan who is in trouble. He was attacked by a group of magical creatures. Chapter 84 in the news. Magical creatures? It seemed unlikely that ordinary magical creatures would pose a threat to an adult wizard. Had he encountered a 4X or 5X creature? Tabor found himself curious about the events that had unfolded in his absence. There were several werewolves and a few others below 3X. The main issue was that Alan's wand was destroyed. Fortunately, personnel from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were nearby, promptly subduing the rampaging creatures and escorting Alan to St. Mungo's. Tabor continued to inquire, Professor, did those magical creatures attack only Alan? I trust Eileen is unharmed. Slughorn shook his head, reassuringly stating, Eileen is safe. As those wondrous creatures clashed within the confines of Prince Castle, It is likely they encountered the logs in the fireplace, igniting several tapestries that adorned the ancient stronghold. The flames even spread to Eileen's chamber. Fortunately, Bibi, ever astute, had already escorted Eileen away from Prince Castle. After a moment's hesitation, Slughorn continued. Alan is still in the hospital, his fate hanging in the balance, while Eileen has been relocated to Axel Manor, belonging to the Prince family. Professor, what do you believe remains of the Prince family? Rest assured, I harbor no interest in the lineage. The future head of the family will solely be Eileen and her descendants. Slughorn wished to clarify that this was not his intent. Yet observing Tabor's palpable detachment from the family, he could not help but furrow his brow in concern. Very well, this incident has escalated significantly. I dare say tomorrow's newspapers will be replete with it. According to the Ministry of Magic, it may very well be the work of a saint. Regardless, this is quite disastrous for the Prince family. Although your father's branch has distanced itself from the family, it could still face repercussions. As for the matter of dark magic and the Fiendfire curse, your learning pace is exceedingly rapid. It is prudent to wait a while longer. Tabor merely nodded in silence, aware that Professor Slughorn harbored some suspicion regarding Alan's predicament, yet he was confident that he had left no incriminating evidence. Even if there were any oversights, the fire would surely consume all. Well then, Professor, may I visit Eileen tomorrow? Observing Slughorn's growing impatience, Tabor discreetly excused himself from the conversation. He had long anticipated Slughorn's demeanor, thus he felt no irritation. However, he could not shake a sense of disappointment at not receiving the counter curse for Fiendfire. With the study of dark magic and the Fiendfire curse temporarily on hold, Tabor realized it was time to contemplate which courses to select for the upcoming semester. In contrast to the Ancient Runes course 50 years hence, the Arithmetic Divination, Care of Magical Creatures, Divination and Muggle Studies courses, there are currently no options for divination. Primarily due to the lack of a suitable professor, the current headmaster, Dippet, was not one to entertain a centaur as an instructor. However, the option to enroll in a dueling class was available as an elective. Tabor had heard Flitwick extol the virtues of this course on numerous occasions. In Tabor's estimation, the Ancient Runes, Arithmetic Divination, Care of Magical Creatures, and dueling classes all warranted study. As for the final elective, Muggle Studies, he believed it would be relatively easy to achieve passing marks, and examining Muggles through the lens of a wizard appeared to be a rather intriguing endeavor. Perhaps opting for all the elective courses was feasible. He might even procure a time-turner for further exploration. Having made his decision, Tabor peacefully drifted into slumber. The following day, after finishing his meal in the Great Hall, he received the day's newspaper delivered by an owl. The paper featured a substantial article detailing the events at Prince Castle from the previous afternoon, where the stone fortress was engulfed in roaring flames, prompting the Ministry of Magic to dispatch 2 aurors to extinguish the blaze. All fingers pointed towards Grindelwald, who was currently active in Germany. Tabor found little of value in the newspapers, aside from a gift depicting Alan being carried on a floating stretcher into Street Mungo S. The pages were filled with impractical speculations and vague phrases that led readers to ponder. Hey, Tabor, your uncle seems to be in quite a predicament. Zane had clearly also seen the papers. Do you need to take a look? Tabor shook his head. I have no ties to the Prince family, and as for Alan, he likely does not wish to see me at the Prince household. Suddenly, Galacticus interjected, this could not possibly be the work of the saints. There are certainly individuals within the Ministry of Magic attempting to unjustly place the blame on Grindelwald. That esteemed gentleman would never resort to such actions. Tabor bowed his head, continuing to peruse the paper, fully aware that Grindelwald would not engage in such behavior. Had it truly been a revenge plot by Grindelwald, his dear uncle would have perished countless times by now. What do you think, Tabor? Grindelwald has never set foot in Britain, and wasn't it mentioned that Alan was providing resources to the saints? If revenge were the goal, it should be directed at the ministry for sealing the Prince family's assets. Tabor replied somewhat dismissively, observing that nearly everyone interpreted this as a signal of Grindelwald's imminent arrival in Britain. Tabor felt a sense of relief. Tabor, which elective subjects are you considering? My parents have sent recommendations for courses I should take. Zane mumbled, sipping on pumpkin juice. If possible, I would like to choose all the electives. They all seem beneficial, and I don't think it would be too burdensome for me to study all at once. Seeing Tabor's nonchalant attitude, Zane and Galacticus exchanged glances, deciding to ignore him until after dinner. After dinner, they would naturally refer to the nearly standardized paper to complete their assignments. Once Tabor filled out his course selection with ticks, Professor Slughorn merely cast a complex gaze upon him before collecting the forms. Chapter 85, After Exam Week. As Tabor handed the last few potions of June to Abraxas Malfoy, it was already the second week of June. The first week of June marked the exam week at Hogwarts, which was not a pleasant experience for most students. Although Tabor felt that the end-of-year exams for second year posed little challenge, he nonetheless sighed in relief as if completing a task. The atmosphere among his peers had noticeably lightened and become more vibrant. Tabor remained uninterested in the banquet, but nodded. The professor must be thrilled. Indeed, the professor has prepared quite a few delights. The Malfoy family has also sponsored this banquet. Abraxas produced a small bag he had prepared in advance and handed it to Tabor. Without counting, Tabor directly placed the bag filled with galleons into his satchel. The Malfoy family was never one to be stingy in such visible matters. I shall certainly arrive early. Abraxas displayed a gentlemanly smile and remarked, moreover, regarding the potion ingredients for the upcoming holiday over the next 2 months, I will send them to you at Axel Manor. Very well, Tabor replied, expressing no dissatisfaction about having to work during the holiday. Reflecting on the banquet that Malfoy had just mentioned, Tabor rummaged through his trunk to retrieve the formal attire he had brought to Hogwarts this year. Observing the creases pressed into the fabric, he felt fortunate to have checked it in advance. That evening, as Zane entered the dormitory, he was greeted by the sight of Tabor's gown hanging up. Is Professor Slughorn hosting another banquet? He inquired. Tabor, engrossed in a book he had borrowed from the library about animagi, merely nodded without lifting his head at the sound of his roommate's question. Is this occasion particularly special? I am surprised I did not receive any prior notice. Tabor casually remarked. According to Abraxas, members of the graduating slug club will be in attendance. While Zane was not a member of the club, Tabor was confident that he would eventually glean the information he sought. Tabor, are you bringing a date this time? Zane seemed intrigued and pressed on. No, Zane. You know I have no intention of pursuing a girlfriend, nor do I desire a romantic partner. Then, would you mind bringing a male companion? Tabor instinctively tensed and turned to look at Zane with caution. Zane appeared to realize his words might have been somewhat abrupt. I meant to say, I would like to attend a slug club banquet as well. So could you possibly take me along? Recalling that Slughorn's slug club had never prohibited bringing guests, nor mandated that companions must be of the opposite sex, Tabor nodded nonchalantly. I suppose bringing you along is acceptable, as long as the professor permits it. Splendid. I have long wished to see what the club's gatherings are like. It is unfortunate that Professor Slughorn has still rejected my application for membership. Observing Zane's delight over the prospect of a banquet, Tabor couldn't help but lower his gaze, returning to his study of animagi. In truth, Tabor had already acquired some understanding of this form of magic, summarizing it as a process that is both tedious and protracted, with success reliant upon fate. The animals one could transform into, while possessing certain advantages, were limited to ordinary creatures, rendering their practical utility rather minimal. It was only due to the recent inability to borrow books on dark magic from the library that Tabor found himself with ample free time to explore this rather unique form of magic. Yet, Tabor remained uncertain about which animal he should aspire to become. A large carnivorous feline could enhance a wizard's physical combat abilities, while an inconspicuous insect might facilitate escape and reconnaissance. Transforming into an owl would not only grant the power of flight, but also generally avoid drawing a wizard's attention. However, when he thought of his Patronus, Tabor could not help but furrow his brow. It was not that his Patronus was undesirable, but if his animagus form were to resemble that of his Patronus, it would indeed serve little purpose beyond being endearing and conspicuous. With these thoughts in mind, Tabor decided to put away his book, preparing to inquire about Dumbledore's animagus form the following day. He distinctly remembered that Dumbledore's Patronus was a phoenix. However, animagus transformations typically do not allow for a change into magical creatures. Thus, Tabor sought to confirm whether an animagus could indeed transform into an animal that differed from their Patronus. The next day, while Dumbledore diligently graded the written examinations for transfiguration in his office, he noticed Tabor entering, clutching 2 books concerning animagi. Ah, I am pleasantly surprised, Tabor. Have you finally begun to prepare earnestly for your studies in transfiguration? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tabor rubbed his nose. Although Dumbledore had awarded him his practical examination in transfiguration, he was not entirely satisfied, commenting that while Tabor possessed considerable magical power, his actual transformations were rather rough around the edges. Professor, this book mentions the connection between patron uses and animagi. What are the chances that they are of the same species? Also, is there a defined standard for what constitutes a strong desire? Chapter 86, Attempting Animagus. Dumbledore regarded Tabor for a moment before suddenly inquiring. I believe I have seen your Patronus once. Is it a magical creature? I recall encountering it in a book, and it seems to be a creature from the East, known as a pangolin bear. Tabor shook his head in exasperation. The pangolin bear is actually the giant panda, initially referred to as the cat bear. It should merely be an ordinary animal, right? Not a magical creature? Tabor questioned uncertainly. While he was certain that pandas were not magical, legendary creatures, such as the Zhu Wu, certainly existed. Thus, could the pangolin bear be considered a magical creature in this world? It should be. We do not have such animals here. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before stating, transforming into an animal that differs from your Patronus is not entirely impossible. You should understand that the form of a Patronus is generated based on your state of mind. However, it is not immutable. When significant changes occur in one's mental state, the appearance of the Patronus can also shift. Most people's patron uses and animagus forms are the same species, as this is due to a harmony between their mental state, character, or soul with a particular animal. When undertaking the transformation into an animagus, it is generally easier to choose an animal that resonates with one's essence. Tabor listened quietly, contemplating his connection with the pangolin bear. Upon hearing Dumbledore suggest that it was merely a bit more complex, Tabor felt a wave of relief wash over him. If luck is on your side during the 2-month holiday, you may successfully complete your animagus transformation. Dumbledore seemed to genuinely encourage Tabor to pursue this magic. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Tabor walked alone to the shores of the Black Lake, releasing his Patronus. He gazed, somewhat perplexed, at a round, clearly juvenile panda awkwardly maneuvering through the grass. The last time he visited the flower-growing family, he did not see a giant panda. Tabor chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, realizing that the current flower-growing family had little energy to establish a zoo or anything of the sort. As for the wild pandas residing in the mountains, they're not easily encountered by everyone. Gazing into the tranquil depths of the Black Lake, where his strikingly handsome visage and excessively fair complexion were reflected, Tabor understood that regardless of the passage of time or the changes in his appearance, his beloved hometown remained that somewhat backward small county from his previous life. To be granted a second chance at life, endowed with magical abilities and surrounded by family, he ought to feel grateful. Tabor internally reassured himself. Then with a flick of his wand, the silver panda dissipated into mist and vanished. Acquiring another spell could prove beneficial. One never knows when it might come in handy. However, the troublesome and somewhat nauseating procedures, along with the potential for failure, made him hesitate. But it had only been 2 months. If he couldn't master it by the end of the holiday, he would abandon the magic altogether. Immersed in a fantastical world of magic, Tabor resolved to leave the outcome of his endeavor to fate. With newfound determination, Tabor dashed into the adjacent greenhouse, stealthily plucking a handful of mandrake leaves. He placed one in his mouth, pressing it against the back of his tongue, feeling a twinge of guilt as he exited the greenhouse. Back in the dormitory, Zane, as usual, shared the intriguing tidbits he had heard that day, quickly noticing Tabor's unusual demeanor. To ensure the mandrake leaf remained secured in his mouth, Tabor inscribed in the air with his wand, "I am practicing magic and cannot speak." What kind of magic requires silence? He doubted he would ever master such a spell. Observing Zane's curious expression, Tabor tossed a book on animagi towards him. Animagus? Zane's voice rose slightly. Did you know? There have never been more than 10 registered animagi at the Ministry of Magic, even accounting for those who choose not to register. The total would still be fewer than 50. Tabor paid no heed to Zane's astonishment. He was more troubled by how to maintain the leaf in his mouth while sleeping, fearing he might unconsciously swallow it. After a moment's hesitation, he lay back on his bed, tucked himself under the covers, and silently recited the incantation to petrify himself. The spell's brilliance flickered, leaving the other 3 living beings in the dormitory staring in bewilderment at Tabor's peculiar antics. Cherry laboriously hopped to Tabor's pillow, retrieving a gold galleon from her collection. Meanwhile, Sesame, still in a state of confusion, glided onto Tabor's bed, using her claws to prod at his rigid skin, occasionally flapping her increasingly plump wings. At this point, Tabor had drifted into a peaceful slumber. Even if he hadn't tea, he was rendered immobile. Observing Sesame's escalating enthusiasm in her playful antics, Cherry promptly pounced. Unprepared, Sesame was caught off guard, and both the bird and the niffler tumbled beneath the bed. At that moment, Sesame's size had grown slightly larger than Cherry's, and after being unexpectedly knocked to the carpet, she felt a surge of indignation towards the smaller niffler. 2 pets began to tussle beneath Tabor's bed. Observing the sudden conflict between the 2 little creatures and glancing at his petrified roommate, Zane decided to recline on his own bed, draw the curtains, and extinguish the oil lamp on the wall. The cacophony around him persisted, prompting Zane to cast a spell to block out the noise, and instantly, the world fell silent. Tabor, however, found little comfort in his slumber, plagued by a sense of disturbance that surrounded him. Yet, his rigid body compelled him to resort to the sheep-counting hypnosis technique. Only when he finally sensed the ability to move did he slowly open his eyes. After gently stretching his somewhat sore body, which had remained in a single position throughout the night, Tabor drew back the curtains, revealing a chaotic room. The scene resembled the aftermath of a tempest. Various items from the table lay scattered across the floor, and even the wall lamp had been toppled and shattered. Zane, has our dormitory been ransacked? Accompanying the transformation procedure, keep a leaf of mandrake grass in your mouth for an entire month. Under no circumstances should you swallow or spit out the leaf. If the leaf leaves your mouth, the entire process must restart. On the second full moon, place the saliva-soaked leaf into a small, transparent vial, allowing it to bask in pure moonlight. Add a strand of your hair, a silver teaspoon of dew, and a pupa of a death's head hawk moth to the vial. Allow this mixture to rest in a quiet, dark place, ensuring it remains undisturbed until the next storm arrives. During the wait for the storm, perform the following actions at each sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of your wand at your heart and recite the incantation: Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. The duration of waiting for the storm may extend for weeks, months, or even years. Throughout this period, the transparent vial must remain completely undisturbed and shielded from sunlight, as sunlight contamination could induce the most dreadful mutations. Furthermore, resist the temptation to inspect the potion within the transparent vial before the lightning accompanying the storm appears. If you diligently recite the incantation at dawn and dusk, you will eventually feel another heartbeat at the moment the wand tip touches your chest. This heartbeat may occasionally be stronger than your own, or, at times, relatively faint. Regardless, it is of no consequence. All steps must be meticulously followed. With no deviations, speak the correct incantation at the right time, without error or omission. When the sky is illuminated by lightning, promptly return to the location where you concealed the transparent vial. If you have successfully completed all the aforementioned steps, you will discover a blood-red potion within the vial, approximately enough for a single sip. At this juncture, you must immediately proceed to a spacious and secure location, ensuring that the transformation process does not cause upheaval or jeopardize your safety. Point the tip of your wand at your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, and then consume the potion. If all goes well, you will feel a surge of intense pain and the tumultuous rhythm of dual heartbeats. In your mind's eye, the form of the animal you are destined to become will emerge. You must be fearless. It is too late to change your mind and evade the transformation you have promised. The initial metamorphosis is often quite uncomfortable and terrifying. Your garments and accessories, such as glasses or jewelry, will meld into your skin, transforming into fur, scales, or sharp claws and spines. Do not resist or panic. Otherwise, you may be overtaken by the instincts of the animal and find yourself compelled to act foolishly, such as leaping through a window or charging into a wall. Once the transformation is complete, you should discover that you have adapted to your new form. It is strongly advised that you immediately retrieve your wand and secure it in a safe place, so that it may be available upon your return to human form. Chapter 87. Longing for a Sister. A sneeze escaped Tabor, who gazed bewilderedly at the mandrake leaves that had been expelled, alongside a feather from a sesame seed. He anxiously raked his fingers through his disheveled black hair. At that moment, another feather fell from the top of Tabor's head, drifting gently to the wrinkled carpet below. Dodo. My goodness. How could Dodo allow the master to be in such a disheveled environment? Very well, master. Dodo will certainly accomplish all the tasks you have assigned. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tabor took another mandrake leaf and placed it in his mouth, having resolved to dedicate his summer to this endeavor. He felt there was no time to waste. When Zane awoke, everything in the dormitory had reverted to its original state. Tabor? Gugug. Animagus? Ines murmured the name of the spell, her tone laden with evident concern. Axel, however, was intrigued. That magic is quite fascinating, but alas, my performance in Transfiguration has been lacking. Ines, what troubles you? Of course, the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts is Dumbledore. Our son is a genius, is he not? Though Ines remained somewhat anxious, she continued to grasp her knife and fork, spearing a piece of bacon at her husband's gentle encouragement. Unbeknownst to Tabor, his parents were worried about him. To this day, he remained uncertain if he could complete the Animagus transformation during the holiday. Nevertheless, the tranquil environment of home would undoubtedly facilitate the preparatory work. Tabor, are you asleep? Tabor remained silent, merely opening the door to his bedroom. It seems you are not. May I enter? Axel inquired from outside the door, believing that his son, now of school age, required a modicum of privacy. Tabor nodded, stepping aside to grant access. Your mother is quite concerned about your practice of this spell. Do you feel confident in your success? Axel asked in a light-hearted tone. Tabor withdrew his wand and inscribed his plans in the air. After a moment of hesitation, he wrote, "Will Alan agree? Oh, I haven't yet discussed it with your uncle, but it should be fine. He does not oppose it. Given Alan's recent troubles, he may not be able to care for Aaron as well in the future." Tabor nodded. He held no ill feelings towards the young child Aaron. "Although my parents enjoy flaunting their affection, their love for children is undeniable." Upon hearing Tabor's agreement, Axel gently embraced him, saying, "This means our family will soon welcome a daughter." Tabor nodded with a smile. The next day, Axel and Ines took Aaron to the Prince Castle, while Tabor did not accompany them. Alan was opposed to entrusting the heir of the Prince family to me, an uncle who had distanced himself from the family. Moreover, Aaron seemed to have a greater fondness for the Prince Castle, perhaps because it was her childhood abode. A palpable sense of disappointment lingered in Axel's tone. Tabor was not surprised by this. After all, Aaron was Alan's daughter, and an uncle could hardly compete with a father. "You could always have a sister for me." Upon seeing the colorful, bold letters floating from Tabor's wand, Ines and Axel both flushed and shot an annoyed glance at Tabor, who was lounging on the sofa. "Tabor, it's not something you can simply wish for. Aside from a handful of wizarding families, the offspring of pure-blood wizards are quite rare," Axel explained with a mischievous grin. Tabor nodded. Indeed, the lineage of most pure-blood wizard families face considerable challenges, yet the likelihood of a wizard or a wizard's offspring becoming a wizard was evidently higher, with their magical prowess generally surpassing that of muggle-born wizards. "Well, good luck to you." Seeing his son's insightful departure, Axel embraced Ines, saying, "Darling, our little Tabor desires a sister. Shall we indulge him?" Tabor generally refrained from meddling in his parents' affairs, and had he not noticed their slight discontent today, he would have remained uninvolved. What followed were countless instances where Tabor's keen ears detected his father producing indescribable sounds throughout the estate, all in the context of wanting a sister for him. After a long sigh of relief, Tabor finally managed to gather enough mandrake leaves for a whole month, and the time had arrived at the peak of July's heat. Fortunately, the mandrake leaves proved usable this time, and the subsequent steps unfolded seamlessly. Tabor placed the prepared potion in a corner of the estate and instructed Dodo to keep watch from a distance, finally allowing him to attend to other matters. Now, all that remained was to await the storm and recite incantations daily. With a sense of relief, Tabor bid farewell to his parents and ventured alone to the leaky cauldron, securing a room while leaving the Axel estate for his parents to contemplate their next generation. Chapter 88. Time to consider buying a house. Perhaps it is time to acquire a home. Before turning 3, Tabor was too small to have any autonomy. After arriving in England, most of his time before school was spent either in the Prince Castle or in the basement of Axel Manor, engrossed in potion studies. Now that visiting the Prince Castle was off the table, Tabor felt somewhat out of place at Axel Manor. Having briefly glanced at property prices in England in his previous life, he noted that they generally outpaced inflation, and most properties offered perpetual ownership, provided one did not sell. The house would eternally belong to them. Indeed, in comparison to the manor registered with the Ministry of Magic, Tabor exhibited a marked preference for the residences of ordinary people. A house equipped with modern conveniences, allowing for the enjoyment of electricity, was evidently far more appealing to Tabor than a mere magical estate. The exchange rate at Gringotts, consistently 5-1 in favor of the British pound against the galleon, appeared to Tabor as a fortuitous gift to his future self. Upon converting all the galleons he had diligently saved over the years, Tabor amassed nearly £60,000, a substantial sum. Given the current average property price of less than £1,000, this amount was sufficient to purchase a cozy abode for solitary living. The goblins at Gringotts were equally pleased, for to them, the golden galleon was the true embodiment of value, while the paper currency of pounds held little significance and was merely a hassle to return to those foolish muggles. Tabor first ventured to the legendary Grimmauld Place, where, apart from number 12, the ancestral home of the Blacks, the remaining residences belonged to muggles. Regrettably, Tabor discovered that it was seemingly impossible for him to possess an independent house in that vicinity. Residing alongside ordinary people posed certain inconveniences when it came to practicing magic. Subsequently, Tabor wandered around the Woosley orphanage in the nearby Chinatown, yet he did not encounter any suitable houses for sale. Notably, while passing through western London, Tabor stumbled upon a lengthy street running north to south, known famously as Baker Street. However, this Baker Street lacked the illustrious 221B. It was merely an ordinary thoroughfare. After nearly a week of exploration, Tabor realized he may have underestimated the complexities of home buying, and his identity as a wizard rendered cohabitation with others impractical unless they too were wizards. At this juncture, Tabor reassessed his motivations for purchasing a home. Primarily, He desired a space for himself, a sanctuary free from disturbances. Although Hogsmeade was charming, it remained a purely wizarding village devoid of electricity. With this realization, Tabor expanded his search beyond London, revisiting locations etched in his memory. Ultimately, he acquired his very first property, a residence wholly his own, nestled in Spider's Tail Alley in the town of Corkworth. Corkworth, an industrial town, boasted several well-appointed neighborhoods at prices significantly lower than those in London. However, Tabor discovered that only upon arriving at Spider's Tail Alley could the remnants of his magical artifact truly manifest their powers. Compared to 2 decades hence, the present surroundings were not particularly dismal. Although merely a suburb, the house was sturdy, constructed of brick with cobblestone paving underfoot. Most of the neighboring residents were workers from the town, and the nearby mill, distinguished by its towering chimney, was still operational. The former owner of Tabor's house had been the mill's overseer, and he owned other properties in the town, leading to his absence from this 2-story dwelling for the majority of the time. The furniture within the home, though relatively new, had accumulated a fair amount of dust. Gazing into the expansive eyes of Dodo, Tabor suddenly pondered whether he had been too demanding of his beloved house elf. Dodo, a creature of magic, was not only tasked with maintaining the Axler Manor, but also occasionally tidied his dormitory, and now a new responsibility had arisen with the addition of 9 Spider Alley. Master, shall I clean this place thoroughly? Yet, Dodo appeared entirely unperturbed by any sense of mistreatment. Let's tidy up a bit. Before even stepping inside, Tabor noticed his parents seated on the sofa, feeding each other in a tender display. Oh, where have you been these past few days? Did you have fun? It seemed Axel had grown accustomed to showcasing affection in front of his son, showing no signs of embarrassment. I purchased a house. Oh, the Ministry of Magic surely wouldn't sell property to someone still enrolled at Hogwarts, would they? Axel's tone bore a hint of skepticism. Did you acquire it from someone else? And darling, why the sudden inclination to buy a house? Is this place unsatisfactory? Ines appeared somewhat perplexed. Tabor briefly recounted the process of his acquisition. I merely find living among muggles far more intriguing. Axel and Ines harbored no prejudice against muggles and believed it was entirely normal for their son to aspire towards independence as he matured. However, Tabor was only 13 and had yet to graduate from Hogwarts. Where is Spider Alley? It doesn't sound particularly appealing, Axel inquired with a complex expression, feeling that his son's desire for independence was perhaps premature. I've asked Dodo to tidy it up. Once that's done, we shall visit together. We will also need to connect to the Flu network here. Muggle-repelling charms and protective spells must be arranged as well. Observing the excitement on Tabor's face, Axel and Ines exchanged knowing glances and each produced a Gringotts key, placing them on the coffee table. Tabor, your mother and I opened 2 vaults for you in France when you were born, intending to present them to you upon your graduation from Beauxbatons. But fate led us to England instead. Tabor was taken aback by the thought that his parents, who seemed to see only each other, would gift him something. All right, let us put them away quickly, Axel urged. We're going to see the house you bought. Chapter 89, Dining. Oh, very well. Tabor stowed away the 2 keys and summoned Dodo, and together, the trio of 1 boy and 1 elf transported themselves via apparition to 9 Spider Alley. Oh, this place looks quite nice. Is this a muggle room? Axel appeared particularly intrigued by the electric lights on the ceiling. Indeed, muggle appliances are often far more convenient. Ines had already circumnavigated the rooms and was not entirely satisfied. There's no yard, and the air outside seems rather poor, far inferior to the environment of Axler Manor. Tabor remained silent. This was the suburbs, where most residents were laborers struggling to make ends meet, destined to descend into a slum in the future, devoid of any beautiful gardens. The environmental pollution brought about by industrial towns is indeed unavoidable. Perhaps 20 years from now, when the factories cease operations, the environment may improve slightly. Well, since Tabor has chosen this location, there must be his reasons, Axel advised. However, Tabor, if your finances are insufficient, you could easily select a better place. I have quite a sum of galleons in your vault. Tabor shook his head. Not far from here. There are communities with a much better environment, but the issue lies in the artifact fragment showing no response. What options does he have? I find this place quite agreeable, as long as it is connected to the Flu network, and with the addition of a muggle-repelling charm, ordinary people would hardly suspect it to be a wizard's residence. As for protective charms, they can typically remain inactive. Tabor, do you mean to say that you do not intend to conceal the house? Axel inquired, somewhat perplexed. Tabor shook his head. He merely wished to employ a muggle-repelling charm to make those nearby subconsciously overlook the house. If it were truly hidden, it would complicate the installation of high-tech electronic devices in the future. In truth, I am quite eager to attempt integrating into the Muggle world. Ines and Axel did not directly voice their objections, but both harbored concerns. Tabor, the Ministry of Magic should still be open. I will go assist you in activating the Flu network. Very well, Father. Upon finishing, Tabor drew his spare wand and began casting the Muggle-repelling charm outside. Ines, seated on the sofa, suddenly felt a pang of guilt for perhaps being too unconcerned about her son's development. Apparition. Permanent Muggle-repelling charms. These seem to be spells not typically encountered by a 13-year-old child. Tabor, when did you learn apparition? Did you encounter any difficulties during your practice? Tabor retracted his wand and stepped indoors. I learned in my first year. Dumbledore helped me practice, and there were no issues. In fact, I succeeded almost immediately. Ines frowned slightly at the mention of Dumbledore's name, though she graduated from Beauxbatons and was not well acquainted with him, having lived in Hogsmeade for nearly a decade. She had received predominantly unfavorable opinions about Dumbledore. Tabor could clearly sense Ines's unease. My dealings with Dumbledore were merely related to potion exchanges. You needn't worry excessively. Ines nodded. As long as you are aware, you may visit Gringotts at your leisure. If you wish to acquire another magical estate, there should be ample galleons within. Although your grandparents met with an accident the year I graduated, all the family possessions remain intact. Additionally, my research findings from these years are stored there. I believe your father's contributions are similarly preserved. Should you wish to establish a family in the future, these could serve as the foundation. Establish a family? Tabor murmured, quickly dismissing the thought. The upcoming years for pureblood families may not be easy. Why not enjoy a carefree existence instead of expending energy on founding a family? To celebrate Tabor's acquisition of a new home, how about we dine at Diagon Alley? Ines rolled her eyes in disdain, remarking, Diagon Alley? The food there pales in comparison to my culinary creations. In agreement, Tabor nodded and suggested, perhaps we could indulge in Muggle hot pot instead. Although it is summer, Cantonese cuisine might also be delightful. Axel and Ines had not previously encountered hot pot or Cantonese dishes. However, they were more open-minded than the conservative old-timers and harbored a certain curiosity for untried foods. Seeing his parents' approval, Tabor waved his wand, transforming their wizarding robes into ordinary suits before leading them to a nearby corner in Chinatown via apparition. It seemed the hot pot restaurant was closed today, yet this street boasted an abundance of Cantonese establishments. By the way, both hot pot and Cantonese cuisine are delicacies from the land of flowers. I only developed a taste for them last summer, Tabor explained, sensing a slight shift in his parents' mood. Is that the Eastern nation? I never imagined Muggles could travel such distances, Axel remarked, gazing curiously at the multitude of Eastern faces populating the street. Tabor and his parents entered a restaurant, skillfully ordering several signature dishes alongside a generous portion of stir-fried rice noodles. Many of the Cantonese dishes have been slightly altered, with animal heads, feet, and entrails removed beforehand. Tabor poked at the noodles in his bowl, savoring the flavor of the salad dressing. What's the matter, Tabor? Do you find it unpalatable? I think it's quite delicious, Axel inquired, puzzled. No, it's just that it tastes somewhat different from what I had in the land of flowers. Really? You've been to the land of flowers, little one? The restaurant owner asked, surprised. Yes, I visited last summer, Tabor replied with a smile. Well, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have known. We've been keeping an eye on you all. The owner, appearing somewhat disinterested, departed. Although Tabor's mood was not particularly elevated, he focused on his parents' presence, employing mental fortitude to dispel negativity and continued his meal undisturbed. Chapter 90. The Pink Box. Master. The former master has instructed Dodo to inform you that the Flu network at 9 Spidertail Alley is now operational. Tabor nodded, understood. Where have my parents gone today? All right, Dodo, it's not your fault. I command you to cease immediately and assist me in preparing an outfit for my outing. I must leave shortly. Tabor recognized that house elves often remained unaffected by negative emotions as long as they had tasks to occupy them. Of course, master. The 2 vault keys that Inez and Axel had entrusted to Tabor sparked his curiosity, and he was eager to explore the treasures contained within the 2 vaults, which surely represented the family's legacy. After examining the keys and confirming his identity, the higher-ranking goblin eagerly offered to personally escort Tabor into the vault. He distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, this underage wizard had exchanged 60,000 pounds for worthless paper. Excuse me, young sir. Should you require the exchange of pounds in the future, feel free to seek me out. My name is Rab. Very well, Rab. I shall approach you if the need arises. The fairy named Rab, sensing that Tabor appeared rather amiable, began to incessantly promote the vaults within Gringotts. Through his discourse, Tabor learned that the 2 vaults bestowed upon him by his parents were situated relatively close to the surface. In comparison to the deeper vaults, their rental fees were considerably lower, However, both the security and the size of these upper vaults were inferior. Is the security compromised? Are the upper vaults susceptible to theft? Tabor feigned ignorance, posing the question with curiosity. No, absolutely not. Rab exclaimed sharply. Gringotts is the most secure establishment. Even the uppermost vaults are impervious to theft. No one can abscond with what does not belong to them from the fairy's domain. Tabor chose not to further provoke the sensitive fairy and continued to follow Rab towards the two adjacent vaults. Indeed, the shallow vaults were accessible without the need for a cart. One could simply walk to them. Vault 1086 and Vault 1088, Mr. Keys, Rab stated, his tone somewhat flat, perhaps still miffed. Tabor first handed over the key to Vault 1086. The door swung open swiftly, yet inside was not the gleaming gold galleons he had anticipated, but rather a collection of seemingly purposeless alchemical products and a peculiar trunk. Tabor gazed at the bright pink trunk, which clashed with the surrounding stone walls, his lips twitching in bemusement. Ah, Mr. Prince, both keys can only be used once. Should you require assistance, Gringotts is more than willing to help relocate your belongings to another vault. Noting Rab's eager expression, Tabor chose to ignore him. This trunk was evidently enchanted with a spatial charm. Although its color was rather garish, the interior space surely exceeded that of the vault itself. Upon opening the trunk, the assorted alchemical items leapt into it, and the trunk shyly closed itself afterward. The pale pink handle, adorned with lace, seemed to perk up, presenting itself for easy handling. Being mindful of the fairy's presence, Tabor did not linger and instead lifted the trunk, which appeared slightly oversized for his stature, and exited Vault 1086. Let us proceed to Vault 1088. I believe I shall not require access to any other vaults. Tabor smiled at Rab, whose frustration was evident due to his failed schemes. Very well, Mr. Prince. Rab forced a smile as he unlocked Vault 1088, only to be momentarily dazzled by the glimmering galleons within, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. Tabor noticed a note atop the gold galleons. If you open this vault first, please turn right upon exiting. Your mother forbade me from placing spatial equipment for your benefit. With a resigned sigh, Tabor reopened the trunk and deposited all the items from the vault into it. Lab was evidently growing a bit impatient, yet the thought of Mr. Prince potentially exchanging worthless banknotes compelled him to suppress his irritation as he escorted Tabor out of Gringotts. Holding the pink box, Tabor stood out conspicuously amid the crowd. The peculiar glances from those around him urged him to quicken his pace. He retreated to a corner to summon Dodo, instructing it to deliver the box to Nine Spiders' Tail Alley first. With the attention-grabbing box now absent, Tabor finally liberated himself from the scrutiny of onlookers. At the newly opened Florin's Ice Cream Parlor, an extravagant serving of raspberry ice cream and chocolate nut ice cream was offered for just 10 silver sickles today, with 2 servings available for a single galleon. Upon hearing the name of the establishment, Tabor paused momentarily before heading toward the source of the enticing call. A very young man stood at the entrance, enthusiastically beckoning customers, though no one seemed willing to be the first to venture in. Just as he began to feel disheartened, he spotted Tabor in the crowd. Tabor Prince, is it? The young man inquired. Tabor nodded, gazing somewhat perplexedly at Mr. Florin. I am Florin Fosco, a recent graduate from Hogwarts. Tabor rummaged through his memories and recognized Mr. Fosco, who had indeed been acquainted with him during their school days. As a Hufflepuff upperclassman, he had maintained a decent rapport with Flitwick. Hello, Mr. Fosco. What brings you here? Tabor asked. Fosco smiled. Would you care to sample my ice cream? Noticing Tabor's hesitation, he leaned closer and whispered, I can waive the fee. Tabor shook his head. No need for it to be free. However, if the flavor disappoints, I shall certainly inform my classmates. Fosco confidently thumped his chest. Rest assured, my ice cream is quite popular among my Hufflepuff juniors. It's merely the opening day that has resulted in a lack of patrons. Is that so? Then I must indulge, Tabor replied, intrigued by the prospect of Fosco's creation. After all, a shop that could thrive for over half a century must have exceptional flavors. Seated beneath a sunshade, Tabor soon found himself presented with a tray bearing 2 servings of ice cream. The raspberries, freshly picked that morning, were complemented by a spoonful of Madagascar vanilla powder and a half-spoon of almond syrup, all adorned with fresh mint leaves. Fosco proudly introduced the first raspberry ice cream. Tabor took a small spoon and scooped the beautifully colored ice cream. It appeared delightful, with a subtle hue, firm structure, and devoid of ice crystals. The moment it touched his palate, the sweet, velvety texture burst forth. The harmonious blend of vanilla powder and milk, paired with the slight tartness of raspberries, led him to believe that this ice cream could indeed be sold even 60 years hence, provided that he continued to operate his shop. Perhaps it is true that desserts possess the magical ability to elevate one's spirits. Tabor, in an unusual moment, jested with Forsco, someone he was not particularly familiar with. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. And do try this chocolate nut flavor as well. After sampling it himself, Tabor found it quite delightful. The difficulties that ordinary individuals encounter when crafting ice cream seem effortlessly resolved by a wizard. In truth, I prefer cherries over raspberries. Perhaps when you consider introducing a new product, you might take that into account. Additionally, I shall recommend your establishment to others. With that, Tabor left the galleon behind and departed. Forsco had initially intended to refuse payment, but hesitated upon witnessing Tabor's retreating figure. He ultimately decided not to pursue him, resolving instead to commence research on a cherry ice cream when time permitted. Unlike Newt's box, this one contained a spacious area beneath the staircase, which was supposed to remain empty but was now cluttered with galleons and various items collected from the vault. Tabor peered inside, cautiously stepping into the box. After testing the ground with one foot, he carefully ventured further. Standing on the staircase, he drew his wand and employed a levitating charm to clear space, allowing him to leap into a mound of golden galleons. "Hello, young one. Are you the child of Ines?" A sudden voice startled Tabor, but he quickly recognized its source upon noticing the portraits hanging on the sides of the bookshelves at the edge of the cleared area. "May I inquire who you are?" "Ah, another little one has arrived. Oh, but this one seems to be underage." "Yes, ancestor, you have awakened." Clears throat, everyone. Let's pause for a moment. We ought to guide the younger generation. Silence, please. Oh ho ho, little one, do you have many questions? As Tabor approached the speaking portrait, he discerned that it depicted a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Ines. Though your hair and eyes do not match Ines's, I can sense that you are indeed his child. I am your grandfather. Tabor blinked, rendered momentarily speechless. Very well, since you seem disinclined to engage in conversation, I shall be brief. This is a place of alchemical legacy, though it also houses a wealth of other knowledge. The first headmaster of Beauxbatons is depicted over there. She entrusted her lifetime of wisdom to that bookshelf. It was then passed on to her most esteemed student. Some chose to pass it down to their descendants, while others opted to share it with pupils or apprentices. Each successive master is afforded the opportunity to conduct alchemical experiments here and leave behind their accomplishments for future generations. As the man in the portrait continued, a shadow of sorrow crossed his features. "Alas, my dear Ines has not set foot in here since I became a portrait. It seems she has bequeathed this box to you, perhaps wishing to avoid my company." I've never heard my mother speak of her family's affairs. Could you elaborate?" Tabor inquired with curiosity, sensing that his mother harbored a certain disdain for his grandparents, to the extent that their portraits were conspicuously absent from their home. This, in itself, was not particularly surprising. "I am Noel Locke, a half-blood wizard. After graduating from Beauxbatons, I caught the attention of my then professor of alchemy, which led to my acquisition of this box. Subsequently, I married a muggle and had your mother, Ines. Fortunately, Ines was also a witch, and I often included her in my experiments here. I have always been captivated by alchemy, and having a bloodline heir is indeed a blessing. In truth, there are not many alchemists with descendants, yet those who do generally choose to pass their knowledge to their offspring. Until one fateful experiment went awry, resulting in my transformation into a portrait, while Ines's mother, being a mere mortal, left no portrait behind. Therefore, your mother has not set foot in here for over a decade? Ah, yes, I fear she may never forgive me, especially considering I was responsible for her mother's demise." Mr. Locke wiped his eyes with a hint of sorrow. "Come now, Locke, alchemical experiments are inherently perilous. Many of us have met untimely ends," grumbled an elder nearby. "Indeed, young one, how fares your alchemy? If you cannot meet our standards, it would be rather pointless," a haughty young witch's portrait proclaimed, lifting her chin with arrogance. "But I do not know alchemy," Tabor protested innocently. "Impossible. Unthinkable. Wait, Tabor, how could you possibly not know alchemy? Beauxbatons has always offered alchemy classes and lectures." Tabor replied weakly, "But I attend Hogwarts." Chapter 92, A First Trial of Fiery Essence. The once chattering portraits fell silent. Even the ever-squinting Madame Beauxbatons gazed at Tabor without uttering a word. The silence endured for a full 10 minutes. "Oh well, as long as we can pass on our invaluable knowledge, it matters little whether one is a Beauxbatons student or not," Madame Beauxbatons declared decisively. "I concur. Much of our alchemical knowledge transcends France. Such wisdom knows no borders," chimed in a man from a bookshelf adjacent to Madame Beauxbatons. "Child, please introduce yourself. If you wish to inherit our legacy here, you must delve into the texts. We shall offer you assistance. However, should you find alchemy uninteresting, I advise against hasty experimentation. You are free to explore literature beyond alchemy, But in exchange, you must seek out a person gifted in alchemy to pass on the box. Should you fail to find one, consider seeking help from Nick LeMay. Madame Beauxbatons spoke gently, yet her tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Tabor nodded. I am Tabor Prince, currently a second-year Slytherin at Hogwarts. Seeing Tabor pause, Locke, filled with impatience, asked, Did Ines mention anything when she entrusted this to you? Tabor cast a somewhat ambiguous glance at the man who claimed to be her grandfather. No, she merely entrusted me with the key to the vault of Gringotts and did not divulge any details regarding this place. Tabor, I still hope you will consider meeting Nick. Ms. Boostbatten paused, noticing that Tabor had not outright declined, and continued, In comparison to us, Nick, who still lives, could provide you with far more assistance in alchemy. Should your interest wane, he possesses numerous valuable items that could serve as an exchange for this legacy. Tabor frowned, troubled. Grindelwald could at any moment flee to a country beyond England, and the Order of Saints possessed considerable power. At this juncture, she was reluctant to leave England. May I inquire about your relationship with Mr. LeMay? Ms. Boostbatten, evidently not displeased by Tabor's question, replied with a hint of pride. Well, he is somewhat of a student of mine, although his talent surpasses my own. Years ago, I established Boostbatten Academy, utilizing my family's estate in the Pyrenees, where I instructed students in alchemy and the art of executing splendid and enchanting magic. Nick and his wife also came to learn, and it was through his patronage that Boostbatten expanded to its current stature. Impressive, Tabor could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing Tabor's praise, Ms. Boostbatten's already kind smile grew even more sincere. Your French is commendable. We never anticipated you would study at Hogwarts. If you decide to meet Nick, I can arrange for him to send you a key. He should also possess a portrait of me. The thought of using the key made Tabor less averse to the idea of traveling abroad. Besides, if it was merely a visit to Mr. LeMay, the likelihood of encountering Grindelwald or the Order seemed slim. I will meet Mr. LeMay, but first I must examine the items my parents entrusted to me. With that, Tabor strode toward the pile of belongings in the clearing. Regardless of whether she intended to study alchemy, everything in the vault, apart from the box, belonged to the princely family. The presence of multiple portraits observing her made Tabor somewhat uncomfortable. Who knew if there were others outside of Ms. Boostbatten possessing portraits? If someone were to expose her family's secrets, it could lead to considerable trouble. Dodo, is there anything you require me to do? Tabor contemplated the situation at Spider's Alley, where no one would inhabit after she began her studies, and given that the defensive magic was not particularly robust, she hesitated only briefly before stating, Please transfer everything from this clearing to Axel Manor. Dodo was not daunted by the volume of items. Rather, he appeared joyful at the prospect of having something to do. As she watched Dodo busily relocating the items, Tabor keenly overheard the murmurs of the portraits. They seemed to be fretting over the future of the box. By the way, Ms. Boostbatten, did you craft this box? Tabor cautiously inquired, genuinely intrigued by how this seemingly quiet and reserved elderly woman could have an affinity for such vibrant colors. Mrs. Beauxbatons evidently noted the awkwardness in Tabor's expression. This color is rather appealing, quite suitable for youthful and spirited young ladies. Initially, the students who accompanied me were all girls. However, this box is not entirely my creation. I merely constructed the framework. The expansive space and remarkable stability, even allowing for the inclusion of additional equipment, are the results of generations of alchemists optimizing this design. Mrs. Beauxbatons, what inspired you to establish Beauxbatons Academy? To be honest, I prefer to be addressed as headmistress rather than madam. In England, there exists Hogwarts, where young witches and wizards among muggles can become students. Yet, Hogwarts has no influence over France, which is why I founded Beauxbatons Academy. I aspire for it to become France's own Hogwarts. Observing the slight pride on Headmistress Beauxbatten's face, Tabor suddenly recalled the Fiendfire curse, which he had yet to practice. Headmistress Beauxbatons, are you familiar with the Fiendfire curse? The headmistress's demeanor grew noticeably serious. Child, while we did not entirely reject dark magic in our time, and I even taught students some defensive spells against it, Fiendfire is certainly not something you should be engaging with at your age. After speaking, Tabor noticed that Momo had nearly finished moving the items. He summoned a modicum of magical energy and, for the first time, cast the Fiendfire curse. Wow! Feeling the chaos in the images surrounding him, Tabor remained unfazed, channeling a significant amount of magical power. Before the small spark ignited by the curse could touch the ground, he uttered the incantation. Chapter 93, Manuscript. All curses shall end. The black spark had not yet evolved into a sea of flames when it was enveloped by the blinding light of all curses shall end, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the lingering heat in the vicinity indicated to the portraits that a flicker of fiend fire had indeed ignited within the box. How could you dare use such a perilous curse here? If you were to set this place ablaze, the consequences are far beyond what a mere child like you could bear. Tabor found himself somewhat bewildered by the sudden outburst from the portrait, especially since Headmistress Beauxbatons, who was nearest to him, did not seem nearly as alarmed. The headmistress had also been startled, but as she regained her composure, she promptly provided Tabor with the counter-curse for fiend fire. This half-understood knowledge is often more dangerous than complete mastery of the curse. Having experience in casting the fiend fire curse, Tabor quickly grasped the counter-curse. Nevertheless, to avoid provoking the portraits of his ancestors, he refrained from attempting it again in that location. Mrs. Beauxbatons looked at Tabor with a sense of anticipation. Having witnessed his magical talent, she hoped even more fervently for him to meet Nyx soon, to assess his alchemical potential. As long as he was not too foolish, she would strive to persuade him to study alchemy and preserve its legacy. The abilities of the current generation appear to be dwindling. If within the legacy system I have established, there exists a powerful sorcerer who could empower the successors with the strength to protect themselves, it would be quite beneficial. Very well. Let us postpone this until after the holidays. Tabor is reluctant to miss the tempestuous weather during the break simply because he ventured to France. Yes, mother, he replied. Ines hesitated, inquiring softly, is he, well? Tabor was uncertain whether the figure in the portrait could be deemed well. He inquired about you and seemed genuinely concerned for your well-being. Time has elapsed over the years, and Ines understands that her father's failed alchemical experiments cannot be solely blamed on him. Yet, it remains a burden that is not easily cast aside. Moreover, in contrast to her father, who has become a mere portrait, Ines's present reality is filled with her husband and son. Are you contemplating the study of alchemy? She asked. I have yet to decide. Tabor pondered the potential benefits of alchemy. If his aptitude were lacking, it would be wiser to practice spells instead. By the way, mother, I have placed a box in Spidertail Alley. Would you care to take a look? Ines shook her head, leaning back against Axel's sturdy chest. No, I do not wish to see him, nor do I want to gaze upon that box of books and portraits. I fear I might succumb to the urge to incinerate them with a fierce fire spell. I understand, mother. By the way, what are those items in the treasury for? Ines's lips curled into a mischievous smile. That is something you must explore for yourself, little Tabor. Rest assured, there is nothing life-threatening within. Sensing his father's somewhat malevolent gaze, Tabor understood that it was time for him to depart. I should go take a look then. This morning, although the two treasuries Tabor visited were relatively small and not overflowing, they still contained more than could be accommodated in his own bedroom. Dodo thus arranged the items in the space Ines typically utilized for her alchemical experiments. Dodo, he called. Use the bag enchanted with a space spell to store these gold galleons and place them in the second drawer of my desk. Oh, and remember to count how many there are. Yes, master, Dodo replied. As Dodo began to tally the galleons, Tabor casually picked up an unknown notebook and began to peruse its contents. This notebook had been buried beneath the galleons, and in fact, the treasury piled with gold galleons also contained numerous books and 3 small bags filled to the brim. After examining the notebook for a while, Tabor's expression darkened as he cast it aside. This manuscript solely chronicled a single potion, one that his grandmother had instructed his father to prepare for Alan's second wife. Not to mention the materials required. The final entry explicitly stated that any child born from this potion would be unable to bear offspring. The essence of this potion derives from the mother's entirety, compensating for what the offspring lacks. A child nurtured in such a manner would carry the remnants of this potion within them. Should they attempt to procreate, the outcome would be a gradual loss of everything as the child matures. Tabor paid little heed to the notebook, for Aaron's mother had already utilized this particular potion, and lacking any antidote, it held little significance. The collection included titles such as rare African magical ingredients, Egyptian curses, the art of broom crafting, and culinary magic. As Tabor mechanically stacked the books into several piles, preparing to transport them upstairs, he noticed a neglected black leather-bound tome quietly lying nearby. After a brief moment of movement, he approached and picked up the book. Revelations of Dark Arts. Tabor exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Shouldn't this book be confined within the restricted section of Hogwarts? After a moment's hesitation, he settled onto the floor, cautiously flipping through the pages of the book that had irrevocably altered Tom Riddle's life. Great Salazar Slytherin, you have traversed the longest path in the realm of magic. This volume is meticulously compiled from abundance of notes left by my mentor, originally intended to remain forever within Hogwarts. Cadmus Peverell, Chapter 94, Horcruxes. Ah, it turned out to be a manuscript. This suggested that the original version must still reside in the restricted section of Hogwarts. Tabor resolved that at the onset of the next semester, he would seek to behold the original text that had endured for over 1,000 years. Legend has it that the bloodline of the Gaunt family descend from Slytherin and Peveril. This indeed seemed plausible, even if Slytherin had no offspring. The legacy of the Slytherin lineage would persist. He pondered how Tom, upon reading this book, had fragmented his own soul, transforming from a calm and rational academic into a noseless, serpent-like creature. While others may have faced familial burdens, Slytherin and Peveril seemed to have unwittingly burdened their descendants across generations. Suddenly, Tabor recalled the individual who had gifted him this book. Surely his father would not intentionally use this to ensnare his son. "Tabor, what are you mumbling about? Your mother has prepared some food today. Come upstairs," Axel called before turning to leave the basement. Tabor took the book Revelations of Dark Arts with him as he ascended the stairs, where Axel and Ines had already seated themselves at the dining table. "Tabor, my dear, you must be tired. I prepared some chilled cherry juice in the kitchen for you to enjoy while reading. But do refrain from reading during mealtime," his mother instructed. "Very well, mother," Tabor replied, setting the book a little aside and obediently sipping the French fish soup before him. "Tabor, a few owls arrived earlier. They are likely delivering materials from the Malfoy family. Additionally, they brought you a letter. If I am not mistaken, it should be an invitation to a gathering," Axel remarked, visibly pleased that someone had extended an invitation to their son. "Just the other day, I ordered you the latest style of dress robes, Tabor. You can try them on after dinner." Although Tabor held little interest in the gathering, he recalled that a significant portion of his current galleon supply came from the Malfoy family, and he had promised Abraxas he would attend the summer soiree. "It seems there is little reason to decline." "Very well. If it is indeed an invitation to a banquet, I shall attend. However, father, how did you ascertain that it would be a banquet? Will you also be in attendance?" Generally, letters addressed to Tabor are not opened by Axel and Ines without permission. When I visited the Ministry of Magic to apply for the Fleur Network, I encountered old Malfoy. This banquet appears to be exclusively for the youth. Not only are there current Hogwarts students, but also unmarried graduates. It is rumored that children from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons will also be present. Tabor astutely grasped the implication in Axel's words. Since the invited graduates are all unmarried, the nature of this gathering seems akin to a matchmaking event. Well, given the inclement weather recently, perhaps I should remain at home and wait out the storm. Axel cast Tabor a look of helplessness, yet Tabor, despite the circumstances, perceived a hint of schadenfreude in his gaze. Noticing the book beside him, Tabor swiftly shifted the topic. "Father, does the tome revealing dark arts truly contain the means to achieve immortality? Horcruxes?" Upon hearing this term, Ines shot an exasperated glance at Axel. How could you allow Tabor to peruse such a perilous book? What if he were to act impulsively? Axel glared at Tabor, fully aware that Ines had placed numerous equally dangerous items in their son's trunk. However, she was his wife, and thus her words were always deemed correct, rendering their son in the wrong. Used to being glared at, Tabor simply nibbled on his salad, patiently awaiting his father's elaboration. After sipping his cream of mushroom soup and striving to maintain his composure, Axel continued. "Nevertheless, that was in the past. The requirements for such magic are exceedingly high. In the era of our ancestors, losing a fragment of one's soul before death was of little consequence. Yet subsequently, there were instances where souls were divided, leading to instability and eventual disintegration. Although the variety of magic has proliferated, those capable of meeting the demands for creating Horcruxes remain few, especially when one's magical essence is significantly weakened at the brink of death. The last successful ancestor of the Prince family perished over 400 years ago. So, is this magic solely for the preservation of legacy? Ines clearly understood this. Indeed, the lady from Beauxbatons in the trunk likely employed this method. Of course, such matters are secrets within each family. No one knows how many ancestors have retained their souls within portraits. Would it not be perilous for the original copy of this book to be housed at Hogwarts? What if someone, in pursuit of immortality, sought to experiment? Axel believed Tabor was overthinking. Fear not, nearly all wizarding families with a legacy are well aware of the issues surrounding this magic. As for those without a legacy, opportunities to access such knowledge in the restricted section are scarce. And even if one were capable of taking a life and successfully and stably splitting a piece of their soul, it would merely result in some discomfort and a temperamental disposition, not affecting their normal existence. According to my ancestors, once the soul is truly fractured, one may perceive death as a form of liberation. But what of the creation of multiple soul vessels? Axel cast a peculiar glance at Tabor, exclaiming, "By Merlin's foul socks! How could you entertain such a foolish notion? Multiple soul vessels would only render the soul exceedingly unstable, ultimately leading to its collapse. Moreover, each incantation of such magic is a torment. How could one possibly create several? Chapter 95, New Talent. Tabor set down his fork and wiped his mouth. Well, it seems this malevolent magic is ill-suited for me. I shall instead practice the fiery curse. At the dining table, Ines and Axel watched their son gradually disappear at the staircase, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. Dear, did Tabor just mention the fire curse? Ines mused. I believe he referred to the fiery curse. Axel replied with a hint of concern. Surely he doesn't think the fiery curse is akin to those trivial tricks that can be toyed with at will. Wait, he went to the basement. You don't think he might set the house ablaze? Ines shot a pointed look at her husband. Shouldn't we be more concerned about our son potentially burning himself? Cough. My son would never be so foolish, Axel asserted, though a hint of worry lingered. Perhaps we ought to consult the crystal ball. Ines rolled her eyes in mild reproach. If you're so concerned, why not go watch him yourself? Honestly. Nevertheless, Ines's hands moved swiftly. With a gentle flick of her wand, a crystal ball radiating silver light floated down from upstairs, hovering above the dining table, revealing the events transpiring in the basement. Tabor tucked the book revealing cutting-edge dark magic into his small satchel, while the other tomes were left for Dodo to arrange on his bookshelf. With the absence of galleons and the clutter of books, the space dedicated to experimenting with alchemical apparatuses was finally cleared of about half its former occupancy. Tabor drew forth his elderberry wand, channeling a spark of magic to cast the fiery curse. A small black ember sprang to life, pulsating as though the very air around it were igniting. The flames grew larger, and just as Axel and Ines prepared to assist in the basement, Tabor realized that if he delayed any longer, the fiery curse before him might truly spiral out of control. Hastily, he gathered a substantial amount of magic, employing a universal extinguishing spell to quell the flames. Having grasped this insight, Tabor commenced his attempts anew. Upon sensing his emotions were amiss, he promptly activated his rudimentary mental shielding technique. Standing still for about a minute, Tabor finally exhaled deeply. No wonder the fiery curse has a counterspell and boasts such a formidable reputation among dark magics. It has been studied by 2 generations of Dark Lords and is indeed extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Ines suddenly remarked, Axel, do you think we should impose some limitations on Tabor's learning pace? That truly frightened me just now. Axel embraced Ines. I believe it's unnecessary. Tabor is sufficiently cautious, and I trust he can manage these matters adeptly. Furthermore, this lad is not one we can easily restrain. The last time he wrote to inquire about the mental occlusion technique, it appears his proficiency has now surpassed mine. Although Ines had never practiced the mental occlusion technique, she was aware that her husband's skills in this regard were rather modest. How much stronger has he become? Well, perhaps just a smidgen, Axel said, awkwardly gesturing with his pinky finger. In any case, before completely freeing himself from the effects of dark magic, Tabor was not inclined to practice this spell again. The mental occlusion technique could effortlessly purge emotions from a mind. If my own were to advance further, it might entirely negate the influence of dark magic. As Tabor ascended the stairs, he murmured to himself, only to suddenly feel his foot press down on 2 soft objects. In that instant, his first thought was, which dog is so inconsiderate as to relieve itself without cleaning up? His second thought, this place seems to be my home. No other dogs should be able to enter. His mind, filled with various magical theories, finally began to process the situation, and amid 2 cries of indignation, Tabor slowly lowered his gaze to find 2 pairs of wide, accusatory eyes staring back at him. Oh, it's Cherry and Sesame. Long time no see. These 2 little ones had once caused him to fail his challenge of holding a mandrake leaf in his mouth due to their bickering in his dormitory. To prevent a repeat of this incident, Tabor had instructed Dodo to place all of their belongings in a corner of the living room and prohibited them from entering his room. Now, over a month later, observing that Sesame had grown considerably, Tabor felt it was time to train it to deliver messages. Goo goo goo, you inconsiderate human. Why don't you release your grip? Squeak squeak squeak. That is called a hand, foolish bird. Goo goo goo. Stinky rat scram. If you're so brave, make that oaf move his foot. Tabor, squeak squeak squeak. I told you. The master has a cat's brain. It's a pity I endure the pain to cure his mind with the shiny stuff. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shiny stuff, I want it so badly. As Tabor looked down at Cherry, who had jumped onto him and clutched the felicity potion tightly, he realized he could seemingly comprehend their chatter. Dodo, my dear, please clean Sesame thoroughly and train it to deliver messages. Dodo dutifully picked up Sesame and scrubbed it from head to tail before beginning the training. Cherry, what would you like to eat today? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shiny stuff, I want it. Tabor rubbed his temples, meticulously analyzing each squeak's tone. He soon discovered that he could not truly understand what Cherry was saying. He could merely sense the essence of its desires. Chapter 96, The Banquet. Squeak, is this person intending to put me in a pot to boil? Otherwise, perhaps I should offer him some shiny stuff to buy my survival. Tabor rubbed his throbbing temples. Did he really have such a penchant for cooking? Indeed, as Tabor prepared a hot pot, he found himself marveling at the sudden ability to comprehend the nuances of animal vocalizations. While he found this phenomenon quite extraordinary, it did not strike him as overly surprising. If it were indeed a matter of divine power, it was inconceivable that any deity, regardless of the world, would be unable to communicate with their followers due to a language barrier. He retrieved a theological research notebook that had served him for nearly a decade, diligently noting his current state and scribbling down various conjectures, some of which were undoubtedly unfounded. The animagus transformation allowed wizards to assume the forms of animals. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that his own divine abilities would manifest uniquely during the practice of animagus. Theoretically, once transformed, an animagus could engage in communication with certain animals. Now, as he recited the incantation, Tabor could distinctly hear another heartbeat, indicating that success was within his grasp. Closing the notebook, he sat at the edge of his bed, amused by Cherry's sporadic mutterings. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This foolish human is staring at me. Surely he does not intend to cook me. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What are you looking at? Squeak, 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 squeak. If you keep staring, are you not a fool? You exude a terrifying aura, yet your intellect seems lacking. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You wouldn't be coveting the golden treasures I painstakingly gathered, would you? Sniffles, shall never part with them. Tabor's expression grew somewhat vacant, and the initial wonder he felt turned into a tangle of emotions. Cherry, your incessant chatter is truly remarkable. Squeak, are you calling for me, Cherry? Observing the little creature fixated on him, Tabor approached and gently grasped the nape of Cherry's neck, opening the door and lightly tossing her outside. Phew! It seems I cannot have loquacious animals by my side. It would be unbearable. After a moment of reflection, he proceeded to unseal a package on his desk. Inside, he discovered the order from the Malfoy family, along with the necessary materials for the upcoming month. The invitation to the soirée lay quietly on the table, presumably sent separately. A soirée involving young ladies. Tabor shook his head in resignation. Such matters held little significance compared to the allure of magic. Well, I suppose I shall simply enjoy the pastries at the Malfoy residence. After all, Downton Manor charges an entry fee. It would be unseemly not to partake in a meal. The following evening, clad in a silver-patterned formal attire, Tabor entered Malfoy Manor under the guidance of Abraxas. For the first time, he felt that the number of wizards present was not as sparse as he had anticipated. The expansive banquet hall and courtyard were bustling with attendees. Tabor, I was quite concerned that you might decline this soirée. With a hint of awkwardness in his smile, Tabor acknowledged that, had it not been for his parents' insistence, he likely would not have attended. Come along. Your roommate and Mr. Bach have already arrived. As Malfoy spoke, he led Tabor to a corner of the banquet hall where Zane, Caractacus, and Sylvia were seated. Tabor, you have finally arrived. It seems that Senior Malfoy possesses a knack for persuasion. This must be your first attendance at a gathering outside of school events, isn't it? Tabor smiled warmly as he patted Zane on the shoulder. Indeed, as you know, I am not particularly fond of parties. However, when it comes to a gathering hosted by a friend's family, it is naturally a different affair. After delivering the guests to this side, Abraxas did not linger, but rather hastily remarked, I must go greet other guests at the entrance. Tabor, make yourself at home. I shall introduce you to some of my friends shortly, before departing the banquet hall. Tabor, I didn't see you on the Hogwarts Express. Had it not been for your letter, I would have thought you had vanished. Zane complained. Meanwhile, Sylvia had remained silent, seated off to the side since Tabor's arrival. Tabor, it seems Sylvia has been watching you all along. After all, you are classmates. Why not go greet her? Upon hearing Zane's whisper, Tabor glanced up at Sylvia. Compared to her first year, the 13-year-old Sylvia had noticeably matured, and with her champagne-colored lace puff-sleeve dress, she appeared exceptionally radiant. At 13, she's like a blossoming flower in early spring, Tabor mused, recalling the ancient adage, the first person one thinks of in the morning is their dearest. Feeling a surge of emotion, he instinctively employed a mental shielding charm. His heated thoughts cooled as if doused with cold water. Sylvia, has your brother not come to the party? Tabor inquired with a calm demeanor. After his polite question, he resumed savoring the various delicacies from the Malfoy family. The two seemed to have chosen to forget their earlier light-hearted promise. Zane glanced back and forth before ultimately shifting beside Sylvia. Galacticus then took Zane's previous position. Hey brother, If Sylvia isn't your type, what are you looking for? Is Abraxas going to introduce you to some stunning beauty? Or perhaps you're merely seeking some playthings? Tabor shook his head. I have no interest in women. Galacticus's grin grew even more peculiar. Could it be that you prefer men or perhaps other races? Unbidden, a thought crossed Tabor's mind, reminiscent of a saying he once heard. The first person you think of in the morning is your true love. A shiver ran through him. Impossible, I do not. Do not speak nonsense. I merely believe that magic is worth pursuing for a lifetime. If possible, I would wed magic itself. Galacticus was taken aback by Tabor's reaction, sensing he might have stumbled upon a truth. Though curious about the identity of this person, he hesitated to inquire directly. Chapter 97. The Rogier Family. Tabor hastily took a large gulp of juice to calm his startled heart. In recent months, he had devoted most of his energy to mastering the enigmatic transformation, and success was just a mere step away. I simply love magic. I have no intention of encroaching upon Grindelwald's territory. Tabor silently reassured himself. As more guests filled the banquet hall, the Malfoy father and son entered through the door. Welcome, everyone, to this splendid banquet. A warm greeting to the children hailing from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Now, permit me to formally introduce my son, Abraxas Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage and the esteemed host of this evening's gathering, with hopes that all may revel in a delightful night. Upon concluding his words, the elder Malfoy promptly exited the banquet hall, leaving the space to the youthful attendees. In that moment, music began to play, and many guests, accompanied by their partners, glided into the dance floor at the center of the hall. Zane, too, took Sylphia by the hand and gracefully joined the dance. Zane and Sylphia truly embody the tale of Beauty and the Beast, murmured Cartacus, who stood beside Tabor, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Do you not have Aphra? If you wish to bring her along, I doubt Malfoy would object, Tabor remarked, recalling having seen Cartacus and Aphra together on multiple occasions. Cartacus shrugged with a hint of resignation. It's not an issue to bring her, but she is reluctant to attend. The Malfoys have invited only purebloods this time, and her presence might not be well received. Besides, when it comes to procreation, one should seek a pureblood girl. Tabor remained silent, his disinterest in girls prompting him to focus solely on indulging in the banquet's offerings. Tabor, do take note of that girl. She appears quite lovely, and seems to be of noble descent, though her family has sent her to Beauxbatons. My father actually hopes I might find a girl from Durmstrang. He believes their young women are stronger and better suited to assist me in taking over the family legacy, Cartacus said, scanning the crowd in search of a suitable companion. Given your father's desire for you to find a Durmstrang girl, why wasn't your path directed there? Wouldn't that be the most advantageous? Tabor leaned back against the plush sofa, idly swirling his juice. Well, that's a bit complicated, Cartacus replied, unusually hesitant. My German isn't particularly strong, and I've heard that most of the boys there are rather muscular, with few girls, though they're all purebloods and quite formidable. At that moment, a piece of music concluded, and the majority of couples on the dance floor dispersed, returning to their original seats. All right, Tabor, I shall now go and invite that lovely girl from Beauxbatons, Cartacus declared before darting into the crowd. Hey, Tabor, why are you sitting here all alone? Are you enjoying the banquet? Abraxas took a seat opposite Tabor. Indeed, I am absolutely enamored with the culinary delights crafted by your house elf, Tabor sincerely praised. Abraxas, evidently well acquainted with Tabor's disposition, perceived no issue with the compliment. After exchanging pleasantries, Abraxas waved over a few individuals in the distance. As I mentioned before, I've been eager to introduce you to some acquaintances. Upon noticing his signal, one of the short-haired girls among the distant onlookers approached first, confidently seating herself on a nearby, single sofa. You must be Tabor Prince, the youngest master of potions. I am Mia Rogier, a sixth year from Beauxbatons. Tabor gazed at the hand extended towards him, merely offering a light grasp before letting go. It is an honor to meet you. May I inquire your name? Mia replied with cheerful affability, of course, Tabor. I am delighted that you can call me by my name. While Tabor maintained a courteous smile, images of the Rogier family swiftly flickered through his mind. This family was a formidable lineage, ranked among the 28 pure-blood families, and had familial ties with the Malfoy, Lestrange, and Black families. Presently, they held branches in both France and England, and members of their lineage had served alongside 2 Dark Lords. Pray tell, Miss Mia, is there something you require? I would be more than willing to assist you if I can. Mia scrutinized Tabor for a moment before responding, nothing in particular. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Are you not going to invite me to dance? This was the first time in his life that a girl had requested him to dance, excluding the lessons from his grandmother, of course. Tabor, what are you hesitating for? Surely you have danced before. Do accept her invitation, Abraxas teased with a grin. Tabor rolled his eyes. The young lady from the Rogier family was not as innocent as she appeared. Before inviting him to dance, she had noticeably glanced in Abraxas' direction, clearly seeking to avoid the introduction by Malfoy. Very well, it would be my honor to dance with the enchanting Miss Mia. Abraxas, being somewhat aware of those who sought to be introduced to Tabor, was confident that Tabor would not be at a disadvantage. As Tabor and Mia swayed gently on the dance floor, Mia leaned in, feigning intimacy, and whispered in a tone audible only to them. My aunt has expressed that Lord Grindelwald holds you in high regard, yet you seem rather oblivious. So, your aunt chooses to divulge her allegiance to a mere schoolgirl? Tabor replied with a hint of mockery. A mere schoolgirl? Little brother, I'm actually older than you. My aunt simply wishes to assist the Lord in acquiring all that he desires, which includes you. So present your terms. Join us, and whatever you wish. The Rogier family shall provide. Mia's voice was resolute, clearly believing that her offer was irresistible. Anything at all? Tabor inquired, to which Mia nodded earnestly. Indeed. Even a marriage proposal. If you believe I am older, I have a cousin at Beauxbatons who is far more beautiful than any of the girls present at this soiree. Chapter 98. The conclusion of the banquet. It was only at this moment that Tabor scrutinized Mia's features closely. She was undeniably beautiful, and the surrounding gentlemen were frequently glancing in their direction. However, despite having lived in Europe for many years and having encountered numerous stunning girls, he found the eastern visage of black hair and yellow skin more appealing. Let's set that aside. I hold no interest in a marriage alliance. Moreover, I have an agreement with your esteemed relative. Does your aunt and the Rogier family lack confidence in him? Mia quickly denied it, casting a sorrowful glance at Tabor. I merely wish to experiment. Since you disapprove, I trust you will adhere to whatever agreement you have made with the adults. Otherwise, our family, the Rogier clan, will not let you off easily. Why didn't you dance a bit longer? It seems Miss Rogier holds you in high regard, gazing at you so affectionately. Abraxas remarked with a sly smile. Ah, of course. They are all partners and friends of the Malfoy family, Tabor responded, proceeding to introduce each individual to the others. Two of the graduates from Slytherin had already embarked on their careers at the Ministry of Magic, one serving as the assistant director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, with his father as the director, while the other was an employee in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and a prospective member of the Wisingamot. Indeed, we welcome all capable individuals. Those with sufficient galleons certainly possess commendable skills. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries with them, Tabor bid farewell as they departed the corner. Abraxas also rose to attend to other guests. With no one to disturb him, Tabor picked up a berry pie and savored it slowly, envisioning the banquet as a musical restaurant in his mind. Are you Master Prince? A diminutive house elf, barely taller than the coffee table, suddenly appeared at Tabor's feet, timidly inquiring. Indeed I am. My young master has sent me to bring you pastries and cherry juice, the elf declared, snapping its fingers, which instantly cleared the coffee table and adorned it with fresh treats and a large jug of cherry juice. Excellent. Please convey my gratitude to your young master. Leaning back against the sofa, Tabor gazed at the jug of cherry juice, reflecting on Abraxas's thoughtfulness while questioning how it seemed that everyone was aware of his fondness for cherries. Perhaps he should opt for more commonplace beverages like pumpkin juice or butterbeer in public, lest someone attempt to harm him too easily. Tabor mused to himself before pouring a glass of cherry juice and taking a generous sip. Delicious. Every room had been meticulously cleaned, and the master bedroom he had selected was adorned with a newly purchased cashmere carpet and a complete set of silver-green bedding. Dodo, if my parents inquire, tell them I am here. If they do not ask, then say nothing. Of course, young master. Watching Dodo vanish, Tabor wandered around his room. Feeling he had indulged too much at the banquet, he decided to thoroughly inspect the entire small house. Upon discovering the significantly expanded basement and the fully prepared set of cauldrons on the table, Tabor found himself uncertain whether this was a benevolent gesture from his parents or an urgent desire to have him vacate Axel Manor. Sigh, it matters not. Since I cannot sleep, I shall prepare something, Tabor thought, just as he accidentally kicked a pink box while reaching for some materials on the potion shelf against the wall. Tabor suddenly recalled the invaluable legacy he possessed, which had been carelessly discarded upon ground. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gathered ingredients for a beauty elixir along with a small crucible made of pure gold and entered the box. The darkness of the outside world did not permeate the realm within the box. It remained as radiant as when he last entered. Tabor, what brings you down here at such a late hour? Are you off to a banquet? Noel inquired with concern, clad in a robe. Nothing much. The food at the banquet was quite delightful, but wouldn't he do to go to sleep on a full stomach? Tabor replied nonchalantly. Are you concocting a potion? Mrs. Bus Barton suddenly posed the question. Indeed, a beauty potion. It's not particularly difficult to make, yet it sells quite well, Tabor casually remarked, his hands deftly processing the ingredients before casting them into the crucible. Potions were indeed a facet of alchemy, with many metals requiring potions to react. Even the Philosopher's Stone crafted by Nick necessitated the preparation of potions to extend its longevity. While awaiting the potion to boil, Mrs. Busbarton unexpectedly spoke up. Although she believed that soul vessels were not something one of Tabor's age should comprehend, she nodded in acknowledgement, recalling the formidable fire spell she had witnessed previously. Yes. Chapter 99, Procurement. The knowledge I possess resides within this fragmented soul, allowing for the possibility of acquiring new insights. Ordinary portraits merely reflect the actions of their former lives and gradually lose all memories of their existence. If you pose questions to them, they will respond with choices akin to those they made in life, though some answers may no longer hold truth in modern times. Mrs. Busbarton evidently relished the opportunity to enlighten the younger generation. Then, can you be resurrected? Mrs. Busbarton regarded Tabor earnestly. Alas, child, I cannot. Once I chose to enter the realm of the deceased, I could no longer exist outside the frame. However, I am fortunate to have left behind numerous portraits. Besides this place, I frequently reside in Busbarton, which has become increasingly beautiful. What if one were to create a soul vessel and, upon the death of the host, achieve resurrection? Would that not confer immortality? Mrs. Busbarton gazed at Tabor in surprise. I did not expect a child of your age to entertain such thoughts of exploring immortality. Regrettably, soul vessels do not grant eternal life. A fragmented soul is destined for madness. The creation of a soul vessel also requires alchemy, which adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Tabor nodded, acknowledging that he had not yet reached a point of concern regarding his lifespan. Wizards, barring unforeseen circumstances, tended to live longer than ordinary individuals. To date, I am unaware of anyone who has successfully achieved immortality. Even Nick is no exception. Though the energy within the Philosopher's Stone may prolong his life, once his physical form has completely decayed, the stone cannot save him. Yet, he remains the longest living individual I know. Glancing at the potion simmering in the crucible, Tabor felt it was nearly ready. He extinguished the flame beneath the crucible and poured the potion into a transparent crystal vial. Very well, these matters do seem somewhat distant to me. However, to my knowledge, Slytherin must have been aware of the methods for crafting Horcruxes. Did he leave behind any depictions of them? Madame Busbarton gently stroked the charm horse at her side and replied, I am not certain if Slytherin left any Horcruxes. For my establishment of Busbarton occurred later than that of Hogwarts. Tabor was not surprised by the lack of a definitive answer. Hogwarts was founded in the 10th century, while Nickleby was born in 1330, and the first Triwizard Tournament took place in 1294. Therefore, when Nickleby entered Busbarton in 1341, he would have encountered the living Madame Busbarton, suggesting that Busbarton was likely established more than 2 centuries after Hogwarts. Of course, this was merely Tabor-esque conjecture. Nevertheless, he pondered the possibility of Slytherin having left a Horcrux behind, if such an object indeed existed. Tabor believed the 2 most probable locations would be the Gaunt family manor and the legendary Slytherin's chamber at Hogwarts. Lying on the soft bed, Tabor suddenly felt grateful to have Madame Busbarton by his side, as she possessed considerable knowledge of secrets from centuries past. Perhaps he should allocate some time to study alchemy? Suddenly, Tabor recalled that next semester he seemed to be required to take all elective courses, which would certainly fill his schedule to the brim. Coupled with the existing potions orders, finding time to learn a new skill would prove quite challenging. Oh well, he would discuss it further after meeting Mr. LeMay. With a turn, Tabor succumbed to a deep slumber. The morning in Spinner's End was quite boisterous, with numerous poorly clad workers hurriedly making their way to nearby factories. Tabor even observed several children, roughly his age, trailing behind the other laborers as they raced toward the factory district. Upon noticing Tabor's attire, their eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. Tabor casually strolled to the adjacent road, where a bus bound for the center of Carrickworth awaited. Good day, young sir. Would you like a ride? I can take you anywhere in the city center for just 2 shillings for a day's hire. Tabor hesitated momentarily before boarding the ailing old vehicle. Take me to the city center for a stroll. There should be quite a few large stores, correct? Oh, indeed. You must have come from London. While we may not compare to London, we are still a sizable town, surrounded by many factories. Though their performance has been lackluster in recent years, there are still plenty of goods available. The driver, a local of Carrickworth, spoke with a certain loquaciousness as he introduced his hometown. While listening to the driver's commentary, Tabor gazed out the window at the surroundings. Apparition requires a wizard to have a clear understanding of a destination. which is why Tabor refrained from using magic to reach the central area today. Look, that's our largest department store, Mark Spencer. Would you prefer to stop or continue exploring? Tabor glanced at the department store outside, a name that struck a familiar chord, suggesting it was indeed a reputable establishment. This will do, he remarked, casually tossing a handful of coins before disembarking and entering the department store. After meandering aimlessly for a while and purchasing an array of canned goods he had never sampled, Tabor effortlessly carried 2 large bags and made his way to the innermost stall of the public restroom on the ground floor. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, that restroom stall in the department store could serve as a long-term sanctuary for his phantom apparitions. He set down his purchases and lingered at home for a brief moment before once again vanishing into the restroom stall of the department store. Emerging from the stall, Tabor roamed the store for an entire day, nearly acquiring every household appliance that his residents lacked. Remarkably, he spent less than $500, indulging himself in a brief taste of affluence. Compared to the prices in London, the offerings in the quaint town of Cockworth could indeed be deemed both excellent and affordable, particularly regarding various industrial products. Chapter 100, Transformation. After completing his shopping, Tabor reflected on the nearly 60,000 he had exchanged earlier using gallons. Realizing he had barely spent a tenth of it, an uncontrollable urge to purchase something more surged within him. He retrieved the comprehensive map of the entire United Kingdom that he had specifically acquired for house hunting, which was already marked with numerous potential locations. Among them were half-wizard enclaves and purely muggle towns. Over the past few days, Tabor had learned from his parents that the Ministry of Magic possessed a considerable number of vacant estates, many of which were unclaimed noble manors. Although some were in disrepair, they could still be classified as mansions and were surprisingly affordable. For wizards and house elves alike, establishing a residence posed little challenge. Rather, the ongoing maintenance of such estates proved considerably more cumbersome. Moreover, wizards appeared to harbor a preference against renting homes for habitation, rendering these vacant properties a significant burden for the Ministry of Magic. Tabor's gaze drifted across the map, gradually settling on Godric's Hollow and the small village of Hogsmeade in Surrey, both of which he encircled in red ink. While Godric's Hollow was well known in the wizarding world, its population was sparse. To muggles, it was merely a quaint village where supernatural occurrences were frequent, regardless of whether for personal residence or investment. Tabor was averse to the idea of residing in an area plagued by paranormal happenings. In contrast, Surrey's proximity to London and its abundance of quality educational resources, along with its association with middle-class neighborhoods, naturally rendered property prices quite high. However, the average British citizen favored renting, making it a suitable option for investment. The 999-year leasehold was indeed appealing. Tabor murmured to himself, feeling a tinge of regret for having never paid attention to stocks in his previous life. Otherwise, he might not have been solely focused on property acquisition. Without a moment's hesitation, Tabor made a swift visit to Gringotts, exchanged sufficient pounds, and promptly acquired both number 4 and number 5 on Privet Drive, subsequently entrusting the properties to a real estate agent for rental. Additionally, Tabor was quite curious to ascertain whether the Dursleys would still reside on Privet Drive after his purchase of number 4. Just as Tabor finalized all arrangements, the long-awaited stormy weather finally descended upon Hogsmeade. Axel and Ines stood at a distance, wands raised, their expressions fraught with concern. "Go for it, Tabor." Observing his anxious parents and the almost tearful Dodo by his side, Tabor calmly consumed the entirety of the blood-red potion. The discomfort in his body was the least of his worries. However, his mind did not conjure the animal images he had anticipated. Instead, it was merely an egg enveloped in sacred white light. "Goodness, my animagus isn't still in its embryonic stage, is it?" Tabor attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. "Ah, I can't truly be transforming into an egg, can I? A panda, anything but an egg." Tabor was uncertain if his overwhelming thoughts influenced the vision in his mind. But that glowing egg began to distort, gradually expanding until indeed morphed into the form of a juvenile panda, radiating a faint, barely perceptible white glow that imparted an aura of sacredness. "Oh, darling, you succeeded. Indeed, but what creature is this? A little black and white bear? It appears utterly adorable." Listening to the gasps of amazement around him, Tabor instinctively attempted to rise for a better view, only to slip and tumble several times. Ines swiftly approached, producing a mirror. "Look, our little Tabor is even cuter now. May I hold you, sweetheart?" "Tabor." Silence means consent. Without heeding Tabor's protests, Ines scooped up the panda version of Tabor and began to affectionately ruffle him. When Tabor was gently set down beside his wand, the gleam of triumph at having successfully transformed into an animagus had long since faded from his large, expressive eyes. Hearing his mother's unwavering words and catching a glimpse of Axel's somewhat mournful gaze, Tabor felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he slumped to the ground. The floor is rather comfortable. Perhaps I shall linger a moment longer. Tabor was startled by his own sudden thought. How could he find the cold, hard ground agreeable? It must be the panda's instincts at play. At this moment, the basement was left with only Dodo, who continued to observe. The eggshell cannot possess such remarkable elasticity. Perhaps it would be more aptly termed a light cocoon, Tabor mused internally. Then, unable to contain his excitement, he sat up from the bed. Grasping his wand, Tabor once more initiated the animagus transformation. Unlike the previous instance where he could only assume a fixed form, the egg reappeared in his mind. Tiger. The white light twisted once more, gradually transforming into the image of Tiger. This time, Tabor chose not to rise. He simply raised his forepaw to inspect it. Roar. Upon witnessing his ebony hooves, Tabor was resolutely convinced that his animagus form could transform into a multitude of creatures. However, the duration required for each metamorphosis appeared to mirror that of his inaugural transformation. Tabor believed it prudent to undertake further experiments. When a luminous cocoon re-emerged in his mind, instead of hastily attempting a new animal form, he continued to ponder the panda he had initially transformed into. The image of the panda vividly materialized in Tabor's mind, and he felt the faintly familiar perspective of the creature. Chapter 101. The Gift of Canned Food. Tabor underwent a myriad of trials until his magical energy was nearly depleted, finally collapsing onto his bed in a weary heap. The existence of the luminous cocoon indeed enabled Tabor to transform into ordinary animals. And with each successive transformation of the same species, his proficiency increased, resulting in a gradual reduction of the time required for complete metamorphosis. As for magical creatures, when Tabor endeavored to become a niffler, he found the process somewhat slower than that of an ordinary animal. Nevertheless, he succeeded. However, during his attempt to transform into a phoenix, the luminous cocoon began to distort and fade, and just as it was on the verge of vanishing entirely, Tabor voluntarily halted his animagus transformation. This attempt imparted the realization to Tabor that the cocoon's energy was insufficient to sustain his transformation into the formidable phoenix. He understood that the uniqueness of his animagus was likely attributed to divine power. The divine energy accumulated over the years had the potential to alter Tabor's animagus. This was hardly surprising. With such thoughts, Tabor dozed off as dawn approached, drifting into a hazy slumber. The following day, he emerged from his room just in time for lunch. Ines, who had been feeding Axel, promptly set down her fork and beckoned Tabor to join her. You must be exhausted from last night. Today I prepared fish and chips, Cornish pasties, and for dessert, eaten mess. Tabor eagerly speared a crispy fried chip and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling as though he could consume an entire cow after missing breakfast. Cough, cough. So, Tabor, are you considering registering with the Ministry of Magic? Tabor paused in his eating, contemplating the benefits of registration. It would allow him to openly wield his magic without the fear of being discovered as an illegal animagus, thus avoiding potential threats. Moreover, since his animagus form was not limited to a singular animal, registration would not only confer a degree of prestige, but also render it improbable for others to recognize him when he transformed into different creatures. The sole concern, perhaps, was that his age might attract undue attention. Very well, I shall register when I find time. Entering the basement, Tabor casually selected a space and commenced his transformation. This time, he morphed into a raven and, with some reluctance, plucked a feather from his body. The moment the feather detached, it transformed into a small piece of black fabric, stained with a hint of blood. After reverting to his human form, Tabor picked up the bloodied fragment from the ground, shaking his head in disappointment. Ultimately, an animagus is merely a magical transformation. Although it requires little to no magical energy once successfully transformed, once deprived of magic, the illusion inevitably reverts to its original form. Tabor has practiced the process of becoming a panda several times, and he is now capable of successfully transforming almost instantaneously. Knowing that Axel and Ines have both witnessed his dazzling panda form, he resolves to adopt this guise when he registers at the Ministry of Magic. With the school term fast approaching, Tabor decides to pay Tom Riddle another visit before indulging in a feast in Chinatown. Armed with a sizable bag of canned goods purchased from a department store, Tabor operates to a small alley beside the orphanage. However, upon landing, he notices a figure in his peripheral vision. Drawing his spare wand, he prepares to cast a forgetfulness charm on the nearby individual. Professor Dumbledore, he recognizes, as Dumbledore glances at the half-drawn wand and nods slightly. Have you been watching Tom all this time, Professor? Tabor inquires, secretly bemused by his frequent encounters with Dumbledore in this vicinity. Yes, I often come here during holidays and breaks, Dumbledore replies. He truly resembles him. Understanding dawns on Tabor. He realizes Dumbledore must be lamenting the absence of his beloved. Is it possible that someone is destined to find solace in another? Or perhaps Tom is seen as the heir to that person. The thought of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Tom forming a familial bond is too enchanting for Tabor to contemplate. With a peculiar glance at Dumbledore, he weighs the cans in his hands. Professor, I've noticed the children at this orphanage seem to be struggling, so I brought some canned goods from the Muggle store. Would you care to join me in delivering them? Dumbledore shakes his head, declining Tabor's offer. Unperturbed, Tabor strides into the orphanage carrying the cans. Inside, the children have gathered in the yard, where Mrs. Cole stands before a small blackboard, instructing them in simple phrases. Upon seeing Tabor enter, Mrs. Cole immediately recognizes him. After all, it is not common for a well-dressed child to visit the orphanage alone. Good afternoon, young sir. Are you here to see Tom? She asks, putting down her pointer and scanning the children for Tom's presence. Oh, indeed, Tabor replies, retrieving 2 of the finest cans from his bag, one of which is a carefully selected Swedish herring. He hands the 2 cans to Tom, and then offers the remaining cans to Mrs. Cole. Most of these are from the department store's own production. I have limited means, so think of this as a little treat for everyone, he says casually. Mrs. Cole, noticing the store's name, expresses concern. These items are rather costly. If you've taken money from home without permission, I shall accompany you to return them to the store. Do not worry, madam. These are of little consequence to me. I purchased them with my pocket money, Tabor reassures her. Lady Corf reluctantly accepted the cans, yet she resolved within herself not to open them for the next few days. If no one came to claim them after a while, she could then provide them to the children without haste. Contemplating the possibility that Dumbledore might be lurking in some corner, Tabor lost the desire to engage emotionally with his future junior. He merely cast a glance at him before departing from the orphanage. At the Hot Pot restaurant, an Yin pot composed of spicy and 3-flavor broth lay before him. Yet Dumbledore remained seated across the table. Professor, do you not need to continue monitoring Tom? Tabor inquired. Dumbledore looked at Tabor in surprise, then deftly picked up his chopsticks, dipping a slice of beef into the broth. Tabor, how could you entertain such a notion? I'm not monitoring anyone. Tabor, wishing to avoid discussing Tom with Dumbledore, busied himself with the cooked vegetables, and after dipping them in sesame sauce, he slowly asked, Professor, do you also have a fondness for hot pot? You wield your chopsticks with such proficiency. It seems you have practiced quite a bit. Chapter 102, Registration. Fortunately, once you grasp the knack, it becomes quite simple, Dumbledore remarked, skillfully picking up a piece of tripe. However, I still find it difficult to acclimate to spicy foods. Tabor quietly immersed himself in his meal, puzzled by Dumbledore's presence in the hot pot restaurant, especially since he had ordered an Yin pot before Tabor could voice a word. Tabor, you have successfully become an animagus. Haven't you? Startled by this unexpected inquiry, Tabor lifted his head, gazing at Dumbledore in astonishment. The news of his success should have been known only to his parents and Dodo. How could Dumbledore possibly know? 2 days ago, there was a storm, and your expression reveals that you indeed succeeded. Tabor inhaled deeply, the spicy aroma filling his nostrils. Yes, I have indeed succeeded. Upon hearing the confirmation, Dumbledore continued. Are you not planning to register with the Ministry of Magic? I'll go when I have the opportunity. Tabor hesitated briefly before adding. I am not yet in my 3rd year. An animagus of my age would attract too much attention, so I prefer to delay. Hogwarts should not be perilous enough to warrant fleeing as an animagus. Dumbledore recalled how easily Tabor had been taken from Hogwarts to Nurmengard by Grindelwald, and suddenly felt as though Tabor was mocking Hogwarts' defenses. If you find it necessary, I happen to be visiting the Ministry of Magic this afternoon. You may accompany me. Registering will not consume much time. After a moment's hesitation, Tabor agreed to Dumbledore's proposal. An illegal animagus, after all, posed a potential risk. As for his age, having Dumbledore, a master of transfiguration, as a reference would alleviate any awkwardness. Nick has been in touch with me. He wishes to meet you, Dumbledore calmly stated. Oh, is that so? Tabor did not immediately respond, although he indeed wished to meet nearly headless Nick. Whether it was for testing his talents or exchanging useful items for the box he possessed, a face-to-face discussion would be essential. Moreover, Tabor felt a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of meeting the individual who, on the surface, had endured the longest in the magical realm. With a few days left in the holiday, if you wish to visit, I possess a key that grants direct access to Nick's residence. Newt should be there in the coming days, Dumbledore remarked with a calm demeanor. Newt has gone to France again? Tabor recalled that in a letter from the previous month, Newt had mentioned he was in Germany. Dumbledore's expression shifted notably. Indeed, the influence of the Saints has grown increasingly formidable. Their eyes are nearly omnipresent throughout Germany. Then, Tabor gazed into Dumbledore's eyes. Is Nick's place safe? Dumbledore nodded with assurance. Certainly, Nick's abode is utterly secure. The Saints would not venture there to seek discomfort. Grindelwald harbors little interest in such an elder. Tabor was acutely aware that, under normal circumstances, both Newt and Nick could expect to live for quite some time, yet who could ascertain the dangers lurking nearby, or whether those around them might perish amidst the turmoil of war. Noticing that Tabor was merely consuming his meal, Dumbledore understood that mere words would suffice no longer. The situation in France was indeed tumultuous, with numerous families openly declaring their allegiance to Grindelwald. As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a wooden box from his pocket. Tabor weighed the box in his hands and decisively placed it into his satchel. Very well, I shall journey to France during these holiday days. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured to ask, Professor, did Mr. LeMay mention what he wished to discuss with me? Oh yes, he mentioned that you had acquired a portrait of Busebaden. Who recommended you to him? Professor, do you not wish to meet Miss Busebaden? Dumbledore set down his chopsticks. I have met her before at Nick's home. She is indeed a remarkably learned lady. According to Nick, she has dedicated much to the legacy of alchemy. Tabor nodded somewhat awkwardly, feeling as if Dumbledore possessed knowledge of all matters, including the entirety of his impending visit to Nick LeMay. Once satiated, Tabor prepared to extract his pounds to settle the bill, only to observe Dumbledore preemptively pay for the meal and tuck the receipt into his pocket. Professor, shall we proceed to the Ministry of Magic now? Certainly, unless you have something to purchase, we can go at once. This time, Tabor accompanied Dumbledore through the visitor's passage to the ministry, where Dumbledore escorted him to the registration desk before hastily entering the elevator. The registration process was indeed straightforward, requiring Tabor to perform an animagus transformation for a record of his altered appearance. Oh, what an adorable black and white bear. Congratulations. You're now the 5th legally registered animagus of this century. Tabor twitched his lips, yearning for the clerk to alter the animagus form to that of a panda. Yet the attendant evidently had no knowledge of what a panda was. Once registration was complete, Tabor wandered aimlessly through the Ministry of Magic, recalling that his last visit had been after he obtained the title of Master of Potions, during which he had come to be interviewed by the Daily Prophet. Traversing the special invited guest passage. Tabor, have you completed your registration? Tabor nodded, yet his gaze drifted towards an elderly lady standing beside Dumbledore. This was Madame McGonagall from the Department of Magical Examinations. She had overseen my own newts, and you will likely encounter her in the examination hall as well. Tabor politely greeted her. Of course, I believe I can remain in this position for at least another 50 years, Madame McGonagall remarked cheerfully. Are you the animagus who registered today? With that alone, your transfiguration newts will undoubtedly be perfect. Tabor smiled shyly, and at Madame McGonagall's warm invitation. He accompanied Dumbledore to her residence, where they indulged in a lavish afternoon tea, during which he showcased his panda, animagus form. Chapter 103, The Test. I need to make a trip to France before school starts, Tabor declared as he prepared to step into the fireplace. Where did you say you were going? Tabor felt his delicate ears being gently tugged, prompting a sheepish smile to spread across his face. Mother, could you please let go of my ears? Ines pondered for a moment, deciding it best to clarify the situation before proceeding. She released her grip and sat beside Axel, her gaze fixed intently on her son. Now, tell me, what has prompted this sudden desire to go to France? You should be aware that it is not particularly safe there. Without hesitation, Tabor recounted the entire series of events leading to his meeting with Nickelme, displaying the phoenix tail feather Dumbledore had gifted him to his parents. Ines's expression became conflicted upon learning that it was due to the trunk she had given him, but she reluctantly consented to Tabor traveling to France alone after seeing the enchanted phoenix feather. With his parents' support secured, Tabor no longer needed to conceal himself in Spider's End. Instead, he had Dodo transport the pink trunk directly to Axel Manor. The following morning, after breakfast, he received a key from an owl, an oddly flattened brass bell. Grasping the trunk in one hand and the key tightly in the other, Tabor activated the key under his parents' watchful eyes. Bang! Tabor found himself unceremoniously sprawled in a lush courtyard. Not due to a lack of grace in landing after using the key, but rather because the transition had taken longer than expected. It certainly isn't because I have a natural aversion to traveling by key, he thought. Hey Tabor, how are you? Newt's voice carried an unmistakable hint of amusement. Tabor looked up at Newt's charming freckled face and the two Bowtruckle companions peeking around to observe him, slowly rising to his feet. Are you here to pick me up? He asked, his expression neutral. Of course. Nick has been waiting for you, Newt replied, leading Tabor into the house. Perennial, stop bustling about and come sit. Nick called from the sofa towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Newt hurried to assist. You must be Tabor Prince? Tabor nodded slightly, then placed the box he held in the corner, standing awkwardly to one side. There is no need for formality. Please, take a seat. May I address you by your first name? Nick's tone was remarkably flat, reminiscent of his aged body, which seemed incapable of supporting more fervent emotions. Of course, feel free. As Tabor settled onto the sofa, under the gaze of a creature who had lived for centuries, he felt distinctly uncomfortable. How is your mother? Tabor blinked in surprise that Nick would remember her. She is well. She is currently enjoying a peaceful life in Hogsmeade. Indeed, it is far safer there than here. Dumbledore has always been a figure worthy of trust. Nick remarked before continuing, your grandfather was quite the genius, after the mishap in his alchemical experiments. Your mother was reluctant to accept the legacy of Beauxbatons. I had considered allowing Dumbledore to inherit it. Tabor patiently awaited Nick's elaboration, dutifully playing the role of an attentive listener. Although Professor Beauxbatons was somewhat disappointed that he was not one of her students, he acquiesced. However, Dumbledore was not inclined to accept it. He was a youth with a strong sense of justice, believing that the legacy rightfully belonged to your grandfather's heir, which is you. Tabor was astonished that Dumbledore truly knew all this. What if I have little interest in alchemy? Then it shall be inherited by your bloodline or a chosen student. Dumbledore mentioned you aspire to become a professor, did he not? Tabor suddenly felt that the so-called Beauxbatons legacy of alchemy seemed less significant. Was the selection of an heir so casual? Was it viewed as trivial? In truth, it was precisely because students and bloodlines could serve as the basis for inheritance that this legacy had endured for so long, encompassing ever more knowledge. After Nick had concluded his remarks, he waved his wand, and a portrait of Madame Beauxbatons, along with two unknown metallic objects, floated out from the inner room. Tabor, we meet again. Madame Beauxbatons appeared genuinely delighted to see Tabor. Hello, Headmistress Beauxbatons. The background of her portrait was quite simple, the most striking feature being the box resting at her feet. Now let us proceed. Give it a try, Nick urged, as even Newt and Perennial had approached. What should I do? Tabor inquired, holding the two metallic pieces, feeling somewhat perplexed. First, infuse one with magical energy, then unleash your imagination, treating it as an alchemical product. The more intricate and detailed your vision, the better, Madame Beauxbatons encouraged expectantly. An alchemical product? Metal, steel. Various images flitted through Tabor's mind, ultimately settling on the appearance of the Shandong aircraft carrier he had once seen. That was the nation's first independently developed aircraft carrier. Condensing the image of such a large vessel into this small piece of metal should prove sufficiently complex. Under the watchful eyes of Nick and the others, the metal held by Tabor began to gradually transform. This resembles a ship. It looks somewhat like a cruise liner, yet there is something peculiar about it. Newt found himself perplexed by the significance of the test, perceiving that perhaps Tabor's envisioned cruise ship had deviated somewhat. Meanwhile, Nick and Busbarton wore increasingly grave expressions, for they could no longer discern any alterations in the metal with the naked eye. Yet, Tabor's movements, coupled with the palpable fluctuations of magical energy in the vicinity, clearly indicated that his shaping was still ongoing. Nick, do you think we should awaken him? This step seems entirely unnecessary to pursue further. Busbarton expressed with a hint of concern. No, I wish to see how long he can endure, Nick replied, his voice brimming with anticipation. As Tabor completed the last pilot within the final aircraft on the deck, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The metal fragment he held slipped from his grasp, but was caught mid-fall by a levitation spell. Chapter 104. Exchange Student, 1 academic year later. Tabor, you've finally finished. Newt brought over a cup of warm milk and casually placed the floating model before the portrait of Ms. Busbarton. Gazing at the now completely darkened sky, Tabor asked, somewhat bewildered, has a considerable amount of time passed? Yes, it is already past midnight, Nick LeMay replied as he slowly descended from the upper floor. When Tabor beheld the indistinct figure clad in a nightgown, crowned with a glowing crystal orb, he felt a peculiar sense of déjà vu akin to a ghostly film. First, let us have something to eat. Perennial's culinary skills are exceptional, Newt suggested as he presented a tray before Tabor. All right, thank you. As Tabor engaged in a discussion about French cuisine with Newt, Nick and Ms. Busbarton scrutinized the significantly altered metal piece, even retrieving a magnifying glass to closely examine each intricate texture. Tabor, could you elucidate what you have shaped? At that moment, Tabor had emptied the tray of food and was sipping the warm milk in small gulps. In essence, it resembles a future ship, he conveyed, his voice lacking conviction, as he struggled to articulate the deeper significance of an aircraft carrier to the wizards. After all, Anything that could sail upon water could be deemed a ship, right? Bus Barton and Nick exchanged glances, but chose not to delve deeper, as these two antiquarians often found themselves perplexed by the thoughts of the younger generation. Nick picked up another, similarly sized piece of metal from the coffee table. The second test involves using this piece of metal to create something akin to your ship. Note that magic will not affect this metal. Tabor accepted the metal, squeezing it lightly, which left noticeable fingerprints upon its surface. Must it be identical? Tabor asked, glancing at his meticulously scaled model, suddenly feeling somewhat bewildered. Ms. Bus Barton shot an admonishing look at Nick. It does not have to be exactly the same. Just aim for a resemblance. I recall that you, Nick, once sculpted a crooked long sword, claiming it was King Arthur's sword from the stone, contorted due to its entrapment. With a slight shrug of resignation, Nick replied, well, who would have known that this little fellow would take such a long time to create something so intricate? It truly makes me believe that such a ship exists in the world. As Tabor gazed at the metal block in his hand, hesitating to take action, a mess. Bus Barton could no longer restrain herself and offered gentle encouragement. Do not overthink it. It suffices if you can merely shape it into a vessel. With this thought, Tabor cast aside his doubts and earnestly endeavored to recreate the ship he had envisioned in his mind. In contrast to his first nearly flawless proportional model, the second, crafted entirely by hand, bore a rougher quality. However, the steady hands honed through years of potion-making proved to be quite advantageous. Nevertheless, it was not until dawn's light broke that Tabor completed his work. Clap, clap, clap. Quite impressive, even surpassing my expectations. Nick exclaimed, applauding. Indeed, it was unexpected, and MS. Bus Barton nodded in agreement. Yet, this time, neither of them glanced at the two pieces of metal on the table, but rather exchanged a knowing look before focusing intently on Tabor. Tabor, would you be willing to study at Bus Barton for a year? Of course, if you wish to transfer. I would fully support your decision. Although Nick felt a tinge of guilt, as if he were encroaching on Dumbledore's territory, he could not help but inquire. Considering Tabor's remarkable talent, Newt's expression turned slightly awkward, sensing that his junior might be whisked away. What would he do if Dumbledore found out that his student had been lured away right before his eyes? Contemplating the mischievous saints, Tabor resolutely shook his head. No, I prefer Hogwarts. Indeed. Furthermore, should you choose to study at Bus Barton, I can grant you access to my laboratory there, Nick added in agreement. Tabor thought of the books he had yet to explore in the Bus Barton library and felt a flicker of excitement. With the school year fast approaching, he pondered. What if you were to go as an exchange student next semester? If you agree, you could also select an item from Bus Barton's treasure trove. During your time there, you would have the freedom to attend any professor's lectures. The allure of such treasures and the prospect of autonomy made Tabor increasingly intrigued. With the phoenix feather bestowed by Dumbledore, he felt secure in terms of safety. As he envisioned a future as a professor at Hogwarts, he realized that the various experiences at Bus Barton could wait for later exploration. Thus, spending a year there during his student days seemed quite appealing. The two elderly gentlemen in the portraits noticed the unmistakable shift in Tabor's demeanor and intensified their persuasive efforts. Bombarded by an array of temptations, Tabor ultimately succumbed, arriving at Bus Barton with his pink suitcase before the school year commenced. In early June of 1938, under the warm sun, Tabor slowly made his way to the designated meeting spot with Dumbledore, dragging his suitcase behind him. As an exchange student from Hogwarts, he was exempt from examinations, allowing him to discreetly depart Bus Barton while the French girls were preoccupied with their assessments. Chapter 105, Returning to Hogsmeade. Tabor absent-mindedly trampled upon the grass beneath his feet, coldly crushing its tender form. Hello, Tabor. I apologize for my tardiness. Tabor regarded Newt, who had suddenly appeared, silently waiting for an explanation. Unfortunately, Dumbledore is unable to attend, Newt awkwardly remarked. While tending to the magical creatures, I discovered yet another nest of hatchling serpents, which delayed me considerably. Shall we ride the hippogriffs and soar across the Dover Strait or the English Channel? Tabor inquired uncertainly, recalling the memory of his previous flight to the base of Mount Everest. As Newt spoke, he opened his case, and two hippogriffs stepped out with delicate strides. Perhaps I should take the ferry instead. With apparition followed by 2-hour boat ride, I might arrive even faster than you. Tabor innocently blinked, although the weather was mild. Spending an extended time perched upon a hippogriff without any protective measures could lead to discomfort, if not madness from the wind. He glanced at the hippogriff beside him, which resembled a large dog more than a majestic creature, and felt no sense of elegance. Well, let's proceed, Newt said, fastening the leads of the two hippogriffs together before mounting the front one. With a sense of resignation, Tabor climbed onto the hippogriff and promptly activated the ruby bracelet on his wrist. Instantly, a protective shield enveloped him in a 360-degree barrier. This bracelet, taken from Bosbaden's treasury, contained 3 instant-cast armor charms, and once infused with magic, it could create a protective barrier, if merely used to ward off the wind. Tabor's magical energy could sustain it indefinitely. "Tabor, how are you finding it?" Newt called out, tilting his head, only to notice the shimmering shield beside Tabor and the immovable corners of his robes. Tabor couldn't help but chuckle at Newt's disheveled appearance in the wind. Newt turned away, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Tabor, however, paid little mind to Newt's demeanor. In fact, during his time at Bosbaton's, he would often visit the Nickel family through the fireplace almost every weekend, where Newt was frequently present. This academic year, Tabor had devoted nearly all his time to studying alchemy, finding little interest in Bosbaden's beauty spells or many of the extravagant charms. The alchemical legacy at Hogwarts, unfortunately, did not compare to the expertise available at Bosbaton's under Nickel's guidance. Shaking his head vigorously, Tabor reminded himself that despite the allure of French cuisine, the charm of Bosbaden's young ladies, and the brilliance of the French sun, he must remain at Hogwarts. After all, he was determined to become a god, albeit while reclining. Basking in the warmth of the sun, Tabor suddenly felt the urge to doze off. He tapped his wand against his cufflink, transforming it into a long rope that securely bound him to the hippogriff's back. Confident that his transfiguration would last at least 10 hours, Tabor relaxed, lying back on the hippogriff's back, and soon drifted into a drowsy state. Time passed unnoticed, and Tabor, with his eyes closed, acutely sensed the incessant drumming of raindrops against the barrier he had subconsciously maintained. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a mist-laden sky, as rainwater collected upon the protective shield before cascading onto the wings of the hippogriff. Newt, too, raised his wand, though his attire bore traces of moisture, indicating the suddenness of the downpour. "Tabor, we should descend," Newt called out, guiding the hippogriff to land in an uninhabited area and swiftly ushering them into their respective crates. As Tabor surveyed his surroundings, he realized that he and Newt had somehow arrived at the outskirts of London. "We will take the night bus directly to Hogsmeade," Newt remarked, producing a sufficient amount of coins from his pocket before summoning the bus. "Can I refuse?" Tabor inquired. Newt, with a bashful smile, firmly pulled Tabor aboard the night bus. "Of course not." Tabor rolled his eyes, quickly securing himself and his luggage to an empty bed. "Honestly, was eating the heartfelt breakfast you made for Tina such a crime? I thought it was left for me by Paranel." Tabor muttered indignantly. Newt cast a slightly annoyed glance at Tabor. He had initially perceived this Slytherin underclassman as an honest soul with similar interests, only to be disabused of that notion upon witnessing him experimenting with a murtlap, resulting in a rather explosive alchemical mishap. Thus, while they were acquaintances, they had yet to reach the level of close friendship. Tabor understood Newt's passion for magical creatures, yet he recognized that all forms of magic carry inherent risks, and failed alchemical experiments could indeed be perilous. As a novice, a few mistakes were to be expected. In truth, among the various magical creatures, those useful for potion-making or possessing greater magical prowess held far more significance in Tabor's mind than the toads used for experimental potions. "I plan to travel to Germany next month, and before I go, I hope to procure these potions," Newt said, somewhat awkwardly shifting the topic. "Very well," Tabor replied succinctly, tucking the list into his bag. The night bus soon arrived at Hogsmeade, where Professor Dumbledore awaited at the station. "Of course, you may go ahead. We shall converse later." Dumbledore nodded. Once Newt had departed, he turned to Tabor. "I have received word from Nick regarding your situation. You will not need to take your final exams at Hogwarts. However, I hope you can assist Newt in completing the potions he requires at your earliest convenience." Tabor reflected on his impending departure, having initially anticipated a brief 2-day stay in France, only to end up at Bosbaton's for an entire academic year. His parents, upon receiving the owl's message, likely assumed he had been kidnapped while in France. Upon contemplating this, Tabor bid farewell to Dumbledore, dragging the already activated wizarding box towards the direction of the Axel Manor. Upon opening the door to his home, he was taken aback by the sight within. His astonishment caused him to loosen his grip, and the box leisurely floated to the corner, positioning itself neatly. "Wow." Tabor turned to exit and glanced at the nameplate, confirming he had not taken a wrong turn. He then cautiously approached his oblivious companion, Dodo. "Dodo, what is this?" Tabor blinked, struggling to comprehend. "So, had Ines conceived shortly after his departure?" "Yes, indeed." Tabor nodded stiffly, observing that both his parents had gathered around Viola, suddenly feeling as though his place within the family had diminished. "Tabor, Bosbaton's is splendid, isn't it?" Ines gently inquired while cradling Viola her tone imbued with an indelible pride. Tabor understood that his mother was reminiscing about his steadfast decision to choose Hogwarts, and he could only obediently nod and reply, "Yes, had I known, I would have undoubtedly chosen Beau's batons." Satisfied with Tabor's earnest expression, Ines nodded approvingly. "Your father and I have agreed that we will certainly send Viola to Beau's batons. By the way, will you still be attending Beau's batons next semester?" Axel suddenly interjected. "No, not anymore. This academic year, I've already absorbed the fundamentals of alchemy. As for the more advanced topics," Tabor glanced at the box in the corner, "my mother's legacy is quite comprehensive. Remember to write a letter to Slughorn. He was quite displeased to learn that you ventured to Beau's batons without the headmaster's consent." Tabor scratched his head awkwardly. "All right, I'll write it now." Though the house had been uninhabited for nearly a year, it remained remarkably clean. Sesame and Cherry's little nest was nestled beside Tabor's bed. "Sesame, Cherry, it's been a while." Tabor marveled at the noticeably plumper duo, knowing they had been well taken care of by Dodo. "Chirp, I must hastily conceal my glittering treasures. I cannot carry them on me." Tabor couldn't help but smirk. If one were to misunderstand, they might think these two were delighted to see him. Yet was this truly the case? Recalling his father and Dumbledore's reminders to write to Professor Slughorn, Tabor dismissed the two's whispered exchanges. After swiftly composing the letter, he ignored Sesame's mournful gaze and resolutely tied the note to its claw before flinging open the window. Observing Sesame's reluctant demeanor, Tabor disregarded its pitiful cries. He swiftly grasped Sesame by the wings and tossed it outside. Poor Sesame flailed in the air, finally managing to awkwardly take flight just before hitting the ground. "Is it that laborious? It seems a diet is in order," Tabor remarked, shifting his gaze to the equally overweight Cherry. "Oh well, I shall take a bath and rest for a while, and inquire if Newt has any methods to assist the Niffler in shedding some weight." Chirp! The master has grown both more powerful and more ruthless. That terrifying gaze just now. Could it be that he intends to devour me? Squeak! Squeak! When Tabor emerged from the bathroom, he was met with the anxious Cherry and Animagus. "Squeak! Master, what has caused this transformation?" Tabor had taken on the form of a Niffler, albeit with a smaller stature compared to Cherry. "Squeak! I have transformed in order to convey to you that if the excess flesh upon you remains come next month, I shall slice you and cast you into the cauldron." Squeak! Bah! Tabor cast a cold glance at Cherry before reverting to his human form. After adjusting his robe, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The diminutive, pitiable Cherry could only retreat quietly into a corner, hoping to shrink her own excess flesh. Upon descending the stairs, Tabor discovered his parents still playfully engaging with Viola, who was gazing curiously around with her large violet eyes. "Tabor, are you not to partake in the Hogwarts examinations?" Axel only then remembered that this week marked the traditional examination period at Hogwarts. "Dumbledore has informed me that I am exempt from the exams. However, I have a considerable quantity of potions to brew, so I intend to head to Diagon Alley shortly." Tabor leaned closer to Viola, smiling. "Potion orders? You are not granting yourself a few days of rest?" Ines cast a sympathetic glance at her eldest son. "It's nothing. The client has provided a generous sum, and I do not require rest. I have gained weight at Beau's batons." Ines nodded, pointing at Tabor as she addressed Viola. "Viola, this is your brother." Chapter 107, Weight Loss. Viola, Bubble. Tabor felt the profound connection of bloodline and could not suppress a foolish smile. Although surprised by the sudden addition of a sibling, he deemed it a delightful surprise. "By the way, Mother, what is the origin of my sister's eye color?" This was his first encounter with such a hue. He was genuinely intrigued. Ines tenderly stroked Viola's small face. "It likely comes from my maternal grandmother. When I was young, my mother spoke of her having a rare pair of purple eyes. Alas, I did not inherit them." After interacting with Viola for a while longer, Tabor noticed Professor Slughorn entering through the door. "Ah, splendid to see you, Uncle." Tabor carefully scrutinized Professor Slughorn, observing that he did not appear to be in a state of anger. "Next time you have matters to attend to, do ensure to notify me in advance, understand? You are a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Heaven knows how anxious I became upon discovering your absence from school." Tabor nodded obediently, understood Professor Slughorn. Following a lavish dinner with his family, Tabor took Cherry and Sesame, along with his belongings, to number 9 Diagon Alley. "Come, Cherry, give this hamster wheel I crafted a try, or perhaps it is more aptly termed a Niffler wheel." Squeak! "No, it's too exhausting." A golden gleam appeared as Tabor produced a galleon, casting a levitation charm upon it so that it floated just above the incline of the wheel. "Once captured, it is yours." Squeak! "Really? Squeak! All right then, I shall trust you once more." Tabor gazed with a smile as Cherry struggled to ascend the wheel. unable to suppress the urge to wipe away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow. Ever since he could communicate freely with Cherry, it seemed she had become increasingly difficult to deceive. Standing atop the wheel, instead of commencing her run, Cherry exerted herself, attempting to leap for the golden galleon dangling above. Witnessing this maneuver, Tabor could not help but internally scoff. "You little rascal, it's a miracle I let you succeed the first time. And now you dare to think you can replicate it? Do you truly believe me to be a fool?" Just as all four of Cherry's paws left the wheel, before she could exhibit the expression of triumph, she came crashing down with a thud against the wheel. "Ha ha ha!" Tabor could not contain his laughter. "Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh, you devious, cunning, despicable creature. You're nothing but a villain. I consulted Newt about your situation. He mentioned that to lose weight, one must run at least 2 hours a day, which is merely a third of the normal sniffing exercise requirement. Therefore, I have set the wheel such that you must accumulate 2 hours of running before you can exit." After explaining, Tabor placed the food prepared for Cherry and Sesame on the table beside the wheel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Tabor checked the potion simmering in the cauldron, deeming it ready, extinguished the flame, and poured the cooled liquid into the pre-prepared vial. After tidying up and packing everything into a box, he opened the door to find the two little creatures engaged in a playful scuffle. He swiftly gathered them as well before stepping into the fireplace and scattering a pinch of flue powder. The leaky cauldron. Upon emerging from the fireplace, Tabor did not bother to brush off the soot, but hurried to a table in the corner. "Hey, Newt, hold your tongue and cast a cleaning charm on me." With a flick of his wand, Newt made the dust vanish instantly. Tabor took a seat across from Newt, retrieving a large bag from his box. "Here you go. Everything you need is in here, and I've brought Sesame and Cherry along too." Without even glancing at the potions within the bag, Newt packed them into his own suitcase. "Cherry, I never anticipated you would raise a niffler to such a plump size," Newt remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the rather robust owl beside him. Tabor sighed. "You know I spent a year in France. Who knows what my house elf has been feeding them?" Newt attempted to lift Cherry, but found that 2 fingers could not budge her. "My word, she is quite heavy. She must have amassed quite the collection," Newt inquired, astonished. Tabor nodded. "Indeed, I often check to see if she is hoarding anything of significance. If she likes it, I let her keep it, even gold galleons. In fact, I considered filling her pouch with items, so when she felt the weight, she would realize it was time to shed some pounds. However, it seems she is oblivious to the weight of the things in her bag." Newt regarded Tabor with a look akin to that reserved for the affluent. As he examined Cherry's physique, Tabor cradled the niffler, gently grooming its feathers with intermittent strokes. A month prior, the creature had been rather plump, but after enlisting its assistance in delivering a few letters, it had slimmed down somewhat. "Recently, I've been engrossed in brewing potions, and the only moments I find to observe it are during the intervals when the concoctions react. However, I crafted a little gadget yesterday," Tabor announced, revealing a sniffing wheel he had fashioned after a hamster wheel. "Is this an alchemical creation?" Newt inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, without hesitation, Tabor placed the bewildered niffler into the wheel. "I set it to release the Cherry only after it has spun for a full 2 hours, indicated by the timer completing a full rotation." "Newt, do you think this will prove beneficial? Might it harm the niffler in any way? It should be useful. I must take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to write." It seemed that Newt's pocket watch was incessantly urging him onward. Chapter 108. The White Lord Who Strays from the Narrative. Tabor pushed open the small door of the leaky cauldron and stepped into the muggle world of Charing Cross. A non-verbal, weakened disillusionment charm was instantly cast upon him. Before he knew it, he found himself at the entrance of the Woosley orphanage and, as anticipated, encountered Dumbledore once more. The frequency of these chance meetings suggested a degree of premeditation. Tabor was nearly certain that the vicinity of the orphanage was either under the protective charms set by Dumbledore or monitored by someone akin to Mrs. Fig. "Professor, have you been here all along?" Tabor, unable to contain his curiosity, directly posed his question. "Not at all," Dumbledore replied, rummaging through his pocket to produce a Hogwarts acceptance letter. "I was just preparing to deliver this to Mr. Riddle, while also explaining some matters of the magical world to his guardian." Tabor regarded Dumbledore with a hint of skepticism. "So, you have no ulterior motives regarding him, I hope? I suspect the orphanage would hardly care about the whereabouts of its wards. Taking a child could even alleviate their burden somewhat. Shall we go and see?" "Absolutely," Tabor replied without hesitation. The first formal meeting between the second Dark Lord and the White Lord was indeed a moment of significance. Upon this thought, Tabor promptly opened his case and retrieved a camera, adjusting it to focus on Dumbledore. Due to Tabor's efforts to diminish his presence and Dumbledore's conspicuous robes, Nearly everyone in the orphanage remained oblivious to Tabor's following behind Dumbledore. As the two entered the small room where Tom Riddle resided, Tabor, anticipating a historic dialogue between the leaders destined to shape the future turmoil of the British wizarding world, was suddenly met with Tom's piercing gaze. "Are you here to film a movie?" "It's you." Tabor blinked, pondering whether he had inadvertently disrupted the narrative. Despite the formidable aura radiating from Dumbledore, why had Tom been able to discern him so easily? "Since you are acquainted, I shall entrust you with the task of taking Tom to Diagon Alley for shopping. I have already discussed other matters with Mrs. Cole. I must attend to another student. I leave this in your hands, Tabor." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he hastily placed the envelope on the only bed in the room without waiting for Tarba's response. "Professor, do you expect me, a current student, to openly use magic during the holidays and apparate with an unregistered junior?" Watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, Tarba's mind was in an uproar. This was supposed to be the first meeting with the Dark Lord, yet the White Lord had fled, leaving behind merely an ordinary person like himself. Moreover, had he not spoken up earlier, it seemed Dumbledore might have pocketed not only the fare, but even the scholarship funds. As Tarba lamented internally, Tom had already curiously opened a small pouch and was inspecting the coins within. Tarba shook his head in resignation. "All right, that was a professor and the vice principal of Hogwarts. You may ask any questions you have." "Oh, I went to France last year." "Now, Tom, let us discuss matters concerning Hogwarts first, or we can talk on the way. You don't intend to skip school, do you? Is that what magic is like?" Tom asked, waving his hand to make a cup on the table float effortlessly. "Indeed, but it is not limited to that," Tarba replied, drawing out his spare wand and transforming the cup into a plump niffler. Tom was visibly astonished, and his gaze towards Tarba was filled with a sense of kinship. "I can talk to snakes. Can other wizards do that too?" Tom inquired excitedly, as today was the first time he realized he was a wizard, not the demon perceived by other children. Seeing that Tom was no different from an ordinary child, Tarba felt it was the perfect moment to help him lower his psychological defenses and positively integrate into the wizarding community. A firm intimidation like Dumbledore's would only exacerbate his psychological distortions. Instead, a gentle approach, grounded in the core values of socialism, would nurture a positive and human-centric young wizard. Many wizards possess peculiar talents, though being a Parselmouth is not common. Furthermore, many animal languages can be learned by wizards. For instance, Professor Dumbledore could converse with mermaids. "Oh," Tom said, evidently delighted to discover he possessed a unique gift within this new community. "Let us go shopping. I can hardly wait to leave this place. By the way, can we bring a pet snake to Hogwarts?" I didn't see any mention of snakes. Tarba, recalling that his niffler was also not listed, replied uncertainly. "It should be fine. They aren't very strict about it, as long as your snake doesn't harm any other students. If it does injure someone, there's a strong possibility of having your wand snapped and being expelled." Tom nodded confidently. "Don't worry, my little snake is very well behaved." Tarba rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. In front of a Parselmouth, could a snake ever misbehave? Leading Tom to Diagon Alley, Tarba first took him to purchase a new robe before escorting him to the wand shop's entrance. Having gathered a complete set of second-hand study materials along with all the first-grade textbooks, I found myself somewhat fortunate. The financial aid provided by the school was merely sufficient to acquire all essential second-hand items, excluding the wand. However, considering Tom's potential placement in Slytherin, Tabor displayed a touch of generosity. Upon returning near Ollivander's wand shop, Tom was already standing outside the store. "Tom, you have procured everything. You have received your wand, correct?" Tom nodded, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Since entering Diagon Alley, he had been subjected to numerous disdainful and malicious glances. Chapter 109, Brainwashing. This has gone more smoothly than I had anticipated. Let us indulge in some ice cream at Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor. The proprietor is a Hufflepuff alumnus, and his ice cream is exquisite, Tabor remarked in a light-hearted tone. Tom remained silent, offering no opinion, as the magical world felt entirely foreign to him. Despite Tabor's cheerful demeanor, the intentional and unintentional gazes since his arrival in Diagon Alley had made the sensitive boy realize that this place was not the paradise he had envisioned. The magical realm was not the heaven depicted in Scripture. Florian's business thrived, and under the enthusiastic hospitality of the shopkeeper, Tabor ordered 2 servings of ice cream. "Tom, there are 4 houses at Hogwarts, and before new students commence their studies, a sorting ceremony is conducted. However, I shall not disclose the specifics of the sorting process. If you are resourceful, you may glean it from your fellow students." Tom listened attentively, sensing Tabor's goodwill, which provided him with an excellent opportunity to understand the magical world. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, each possessing distinct characteristics. Firstly, Gryffindor is a haven for the brave, where King Arthur to wield magic. He would undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor. The house's head is none other than the current deputy headmaster, Dumbledore, who will eventually ascend to the position of headmaster. Moreover, Dumbledore is likely among the most formidable individuals in the magical realm, teaching transfiguration, the very subject in which I transformed a cup into an animal moments ago. Tabor ardently recommended Gryffindor, pondering that if Tom were to join Gryffindor, surrounded by brash and assertive young lions, he might also be influenced by their spirit. Feeling he had spoken excessively, Tabor continued, Slytherin, the house to which I belong. To be frank, I do not recommend you choose this path. Although you possess the gift of Parseltongue, it is merely a talent. Most of the students here are from noble backgrounds, and I suspect you understand the feeling of being unable to integrate into a collective. Tom nodded earnestly, realizing that many of the wizards who had regarded him with contempt were dressed quite respectably. Yet, he had not anticipated that this individual, who occasionally extended help to orphans, was also a member of the aristocracy. Ravenclaw, a house rich in knowledge. Its founder, Lady Ravenclaw, believed that exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. If you seek a tranquil environment for study, it is indeed an excellent choice. In my view, Ravenclaw is remarkably inclusive, welcoming students of talent from various fields. As Tabor spoke, he was reminded of peculiar wizards such as Flitwick, Lockhart, and Luna, who possess eccentricities yet demonstrate a remarkable intelligence in various aspects. Finally, there were the Hufflepuffs, known for their amiable disposition, loyalty, honesty, and culinary skills. Indeed, the Hufflepuff common room is conveniently located near the kitchen, ensuring that one is never burdened by hunger. Fosco interjected with a smile. Tabor, is this a new student? Yes, Dumbledore asked me to guide him. Tabor stuffed the last bite of ice cream into his mouth, then retrieved sufficient coins from his pocket to pay Fosco. As dusk approached, Tabor hesitated briefly before leading Tom to a hot pot restaurant in Chinatown. If he could inadvertently entangle himself with the Dark Lord on their first encounter, then it seemed plausible that Tom, a descendant of Slytherin's bloodline, could find a place in a house other than Slytherin. Should he end up in Gryffindor, it would be entirely up to Dumbledore to oversee the situation. The academic environment of Ravenclaw was commendable. Being a researcher would certainly not squander Tom's brilliant intellect. As for Hufflepuff, it might offer a better chance to heal Tom's unfortunate childhood. The food here is quite good. Boss, 1 Enyong hot pot, please. However, this thought was fleeting, as Tom was soon engulfed by memories of the orphanage and the disdainful gazes of wizards in Diagon Alley. No, he should not be so easily satisfied. Whether among muggles or wizards, he, Tom Riddle, ought to be the most formidable. Those nobles who had once looked down upon him should one day grovel at his feet, trembling as they offered their apologies. The principle of strength being paramount was the most valuable lesson he had gleaned during his 11 years in the orphanage. It was precisely due to his demonic power, well, it should now be referred to as magic, that he was able to command respect, making even the strongest boys at the orphanage think twice before bullying him. Tabor, oblivious to Tom's thoughts as he sat across from him, would surely marvel at the potency of Slytherin's lineage. Today, after delivering medicine to Newt, he was conscripted by Dumbledore, which inadvertently served as a means to influence Tom's mindset. The effectiveness of this would be determined at the sorting ceremony a month hence. Tabor rubbed his forehead, feeling that his parents had not been particularly fond of children when he was younger. Could it be that he was not their biological child, and that only his sister was truly their blood? Shaking his head vigorously, he sought to dispel these errant thoughts. Unbeknownst to Tabor, it was precisely his quiet and easygoing nature that had failed to garner the sufficient attention of Axel and Ines, and as he grew older, they came to believe that their son was entirely self-sufficient and independent, requiring only their emotional support. Tabor moved closer, settling beside his sweet and soft sister. I'm all done. Did you behave, little sister? He reached out to gently rub his fingers against Viola's fair cheek, only to suddenly think of Aileen. Father, how has Aileen been over the past year? Tabor, having casually inquired, noticed that his father was unaware, and thus he deftly shifted the conversation to discuss the culinary delights of France with his mother. In the ensuing month, Tabor spent a considerable amount of time at the Axel Manor, caring for little Viola alongside his parents, while in his leisure moments, he resumed his practice of dark magic. Chapter 110, Still Slytherin. Perhaps buoyed by the presence of his family, Tabor perceived the influence of dark magic upon him to be less formidable than he had initially presumed. Upon learning of Tabor's dark magic practice, Axel suggested that he not only employ the emotional shielding of the mind-blocking spell, but also utilize the Patronus charm to dispel the gloom that clung to him. Thus, Tabor's Patronus took the form of Viola's favorite toy. "Hey, Tabor, you left for Beau's batons without a word of warning," lamented Zane, now considerably more robust. As he settled beside Tabor, Caractacus nodded in agreement, then abruptly inquired, "Are the girls at Beau's batons exceptionally beautiful?" Tabor nodded, offering a candid assessment. "Indeed, the girls there place significant emphasis on their appearance, and their uniforms accentuate their figures. However, Hogwarts also boasts its fair share of beauties." Zane and Caractacus exchanged a glance, simultaneously sighing in resignation. "Tabor, since you weren't at school last year, do you still plan to take on that many elective courses?" With a nonchalant nod, Tabor replied, "Aside from arithmancy, I've dabbled in most subjects to some extent, so I should be able to catch up without much trouble." At that moment, Abraxas, now the Slytherin prefect, took a seat opposite Tabor. "Tabor, how was Beau's batons?" "Wonderful. The French cuisine and the splendid weather left a lasting impression on me," Tabor declared without reservation. "Indeed, the weather has been abominable lately," Abraxas murmured in complaint. "By the way, I wonder how many new students will be sorted into Slytherin this year." Caractacus glanced at the fresh faces entering through the door. Tabor immediately spotted Tom Riddle among the crowd, appearing to mingle quite well with his peers. "I suspect there will be more than in the previous 2 years." "Tabor, do you notice anything special about that boy?" Abraxas inquired, his curiosity piqued by the handsome, yet somewhat slender young man. "Nothing in particular, except he might be sorted into Slytherin," Tabor replied casually. "What family does he belong to?" Zane asked, somewhat puzzled, feeling he had not encountered Tom at the social gatherings. "Uncertain. He previously lived in a Muggle world, but I can assure you he is at least half-blood," Tabor carefully chose his words, aiming to prevent any bias from the Slytherin snakes towards Tom. Upon hearing that he might merely be half-blood, the trio ceased to pay him further attention. "Speaking of which, one of us 3 will need to be elected as prefect next year," Zane remarked, turning his gaze towards Tabor. "Oh," Tabor casually nodded, harboring no particular thoughts about the position of prefect. Zane and Galacticus fixed their gazes upon him. "What is it?" Zane shrugged helplessly. "See? I told you Tabor wouldn't care about this. Unfortunately, no matter how I look at it, the chances of being elected are not even close to Tabor's." Tabor blinked, suddenly realizing that the prefect would need to assist the headmaster and principal in managing the students of the academy. The thought of it required substantial time commitment. For those aspiring to work in the Ministry of Magic, the authority of a prefect could easily garner a network of peers for future connections. However, for Tabor, who sought to pursue magical prowess, it seemed more like a burden than a benefit. "Well, I truly don't care. To be honest, I believe the prefect role demands a lot of time from managing classmates," Tabor remarked somewhat absent-mindedly. At that moment, Dumbledore had already called out Tom's name, and he took his place upon the high stool. "Slytherin." Tabor took a deep breath, casting a complex glance towards Tom, who had seated himself at the far end of the long table. This outcome was somewhat expected, yet he could not shake off a sense of disappointment at his inability to alter the narrative. It was indeed surprising to have 11 students enter Slytherin this year. More than anticipated, Abraxas reflected. Tom, among the freshly minted first-year Slytherins, did not stand out much. However, upon hearing his surname, none of the surrounding newcomers dared to initiate conversation. "Dear Prefect Malfoy, are you not planning to address the new students this year?" Abraxas remarked, noting the 2 mixed bloods in Slytherin who, unlike their peers, lacked upperclassmen by their side. "A few years ago, when I spoke with you, it seemed no one paid attention to the 2 mixed blood girls in your year either." "Tabor, you suddenly seemed concerned about the newcomers." Zane perceptibly noted Tabor's unusual demeanor, yet found nothing remarkable about the undernourished mixed blood. After all, they had met before, and now being sorted into Slytherin. Some matters should be clarified to avoid points being deducted from the house. Tabor whispered to Abraxas before moving to sit beside Tom. "Tom, how are you? Although I'm a tad surprised you made it into Slytherin, as a senior, I would like to extend a warm welcome." Tom turned his head, his dark eyes scrutinizing Tabor, seemingly gauging the sincerity behind his words. "I'm well." Tom's voice was low, clearly affected by the attitude of his classmates, which did not seem to please him. "All right then, did the sorting hat speak to you?" "When I was sorted, it rambled on for quite some time," Tabor said lightly, contemplating whether he should visit a Muggle library to borrow books focusing on child psychology. "It said nothing at all, and simply placed me in Slytherin." "Oh, I see." Tabor's expression turned somewhat dazed. He pondered whether this outcome indicated that Tom was inherently suited for Slytherin. However, as Tabor lifted his gaze to the faculty table and caught sight of Dumbledore's beaming smile, he suddenly wondered if there might be some hidden machinations at play. Yet, such matters seemed inconsequential. Now that he had entered Slytherin, there was much more to comprehend. Surely, you have noticed that within this house, nearly all the purebloods are acquainted with one another. Most children from pureblood families memorize the surnames of various wizarding clans before their enrollment. Furthermore, the aristocracy frequently engages in numerous social balls. Tom silently nodded, his perceptiveness allowing him to swiftly grasp his standing within this environment. Slytherin reveres the strong. Thus, excelling academically or making notable contributions could significantly elevate one's status within the house. Tabor's remark resonated with Tom, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable yearning and greed for power. After a brief introduction to the professors seated at the faculty table and some tidbits about Hogwarts, the opening feast came to a conclusion. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tabor, as a matter of routine, seized Cherry, who had made slight progress in her weight loss journey, tossed her into the rolling bin, and placed 2 bowls of food beside it, as per custom. Tabor, the Mr. Riddle you were just paying attention to, no one wishes to share a dormitory with him. Tabor frowned. Surely that cannot be the case. I recall a half-blood residing alone previously. Zane, somewhat exasperated, replied, you weren't here last year. That individual has since moved in with others. Moreover, even half-bloods are aware of their wizarding lineage. Mr. Riddle has no parents and has lived in the Muggle world. Had you not been seated beside him, everyone might have endeavored to ostracize him like a mudblood. Presently, the wizarding community in Britain remains relatively peaceful. Barring internal family conflicts or self-destruction, it is nearly impossible for an adult wizard to meet an untimely demise. Generally, children with wizarding heritage are seldom left orphaned without any relatives. Not to mention, a child like Riddle, who has lived among Muggles with no traceable background in the magical realm, is exceedingly rare. Tabor, tell me honestly, your attentiveness to Mr. Riddle, he isn't an illegitimate child from your prince family, is he? Perhaps, linked to a Muggle with the surname Riddle? Tabor shot a glare at his roommate. What nonsense are you contemplating? Yet, he did possess black hair and dark eyes, bearing some resemblance to you. In fact, many within our house harbor this speculation. Tabor responded earnestly. I am quite certain that Tom is not a child of the prince family. However, his lineage is far older than that of the princes. Does that imply you are aware of his background? Zane sat up abruptly, his eyes ignited with the fervor of gossip. Tabor nodded, indeed, and I am confident he is a mixed blood. While Tabor did not fret over Tom's ability to establish himself in the power-worshipping Slytherin, he was concerned about how the attitudes of those around him might affect his psyche. The following morning, shortly after finishing breakfast, Tabor was summoned to Slughorn's office. Tabor, I need to reconfirm your course schedule with you. Tabor nodded. Professor, I have finalized it. Slughorn, being aware of Tabor's academic progress, retrieved a comprehensive timetable and a time turner from his drawer. You should know how to use this little gadget. Remember, it is solely for academic purposes. And do not forget to take breaks, Slughorn advised, his concern evident. With the time turner in hand, Tabor entered the classroom, which sparked a bold notion within him. If he could continuously reverse time, coupled with the unending accumulation of magical prowess, wouldn't he be able to attain an extraordinary level in a remarkably short span? Much akin to the acceleration arrays in cultivation novels, where one could practice for a century within the array while only a day passes outside. Shaking his head, Tabor dismissed this perilous thought. The time for life and death had not yet arrived, and there was no need for such urgency. Manipulating time was inherently treacherous, and it was unwise to gamble with it for the sake of a mere moment. As for the courses Tabor was encountering for the first time this year, most appeared quite promising. Arithmetic divination posed no challenge for someone like Tabor, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Merely memorizing a few numerical tables allowed him to derive answers with ease. He found the accuracy of the divination results to be quite satisfactory. The protection of magical creatures was equally straightforward. Whenever he encountered uncertainty, Tabor could even directly inquire with the very beings he was meant to safeguard. Professor Kettleburn was known for his amiable disposition towards students who cherished magical creatures. Ancient runes proved useful in alchemy as well, a subject in which Tabor had dabbled during his time at Beauxbatons. As for the dueling class, the level of skill exhibited by the future dueling champion was nothing short of astounding among the students. What left Tabor bemused, however, was the Muggle Studies course. Most students here aspired to join the Ministry of Magic or sought to gain a better understanding of the Muggle world for grades. The teacher, being rather uninformed, often left Tabor flabbergasted with his explanations of Muggle items. Consequently, Tabor had approached the Muggle Studies professor several times, yet the professor stubbornly insisted that the textbook was infallible. In his exasperation, Tabor found himself torn between abandoning the course altogether or merely treating it as a memorization exercise. If he could commit the textbook content to memory, He was certain he would secure an outstanding on his transcript come finals. He hoped fervently that he would not be led astray by the wizarding community's misconceptions about muggles. Chapter 112, The Flying Trials. When a studious Tabor finally turned his attention back to Tom, he realized that Tom had become a prominent figure among the first-year students. From his humble beginnings, nourished by Hogwarts' sumptuous feasts, he had blossomed into a handsome young man with a sharp intellect and commendable grades, a quintessential tragic hero. Although some classmates in Slytherin might privately express disdain for his lineage, outwardly, everyone maintained a cordial demeanor, particularly among the first-year Slytherins. A subtle trend of allegiance to him was already beginning to emerge. Tabor, do you plan to continue playing Quidditch this year? Tabor wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Are we selecting team members again? Zane nodded vigorously, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he gazed at his roommate. After lunch, the selections will commence. Let's go. I wish to coordinate with you. Upon arriving at the pitch alongside Zane, Tabor noticed that nearly half of the Slytherin house had already gathered there. Tabor, you've come. I thought you wouldn't show up this year. Abraxas approached with a smile. If Zane hadn't reminded me, I might have indeed forgotten. You know, my course load this semester is quite heavy, Tabor replied, his expression one of resigned exasperation. Well, we must thank young Prince for finding the time, Abraxas remarked. All right. It seems most have arrived. Zane, Tabor, why don't you head to the players' area for a moment? We shall first observe if there are any promising newcomers among the recruits. After saying this, Abraxas signaled to the newcomers who had never participated in the Slytherin team, initiating a basic flying test on the Quidditch pitch. Speaking of which, it seems you have yet to officially partake in the selection process for our Slytherin team. Zane teased, noticing Tabor's rapt attention on the proceedings above. Tabor nodded, indeed. I had thought it would be a direct selection for positions followed by challenges as it was when I first joined. Zane pointed at a wobbly first-year Slytherin soaring through the air. This one will likely be eliminated in the first round. If he were to challenge directly, he would probably fall due to nerves. Tabor nodded in understanding. True enough, but why are there so many? It seems nearly all the first and second years are present. Zane cast a peculiar glance at Tabor before recalling his densely packed schedule. This is partly your doing. Tabor looked puzzled. How could his absence last year impact the Slytherin Quidditch team? Since you were absent last year, and the original substitute has graduated, we nearly faced a shortage of players. Abraxas decided that henceforth, all first years must participate in the selections. If they are not chosen, there will be opportunities for the second years. Which is why all the newcomers have come this year. Wait, were there truly no capable players in last year's second-year Quidditch selection? Zane guided Tabor to where the players were congregating and pointed at a boy Tabor did not recognize. There was one, but he was merely the substitute keeper last year. He took your place, and this year he has become the official keeper. Tabor nodded, exchanged greetings with the players, and quietly observed the first and second years flying above the pitch. At that moment, several proficient students had already dashed across the finish line, landing beside the veteran players. However, Tabor did not see Tom among them. One must admit, Abraxas' insistence on first years participating in the selection was not the wisest of choices. Some clearly lacked the gift for flying. Tabor's gaze fell upon Tom, who was maneuvering his broom with a rhythmic motion. I actually think he's rather good, Tabor remarked, pulling a camera from his bag and snapping 3 quick shots of Tom. I mean, don't you think this method could eliminate those like me who forget the selection time due to various commitments? Tabor insisted, attempting to explain under Zane's peculiar gaze. Zane shook his head. I believe you actually wish to witness their folly. No, I do not. You just took a photograph. You must want to preserve that freshman's embarrassing history. Zane suddenly spoke with an uncanny accuracy, as if possessed by Dumbledore, articulating Tabor's innermost thoughts. No, I did not. I merely captured a landscape. Look at how beautiful that cloud is. Zane glanced up at the dreary sky and the multitude of ominous clouds, failing to perceive anything aesthetically pleasing. Come on, brother, are you trying to swindle that Riddle freshman, or do you wish for his assistance? Tabor momentarily paused, having never considered that before, but enlisting Tom's help seemed like a rather splendid idea. The potion shop. Tabor gazed at Abraxas, recalling his previous suggestion. All right, all those who have not reached the finish line are eliminated. Those who have successfully advanced to the second round may now begin to choose their positions on the team. Captain Malfoy proclaimed loudly. Tabor approached Tom, who stood off to the side. Hello, the distinguished figure among the Slytherin freshmen. Is there something troubling you? Speak, and let me find some amusement. Tom merely stared silently at Tabor, having recognized the unique regard Tabor held for him upon learning of his illustrious senior's past. Do not gaze at me like that. I do not fancy men, nor boys either. Are you pitying me? Much like those affluent gentlemen regard orphans in an orphanage? Tom articulated what he deemed the most accurate answer. In his perception, within the entirety of Hogwarts, only Tabor had seen him in the dilapidated room of the orphanage, clad in ill-fitting garments, pale and malnourished. "You are unlike those orphans," Tabor replied, almost without hesitation, inwardly thinking that those orphans would never stir such waves in the wizarding world as you do.